Later Roger would raise Ruete from a young age, and Ruete would take care of Ace. This is the core of the story. A mine storage area. Let's begin our One Piece adventure. Ruete was stunned, but not injured. Orphan Star Truck Kuin Delivery, a time traveler with heavenly luck. In the world of One Piece, a white-haired little river god, calling himself the world, will appeared. Young Ruete, do you want to go to the golden One Piece world, the silver One Piece world, or the plain, ordinary One Piece world? Ruete frowned. River god, shouldn't you be in the river? Are you in the wrong channel? You don't seem to belong in this anime track. The river god still smiled with closed eyes. No, even river gods need to eat. Besides, the long river of time is also suitable for me. Ruete accepted the strange setting. Isn't the receptionist always a white-haired little lowly? Do I get any newbie gift packs? Don't fool me. If you don't give me a protagonist-level plot, I'll die right here. And what's the difference between gold, silver, and ordinary? Young Ruete, there is no difference. A guaranteed win. Let me check your newbie talent. Young Ruete, here you can have one devil fruit, the talent of the 3 hockey and monster level stamina basic version. His voice grew softer. Ruete showed shark-like teeth. You just whispered something very important, didn't you? Can't help it, if you're too strong you won't get in. What would the Supreme will write then? Ruete asked. Any fruit. Yeah. Ruete threw one of his shoes at the river god. What's with that? The river god adjusted his small halo. I can only give you 3 fruits here. Do you want this golden mist fruit, this silver dog fruit, or this ordinary lick fruit? Ruete grabbed the river god's neck and shook him. Did you give me a choice? Besides the gold one, is there any other? River god, got it, you choose the golden one. Processing now. Have a pleasant journey. Ruete opened his eyes and found himself on a deserted island. River god, at least put me on an island with people. Deserted island start is the standard fare for a journey. Have a pleasant journey, see you. Ruete could only accept it. He sensed his own power. It was indeed basic. Observation hockey allowed him to perceive more clearly, but that was it. Was this the basic level? Truly stunned, but not brain damaged. Armament hockey could barely cover his hand, but a sentence kept appearing in his mind, ultra thin. He stopped himself, fearing censorship. Ruete, most anticipated conquerors hockey. Red-haired Shanks, you know. A flash of black-red hockey, and everyone gives face. Ruete put his hands in his pockets and posed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. River god, don't leave, let's talk. His conqueror's hockey was at the level of Luffy's first awakening, completely uncontrollable basic prenatal version. River god, stars and stars. Looking at his own short arms, Ruete estimated his age by the sea to be about 3 years old. 3 years old. 3 years old. River god, you bastard. How could you bear to do this to a 3-year-old? No wonder he was given monster stamina. Without it, he couldn't even survive. After admiring his own handsome, cool face, black short hair, long hair. I'm a dark-haired, long-haired, adorable kid. Ruete was very satisfied. If I look like this now, I'll grow into a handsome man later. Understand? Applause. Ruete took out his last newbie gift, a white spiral-shaped demon fruit. With a critical eye, he prepared to taste it. He had heard that devil fruits in One Piece were famously terrible. He took a small bite, tasteless. Another bite, sweet. Since he had no food, he threw the whole thing into his mouth. His face turned from healthy red to cyan to purple to white. It was a complex taste, sweat, foot odor, tofu left in a ditch for 81 days. Ruete, determined to be the pirate king, wiped his pale lips with a trembling hand. I'd rate it quantum micro stink. Ruete felt the power in his hands. He exerted slightly, and white mist began to appear around him, consuming his stamina. His first thought was Smoker's smoke fruit, but Smoker's performance in the anime was disappointing. Besides making his body misty, he had no other abilities. Ruete would need to develop them. A roar of a beast came from the forest. Ruete felt he was terrifyingly strong. A 3-year-old with immense stamina, 3 hockey, and a Logia-type fruit. Genius. Ruete laughed with his hands on his hips. Is this the world of geniuses, eh? Is this the feeling of being overpowered? Now the fastest way to increase his strength was to develop his fruit ability. Physical techniques were the foundation, but fruit ability could greatly improve power in a short time. However, Ruete didn't know any physical training methods. He was a One Piece fan, but developing 3 hockey without a teacher was impossible. Even geniuses like Luffy and Zoro were taught by others. Ruete thought at 3 years old, he had plenty of time to grow strong. His greatest advantage was his extensive knowledge of the story's direction. You don't think you can learn the 6 styles just by watching a few episodes of One Piece, do you? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Ruete decided to focus on fruit ability because he wasn't fighting alone. The Forum Masters had incredible imaginations. Even a poop fruit could be developed. Days passed one by one. A ponytailed boy sprinted through the forest wearing a grass skirt. The shorts provided by the river god had long worn out. Ruete stood on the beach. His 3-year-old body was more inconvenient than imagined. He couldn't reach the high coconuts. Though he had strong stamina, he didn't have the matching strength to move large driftwood. River god, I curse your ancestors. I thought I'd transmigrate into One Piece for beautiful women, fame, and treasure, but instead I've been stuck on a deserted island doing wilderness survival for so long. River god, you utter scammer. In reply, only the mocking cries of seagulls answered him. From the forest came a rustling sound. Every hair on Ruete's body stood on end as his observation hockey screamed a frantic warning. Instinctively, he activated his ability. White mist slowly gathered around him, forming a thin barrier over his body. The mist fruit. It can't just be for firing mist bullets, right? Ruete stared at his semi-transparent arm, straining to recall Smoker's fighting style. In the original story, that old Smoker only knew how to turn into smoke and charge around, occasionally catching people off guard with his sea stone jit. It was far too crude. Ruete refused to fight with such a lack of style. The bushes suddenly parted and a wild boar at least 2 meters tall burst out. What the hell? Are even the wild animals in the One Piece world this competitive? Ruete dodged the charge with a clumsy sideways roll, his back slamming into a coconut trunk. Armament Haki instinctively coated his right hand, but it was as thin as a layer of black stockings. Someone might ask Ruete, you can already become elemental. Why are you still so cautious? That was exactly what Ruete was thinking. He couldn't rely on elementalization. He didn't know what era he was in, but over-relying on it against enemies with Armament Haki would be disastrous. A blacksmith must first be strong himself. The boar turned around and pawed the ground with its hind hooves. Ruete suddenly noticed its wet snout. Every mammal relied on its sense of smell. Got it. He released his mist at full power, not just to block the boar's vision. The fine water droplets seeped into the boar's nasal cavity and disrupted its sense of smell. And notably, Ruete could control the acidity and alkalinity of the mist. The monster shook its head in confusion, its charge veering crookedly. Ruete seized the chance to scramble up the coconut tree, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. How could Smoker, a Logia user, just be releasing smoke? The essence of mist is suspended water droplets. If I wreck your acid-base balance, won't you burst? The river god could step into the river of time. It's only reasonable that the fruit he gave is a mist fruit. Even smog is mist, right? So it shouldn't matter if I add a little something extra, some acid mist, some alkaline mist. A little acid and base. Your skin might tolerate it, but your organs definitely can't. The furious boar slammed against the tree trunk. The coconut tree shook so violently that Ruete nearly fell. Gritting his teeth, he compressed mist into the boar's body, assimilating the water inside it, and altering its internal acid-base balance. As long as you're a living being, you cannot violate the laws of nature. Explode. As he pushed with all his might, Ruete suddenly felt dizzy. The stamina drain far exceeded expectations. Even his monstrous stamina wasn't enough to sustain it. Rather, it was more accurate to say his stamina grew at a monstrous rate. It just had a higher starting point. The boar staggered, clearly badly wounded. This cost even more stamina than forming a water blade. Holy cow, you've got a seriously thick health bar? Is every person in One Piece a damaged sponge? You're not human, and there's no need to be so ruthless. Can't you just hurry up and die? Ruete's Conqueror's Haki, aided by his increasing stamina, could barely be released. The boar staggered back several steps as if struck by an invisible hammer. But the intimidation lasted only 3 seconds, and only enraged the boar further. Damn it, this Conqueror's Haki is less useful than a fart. Ruete watched the boar preparing for a final charge. Oh my god. You're not really going to try to kill me in one hit, are you? The boar spoke. Why didn't you say that when you were using cheap tricks? With elementalization as a safety net, Ruete wasn't panicking. Just then he noticed how sunlight refracted through the mist. A crazy idea flashed through his mind. What if he precisely controlled the density of the mist droplets? At the same moment the boar charged again, Ruete poured all his remaining stamina into his ability. The mist twisted and warped under the sunlight, suddenly forming 7 phantom images of Ruete. The condensed mist also confused the boar's olfactory sense. The boar braked sharply and swerved, but its tusks only pierced empty air. Mist concealment mirage. The real Ruete pounced from the side, his armament-covered fist smashing into the boar's temple. The monster let out a pained howl and collapsed. Seizing the chance, Ruete picked up a sharp reef rock and slammed it into the boar's eye socket with all his weight. When the beast finally stopped moving, Ruete collapsed in the pool of blood, gasping. His mist ability automatically dispelled, revealing his pale, grinning face. The old Tiaba bros didn't lie to me. Logia fruits really have to be played creatively. And that name I just came up with has real flair. He suddenly coughed violently. Looking down, he saw traces of blood in his palm. The backlash of overusing his ability had begun. How unfair. What good was giving him stamina without giving him physical toughness and strength? Ruete discovered that his monstrous stamina was actually a passive ability that could grow. For example, if Ruete's current stamina, his mana bar, was 20, then this passive restored 2 points. If he used up more than the recovery rate over a long period, he would start feeling tired. If he spent 21 points all at once, he'd get hurt. He also found that this passive grew faster than his body's natural toughness. It was like a battery with absurd endurance. In the future, he might even reach Admiral level. Kaido, the world's strongest creature, would have to step aside. His consumption wouldn't even match Ruete's recovery. But more terrifying was the answering howl from deep in the forest. Wild boars were always pack animals. When night fell, Ruete sat in the treehouse he had built and sorted through his gains for the day. Today's spoils included boar meat tusks, and an important discovery: his mist fruit could control the refraction of light and even briefly alter local air density to create afterimages. Ruete had a feeling that once his fruit ability was developed enough, it could partially block observation Haki. That reckless fool smoker simply doesn't understand science. He drew diagrams on tree bark with a charcoal stick. High-pressure mist can form cutting beams and low-temperature zones can make ice fog acid-based bomb traps. Good thing I've watched so much anime. I can just copy. From afar came the sound of a branch snapping. Ruete doused the campfire and spread mist around the treehouse as an early warning system. His conqueror's haki was unstable, but combined with observation haki, he could barely sense life force. At least 3 heat sources were approaching. Looks like I'll have to test that move early. He quietly climbed down from the tree and laid mist traps along the path they would have to take. When the first boar triggered the landmine, the condensed alkaline mist instantly burned its respiratory tract, driving it mad. A beast is after all just a beast. The second boar, misled by refracted light, crashed into the sharp stakes, but given the boar's thick hide, the stakes only did limited damage. The third boar, however, inexplicably went berserk and attacked its companion. The wild boars surged forward. Don't blame your brother for being cold-blooded. Mist can refract light. In my domain, your eyes will deceive you. From the shadows, Ruete wiped the blood from his nose. His body was still far too weak. In his thick fog, the boars saw only projections of Ruete, and behind those illusions were their own companions. Ruete had become a ghost in the mist. As everyone knows, when you play cards, if your opponent sets up a field and you don't deal with it, how can you attack? Now Ruete had 2 options: continue developing his devil fruit, or learn a weapon with greater destructive power. He had to shelve the 3 types of haki for now, because he had no training method. Of course that wasn't an answer. Those were all thoughts for after he found people. And Ruete had another very real problem. He was now completely trapped on the island. Even if he built a ship, he wouldn't be able to leave. Without a log post, just sailing blindly out to sea. Only men with tremendous luck like Roger or Luffy could manage that. Ruete could only wait for someone to come to the island and take him away. That was why he was desperately raising his strength. Besides not wanting to be so passive in the future plot, he was also a disciple of Confucius. If he couldn't move you with benevolence and virtue, and you refused to take him along, then he also knew some martial arts to teach you proper etiquette. Actually, what Ruete wanted most was to join Luffy's crew. It was joyful and required no brain power, no constant fighting. Just lying around being lazy and getting carried to victory. A true carried dog. Ruete got the MVP. Luffy was the carried dog. Let's fast forward time a few months. His waiting was finally rewarded, and then one day it came. Finally, someone's here at last. Standing on his homemade watchtower, Root watched the small sailboat drawing closer in the distance, so excited that he nearly fell off. 8 months of island survival had made him far stronger than when he first arrived. He had grown taller and tougher with his long hair tied into a top knot. Seeing a human ship again now filled him with an indescribable warmth. Please let it be the Straw Hats. Please let it be the Straw Hats. He pressed his hands together in prayer, then suddenly realized something. Wait, what if it's the Blackbeard Pirates? No, let me take another look. If I can't tell who they are, I'll run. The ship drew closer, and Root narrowed his eyes. At the bow stood a young man in a straw hat with a blonde, bespectacled man beside him. It was too far to make out their faces, but that straw hat. Luffy. It's Luffy. Root was so overjoyed that he danced and waved his arms. I knew the river god wouldn't screw me over. Root was so thrilled by the straw hat that it never crossed his mind there should have been a green-haired warrior beside the straw-hatted young man. He quickly straightened his fashionable caveman outfit made of wild boar hide, set out the roasted wild boar and coconut juice he had saved for days on the sand, and the moment the boat landed, he dashed forward. Luffy. Zoro. I missed you guys so much. The straw-hatted young man looked bewildered. Who's Luffy? The blonde man pushed up his glasses. I'm Rayleigh, and he's Roger. Root froze on the spot, his mind racing. Roger. Rayleigh. Why do those names sound so familiar? Wait, his voice began to tremble. Root had already guessed the truth, but he didn't want to believe it. Your full names are? Gold. Roger, the straw-hatted young man answered readily. We're a newly formed pirate crew. Root's expression froze. He slowly lowered his head. Gold. Roger. Roger. D. The voice echoed in Root's mind, and the entire world seemed to spin around him. River god. Damn you. Root fell to his knees on the sand, clutching his head, and roared inwardly. This is 40 or 50 years ago, damn it. Root raised his head and looked at Roger, who was far too young, and felt his life turn bleak. By that time, he would already be a 60-year-old geezer. What do you mean 60 is the age to go out and make waves? What a joke. Yo, you're a passionate little guy? Roger laughed heartily and jumped off the ship. Root stared at that. Face. A meme crossed his mind, and he blurted out, may I ask how old you are, venerable sir? The air suddenly fell silent. Roger blinked at Rayleigh as if he didn't understand what Root meant. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Captain, I believe he's asking your age. Uh-huh. I'm 19. Roger proudly thumped his chest. Don't I look mature? Let me tell you, I'm going to conquer this sea. Root's expression shattered. The Pirate King is 19. He had transmigrated into One Piece, but the Pirate King had only just set sail. What was he supposed to do now? Waiting online pretty urgent. Then, Uncle. Root turned to Rayleigh. I'm only 20. The future Dark King instantly broke down. Do I really look that old to you, kid? That's not it. So Rayleigh asked with keen interest, this Luffy you mentioned. Oh, he's a friend of mine. I was shipwrecked, you know. We're all brothers. Root had spoken without thinking, but with astonishing willpower, he forced himself to stop. Perhaps it was because he had been on the island too long. Rut desperately wanted to pour out his heart. A person used to the noise of the city suddenly spending 8 months on an uninhabited island had reached the peak of his desire to talk to someone. Roger's eyes lit up. Then how did you get here? Are you on an adventure? No. ABA. I'm hungry. Gurgle gurgle. The man who will conquer this sea. Rut shook his head wildly. Blah blah. Wah. With both hands on the ground and sad background music playing in his head, he thought, damn it, what am I even saying? Roger was picking his nose. Rayleigh was roasting meat, and neither of them seemed to care. Rut asked curiously, don't you find it strange to run into a boy alone on an island? Roger laughed out loud. Not strange at all. The sea is worth sailing for everyone, isn't it? Rut thought for a moment. In the future, do you want to become the Pirate King? Roger and Rayleigh exchanged a glance, then burst into thunderous laughter. Pirate King. That name is interesting, ha ha ha, very interesting. Roger wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. Then it settled. We're going to be the Pirate King. I'll be the freest man on the vast sea. Rut. Just as Rut was about to continue, Roger and Rayleigh stopped him all at once. That's enough, Rut. Do you want to come aboard our ship? The adventure is just beginning. Don't you think sailing alone would make life far too dull? Rut looked at the two carefree men. Too dull, huh? That's so like you, Roger. Pirates. Young Rut's fighting spirit surged. Hey, Roger, let's have a fight. Rut suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Before him stood the future Pirate King. Not to trade blows with him would be an utter waste of this transmigration. Rut was already getting ahead of himself. Transmigrate into one piece, crush the Pirate King. Rut figured that Roger, who had only just set sail, couldn't be that strong. Besides, Rut himself was a Logia-type devil fruit user. Roger was shoving the last piece of roasted meat into his mouth. Cough. What did you say? I said. Mist began to spread around Rut. Setting up your field first as a duelist is only natural right. Watching Roger still pick his nose, Rut called out, hey. Get serious. A vein bulged on Rut's forehead. I'm challenging you for real. Rayleigh lazily sipped coconut juice nearby. Captain, he's already talking tough. Huh. Oh. Roger jumped up as if it had just dawned on him. You want to fight? Why didn't you say so earlier? Rut bared shark-like teeth. Hey, I just said that. You bastard. The next second, Rut suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Roger was still standing there without moving, yet an invisible pressure made every hair on Rut's body stand on end. Then here I come, Roger said with a grin, striking a strange opening stance. Rut muttered inwardly, no way, man, you're this fierce right out of the gate. If you told me about this strength, I wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. Rut instantly turned his whole body into elemental mist. The fog was already thick enough. Mist, concealment, mirage. 7 clones appeared simultaneously in different directions. Whoa, amazing. Roger's eyes lit up, and then, BM. A plain, unadorned straight punch struck Rut square in the abdomen, doubling him over like a shrimp. All the illusions vanished in an instant. Rut. Dude, are you Satama? You're making me lose all my face. Don't forget, with my current strength, the mist can disrupt observation hockey. You hit me directly anyway, which just makes me look even dumber. Cough. How? Did you see through it? Rut knelt on the ground, retching. Huh. Roger tilted his head. I didn't see through anything. I heard you, and I just had a feeling you should be in that spot. Rayleigh explained from the side. The captain's intuition has always been remarkably accurate. The voice of all things. Rut struggled to his feet, then suddenly pressed both hands to the ground. Mist prison, 1,000 needles. Countless mist needles erupted from the ground. Yet Roger wove through the rain of needles, as if dancing, humming an off-key tune. My turn. He suddenly charged forward, his fist whistling through the air. Rut hurriedly turned to Mist, only to hear Roger shout, got you. A palm coated in armament hockey seized the back of Rut's neck with pinpoint precision. Rut was now a salted fish. All hope in life drained away in that instant. Huh, that fast. Roger shrugged. Well then, let's have a banquet. By the campfire that night, Ruete finally accepted reality. Roger, fully fed and content, lay sprawled on the sand, then suddenly sat up. Ruete, you're a really interesting person. How about coming aboard my ship? He threw an arm around Ruete's neck. You can have adventures on the sea right now. Rayleigh retorted, the captain didn't even prepare a ship when he left port. Roger suddenly leaned close to Ruete, eyes sparkling. And now there's a little pirate on the ship. Isn't that even more interesting? Then our pirate crew will have 3 people. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. Roger, I don't think you can properly take care of a child. Huh. Roger scratched his head, then broke into a laugh. But Ruete, our adventures will definitely be more interesting than the ones you'd have on your own. Because, he shot to his feet, pointing at the sky. This is how GOLD. Roger sails the sea. Hoo-ha-ha-ha. Ruete watched the 2 laughing fools before him, and suddenly felt, perhaps it was indeed more interesting not knowing the future in this era. I'm my captain. Ruete looked at Roger. That Pirate King's charisma, so bewitching it was infuriating. The next day, Ruete regretted his decision. Back when Roger and Rayleigh had set out, they'd had only a small sloop. There was barely enough room, even for a child of almost 4, making it no different from sailing off in a wooden barrel. Roger proudly patted the hull. Well, pretty impressive, isn't it? This is Rayleigh's ship. Ruete couldn't help complaining. Wait, Captain, can we really set sail in this? Ruete desperately counted the number of people aboard, then looked at the boat's carrying capacity, and drew a terrifying conclusion. So there are 3 of us, but this boat can hold at most 2. 5 people. Hoo ha ha ha. Roger laughed and jumped onto the boat, which instantly tilted a dangerous 30 degrees. Don't worry. Rayleigh calculated it. Just cut the food in half, take only 3 days worth of fresh water, and throw away the spare, or isn't that suicide? Ruete yanked at his hair in frustration. Rayleigh calmly pushed up his glasses. According to my calculations at the current load, and in windless conditions we can last about 6 hours. Ruete suddenly felt much less eager to go to sea. In the end the 3 of them accepted the proposal. Ruete thought that Roger was a child of destiny, so there probably wouldn't be too much trouble. Standing at the bow, Roger faced the waves and shouted with excitement. Fantastic. This is the taste of the sea. Rayleigh, steering with one hand, remarked, Captain, we're off course. Off to where? No idea. Rayleigh said frankly, because I don't have a sea chart for these waters. Ruete raised his head weakly. I say, shouldn't we think about turning back? He was weak because he had never once set foot on a ship in his life. He was seasick. Before the words died away, a wave 3 meters high slammed over them. The little boat groaned under a burden it could barely bear, and a fixing rope snapped with a crack. Ah, the rope broke, Roger said, pointing at the swaying mast. Ruete instantly turned into a living embodiment of the scream. What now, what now? Ah, the freshwater barrel was washed away, Rayleigh said, watching the barrel tumble into the sea. Just as the hull began to fall apart, Ruete had a flash of inspiration. Wait, I'm a devil fruit user. Enduring the misery of seasickness, he poured all his strength into the mist fruit's power. He compressed the mist beneath the boat. Mist sea floating platform. It couldn't make the boat fly outright, but the mist lifted the hull and greatly reduced its weight. The small boat steadied considerably, and its waterline rose a few inches. Roger's eyes lit up. Wow, it can be used like that. Just as the mist was nearly exhausted, a medium-sized merchant ship appeared on the horizon. The sail bore an emblem of some trade guild that Ruete did not recognize. We're saved. Ruete waved and shouted joyfully. Yet Roger and Rayleigh both put on rare serious expressions. What is that? Ruete asked. Slave traders, Roger answered. The merchant ship had already turned around and was heading toward them. Several burly men holding weapons stood on the deck. Prepare for battle. Roger drew his saber, excitement flaring in his eyes. We happen to need a new ship. Ruete looked at his own 4-year-old body, then at the fully armed brutes opposite. I only boarded the ship 3 hours ago. Welcome to the life of a pirate. Roger charged out with a laugh, leaping into the air in the instant before the small boat struck the merchant ship. Rayleigh patted Ruete's shoulder. Don't worry. The captain is very good at borrowing ships. As sounds of fighting and screams drifted down from above, Ruete let out a sigh. He finally understood. Staying with these 2 madmen the days ahead would probably be even more thrilling than surviving on a deserted island. Wasn't Uncle Rayleigh supposed to be reliable? What on earth was happening now? Rayleigh's voice came from the ship. Slave traders like you all deserve death. Accept the judgment of justice. Kill them, men. Ruete felt the road ahead grow even darker. But there was no helping it. He had agreed to board this pirate ship. The dense fog spread, and the grunt pirates vomited blood and fell one by one. Manipulating acidity and alkalinity might be useless against strong enemies, for the strong could shield themselves with armament hockey, but against mere thugs it worked all too well. In any case, internal organs are the weakest points of the human body. What Ruete did could not be called anything but cruel, yet scum like this deserved the most agonizing deaths. Slave traders all deserve to die. In no time, Roger's trio had full control of the ship. When Ruete went down to the hold, he saw far more people than he expected. Besides humans, there were many other races, merfolk among them. Trade in races, he thought, had clearly begun very long ago. Ruete said gently to the slaves in the cages, "We are the Roger Pirates. You are free now. Trust us." But no one responded. In the eyes of every person and every race there was only numbness. Ruete saw how they were, and a nameless fire rose in his chest. He had come from a world of equality, and he knew this was how the world of the Pirate King worked. But he also knew the world should not be like this. Stand up. Do you want to be someone else's slave for the rest of your lives? Stand up, you bastards. Ruete's hair had come loose during the fight. After all, it had only been tied back with a few blades of grass. Dressed in Uncle Rayleigh's clothes with long straight black hair, he looked like a lovely doll that made people trust him without thinking. Children could easily put people at ease, and a beautiful child even more so. But that face was filled with ferocity now. Should they be slaves just because they had been captured? This damn world. Damn those celestial dragons. What was even more absurd was that while cleaning the deck, just now Ruete had seen a marine captain. Officials and outlaws shielding each other. How laughable. Ruete spoke up. I spent 8 months slaughtering pigs on the island, and now my heart is cold enough to be terrifying. Most of all, slave traders all deserve to die. The waves crashed against the hull of the fake Oro Jackson, with heavy thuds echoing across the deck. Fortunately, this was a canvas ship, and the 3 of them could barely steer it. You're asking where the slaves went. Of course, we handed them over to our righteous navy. They docked at the marine base, released the slaves, and bolted. After all, they're pirates. Although Roger and Rayleigh still don't have bounty posters yet, Rado finally understood why the Roger Pirates were so formidable. Who set sail with Vice Admiral level strength. These two were both at that caliber. As everyone knows in shonen adventure tales, the protagonist's enemies escalate in power step by step. What is this? A villain fresh from the antagonist village encountering a hero who's just returned from defeating the Demon King. Rado couldn't help but swell with pride, realizing he'd attached himself to two figures as mighty as the Pirate King himself. Wasn't he something of a second-generation powerhouse? Just thinking about being the right hand of the Pirate King's right-hand man, the Plague King Rayleigh, Rado felt an irresistible thrill coursing through him. Family. Bang. Bang. Rado stood shirtless, drenched in sweat, his fists wrapped in thin black armament hockey, as he relentlessly hammered against the iron post before him. His knuckles were long since worn, raw blood mingled with sweat dripping onto the deck, yet the iron post bore only shallow indentations on its surface. Still no good. He panted heavily, gazing at his trembling hands. Armament hockey couldn't even sustain for half a minute. Not far away, Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing, drinking. Behind his glasses, his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Kid, if you keep training like this, you'll ruin your hands. I still have to train. Rado gritted his teeth. I refuse to be unable to defend myself the next time I face a powerful enemy. Rayleigh sighed, walked over, and firmly pressed his hand on Rado's shoulder. The issue isn't with your hockey, it's your body. He pinched Rado's arm muscles. Your stamina is truly remarkable, but your muscle density and bone strength fall far short despite how astonishingly your muscles and bones have progressed through training. It's like pouring molten iron into a bamboo tube. The container is too fragile to hold even the strongest power. Rado fell silent. He knew Rayleigh was right. Over these past months, no matter how desperately he trained, his hockey remained stuck at the beginner stage. Each time he attempted to force advancement, his body would collapse first. That night in the captain's quarters. So I'm destined to remain just an amateur. Rado stared at his palms, his voice thick with reluctance. Roger sat cross-legged on the floor with a broad grin. What's with this way of thinking, boy? You want to be the world's strongest at 4 years old. Want to dominate the seas already. Quite an audacious ambition. He reached out and flicked Rado on the forehead. Your body is still developing. This approach will only harm you. At least I've never encountered a genius like you at 4 years old. What exactly are you rushing toward? Hurrying off to save the world? After flicking him, he picked his nose. Besides, who said there's only one path to becoming stronger? Through hockey alone. He pointed at Rado's chest. How far have you developed your mist fruit abilities? Hey, stop doing such disgusting things right after flicking me. Rado bared his teeth like a shark and growled. I can create illusions, disrupt observation hockey, and even erode enemies with fog. That's far too conservative. Roger suddenly leaped to his feet, gesturing wildly. I've encountered a magma fruit user capable of transforming an entire island into a volcano. What about your fog? Can you summon fog across the entire ocean? Can a single breath render someone unconscious? Or doesn't your fog possess corrosive properties? Simply shroud your enemies and make them vanish. Rayleigh also wore a knowing smile. Little Rado, imagine this. When your strength grows in the future, power alone will merely be your entry requirement. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to penetrate your fog. Combined with creating illusions to conceal yourself and restricting observation hockey, you'll transform into a demonic ghost within the mist. Merely contemplating how to deal with you becomes a nightmare. As long as they cannot dispel your fog, you'll essentially be invincible. Rado swallowed hard. Uncle Rayleigh's vision was too tempting, so masterfully painted, far superior to the empty promises his boss in his previous life had dangled. Rado admitted he genuinely wanted to devour it, drawn to that feeling of standing right before you, utterly beyond your reach. The following morning, Rado stood at the bow with his eyes closed, feeling the sea breeze. Since his body couldn't yet sustain stronger hockey, then I'll make my fog stronger instead. He suddenly spread his arms wide and thick white fog surged outward, enveloping the entire ship in an instant. But this time the fog didn't dissipate. It writhed like a living creature, gradually condensing into countless tiny water droplets. Mist-breathing nerve paralysis. Swish. Several seagulls feasting on the deck suddenly froze, then dropped like stones with plops. Roger's eyes widened in shock. What have you done? I've adjusted the fog's composition, Rado replied with a smirk. It now carries trace neurotoxins, causing muscle paralysis in those who inhale it, though not lethal. A gleam flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. Interesting. Combined with your observation hockey, you could take them down before they even realize what's happening. That's not all. Rado clenched his fist, and the fog suddenly compressed in his palm into a translucent longsword. While it can't match armament hockey's hardness yet. Swish, swish, swish. The wooden target in the distance was instantly shattered into pieces. You should know that both the future Roger and Rayleigh weren't just masters of hand-to-hand combat. They were legendary swordsmen. But taking one look. Waha, little Rado, what are you doing? Watching the two who couldn't stop laughing, Rado blushed, an unusual sight, and shouted at Roger and Rayleigh. I'm only 4 years old and haven't even learned this yet. Isn't that normal? What are you two laughing at, you bastards? Roger burst into laughter. Shall I teach you? Roger wiped tears of laughter from his eyes, then suddenly drew his sword. Ace. A soaring slash erupted, leaving Rado dumbstruck. Parting the sea with a single strike was no joke. Was this perhaps the nascent form of Roger's signature divine departure technique? Sheathing his blade, Roger ruffled Rado's hair. Don't be constrained by form. Your fog's true strength lies in its formless, ethereal nature. He pointed at the fog blade in Rato's hand. Why cling to a specific form? Rest assured I'll find you a formidable sword someday. Haven't you noticed that your fog grows thinner once you condense it into a blade? Rayleigh added, however you still need to learn the basic stances. Starting tomorrow, swing your sword 1,000 times daily. Rato deeply felt the advantages of being a second-generation powerhouse. The reason he condensed his fog into a sword was inspired by Admiral Kizaru Borsellino's Amatsurukumo sword and Akiji Kuzan's ice blade from the original work. However, Rato overlooked one crucial point: Kizaru and Akiji didn't need to deploy large-scale fields. Even if his fog field could move with him, someone might ask, Rato, you develop a fog field, I'll just run away, won't I? Rato would only respond with naivety. What if I simply shroud the entire island in dense fog? Tell me, aren't you afraid? Moreover, even with Rato's current fog, as long as opponents aren't significantly stronger than him, his mist won't dissipate. Paired with his monstrous stamina, as long as Rato is willing, he can maintain it indefinitely. A passive skill with infinite energy costs. The awkward reality now is that while Rato can indeed trap people within his fog, his strength has limits. When facing true powerhouses, he still needs to flee. They say having an elder at home is like having a treasure. With their experience, they pinpoint your mistakes the moment you stray from the right path. Now Rato has two young old treasures. 3 years under Master Rayleigh's guidance isn't equivalent to 3 whips from Master Kaido's training. 2 weeks later, a pirate ship flying a Jolly Roger blocked their path. It's the Bone Crusher Pirates. Ruete shouted from the crow's nest. Bone Crusher Hank with a bounty of 9/8 of a zero belly. After landing on the island, Ruete had done his homework, spending 1,000 belly on a dozen wanted posters and intelligence on the more notorious pirates sailing the seas. On the deck, a hulking man, nearly 3 meters tall, grinned savagely, a spiked club resting on his shoulder. Roger. Never heard of him. Hand over your treasure, and I might let you die a quick death. Roger picked his nose. Really, are you taking this one? I don't feel like moving today. Let the kid try. He has been getting awfully full of himself lately, and I'm getting tired of sparring with him. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. Time to see what Ruete can really do. Ruete took a deep breath and walked to the bow. You're sending a mere brat. Is your crew really that desperate? Ha ha. Hank roared with laughter. I'll crush you with one swing. You're far too noisy. Mist Realm Silent Cage. In an instant, dense fog swallowed 100 meters in every direction. Hank suddenly realized his own voice had vanished. He could not even hear the whistle of his spiked club cutting through the air. Worse, a stinging sensation spread across his skin. The mist was seeping into his pores. Damn it. He swung his weapon wildly, but hit nothing. Aya! Hank suddenly dropped to his knees, howling as his eyes and airway burned with fire-like agony. Ruete walked to the bow. His 4-year-old frame looked impossibly small before the giant. Ruete sighed. You know, in manga, small fry like you are nothing but experience points for the protagonist. How does it feel to have sight, hearing, and touch all stripped away? The childish voice drifted through the fog, elusive and eerie. One more thing, the mist pH right now is 0.5. Hank's bloodshot eyes darted wildly, but all he could see was a small dark figure gliding through the blinding white fog. The shadow appeared now at the port side, now at the masthead, like a specter in the mist. Ruete relished the feeling of darting freely through his own domain. His obsession with growing stronger deepened. He would never let his life fall into another's hands. He would stand at the summit of the world. Hank swung his spiked club wildly. You sneaky little brat. Come out. You probably don't know what a pH of 0.5 means. Ruete's voice carried pity. Illiteracy is truly terrifying. All at once, Hank felt a searing pain in his eyes, followed by a scorching heat in his respiratory tract. He fell to his knees in a silent scream. The acidic particles in the mist were corroding his mucous membranes. Aya, a monster. Hank's scream was swallowed by the fog, becoming voiceless despair. When the fog lifted, only bodies remained on the deck. In the distance, a small boat was speeding away. Ruete noticed it, but did not stop it. After all, if everyone died, who would spread the mighty name of Ruete the Great? Roger let out a whistle. This should bump up your bounty, right? Rayleigh nodded in satisfaction. Using a devil fruit ability to compensate for insufficient hockey. Not a bad approach. South Blue Marine Branch 77 base. Captain Grusshorn of the branch strode into the conference room. Around the table, a dozen or more Marine officers snapped to attention and saluted, but every face was unusually grim. Sit down, all of you. Captain Gruss flung the documents onto the table. His metal prosthetic clanged against the surface with an ear-splitting sound. Can anyone tell me? His single eye swept over everyone present. Why a 4-year-old brat managed to annihilate the Bone Crusher Pirates in 3 minutes? This was a pirate crew of only 3. How could a newly formed crew have this kind of strength? Why had I never heard of them before? This is a serious failure of our duty. Major Morris, the intelligence officer, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and opened the file with trembling hands. According to our intelligence operatives, the battle was accompanied by a massive amount of fog. We have temporarily codenamed him Ghost of the Mist. He is suspected to be a Logia-type mist fruit user. Ruete, a member of Roger's crew. He activated the video Den Den Mushi. In the blurry image, a small figure was faintly visible on the mist-shrouded sea. He could tell that the pirates in the image were in extreme agony, while the small figure flickered in and out of the mist. The intelligence officer continued his report. When we went back aboard the Bone Crusher pirate's ship, besides the treasure and food having been carried off, the pirates' eyes, mouths, and noses had all been destroyed by corrosion. The corrosion had already reached the brain, and the most severely damaged organ was the lungs. The threat level must be reassessed. Captain Grusshorn of South Blue Branch 77 slammed the table and roared. Send the report to headquarters immediately. That brat who moves through the mist at will is nothing short of a ghost. A staff officer handed over the newly drawn wanted poster with trembling hands. Crimson mist, take bounty, belly features, black hair, crimson, eyes often accompanied by thick fog, uncanny methods, member of the Roger Pirates. Dead or alive. 3 days later, the Roger Pirates wanted posters drifted across the sea. Huh. Little Ruete, have you seen your wanted poster? Roger slapped his thigh, howling with laughter. Crimson mist. 3 million belly. To have a bounty like that at 4 years old. When you think about it, it's terrifying. Ruete curled his lips, staring at his blurred figure on the wanted poster and the glaring dead or alive line. He could not help complaining. The Marine's photography is terrible. I'm clearly this handsome. Why do they make me look like a vengeful spirit? Can't they take a clear picture of my face? If people on the street don't recognize me, what's the point of a high bounty? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Sounds much better than white mist. Damn right. Ruete said, a little bitter. Crimson mist. It just sounds so badass. Yeah, right. If those Marines ever get caught by me, they'll get more than just a little pain. Ruete glanced at Rogers and Rayleigh's bounties and shrank back. What the? One was 150 million, the other 100 million. Compared to them, his own 3 million seemed acceptable. He had been feeling smug about his bounty when Rogers suddenly leaned in, threw an arm around his neck, and asked with a grin. Kid, when you're killing people, why do you make a point of announcing that PH of yours? Ruete rolled his eyes. Don't ask. Shouting it out makes it cooler. Come on, this is a hot-blooded manga. If you don't yell your technique's name, it just won't get fired up. Roger and Rayleigh did not find Ruete's methods cruel. After all, this was a pirate world, survival of the fittest. Only those willing to use such means deserve to live. Let's see what this era has in store. When you try to kill me, how I kill you is no longer any of your business. Kill you and your fame, status, and wealth all become mine. That is what it means to be a pirate. At dawn, the surface of the South Blue glimmered faintly as the boat swayed gently with the waves. On the deck, a black-haired boy with crimson eyes, Ruete, lay on the boards gasping for breath as he did push-ups. Sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the wooden deck. His arms trembled violently, nearly as limp as noodles. Ruete was tired, truly tired. The last thing he wanted was to train Iron Body. When Rayleigh whipped him, it hurt far too much. 199. 200. Phew. Finally done. Just as he was about to collapse and rest, a big foot suddenly pressed down on his back. Yo, isn't this little Ruete? Who told you to stop? Weren't you saying yesterday that you wanted to roam the sea freely? Ruete raised his head with difficulty, only to see Rayleigh pushing up his glasses and looking down at him. Rayleigh, I'm only 4. What about 4? Weren't you the one asking me the other day, am I going to be a half-baked amateur forever? Besides, Roger told me he chased wild beasts all over the place when he was a kid. That makes him a savage. I'm a normal person. Oh. So you mean you're weaker than Roger? Ruete's mouth twitched. Provocation. I'm a youth of the new era. I've seen through your trick. Old man Rayleigh, who are you looking down on? Rayleigh's mouth twitched. He was only 20 years old, but he had long seen through Ruete's foul mouth. When Ruete needed a favor, Rayleigh was Big Brother Rayleigh. On ordinary days, Uncle Rayleigh. And when picking a fight, Old Man Rayleigh. Good, very good. 200 more. It's not like you'll get tired, so start. Watch closely, old man. A mere 200 is nothing. Seeing Ruete grimacing with pain, Rayleigh left in satisfaction. Finally done, Ruete lay on the deck to rest. Kuaha. Little Ruete, today, I'm teaching you hockey. Roger laughed and clapped Ruete on the shoulder, almost driving him into the deck. Ruete had had enough. Are you two training police dogs? You two are just too idle taking turns like this. Captain, are you sure you want to teach him now? He can't even hold a sword steady. Rayleigh sighed from the side. What does that matter? I think his body is strong enough now. This kid can use all 3 colors of hockey. Before, his body wasn't strong enough to bring it out, but now it should just barely do. Hockey has to be trained from childhood. Ruete rubbed his numb shoulder, both expectant and afraid. He couldn't imagine what monstrous training was waiting for him. First, armament hockey is the most direct reflection of physical strength. Imagine your fist becoming harder than steel. Roger threw a demonstration punch at the deck. Boom. The plank split open, leaving a big hole. Ruete screamed inwardly. Come on, try it. Ruete grabbed Roger's trouser leg and shouted, do you know how expensive it is to repair a ship, you bastard? Don't ask. The answer was that he simply couldn't reach that high. With no other choice, Ruete used some mist to plug the hole. It didn't do much good, but at least it was easier on the eyes. Relax, we'll have a ship of our own someday. All right, you give it a try. Ruete took a deep breath, imitated Roger's movement, covered his palm with armament hockey, and threw a punch. Smack. His hand swelled. SSS. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Roger roared with laughter. Not bad. Again. Ruete bared his shark teeth. Again. Don't think I didn't notice that you used armament hockey on the exact deck plank I hit. Roger adjusted his straw hat. Area, you caught me. Of course. Until you can punch through the plank. This was just like Garp training his grandson. Don't tell me you taught him that method, you bastard. Compared with Roger's rough methods, Rayleigh's training was more systematic, yet no less demanding. Day after day passed in that wild, yet disciplined life. Coo. Swoosh. The blazing sun scorched the beach as waves crashed against the rocks. Roger stood at the bow and shouted excitedly, "Hey, Rayleigh. There's an island ahead. Let's go check it out." Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and answered calmly, "Captain, our supplies are still enough, so there's no need to waste time. Besides, we're saving up for a new ship. We can't spend money carelessly." Kuaha. How can adventure be called wasting time? Roger laughed and jumped off the ship. Who knows? Maybe there's treasure on that island. If worst comes to worst, we can catch some fellow pirates and turn them in for bounty money. Ruete leaned over the ship's rail and said weakly, "Captain, you said the same thing last time, and all we found was a nest of biting crabs. Though they did taste pretty good. This time is different." Roger patted his chest with great confidence, then picked Ruete up and tucked him under his arm. "Let's go. I'll show you what a real adventure is." Adventure is all the more fun this way, isn't it? Ruete struggled in vain and resigned himself to being dragged onto the island. The three crossed the dense jungle with Roger in front, cutting through the obstructing vines with his sword. Suddenly he stopped and twitched his nose. I smell roast meat." Rayleigh frowned. How could anyone live on a deserted island like this? Ruete's observation Hockey vaguely sensed a living presence ahead, but the other person seemed to be deliberately concealing his presence, making it flicker uncertainly. "Let's go take a look." Roger charged ahead eagerly. Pushing through a thicket, they saw a campfire burning in a clearing with some unknown beast roasting over it. A black-haired man sat beside the fire wearing sunglasses and two short axes at his waist. He was leisurely chewing on roast meat, seemingly not at all surprised by the appearance of the three. "Yo, were you three washed up here by the current too?" The man lifted his head and grinned. Roger's eyes lit up. "Are you a pirate too? I can feel that your strength is far from ordinary. We might get along very well." The man shrugged. "Kind of. I'm Sping Jabba. I hitched a ride on a merchant ship, ran into a shipwreck, and drifted here." Rayleigh studied him with sharp eyes. "Your presence doesn't feel like a weakling's." Jabba smiled without denying it. "What about you three? You don't look like ordinary people either. I've never seen pirates who carry a little kid along." Roger howled with laughter, sat down by the fire, grabbed a piece of roast meat, and bit into it. "I'm Gold. Roger. These are my crewmates, Rayleigh and Ruete. We're pirates." Jabba raised an eyebrow. "Pirates? Just the three of you? The sea is dangerous." Ruete couldn't help cutting in. "Don't judge us by our numbers. We're really strong." Ruete knew these were the future pirate king's right-hand men, Rayleigh and Jabba. Ruete seldom admired anyone, but he genuinely admired brother Jabba. Jabba looked at Ruete with interest. "Kid, how old are you?" 4, 5. Ruete's forehead bulged with a vein. He had ignored the kid comment earlier. "What's wrong with 4? I'm the Crimson Mist. Don't you read wanted posters?" Jabba froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Interesting. This is the first time I've met such a young pirate." Roger chewed his meat and said indistinctly, "Jabba, want to join us?" Jabba wiped his mouth, a flicker of interest passing through his eyes. "What's your goal?" Roger swallowed the meat, stood up, and pointed heroically at the sky. "To become the freest man on this sea." Jabba was silent for a moment, then suddenly roared with laughter. "All right. For that one line I'm in." That fired Ruete up. So this was Gold. Roger the sea's charming devil. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Welcome aboard." Watching the three of them drink, Ruete felt an overwhelming sense of security. Morning sunlight spilled across the deck, seagull cries, and the slap of waves weaving together. Ruete lay sprawled on the deck, turned over like a salted fish, and muttered, 5 more minutes. Bang! A foot stamped down without mercy on his stomach. "Get up and train, kid." Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. Ruete clutched his stomach and howled, "Old man Rayleigh. If I'm not up and training now, it's all your fault. Yesterday, I was killing myself to finish your training tasks. You're really turning me into your daily drill, aren't you?" "Oh." Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. "I never knew you had such good recovery. Come on. Maybe you really can save the world at 4 years old." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked. Ruete gritted his teeth and bounced up in an instant. "I'm up. You said it. Now I'm fired up." After training ended, Ruete collapsed on the deck like a sun-dried salted fish. Luo Jie walked over, crouched beside him, and asked with a grin, "How is it?" "Tired." Ruete rolled his eyes. "Captain, what do you think? You two take turns torturing me. I suspect you're just too bored." Luo Jie roared with laughter. "How could that be? We're grooming a future great pirate. Only with strength can you roam the sea, kid." "Grooming?" Ruete's mouth twitched. "You're clearly playing a raising sim." "A raising sim?" Luo Jie tilted his head. "What's that?" "Never mind." Ruete sighed. "I can't explain it to you." Ruete sometimes felt he was being overly dramatic. One-on-one coaching from the world's top pirate crew, the pressure was explosive. He didn't feel tired, but physical fatigue accumulated, and it truly was hard to bear. He stopped dwelling on it. He was still young and had plenty of time to grow stronger. This was a hot-blooded shonen manga after all. It wasn't as if Rue Te had a bitter enemy who slaughtered his entire family, or the melodramatic rebirth novel plot, where his wife backstabs him and runs off with his best friend. He shook the fanciful thoughts out of his head. When Rue Te had nothing to do, he liked to find something to do. Hey brother Jabba, come fight me. Rue Te stood at the stern, hands in his pockets, black hair blown into disarray by the sea wind, his crimson eyes gleaming with an eager, challenging light. Rue Te thought to himself, Uncle Jabba, hand over your left-hand position. Today I, Rue Te, am going to take your place. Today the left hand, tomorrow the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. Jabba was wiping his twin axes. He looked up at the words and grinned. You sure, kid. A 3 million bounty at such a young age. I won't go easy on you just because you're a kid. Just what I want. Rue Te's lips curved upward. Perfect chance to test the move I just developed. Luo Jie sat cross-legged on the mast and shouted with great interest, Kua, wanna make a bet, Layli? Who do you think will win? Layli pushed up his glasses. 3-7 split. In 3 minutes Rue Te flies 7 times. Then I bet on Jabba. Luo Jie said with a grin, popping a peanut into his mouth. Hey, Luo Jie, Layli, what do you mean? Rue Te bristled. I was trained by you too. If I can't win, aren't you the ones losing face? Nope. If you're weak, that's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Luo Jie smiled, clearly teasing Rue Te. Jabba stood up. Ready, kid. Let the battle begin. Rue Te struck, first waving both hands. Mist whirled soundless cage. Dense fog instantly engulfed the entire ship, visibility plummeting to 0. Jabba's figure was completely swallowed by the white mist. Even his footsteps were absorbed by the fog. The silence was terrifying, interfering with sight and hearing. Jabba stood where he was and narrowed his eyes slightly. Not a bad tactic, but useless against an old hand. He suddenly crouched low and swung both fists in a cross. Clang. A metallic crash exploded. Rue Te's wooden sword coated in armament hockey was blocked with pinpoint precision. Wah! Rue Te's pupils contracted. He hastily jumped back to create distance. How did you see through it? Jabba flashed a grin. Instinct. TCH observation hockey. Rue Te gritted his teeth. No, you weren't even seriously using hockey. After all these years at sea, it's not just hockey that keeps me alive. Jabba laughed, then suddenly rushed forward in a single stride, his axe blade splitting the air as it slashed down. Rue Te quickly turned into mist, scattering and condensing again as he narrowly dodged. Don't dodge, kid. Jabba's attack did not let up. His fists chopped down like a howling storm, forcing Rue Te to retreat. Mist concealment mirage tower. Rue Te barked. In the mist, 7 clones suddenly split apart and charged Jabba from different directions. Jabba's axe momentum halted as his gaze swept around. Illusions. Guess which one is real? All 7 Rue Te copies spoke at once, their voices overlapping and echoing. Jabba snorted coldly. He closed his eyes abruptly, his ears twitching. Third from the left. Bam! The flat of the axe slammed into the real body. Rue Te let out a muffled groan and flew backward, every illusion dissipating. Damn it! How did you find me? Rue Te clutched his shoulder and climbed to his feet. What the hell? You're not even pretending to struggle, are you? Jabba shook out his arm and laughed. Mist can disrupt vision, but your breathing rhythm gives you away. You're the one who has to breathe. I can't help that. If you could hide your breathing and heartbeat too, that really would be troublesome. Rue Te gnashed his teeth. Then try this. Mist erosion, acid mist domain. The moment the mist touched Jabba's skin, a faint burning sensation spread. Corrosion. Jabba frowned and quickly covered his arms with armament hockey. Kid, that's a pretty underhanded move. On the battlefield, no one cares if it's underhanded. Rue Te grinned, then suddenly pressed his palms together. Mist burst, high-pressure cutting. Shoo! The mist instantly compressed into countless hair-thin blade threads that converged on Jabba from every direction. Jabba's eye sharpened. He seized the twin axes from his waist and roared, raging axe tornado. Boom! A violent storm of axe wind exploded outward from him, forcibly scattering every mist blade. All the mist on the deck was blown away and sunlight poured down again. Rue Te panted heavily, one knee on the deck. Even that works. Jabba walked over with his axe on his shoulder and reached out to ruffle Rue Te's hair. Not bad, kid. You almost got me. Rue Te slumped to the deck and pouted. In the end, I still lost pretty badly. At least we could have gone 2 more exchanges. Ha ha ha. Don't be discouraged. Luo Jie jumped down and wrapped his arms around both of them. Jabba is a monster who can trade blows with Layli. You forcing him to use his weapons is already amazing. Rue Te naturally wasn't discouraged. Losing was normal. He mainly wanted to see what he was still lacking. This battle revealed his most fundamental problem. He had no strong attacking move. With Mist Concealment Mirage Tower, he still couldn't fully hide his presence, and its killing power couldn't turn a fight, at least until he found a more vicious poison or a stronger corrosive. Rue Te's current style had superb AoE, but was weak in one-on-one combat. Once an opponent's armament and observation hockey far surpassed his, all Rue Te could do was stare helplessly. At lunchtime, Jabba fished a few fish out of the sea, cleaned them with practiced skill, and set them over the fire to roast. Rue Te sidled over, staring at the fish with eager eyes. Brother Jabba, you've got some real skill. None of the three on the ship knew how to cook. Roasting it until it was done was already the limit. Xiaoba grinned. Of course. Back when I drifted at sea, anyone who couldn't cook would have starved long ago. Luo Jie came over drawn by the aroma and reached out to grab a fish. Kuhaha. Let me try it first. Smack. Xiaoba wrapped his hand with a chopstick. It's not cooked yet. What's the rush? Luo Jie pulled his hand back with a wronged look. Xiaoba, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Xiaoba rolled his eyes. Cut that out. Besides, we've only known each other for 2 days. Rue Te snickered on the side, only to be scooped up by Luo Jie. Kid, what are you laughing at? Go get the wine from the storeroom. Rue Te struggled. I'm only 4. You want me to get wine? Shouldn't you be taking care of a little kid? Lei Li calmly landed the final blow. Since when do pirates need the law? At night the 4 sat on the deck, a brilliant starry sky overhead. Luo Jie raised his wine bottle and shouted drunkenly to freedom. To adventure. Cheers. Cheers. Jia Ba and Lei Li clinked glasses with smiles. Rue Te hugged his juice cup and muttered, a bunch of drunks. Luo Jie flung an arm around him and asked with bleary drunken eyes, Kid, what's your dream? Rue Te thought for a moment then grinned. I'm going to be the person in this world who can go wherever he wants. Wherever I go they'll have to show me respect. Luo Jie was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing and ruffled his hair hard. Good. That's what I call ambition. Kid, that's not how you hold a sword. Roger planted his hands on his hips, looking helplessly at Rhett. Rhett was clutching a broad-bladed wooden greatsword nearly as tall as he was, its tip scraping along the ground with a harsh grating sound. But I think greatswords look awesome. Rhett muttered defiantly. 1 swing, and I can split the enemy and their ship in 2. Rhett felt a real man should wield a greatsword. Roger pressed a hand to his forehead. You're only 4. With a sword that big, are you trying to fling yourself away? Rayleigh was leisurely drinking to the side and chimed in with a cutting remark. That demands an extraordinary physique, kid. If you want to use a heavy greatsword, your strength training will need to double. Roger. Gabon laughed heartily. Let him try. If he falls, he's the one who'll hurt. 1 swing, and he'll send himself flying. Huh. Rhett glared at Gabon. Brother Gabon, just you wait. Once I've mastered it, I'll cut you down first. Fine, I'll wait. Gabon grinned and patted the twin axes at his waist. First you need a steady grip. Roger handed his own saber to Rhett. Try this. Rhett took the sword, gave it a few experimental swings and frowned. Too light. No feel. Roger sighed. You can't even make a basic swing, and you already want a greatsword? Rhett pouted. But greatswords have presence. Look at those legendary sword masters. Aren't they all carrying giant blades and sweeping through armies? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Most of those legendary sword masters you mentioned, you made them up yourself, didn't you? Every great sword master has a named blade of their own, and none of those famous swords seem to be heavy greatswords. Rhett. Roger said helplessly. Fine. Then we'll start from the very basics. 1,000 sword swings. Rhett. None of that mattered much. 2 years passed just like that. What mattered was that the Roger Pirates had 4 members, but still no ship of their own. That wouldn't do. Rhett spent months practicing slashes with his wooden sword. The crew robbed pirates and marines alike, killing every pirate and handling the marines case by case, leaving not a single treasure behind. 6-year-old Rhett volunteered for battle. Captain, that ship seems like a perfect new target. Rhett leaned against the ship's rail, mist curling around his fingertips, his crimson eyes calmly sweeping across the pirate ship. In the distance that flew a Jolly Roger. The Blood Axe Pirates. Combined bounty 47 million berries. Roger slapped the helm, laughing loudly. Kuhaha. Little Red is starting to look like a real pirate. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. That calculation is precise. This bounty will just complete the funds we need for a ship. Since we're buying a ship of our own, we should buy the best. 200 million should be enough. Gabon grinned, the edge of his axe reflecting a cold gleam. Finally some worthy prey. Rhett calmly adjusted his cuffs, white mist swirling around him. Should I start laying down the mist? No, the other 3 said in unison. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Huh, why? On what grounds? Roger threw an arm around his shoulder. Kid, today we're putting your swordsmanship to the test. Rayleigh added with a smile. Let's see how strong the mist ghost is without his ability. You've deliberately avoided relying on elementalization. So now try using no devil fruit power at all, and let's see what your real strength looks like. Gabon swung his axe. If you perform too badly. Understood. 500 extra push-ups. Rhett elegantly drew his large wooden sword armament hockey coiling around the blade before fading. Watch closely, everyone. I'm about to put on a show. As their small boat drew close, the underlings of the Blood Axe Pirates burst into jeering laughter. For people dare to rob us. And there's a brat dressed like a noble. With his long black hair and white robes enhanced by the misty water effects of the mist fruit, he looked utterly ethereal, and Rhett loved it. Stepping lightly onto the enemy ship over the mist, he spun the wooden sword in one hand with a beautiful flourish. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to correct 2 points. The sword tip stopped 3 inches before a pirate's nose. First, we're here to collect bounties. Second, he sidestepped the slashing curved blade and struck the attacker's throat precisely with his wooden sword. Dressing well doesn't mean I can't send you all to hell. The pirate's weapon clattered to the deck. Your observation hockey has improved quite a bit, Rayleigh praised amid the melee. Rhett's lips curled slightly. He roamed the deck with mist-like footwork, each sword swing carrying streams of wind and power. When 3 pirates lunged at him at once, he suddenly dropped low his wooden sword, tracing a crescent arc. Mist Moon 3-star chain. The 3 pirates clutched their throats and dropped to their knees. Beautiful, Gabon said. But the moves are too flashy. You don't get it. The point is looking cool. Rhett chuckled, then his expression suddenly sharpened. He swung his wooden sword into a horizontal block, clang, stopping a giant axe that came at him from behind. The Blood Axe captain's twisted face loomed close. You little brat. Shoo. Rhett pressed a finger to his lips, a crimson light flashing through his eyes. You're too loud. Had this been any other time, the mist would already have spread around the Blood Axe captain and begun corroding him. But with his captain forbidding it, there was no choice. Coating his wooden sword in armament hockey, Rhett delivered a straight horizontal slash. That blow used no technique whatsoever. It was pure strength and exhibition of brutal aesthetics. The Blood Axe captain's axe snapped, and the massive man crashed down, head severed from body. Rhett had already withdrawn his sword and stepped back, brushing non-existent dust from his clothes. Rhett felt fantastic today. The best part was how thoroughly he had enjoyed showing off. Imagine the 3 future top dogs of the world's greatest pirate crew watching you strut. It simply didn't get better than that. Gabon was counting berries when he suddenly looked up. The money's finally enough. Hooray. Rhett was still striking a pose at the bow when he heard the money was enough. He scurried over. Finally, they could have a ship of their own. The ships they'd captured either smelled strange or were falling apart. Rhett truly couldn't stand it anymore. At a marine branch in the South Blue, Captain Gruss stared at the newest bounty posters from headquarters, veins bulging on his forehead. Straw Hat Roger. Bounty 0 berries. Dark King Rayleigh. Bounty 15 berries. Axe Emperor Gabon. Bounty 9 0 berries. Crimson Mist Red. Bounty 5 berries. These lunatics. Gruss slapped the bounty posters onto the desk. 3 bounty increases in just 3 months. Just how many pirate crews and warships have they plundered? A staff officer answered tremblingly, our report, Captain. 17 have been confirmed. Never mind. Headquarters has already sent a Commodore. They won't be able to run much longer. Keep them in sight. Don't lose them. The world's largest newspaper company, Morgan's, of the Bird Fruit Model Seagull, cried out, big news. Big news. Is this sea about to have a king of its own? You never know which arrives first, a new ship or Garp. At this moment, Garp is a contemporary of Rayleigh in the full vigor of his prime, having already attained the rank of Commodore. But do not be mistaken, Commodore hardly means weak. This is a man who remains formidable even in old age. And can Garp's Vice Admiral rank truly be uttered in the same breath as an ordinary Vice Admiral's? Answer me this. This is the man who chased Roger all over the sea when he was young. Roger stood at the bow of the captured battleship, docking at an island to rest. Kumaha. Rayleigh, isn't this ship grand enough? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. Captain, a marine warship is naturally a cut above. Gabon was prying open a wine cask in the hold with his axe. Forget it. Let's throw a banquet first and talk later. Root came running over, a sly grin on his face. We've got trouble. The Marines have sent a Commodore to chase us down. The deck went dead silent for a moment. Roger picked his ear. What's this Commodore's name? Garp. They say a single punch from him can sink an island. Root could hardly deny his excitement. Garp ran through every chapter of Roger's life. Roger runs, Garp gives chase, and not even wings could carry the prey to safety. Now this was a front row seat to history. An astonishingly fast warship came cleaving through the waves, the doghead figurehead at the prow glinting in the sun. That's... Gabon narrowed his eyes. The hairs on the back of Root's neck suddenly stood on end. Why? This ship's oppressive presence is so strong. The little man inside Root's heart shrieked at the top of his lungs. Here they come, here they come. The Pirate King and the Navy's hero. The first epic-defining meeting, witnessed by none other than yours truly, Root. Root's inner theater, a frenzy of messages floods his mind. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. A real breathing young Garp. Those muscles. That doghead ship. That nose-picking pose. A scene that even Chapter 0 of the One Piece manga wouldn't dare to draw. And I get to see it firsthand. Wakaka. An image suddenly flashed before Root's eyes, Garp charging a raisin gun in his palm and shouting Roger's name. Roger, holding a Chidori in his hand and shouting Garp's. The secret that simply has to be told between Uzumaki Garp and Uchiha Roger. Just as Root was lost in his wild fantasy, he heard his captain call him. Little Root, why aren't you kicking up a fuss to go first today? That's not like you at all. I might be a little under the weather, Captain. You go ahead. Root scratched his head, faking a stomachache. Me? Take out Garp. Are you saying a child like me should take out Garp, the future hero of the Marines, in his prime? Do I look like an idiot? Kuhaha. Little Root has a stomachache. Roger bellowed with laughter ruffling Root's hair. Don't tell me you're scared. A vein bulged on Root's forehead. Who scared? I'm just strategically conserving my strength. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. Oh. Then who was it who shouted yesterday, I'll take on 10 Marine Vice Admirals, all by myself? That's different. Root stamped his foot. But that's Gar. Before his words faded, the sound of cannonballs tearing through the air came from afar. All 4 of them looked up at the same time. 3 pitch-black cannonballs were flying their way in a triangular formation. Root recognized it in an instant. This had to be Garp's signature move of throwing cannonballs by hand. Yet Roger suddenly lifted Root high above his head. Little Root, time to show them your strategy. Wait. Roger, what are you? Crap. Before Root could even react, he was hurled toward the cannonballs by his own captain like a baseball from a pitcher's hand. Flailing in midair, he instinctively shrouded his entire body in mist. Drawing his wooden sword midair, he coated it in armament hockey. Cut, boom. The 3 cannonballs detonated one after another inside the fog. Root was sent flying by the shockwave and slammed into the beach like a meteor, leaving only his 2 calves sticking up out of the sand twitching. Cough. I hate you bastard, Roger. A muffled curse drifted out from the sand mound. Nicely done. Roger gave a thumbs up. By this point the warship had already pulled up to shore. A brawny man draped in a marine greatcoat descended from the sky, via moonwalk, his justice cloak snapping in the wind. Gold. Roger. Garp clenched his fists until his knuckles crackled. I am Garp and I'll bring you all to justice. He then noticed the human-shaped creature squirming in the sand. Root had just struggled to pull his head free from the sand, and found himself staring straight into Garp's eyes. The air suddenly fell dead silent. Garp stared back, eyes wide. Are pirate crews hiring child laborers these days? You're the child laborer. Your whole family are child laborers. Root sprang up, coated in sand. I'm Crimson Mist, worth 50 million berries. You came chasing down the Roger Pirates and you don't even recognize who's in the crew. Are you looking down on me, you bastard? Garp's expression went from shock to confusion, then settled on a kind of unearthly delight. Interesting. Hey kid, want to become a Marine? Room and board included plus. No. Root answered without a moment's hesitation. Garp scratched his head. Oh, you don't want to? Too bad. Garp abruptly snapped out of it. I came here to make arrests after all. Taking you back to be a Marine works just as well. Iron Fist Meteor. Root was stunned. Wait bro, back in your day if someone said no you just take them by force. Oh my god. A pitch-black armament hockey fist came smashing toward him with a splitting sound. Root was so scared his hair stood on end, and he instantly elementalized and scattered into mist. Mist release art of playing dead. From within the fog came Root's shout, Uncle Rayleigh, save me. This geezer's playing for keeps. Rayleigh let out a helpless sigh, drew his sword, and blocked Garp. Captain, our little rascal's mouth is as sharp as ever. Roger, however, laughed until he slapped his thigh. Now there's some fighting spirit. Garp's fist suddenly veered off course and smashed toward Roger, who was watching the excitement. I'll take out the scoundrel who corrupts the young first. Divine departure. The shockwave of their colliding figures tore up half the beach. Root took the chance to roll over to Gabon's feet. Big bro Gabon. Use your invincible twin axes to come up with something. Gabon held a cigarette between his lips, utterly calm. What's there to be afraid of? You're a Logia. But that's Garp. Root waved his arms frantically. He beats Logia users like he's beating his own sons. For him, clobbering me is just child's play. As if to prove his point, Garp's laughter boomed from afar. The kid is right. With his bare hands, Garp caught the sword beam Rayleigh had slashed out and hurled it back toward Roger in the sky like a boomerang. Root, that's cheating. Since when can sword beams be caught and thrown back? They're not even trying to keep up the act anymore. Root dropped into a defensive crouch, hands locked over his head. We're doomed. This old geezer has activated his cheats. Gabon suddenly hauled Root up by the back of his collar. Come, I'll take you to a nice place. 10 minutes later, inside the galley of the Marine warship. This is the nice place you mentioned. Root wrapped his arms around an entire roast turkey, utterly dumbfounded. Gabon had already pried open the wine cask. A full belly gives you strength to run. The cabin suddenly lurched violently, sending dust drifting down from the ceiling. Faintly, Garp's roar could be heard. Roger. You'll pay for the mast of my warship. Root paused, a drumstick halfway to his mouth. Maybe we should go help. Relax. Gabon poured him a glass of juice. There's no way our captain loses that easily. Makes sense. Once the two had eaten their fill, they moved the downed Marines out of the way. Don't get the wrong idea. Root hadn't killed anyone. Every last one had been knocked unconscious by Conqueror's hockey. At this point in time, Garp's ship had no truly powerful fighters aboard. It could be said that Garp's combat strength stood at a sheer cliff, an insurmountable gap. In the years to come, when Garp held the rank of Vice Admiral with Bogart on his ship and the hot-blooded young Kazan at his side, such a battle would be far harder to win. Once they had eaten their fill, they stripped Garp's warship bare and set sail. Garp naturally saw Roger's ship slipping away, but with Rayleigh and Roger blocking him together, sending the other Marines to stop them would only throw their lives away. Even Garp hadn't expected a newborn pirate crew to wield such strength. Roger seized the perfect moment, divine departure. The three were blasted apart, and Rayleigh and Roger rode the recoil to leap back aboard their ship. Garp, of course, wasn't about to let them flee like that. Roger swung his second divine departure, splitting the sea itself. The waves surged and Garp's warship pitched violently on the verge of capsizing. The sailors on deck had long since been knocked unconscious by Wright and Gabon. Garp rushed back to his own deck and steadied the ship, watching Roger's vessel shrink into the distance. He shouted at the receding figures, "I'll capture you yet, Roger Pirates." Roger roared with laughter, "I'll be waiting for you, Garp." After shaking off Garp, they sailed on for a while longer. But the ship they had seized was already old and worn to begin with, and the shock waves of battle crashing over it. even without a single direct hit, had left it nearly ready to fall apart. Captain, at this rate, we'll be swimming to water 7 before we ever reach it. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and studied the water seeping through the cracks in the deck. Roger laughed heartily. No problem. Right, lend a hand with your ability. Right sighed and swept his hands through the air, misty sea, floating platform. His devil fruit ability was just like glue filling in whatever gaps it found. Dense fog rose from beneath the hull, and the sea current calmed under its guidance. The ship actually picked up quite a bit of speed. Gabon let out a whistle. Kid, not a bad move. Wright raised his chin smugly. Of course. Without me, this crew would have capsized long ago. Who'd have thought a move I invented back when I first set sail would end up in use this often? At that moment, Wright found himself desperately missing the Oro Jackson. In a hushed, salesman-like voice, sleek, dark crimson hull, a keel of treasure tree atom, deep red accents. Understated yet refined. What are you waiting for? Come to Water 7 and place your order with Master Tom today. Roger scooped him up with a laugh. Kaha. Guess we'll have to find a professional to fix the ship. Then let's try our luck at Water 7. When this pirate ship, with its marine sails and patch-covered hull, sailed into the port of Water 7, the entire city was stunned. That's a marine battleship, isn't it? Why are they having a banquet on deck? And that straw hat guy, could he be Roger, the one with the 200 million belly bounty? Roger jumped off the ship and took a deep breath. The scent of the shipbuilding city. Rayleigh meanwhile silently counted the belly in his wallet. Hopefully they won't charge too much. Hey, repair kid, who's the most skilled shipwright in this town? At first the young shipwright was still quite nervous, but when asked who the greatest shipwright was, that'd be Master Tom. He's the pride of our Water 7. Shipbuilding in Water 7 had never been confined to any one person. It was a long-standing custom, so the young shipwright wasn't afraid of getting Tom into trouble. Being commissioned to build a ship was the highest honor a shipwright could ask for. A ship was the very foundation of a voyage, and to name a specific builder was to place your life into their hands. At the entrance to Tom's workshop, the fishman Tom stood with a cigar clenched between his teeth, thick arms crossed over his chest, sizing up these uninvited guests. You're the ones who stole a Navy ship. Old brats, aren't you? Tom's voice was low and guttural, tinged with appraisal. Roger grinned and scratched his head without a care. We'd prefer to call it borrowing. I hear you can build the world's greatest ship. Tom narrowed his eyes and blew out a ring of smoke. Humph. A ship whose name resonates across the world. Well, that depends on whether you're worthy of it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tom threw a punch at Roger, fist whistling through the air with terrifying force. Yet Roger merely sidestepped, dodging with easy grace, that carefree grin still fixed on his face. Oh, a damn fine reaction. Tom grinned, baring his sharp teeth, and followed up with another sweeping strike. Roger laughed as he leaped away, and the two chased each other through the shipyard, sawdust flying. The shipwrights set down their tools one after another, gaping at the impromptu interview. Easy, easy, Master Tom. We've come in good faith to commission a ship. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and sighed helplessly. Will 200 million belly be enough for you? Let's talk. If you want Tom to build your ship, you have to show me what you're made of. Tom roared and hurled himself at Roger again. Wright stood off to one side, his cheek twitching. What a bizarre way to run an interview. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of chasing, Tom stopped panting. He wiped the sweat from his brow and laughed loudly. Not bad. I like you a hell of a lot, boy. Roger stopped as well, grinning as he held out his hand. Then, our ship. Tom grunted, cigar clamped between his teeth, and turned to walk deeper into the workshop. Come with me, you brats. Let me show you my greatest design. But the moment he finished speaking, Tom fixed Roger with a fierce gaze. My ship will be legendary. You won't waste it, will you, boy? Roger dropped his easygoing grin and promised Tom gravely, rest assured. I'll make this ship's name resound across the whole sea. Ha ha ha. This ship won't come cheap, but 200 million should just about cover it. Inside the enormous shipyard, several half-finished vessels were moored with timber tools and blueprints scattered about. Tom walked up to a giant blueprint and tapped the design. This is the legendary ship I've been designing. Name yet to be determined. She will be the sturdiest ship in the world. Her keel will be carved from a single piece of treasure tree atom. You'll have to secure that yourselves. And without treasure tree atom, the rest of the hull won't have the support it needs. Nor would she deserve to be called the sturdiest ship. Wright's eyes flew wide. Oro Jackson. Inwardly, holy hell. Isn't that the future Pirate King's ride? Roger eagerly leaned in, amazing. When can she be finished? Tom shot him a look. What's the rush? Shipbuilding is no child's play. Besides, I don't have the treasure tree atom yet. You'll have to find a way to get it. Find me the materials I need, and I'll build her for free. Wright's eyes bulged. For free? He had known that Tom had built the Oro Jackson, but he had never imagined that Tom had built it for free. The sea succubus's charm was still working its magic. Tom roared with laughter. What's there to be surprised about? Building her, and letting her name sweep the seas, is my dream. I know the Roger Pirates. You don't kill the innocent, and you have a code of honor. Sometimes you really don't seem like pirates at all. Tom's old habit flared up again. He grabbed the hem of Wright's shirt. You got that, boy. Wright swallowed hard. Got it, Uncle Tom. Before the Roger Pirates lay two choices: pay out of their own pockets for an ordinary ship, or find a piece of treasure tree atom large enough to make a keel and get the Oro Jackson for free. Thompson brought word that this shipment of celestial gold included a treasure tree atom trunk long enough for a keel. Whether the Roger Pirates had the nerve to take it was another matter. No sooner said than done. Sometimes Root had to admit that the way of heaven truly existed. Everyone said the sea's weather was capricious, especially in the New World. When the celestial gold ship sailed into that stretch of sea, a dense fog rolled in. On the small boat, shrouded in mist, for people held their breath. Rayleigh lowered the telescope. The lens reflected the deck of the warship. All of the men wore pure white uniforms, yet none of them stood guard with any real discipline. Instead, they gathered in twos and threes, chatting and watching the show. More than a dozen bruised and bloodied figures huddled inside iron cages, their ankle shackles worn down to gleaming bone. On the deck, where blood had not yet dried, a Marine smeared fresh gore with the sole of his boot while humming a tune. From the ship's deck came the crack of whips. The celestial dragons cared nothing for whether their slaves lived or died, and as long as the celestial dragons did not ask for a slave by name, the Marines could not have cared less. It was all just the schemes of nobles desperately hoping to curry favor with the dragons. A slave's fingernail was ripped out with iron pliers. A Marine officer laughed as he poured salt water into the wound. Captain, Rayleigh turned to Roger. If we stick to the plan and only take the treasure tree atom, these people might live. His eyes held a killing intent he could not hide. Originally, Roger and the others had planned to seize the treasure tree atom, leave behind the name of the Roger Pirates, and secretly transport the log back to Water 7, drawing the world government's fury onto themselves. Protected by the Marines, those people would most likely survive. Then again, no Marine with a true sense of justice would ever be willing to escort celestial gold. Watching those slaves wail and beg for mercy, their resolve would undoubtedly waver. That was why the Marines never sent their future to do this kind of work. Most of the men aboard were exactly like those just seen, completely corrupt. They no longer deserved to be called Marines. What difference was there between them and pirates? Watching this, the shadow of the straw hat hid Roger's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Shing. Roger suddenly drew his saber, and the blade reflected his eyes, utterly devoid of mirth. Kill. Not one left alive. Rayleigh gave a slight nod, a cold glint flashing across his lenses. Gabon, clear the deck. You can do that, can't you? Fury had already been blazing in Gabon's eyes. I've been waiting for this. Root took a deep breath, and his mist began to meld with the surrounding fog. A very wise decision, Captain. Roger pressed down on Root's head, his voice as soft as a sigh. Kid, remember this. There are some sins even the sea cannot wash clean. Strange. Why did it suddenly get so foggy? A Marine frowned and waved his hand at the mist in front of him. The fog grew thicker, and its color began to deepen. Something's wrong. The fog is poisonous. Someone covered his mouth and nose, but it was already too late. The soldiers fell one after another, eyelids heavy, limbs numb. Once the poison took them, there was basically no way out. All they could do was lie on the ground and feel their bodies being eaten away by the corrosion. The communication, din mushy, were corroded by the fog. Every last one of them died. Mist prison, silent cage. Root stood on the small boat in the distance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. From here on, the battle was beyond what he could join, and he knew his own strength well enough. In 800 years, no one had ever hijacked celestial gold. You scum really have grown too complacent. Visibility was less than 3 meters. The Marines and World Government CP0 agents charged around the deck like headless flies. Random gunfire blasted and frantic curses rose one after another. Hold formation, back to back. A Marine captain had just shouted the order when he felt a chill at the back of his neck. Gabon's figure loomed in and out of the fog, his twin axes tracing a graceful arc of death. Whoever speaks first dies first. Over there. 20 musketeers fired at once, but the bullets pierced an afterimage. Gabon suddenly appeared in their midst, twin axes crossed in an X. Blood burst into bloom. As the last musketeer fell, Gabon put away his weapons. I was getting all serious for this, and I had Root make me a phantom. What a bunch of garbage. The lead agent raised his hand in a signal, and the 5 operatives immediately spread out, forming a back-to-back defensive formation. Their observation hockey blazed at full strength, straining to capture the slightest movement. Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates. A low voice came from beneath the mask. I didn't expect to meet you here. There was no answer. Only the rustling of flowing fog, like the whisper of a grim reaper. Suddenly, the agent on the far right went rigid. An extremely thin line of blood appeared across his throat. His eyes flew wide, and before he could make a sound, he crashed to the ground. Damn it. Where is he? The remaining 4 tightened their formation, but the next instant another dark figure flashed past. The second agent's arms were cut off cleanly at the shoulders, blood splattering over his partner's mask. He staggered backward and collided with Rayleigh, who had appeared behind him at some unknown moment. You're too slow. Before the words died away, Rayleigh's short blade had already pierced the third agent's heart. At the same time, a backhanded knife-hand strike landed precisely on the fourth man's carotid artery. The last CP0 agent finally managed to see Rayleigh's movement, but it was far too late. Rayleigh's sword tip-tapped lightly between his brows, and a single drop of blood slowly slid down. Being recognized by garbage like you is a humiliation. Crack. The mask shattered, and the agent fell onto his back. Roger's figure sprang into midair, black-red conqueror's hockey lightning coiling around his saber ace. Divine departure. Viamlum. A dazzling blade light tore across the sky. Where the edge past the braces holding the treasure tree atom snapped in silence, and the colossal log slid toward the sea, sending up towering waves. The slash's shockwaves swept the deck. Every marine soldier's eardrums burst, blood streaming from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths, as they collapsed, without even time to scream. Under the pressure of Conqueror's hockey, the treasure tree atom let out an overburdened groan. The hull that carried the celestial gold began to sink slowly as seawater surged madly into the cracks. Roger's mouth curled slightly. He turned his blade and Conqueror's hockey gathered once again. How about another slash? Boom. The second slash fell. The entire warship split apart, and the sea was carved into a chasm like an abyss that did not close for a long time. Since the garbage had been dealt with, everyone was in a much better mood. We've captured the treasure tree atom. As Roger and the others brought the treasure tree atom back to Water 7, they slipped in through the secret harbor Tom had kept, went straight into Tom's workshop, and the colossal trunk nearly filled the entire space. Tom rushed over at once when he got the news. The moment he saw the untouched treasure tree atom radiating an ancient aura, he stood completely frozen. Roger laughed loudly. Not bad at Tom. Tom's eyes flew wide, blazing with heat, as he simply ignored Roger. He hurried forward, carefully stroking the rough, yet resilient grain of the treasure tree atom, and pressed his cheek right against it. Who's the sturdiest little baby? Tom rubbed his cheek against it back and forth, back and forth. Who's the sturdiest keel? Tom rubbed. Tom, stop rubbing. You'll rub your face raw. Rhett could not stand it anymore. Tom's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably, then slowly curved upward into a radiant smile. His body shook slightly, as if he were suppressing a deep, unspeakable excitement. No wonder Tom was so stirred. The treasure tree atom was a peerless treasure for shipbuilding. No shipwright could refuse it. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Tom raised his head to stare at Roger and the others, his eyes full of gratitude and reverence. You really did it. Tom's voice was choked, but carried even more excitement and joy. This is the true treasure tree atom. With it I can build the sturdiest ship of all. Tom, your reaction time is way too slow, don't you think? Rhett pouted. Tom was not listening to Rhett at all. He turned back and gazed tenderly at the treasure tree atom. At that moment, stars seemed to glimmer in Tom's eyes. A blissful smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, and a glistening tear even slid down past the corner of his mouth. Roger, watching from the side, could not help laughing. Tom, the look on your face is even happier than ours. Haha, of course I am happy. Tom wiped the corner of his mouth, turned around, and beamed with a proud smile. This is the greatest moment of my shipbuilding career. Thanks to you, I have the chance to build a legendary ship with my own hands. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and smiled. Then we will look forward to seeing that ship born. Tom nodded, firmly scooped up Rayleigh, Gabon, Roger, and Rhett, and said, 1, 2, 3, go. None of the four resisted. Their tiny eyes were filled with enormous confusion. Tom turned around. Come back in 6 months for the ship. Without giving them a chance to refuse, the door slammed shut. Rhett looked at Captain Roger. Roger looked at Vice Captain Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at Gabon. Gabon looked back at Rhett. So what do we do now? Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon all stared at Rhett at once. Rhett. Gabon cleared his throat. Little Rhett, don't you think you're too weak right now? A terrible premonition rose in Rhett. Roger laughed heartily. There's half a year left anyway. Time for special training, Rhett. Next you will learn the 6 powers, the use of a heavy sword, the development of your devil fruit ability, and further training in the 3 colors of hockey. In the calmest tone, Rayleigh spoke the coldest words. Rhett, guys, the sky is falling. While Rhett was going through his joyful training, what were the 5 elders doing? Why, they were having a private meeting, naturally. The 5 elders sat around the chamber of power, candlelight flickering the atmosphere as heavy as iron. The sword-bearing elders' knuckles turned white. The treasure tree atom is lost. CP0 was wiped out, and we did not even catch a glimpse of the enemy. The investigators found only sea kings in the area. The warrior god of finance asked, are we supposed to announce that we were robbed by fish? Suppress the news, the golden-haired elder decided. Handle it as an abnormal maritime disaster. The transport ship is to be reclassified as having encountered an underwater volcanic eruption. It was an accident. Our ship was actually hijacked. This is a disgrace. Step up the search, but the matter must not spread. The world government's dignity must not be violated. The warrior god of finance said, it seems we have grown lax over the years. Bury this affair and execute everyone who knows. The 5 elders were livid, but there was nothing to be done and no one to find. A bunch of useless fools could not even get a message out before dying. Rhett, if they had managed to send one, I would have been finished. Seconded. In a whoosh, 3 months passed. Let us turn the camera back to Rhett. Rhett lay on the rooftop, idly swinging his legs and toying with a rough wooden sword. One Rayleigh had casually whittled for him a couple of days earlier. Sigh, this thing is featherlight with no feel at all. He pouted, swung it casually, and with a crack the wooden sword broke in two. His strength had skyrocketed in the last few days, and he could not quite control it. Gabon happened to be polishing his axe in the yard. Seeing this, he snorted. Kid, that is not how you use a sword. I did not mean to. Rhett flared up. This wood is too brittle. Rayleigh came out of the house, holding a rolled-up sea chart. There is an island off Water 7 where a renowned blacksmith is said to live in seclusion. Rhett shot upright, his scarlet eyes glinting. A blacksmith? Then would there be an amazing sword? Gabon raised an eyebrow. What? The kid is interested in swords. Rhett clenched his fist, his gaze rarely so earnest. I want a real sword. Not a toy, not a wooden stick. A sword that can cut through the waves. Roger burst out laughing, leaped down from the mast, and smacked Rhett firmly on the back. That is ambition. Then let us go see the island. Roger and the others borrowed a boat from the shipyard and set off. At night, Rhett lay on the deck, gazing up at the sea of stars. The waves patted the hull gently in a rhythmic whisper. Rhett watched the stars from the deck. Can't sleep. Rayleigh walked over and sat down beside him. Rhett rolled over and said dully, Rayleigh, what kind of sword would be worthy of the future Phantom of the Mist? Rayleigh chuckled. The sword is not important. What matters is the one who wields it. Rhett pouted. That is such a cliché. You are not going to lecture me with some lofty philosophy, are you? But it is the truth. Rayleigh looked toward the distant sea. Those great swordmasters' black blades, aside from the swords themselves being of superb quality, were all nourished into black blades by their users' armament hockey. A good sword only lets you bring out greater strength in battle, but for your swordsmanship it is the same as an ordinary sword. In plain words, it is just a lump of iron. Rhett was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, what if? The sword I find is immensely heavy and huge, and I cannot lift it. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming with moonlight. Then get stronger until you can lift it. Did you not want to wield a heavy sword? Do not fear it. Train until you can raise it. The next morning the boat pulled in. No sooner had the four stepped onto the dock than they heard an uproar from the tavern. Did you hear? The old blacksmith's retirement masterpiece is finally done. Pushing open the wooden door of the forge, a wave of scorching heat washed over him. An elderly blacksmith with snow-white hair was rhythmically hammering a piece of red-hot metal, sparks cascading in all directions. Make yourself at home, guest. I've retired from taking custom commissions. If you like what you see, buy it. If not, it hardly matters. The old blacksmith didn't even lift his head. Rate's gaze was immediately caught by a massive sword hanging on the wall. A pitch-black two-handed greatsword with a blade roughly 9 inches wide. This sword. Rate's eyes widened, and without realizing it, his feet carried him forward. The old blacksmith finally looked up, his eyes locking onto Rate. Boy, that's not a toy. Shoo, go away and play somewhere else. Rate retorted indignantly. I'm not here to play. I'm serious. And I truly want a greatsword as my weapon. Luo Jie leaned in and let out a low whistle. Oh, now that's interesting. The old blacksmith snorted. This is the work I'm most proud of, named Black Tide. The material was something I acquired by chance in my youth. Ordinary folks couldn't even lift it. Rate swallowed hard at the mention of its weight, but refused to back down. Let me try. The old blacksmith sneered. Very well. If you can lift it, I'll give it to you. Rate took a deep breath and gripped the hilt with both hands. NGH. So heavy. The blade remained motionless. Jabba burst into laughter. Kid, forget it. Your scrawny frame couldn't even raise that sword. Rayleigh frowned. The weight of that sword is indeed unsuitable for a child. Luo Jie, however, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Rate, try using armament hockey. The old blacksmith's eyes lit up. A child of 5 or 6 actually knew how to use armament hockey. Rate paused, then nodded. He closed his eyes and gathered his strength as armament hockey slowly enveloped his arms. The Black Tide finally rose, but Rate's arms were already trembling. The old blacksmith narrowed his eyes. An interesting kid. Luo Jie grinned broadly. Well, old man, does that mean the sword is his? The old blacksmith fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. Fine. This sword will only gather dust left here. Since you can lift it, take it with you. Rate's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? The old blacksmith turned toward the furnace and waved dismissively without looking back. Remember, a sword is both a weapon and a companion. Do not betray it. Its name is Black Tide. Can you make it renowned across the seas? Rate suddenly understood why Captain Luo Jie had so solemnly pledged to Uncle Tom. It was a promise between one man and another. Clutching the Black Tide to his chest, Rate looked up at the old blacksmith with resolute eyes. I will make this sword famous across the seas. That is my promise. Ha ha ha. I believe you. Now go. I'm retiring. This was my finest creation and my final masterpiece. I'll be watching over you always. Having obtained the Black Tide, Rate strapped it to his back. He needed to adapt to its weight as quickly as possible. Carrying the greatsword on his back, he circled water 7-10 times around. What should have been an easy route felt impossibly long. Even with Rate's monstrous stamina, sweat poured down his face. At nearly 6 years old, even in a world where physical density ran higher, Rate weighed only about 30 kilograms. The greatsword was simply too heavy for him. This was only possible because Rate was a transmigrator with a cheat, and for anyone else the Black Tide would dwarf them many times over. Not to mention wielding it in combat, or just carrying it through daily life, would be nearly impossible. But Rate did not grow despondent. He believed that once he could wield the Black Tide as naturally as an extension of his own body, his combat power would reach a new level. Had he not seen Laura turn Luffy into Nightmare Luffy? That weapon required 8 battle-hardened pirates to lift together. It was hardly heavier than this one. Rate's feet sank deeply into the dock earth of Water 7. The greatsword, taller than his entire body, pressed down upon him like a small mountain. He knew that every transmigrator predecessor possessed a monster-like physique, growing to 3 or 4 meters tall by ages 4 or 5 effortlessly. Why was he still such a tiny kid? And in 9th lap, Rate panted heavily, darkness creeping across his vision. Even with the armament hockey providing some protection, the rope binding the black tide cut deep into his shoulder flesh. Though his armament hockey was not particularly strong, Rate could maintain it continuously. Jabba leaned against the harbor railing, chewing on an apple. Kid, want me to carry it for a bit? Take a rest. The sword is yours anyway. You're not losing it. NNN. No. Rate ground out 2 words through clenched teeth, then dragged his leaden legs forward. This is a pact between 2 men. Rayleigh stood at an elevated position, observing with a thoughtful gaze behind his lenses. He noticed that though Rate's steps were heavy, every stride maintained precise spacing. The boy was using observation hockey to finally control every fiber of his muscles. Rayleigh shook his head and smiled. With such refined control and awareness, why bother with a great sword, eh? In truth, Rate had carefully considered his choice. A slender sword or rapier would certainly allow precise control, but the greatsword's drawbacks, exhausting stamina and slow movements, could be offset. He never worried about physical endurance, and his sluggish movements could be compensated by the Mome fruit. At equal strength, Rate was confident that unless facing a swordsman who specifically specialized in physical conditioning, no one could withstand a single strike from him. Wait, hold on. I'm a Mome fruit user. You're asking me to fight head-on. I consider myself well-mannered if I didn't even draw my black sword. Abandoning personal prowess to live a low-key, sneaky life. That's my style. Bang. At the finish line of the 10th lap, Rate could no longer sustain himself and collapsed along with the greatsword. The black tide crashed into the ground with a dull, thunderous roar, sending the nearby seagulls scattering in terror. Luo Jia laughed heartily and hauled Rate up. Cuckoo. Completing the full route on your very first day? Not bad at all. I didn't. Rate lay limp in the captain's arms, unable to even lift a finger. The last half lap. I was crawling. Standing at the harbor entrance, the old blacksmith's pipe glowed intermittently in the fading light. He watched the tiny boy struggle to his feet and hoist the greatsword, once more, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. Hey kid, the old blacksmith called out suddenly. Do you know why it's called black tide? Rate looked up with a sweat-drenched face, surprised that the old blacksmith had appeared here. Tides may appear slow, but they can wear down even the hardest reefs. The old blacksmith exhaled a ring of smoke. A heavy sword needs no edge, true mastery requires no artifice. How could I hand this over based on mere words to some brat? I had to see it with my own eyes. Keep it up, kid. I'm rooting for you. Just wait, old man. Watch as my name spreads across the entire sea. In the days that followed within the courtyard where Rate lived before the morning mist had dispersed, Rate practiced the most basic slashing motions. Under the scorching noon sun, he hung upside down from the mast with the black tide strapped to him, doing sit-ups. In the moonlight of late night, he tempered the black tide with his own hockey. Rate had never worked this hard in his life. It turned out that a promise between 2 men was the greatest stimulant of all, far surpassing any false flattery or empty promises of beauty. This was the real kind. I can't go on anymore. Take my dreams and show me the world beyond. I believe in you. While Root was training day after day, Rayleigh suddenly hauled him to the stern. Try this. Floating on the sea were 10 specially made rocks, each engraved with a number. Use black tide to shatter them in order. And you must not shatter any of the rocks that come after the number. For example, if you're supposed to shatter 1, 2, 3, you can't shatter any rock after 3. After all this was by the sea. Waves kept crashing against Root's calves, and Root instantly became a wet noodle. The sea was the natural enemy of every devil fruit user. Rayleigh simply watched him. This not only trains your control over power, it also raises your resistance to seawater. No strong devil fruit user loses combat power just by touching the sea. If seawater were really that fearsome, why would anyone need sea stone? So all you need to do is resist the sea and shatter the stones with precise power. Once he entered the water, Root realized he had been thinking too lightly of it. His ankles were barely submerged, yet the overwhelming weakness already pushed him to the edge. The floating rocks wavered before his eyes. Black tide felt as heavy as lead in his hand, and the most fatal thing was the gentle-looking swell. Every wave dissolved his strength. Before 10 seconds were up, Root hadn't even made a slashing motion. Black tide dragged him down into the water. That would be even worse. His armament hockey was washed into tatters by the seawater. Glub, glub, glub. If no one saved him, Root would become the first person to be soaked to death at the seaside in water that barely covered his ankles. Rayleigh pulled Root out with a single moonwalk. Before Root could even spit out all the seawater, he heard his first mate say, "That'll be 100 berries." Root really hadn't expected his own respectable first mate, the old man, to charge him 100 berries per rescue. Fortunately, it was only pocket change. Old Root didn't take it to heart. And so in that cycle of entering the sea, sinking, and being fished out by Rayleigh, the sun set in the west. Here's your 18,900 berries. I'll definitely succeed tomorrow. After a day of training, Root could clearly feel that he had gained resistance to seawater. That was right. He hadn't managed to swing his sword a single time all day. The next day, same routine, same spot. Root stared at the rocks floating on the sea, his gaze far more determined than yesterday. Today I'm going to land one sword strike. He clenched his fists and pumped himself up. Rayleigh leaned against a rock, leisurely sipping coffee. Just a heads up, the rescue fee went up. It's 200 berries per rescue now. Root. Gabon cut in from the side. Inflation. Roger burst out laughing. Quah. Hang in there, Root. I'm rooting for you. Root bared his shark-like teeth. Uncle Rayleigh is watching my back. Are you too that idle? Did you come here just to laugh at me? Bastards. Roger couldn't stop laughing. I don't know why, but watching you get stronger bit by bit gives me a strange sense of accomplishment. It's like, Gabon finished the thought, like watching a son grow up and make something of himself. Gabon, you bastard. I came aboard before you. I'm your senior. Gabon waved a hand dismissively. I've never seen a senior more useless than his junior. Keep working hard, little Root. We're still counting on you to protect us. This really made Root's face turn red with anger. In his heart, he vowed to give them all a real shock. This time he had learned his lesson. Drawing from yesterday's failure, he activated armament hockey to cover his whole body before entering the water. That effectively reduced the sea's erosion of his body and at least kept him from going weak right away. Next, he coated his skin with a layer of compressed mist. It would be washed away by the seawater in an instant, but that didn't matter. It gave him half a second to adjust, enough time to adapt from air to water. After that, the most important thing was holding his breath to keep the waves from slapping his face and making him choke on seawater. Root could clearly tell he was lasting much longer in the water now. Alright, now swing the sword, shatter the rocks, and stun that bunch of old fogies outside. Let them see what Grandpa Root can do. The resistance on black tide when swung in the sea was outrageously heavy and combined. I'm the future king, Rue. He gripped black tide with both hands and swung forward with all his might. Splash. The instant the blade touched the water's surface, black tide's weight pitched his body forward and his face smacked straight into the sea. Glub, glub, glub. Root returned to his little cabin. I spent 20,000 berries today. What a rewarding day. Through endless fishing outs and payments, Root finally found the trick. He no longer fought the waves with brute force. Instead, he shifted his stance with the momentum of the surf. He concentrated hockey into his wrist with observation hockey, increasing explosive power in a flash while reducing sustained consumption. Boom. This time the tip of black tide finally shattered rock no. 1, and it kept going. Rock no. 2 no. 3 and no. For shattered as well. The momentum was too great for Root to stop in time. Rayleigh gave a slight nod. Not bad. Keep going, I have faith in you. Root lay sprawled on the deck, drenched, but a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow, I'll definitely shatter it. And so 3 months passed. Mist soared black tide. Root struck with all his strength. Black tide's blade finally split rock no. 1 with precision, and the aftershock stopped dead right in front of rock no. 2. Rayleigh pass. Root excitedly raised black tide and sank again. Glub, glub, glub. Rayleigh, that'll be 30,000 berries. Root scratched his head. Brother Rayleigh, can I owe you for now? I'll pay you back the first chance I get. That's right. Root's little money vault had been drained dry. Although he made fewer and fewer mistakes in the days that followed, that old bastard Rayleigh kept raising the price by 100 every single day. By the end, he was just naming prices based on how entertained he felt. Root's little vault finally ran out today. Next was Root's graduation exam. The 3 living dads picked out an absolutely enormous Sea King for him. Just as Root tracked it down, the Sea King smashed a pirate ship to splinters with one swing of its tail. 3 or 4 months ago, Root would have been completely helpless against a Sea King this large for one simple reason: he couldn't break through its defense. As soon as this thing got into the sea, it would escape his mist field. There was simply no way to poison it to death. The sea surface trembled. Root stood at the bow of a small boat he had purchased with borrowed money, for he suspected it would barely survive the coming trial. Both hands gripped the hilt of Heichao. The greatsword dragged diagonally across the deck. Youngster, it is not too late to turn back, asked Layli in a calm tone. Layli, Luj, and Jabba stood in another small boat behind him, providing support for Root. Root did not answer. His knuckles trembled faintly from excitement. The waves suddenly exploded. The dog-headed Sea King leaped from the water, spraying seawater onto the deck like a torrential rain. Root moved. His movements were slow, at least they appeared so. There was no flashy leap, no dazzling display of armament hockey. He simply dragged Heichao up from the deck. The Sea King opened its massive jaws, casting a shadow over the entire bow. It intended to swallow Root whole with its enormous bulk. Root swung Heichao with all his might. The greatsword crashed and thud. A muffled impact echoed. The monster's head was knocked sideways, broken fangs scattering through the air. Root felt an incredible surge of satisfaction. Who would dare call Root weak now? But this was only the beginning. Wounded and enraged, the Sea King whipped its massive tail, sending towering waves crashing toward Root's small sailboat. You destroyed my boat, so you shall not live. In the instant before the wave struck, he wielded the sword with both hands, delivering a powerful upward slash that split the incoming sea in two. Before the water could fully settle, Root used the momentum to launch himself into the air. Heichao carved a heavy arc through the sky, then came down with crushing force onto the Sea King's left eye. Squelch! The dog-headed Sea King let out an ear-splitting roar, thrashing its body wildly. Root was thrown from the blade, but twisted his body mid-air, bringing Heichao down again onto the scales along the monster's back. Sparks flew as the hardened scales buckled under the impact. Again, Root spat blood from his mouth and charged forward once more. This time he changed strategy. No longer seeking a single decisive blow, he rained down continuous heavy strikes with Heichao. Left slash, right chop, right chop, right chop. Each strike was unadorned, yet carried astonishing destructive power. The blade of Hei-Chao glowed faintly red from the friction of cutting through the air at such speed. The Sea King's scales began to crack under the relentless barrage. Finally, after the 17th heavy blow, the Sea King's movements grew noticeably sluggish. Root seized the opportunity, raising Hei-Chao high above his head with all his strength, then brought it down like a mountain-splitting strike. Boom. This strike cleaved straight through the Sea King's skull. The monster's massive body went rigid for an instant, then slowly sank into the sea, sending a colossal spray into the air. Root hoisted Hei-Chao onto his shoulder and leaped into Laylee's boat, which visibly sat deeper in the water. Anytime, anywhere the repair specialist Root appeared. Mist Sea floating platform. After using his Devil Fruit ability, Root finally exhaled in relief. His arms trembled uncontrollably. His palms were raw and bloody, every muscle in his body protesting the excessive strain. Laylee walked over, glancing at the sinking Sea King carcass and then at Root's battered hands. "How are you holding up?" he asked. "Feeling great." Root's eyes blazed with excitement. Half a year had passed in a flash. His intensive training over this period had transformed him significantly. Not only had his physical combat skills and hockey usage improved dramatically, but his speed, strength, and all three types of hockey had advanced to varying degrees. He had mastered 6 powers: steel body shave and moonwalk. He was roughly equivalent to a Marine elite colonel, a 7-year-old colonel, which was absurd even by his standards. Dawn mist still lingered when the rhythmic clanging of hammer on metal echoed from the Tom shipyard docks. When Root and the others dragged the Hei-Chao greatsword into the shipyard, Tom was there with a cigar clenched between his teeth, personally handling the final adjustments. "The kid is just in time." Tom was visibly thrilled. "Come check out your new home." Root looked up and his breath caught. Oro Jackson rested silently on the slipway, morning light tracing golden edges along its hull. More majestic than he remembered, its sleek lines seemed capable of slicing through any storm. Stepping into the ship's lower deck, Root could feel it immediately. The texture of atom wood was truly extraordinary. Laylee appeared behind Root, without warning, satisfaction gleaming behind his glasses. Luge lunged forward eagerly. "Cuckoo. Only a ship like this deserves to be the vessel of the Roger Pirates." Tom was basking in everyone's praise when he suddenly shouted, "Damn it, Roger. Stop touching things. The paint on the railings hasn't dried yet." Roger stepped back sheepishly. "Sorry, old man, cuckoo." But Tom was not letting him off easily. He scolded Roger all the way to the corner of the ship until Roger drew circles in the dust. Only after Tom felt satisfied did he turn his attention elsewhere. "Hey kid." Tom suddenly gripped Root's shoulder. "Want to test whether your Hei-Chao can handle the hardness of this fine vessel?" Before Root could react, Tom lifted him clean off the ground, then set him down just as quickly. Clearing his throat, Tom demanded full power. "Take one swing at it." "Uncle Tom, are you a warrior, or what?" Root thought adding the sword's weight to the lift was no small feat. He had some concerns, especially after witnessing the heartbreaking farewell to Mary. The memory had reduced him to tears. "Uncle, isn't the keel the most important part of a ship?" Tom regarded Root with an expression of pure contempt. "Are you looking down on Adam with the hardest timber in the world? Or are you seriously overestimating yourself? When natural disasters strike, tsunamis, tornadoes, which one do you think is weaker than your strike?" Root pondered this. If he could cleave Adam wood with a single effortless slash, he would have already dominated the seas. He leaped into the air, drawing Hei-Chao. The greatsword carved a heavy arc through the sky. Clang. Despite its wooden appearance, the boat emitted a deafening metallic ringing sound. Hei-Chao was deflected and not a single mark could be found on the keel. "Well, with my special treatment, combined with the inherent hardness of the wood, isn't it undeniably tough?" Tom beamed with pride. "My craftsmanship is certainly not." His words died in his throat. Because Root, running his hand along the hull, suddenly noticed an inscription carved into the keel to the future pirate king and his crew. "Tom." He read it aloud in a dubbed film voice. "Hey, who told you to read it out loud like that?" Tom's face flushed crimson as he chased after Root. Roger stood at the bow laughing as the sea wind whipped his crimson cloak. "Set sail, everyone. Let the world hear our voices." As the citizens of Water 7 watched, Oro Jackson glided out of the shipyard. Sunlight pierced through the morning mist, casting flowing gold along the dark hull. Root stood at the stern, watching the island gradually shrink into the distance. He suddenly thought of himself half a year ago crawling along the beach while dragging Hei-Chao behind him. "What are you thinking about?" Jabba patted his shoulder. Root smiled and rested Hei-Chao on his shoulder. "I'm wondering whether next time I encounter a Sea King I could split the waves with a single strike." Laylee appeared behind them unnoticed. "First you should pay back what you owe for that boat." That boat was shattered by the Sea King. Go collect from him." "Silence, kid." 3,000 extra sword swings. "Why yes." Clang. Swish. Whoosh. Over 10 years passed joyfully in those days of playing cat and mouse with Garp, and Root had grown into a handsome young man. Roger's bounty was 1. 5 billion Barry Rayleighs won. 2 billion Gabons won. 1 billion and Root's 900 million. This was because the Roger Pirates had not yet done anything earth-shattering, and bounties in that era were generally low. During this period, one thing weighed on Root's mind. They stopped at a small island, and Roger disappeared for a few days. When he came back, his body was covered in wounds. When they asked him what had happened, he would not say. He only smiled and patted Root on the shoulder. Root had also mastered the advanced applications of all 3 colors of hockey. Conqueror's Haki coating, and Ryuo, and through repeated practice he had stepped into Admiral-level strength. Root felt that he was letting down his Transmigrator predecessors. If it had been any other Transmigrator, the story would have reached its finale long ago. But Root could not help it. The Death River god had not given him extraordinary talent. That kind of ability to understand something at a single glance simply was not his. It was no exaggeration to say that in a one-on-one fight Root could completely exhaust an admiral to death. His monstrous stamina made him practically a walking cheat. As his power rose, his body gradually matured, and he basically no longer felt tired. When he was younger, he had been afraid that a muscle strain would damage his future foundation. Now he had no such concerns at all. The most notable thing was that after all this time his devil fruit still refused to awaken. Root toyed with the red mist in his hand. It could be other colors, of course, but he simply thought red looked cooler. Most importantly, besides the corrosion refraction and enhanced concealment he had already mastered, he had developed many new techniques by combining his mist with black tide. Root smiled. It seems I'm still looking forward to the adventures ahead. Root still kept his habit of long, straight black hair. A warm jade-like smile always hung on his face. Black tide was slung across his back, crimson mist surging around him. He was all about contrast. Of course, during this period many companions had come aboard Roger's ship, including some characters who had appeared in the manga. The one who left the deepest impression on Root was an older guy named Elio. A white top had a floral shirt with pink and green patterns and flowing blue hair. No matter how Root looked at him, he resembled the village chief of Windmill Village. The more he looked, the more alike they seemed. There was Sunbell, a fishman, and Bullmarine among others. Their strength was far inferior to that of Roger's four, but they were by no means weak. After all, you can't compare ordinary people with monsters. Sure enough, after Root finished his workout, he lay on the deck of the Oro Jackson. A news coup delivered several wanted posters. Rox the Thug, Bounty 5. 35 billion buried dead or alive. Root was instantly wide awake. Rox, who was now vaguely hailed as the pirate overlord. Root knew that Rox had reached his peak the moment he appeared. The God Valley battle was about to erupt, impossible to suppress any longer. Root genuinely felt that Rox was the world's child. He himself had toiled at sea for over a decade just to reach admiral level, while that man showed up with absurd strength from the start and was now about to overturn the world. Let him be the Transmigrator. Root lay on the deck, lazily sunbathing, the greatsword Black Tide casually propped beside him. Suddenly he raised an eyebrow. His observation Haki sensed a mighty presence approaching. HM. He sat up slightly and looked toward the bow. Boom. A towering figure landed heavily on the deck, and the entire Oro Jackson trembled slightly. His golden beard gleamed under the sunlight. The young Edward Newgate carried Murakamajiri on one shoulder, his gaze sweeping across the people on the deck, before finally settling on Roger. You're Roger. Roger grinned, his eyes beneath the straw hat sparkling with excitement. Kuaha. That's me. You are. Edward Newgate. Newgate said in a deep voice. I've heard of your reputation. Let me test you. The corner of Root's mouth twitched. He had thought Rox might come looking for them, but he never expected Newgate to be the first to arrive. Before Roger could say anything, Root had already stood up. With a sharp clang, he drove the greatsword Black Tide into the deck, crimson mist slowly swirling around him. Hey Newgate, Root said with a smile. If you want to challenge our captain, you'll have to get through me first. Newgate glanced at him, the corner of his mouth lifting. Kid, are you sure? Try it, and you'll find out. Besides, you don't seem much older than I am. At this moment, Newgate also looked full of spirit. Before the words faded, Root's figure vanished in an instant. Blood mist flooded the area, blocking Newgate's vision, and the greatsword Black Tide swept toward him with a dull, heavy rush of air. Clang. Murakamajiri firmly caught Black Tide. The instant the two weapons collided, a ring of air burst outward, and the deck planks shattered inch by inch. A flicker of surprise passed through Newgate's eyes. Not bad strength. Root grinned. I'm not done yet. Mist deity-style blood tide. The blood mist on Black Tide's blade erupted, suddenly transforming into countless fine blood blades that stabbed toward Newgate like a torrential downpour. Newgate gave a cold snort. Murakamajiri trembled violently, and the power of the quake fruit exploded in that instant. Crack. Space shattered like a mirror, and the blood blades were blasted to pieces. A terrifying shockwave swept over him. Root's pupils contracted. He held Black Tide in a horizontal block, unleashing armament Haki at full power. Boom. He was forced back several steps, deep cracks splitting the deck beneath his feet, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even more excited. Again, the two were immediately locked in combat. The clash of Black Tide and Murakamajiri thundered across the sea, and the hull of the Oro Jackson swayed slightly. The blood mist gradually dissipated. Root realized that if he truly wanted the mist to harm Newgate, he had ways to destroy Newgate's internal organs. But Aspar did not need to go that far, so there was no need to maintain the mist any longer. Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon stood nearby, watching with great interest. That kid Root has improved quite a bit, Gabon said, stroking his chin. Hard to say. Both of them are holding back, Rayleigh said, pushing up his glasses. They haven't fully used their devil fruit powers yet. Sure enough, after the fight had gone on for more than 10 minutes, Newgate suddenly shook both arms. The tremor force coiled around Murakamajiri burst out abruptly. Airquake. Boom. Root's Black Tide was blasted away by sheer force, and his whole body was sent flying backward. He turned a somersault in midair before landing steadily. He shook his numb arm and smiled. Impressive. I lose. Newgate put away Murakamajiri and said calmly, you're not bad either, root of the Crimson Mist, and yet you never stay in the mist. I've heard your mist is quite sinister. Roger walked over with a loud laugh. Kuaha. Newgate, how about joining my pirate crew? Newgate glanced at him and shook his head. No. I have my own goal. Oh. Roger raised an eyebrow. What goal? A place to belong, Newgate said calmly. Since I set out to sea, I haven't found a place that belongs to me. I don't even know what belonging is. Roger was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Interesting. Then next time we meet, we'll be rivals. Newgate's lips curled slightly. When that time comes, don't lose too badly. With that, he leaped back onto his small boat and sailed away. Gabon walked to the ship's side watching Newgate's fading figure and murmured, that guy is definitely going to be a monster in the future. Roger patted his shoulder. Kuaha. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Root smiled and nodded. Yeah, Captain. The sea breeze blew and the Oro Jackson continued on its voyage. Root gazed at the distant horizon, fierce fighting spirit burning in his heart. Rocks Newgate. This era is truly getting more and more interesting. Another beautiful day when suddenly a sharp cutting screech rent the ocean's calm. Enemy attack. It's Garp's warship. The lookout in the crow's nest shouted. Root couldn't even be bothered to open his eyes. He simply waved a hand. Crimson mist rose on its own, gathering into a thin barrier at the stern. Hiss. The special cannonball hurled by Garp's own hand rusted and peeled at a visible rate the instant it made contact with the blood mist. Before the gunpowder within could detonate, it had already turned into rust powder, drifting away over the sea. Ha! Garp, long time no see. Gabon shouted from the side of the ship, laughing. On the distant warship, Garp paid it little heed. You little brat. So the Oro Jackson ran ahead with Garp's warship chasing behind. When they came to an island, the Oro Jackson stopped and Garp's warship landed too. Garp kicked off with Soru and shot straight toward Roger. Luo was a new recruit who had just boarded Garp's ship, his hands trembling on his rifle. He had always idolized Vice Admiral Garp, and this was his first voyage under him. He wanted to do his part. The moment he stepped ashore, he moved to charge alongside Vice Admiral Garp, but an old hand pulled him back. Luo was furious. The Vice Admiral was charging ahead. Why were these men lingering behind in cowardice? He was ashamed to be associated with them. The old veteran shook his head and tilted his chin toward the opposite side. Across the way, the crew of the Roger Pirates were shouting, place your bets. Place your bets. How long will the captain fight this time? 3 days. I bet 3 days. At least half a month, I'd say. Seeing the Marines staring their way, Root carried the betting pool to the Navy's side. Luo was furious. Damn you. Are you pirates insulting the Marines? You're insulting the justice in my heart. 500 belly, 3 days. 1,000, I say 5 days. Looking at the seniors who had taken care of him all this time, Luo's eyes brimmed with disbelief. But they're pirates who've killed Marines. How can you do this? The old Marine shot him a glance. Sometimes you fool yourself, just don't believe it so hard. If ordinary Marines don't know, that's one thing. But you're an elite Marine. Haven't you noticed that the Marines the Roger Pirates killed were all scum? Besides, Mr. Garp hasn't even decided the winner. Did you really think you'd be the one to end the fight? As he spoke, he patted Luo's shoulder. Have you noticed that none of the Roger Pirates are moving either? We have no bearing on the outcome of this battle. The time for us to move is after Mr. Garp defeats Roger. This was a tacit rule between Roger and Garp. Otherwise, with the frequency Garp pursued Roger, far too many Marines and Roger Pirates would have died. They weren't a ruthlessly evil pirate crew, so there was no need at all. Gabon and Bogard exchanged a glance and walked into the forest together. Root preferred to call it a fated pair. Although in the end Garp became Roger's daddy, which was truly laughable. The uninhabited island's beach gleamed with blinding white light beneath the scorching sun. Garp rolled his shoulders, his marine cloak flapping in the sea breeze. This time won't be as easy as last time, Roger. Roger laughed heartily and drew ace. Kuaha. You say the same thing every time. Before the words died out, the two vanished from their spots simultaneously. Boom. Amid the thunderous explosion, the beach erupted into a massive crater 30 meters in diameter. Garp's fist collided with Roger's blade. Black-red lightning like hockey blasted in every direction, and the nearest palm tree was carbonized in an instant. Root had to raise an arm to shield his face from the flying sand and stones. Squinting, he saw the ground beneath the two men splitting like a spiderweb. Too slow. Garp abruptly changed his approach, his left fist streaking toward Roger's abdomen with a piercing whistle. Roger twisted aside, the blade grazing Garp's arm and kicking up a shower of sparks. Their movements were so fast they could barely be traced, but all that could be heard was an endless clangor of steel. The coastline kept reshaping itself in the fury of their clash. Garp slammed a heavy punch into the sea, and the towering wave he raised, reinforced by hockey, turned into countless water bullets. Roger laughed and swung his blade, splitting the water curtain in two. The residual slash carved a trench 100 meters long across the distant ocean. Fistbone meteor shower. Garp suddenly leaped into midair, driving his fists out at a speed impossible for the naked eye to follow. Each punch carried a comet-like tail of flame, turning the entire beach into a sea of fire. Roger's figure weaved through the barrage, his sword light, forming an airtight web. Watching from the side, Elio frowned. That Garp is far more serious than last time. Root counted fish that had been knocked unconscious and floated to the surface. 73. That should be enough for an extra meal tonight. In the heart of the battlefield, there was a sudden moment of silence. Garp stood on a rock ripping off his tattered shirt to reveal a muscular scar-covered torso. Roger was just as battered, but his peerless straw hat remained unharmed, and his grin grew wider. The two stared at each other across 50 meters, and the air seemed to congeal. Serious fight. Roger tilted his head. No shit. Garp grinned. The next second the entire island shook violently. Those two are monsters. After a long while, when the setting sun painted the sea red, the two figures finally separated. Garp's left eye was swollen shut, Roger's right eye was rimmed with a black bruise. A draw? Roger asked between ragged breaths. Dream on. Garp spat a mouthful of blood. This old man can still fight for 3 days and nights. Boom. On the deserted island's beach, the aftershocks of Roger and Garp's battle still quaked through the earth. But at the other end of the coastline, an absurd tableau had taken shape. By then Gabon and Bogard had gone around the battlefield and returned to the shore carrying a few wild animals. Everyone, let's have a banquet. Marine soldiers and Roger pirates sat around the campfire in high spirits, the air thick with the aroma of roasting meat. Hey Marine boy, this meat's ready. Try it first. Gabon flashed a grin and handed a skewer of grilled fish to the Marine soldier beside him. Thanks. The young Marine took a bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. Oishi. Hee, this is our ship's secret sauce. You folks definitely don't have this. Gabon said, shaking the seasoning bottle smugly. Not far away, Rayleigh sat on a flat rock, playing Chinese chess with a Marine staff officer. The chessmen were fixed in place by the two men's hockey, utterly unmoved by the howling sea wind. Check. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, the corner of his lips curling up. The Marine staff officer stared at the board, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Wait, that move doesn't count. I wasn't looking. Rayleigh chuckled. Fine, you may take back one move. Then I'll move here. Check. That's 100 belly, please. Meanwhile, Ruete was using his blood mist to set up a makeshift open-air kitchen with the Navy cooks assisting him. Before this, Ruete had always been the one helping, but the Pirate King's cooking style seemed to consist of nothing but roasting meat. Ruete simply could not stand it any longer. He brought out the cuisine of the Dalong Kingdom and with a modest show of skill secured his place as head chef. The scarlet mist tumbled nimbly through his hands, even able to control the heat with uncanny precision. Mr. Ruete, is this red mist really not poisonous? A newly arrived Navy cook asked cautiously. He'd heard that Mr. Ruete's mist could melt people. Was it really all right to use it like this? Ruete waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry. It only looks red, it's not poisonous. As he spoke, he hooked a finger, and the blood mist wrapped a handful of spices before scattering them evenly over the roast. The aroma burst out instantly. Wow, the Navy soldiers exclaimed in unison. Sang Bayer and several Navy soldiers emerged from the sea holding a few big fish that were still leaping and flapping. Great catch today. They watched this fishman leap nimbly onto the shore and skillfully dress the seafood. Want to try fishman sashimi? Sang Bayer grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Guaranteed fresh. The Navy soldiers naturally crowded around. We've long witnessed Mr. Sang Bayer's knife skills. Seriously, whenever I go back home and crave sashimi, no matter where I look, I can't find anything as good as Mr. Sang Bayer's cuts. Then I am truly honored. Don't worry, we caught a lot of fish today, and I'll make sushi for everyone later. Hooray! Ai Liuyu sat to one side, gently plucking the strings, and melodious notes drifted across the beach. Several young Navy soldiers unconsciously nodded along to the rhythm, and some even started humming. Hey, your Navy. Luote, a Navy soldier, reminded them with a red face, a little embarrassed about having just eaten the pirate's barbecue. What does that matter? Jabba laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. Music doesn't have a side of justice or evil. On the other side of the beach, several Navy soldiers were gathered around Bulu Malin, curiously studying the strange equipment on her. What's this? One soldier pointed at the device on her waist and asked. Oh, this. Bulu Malin explained with a smile. It's a climate regulator I modified myself. It can control wind direction over a small area. Amazing, the Navy soldiers exclaimed. Ruete watched this absurd yet harmonious scene and could not help shaking his head with a light laugh. If the world government saw this, they'd probably be furious. Laylee had somehow come to his side holding a cup of sake. Kapu's troops have always been like this. They chase us not out of hatred, but only because of their positions. Just as he said this, a thunderous boom rang out from afar. The shockwaves of Luo Jie and Kapu's fight had collapsed another cliff. Everyone glanced up, then, with perfect tacit understanding, went back to their own business. Ruete smiled, shook his head, and turned to continue preparing the ingredients. Mr. Ruete. A childish voice sounded. Ruete lowered his head and saw a Navy cadet who looked only about 7 years old. While he could not really be called a Navy soldier, the Navy had age restrictions. He was probably some talented kid cop who had found somewhere. Honestly, Kapu had turned chasing Luo Jie into the Navy's practical training class. The little sailor was staring longingly at the meat in Ruete's hand. Want some? Ruete raised an eyebrow. The little Navy boy nodded hard. Ruete smiled and used his blood mist to lift the steak grilled to perfection, passing it over. Careful, it's hot. Thank you. The little sailor took the steak, took a bite the moment he got it, and squinted in bliss. Laylee watched this scene and said quietly, "Sometimes I wonder what this world would look like if it were not for opposing positions." Ruete looked at the two still fighting fiercely in the distance, then looked at the strange piece in front of him and answered softly, "Probably just like this." 6 days later the sea was painted gold. The food on the grill was changed again, and barrel after barrel of sake was drained. When the last ray of sunlight vanished below the horizon, the distant sounds of battle finally stopped. Bruised and swollen Luogia and Kapu walked back with their arms around each other's shoulders, both bearing wounds, but wearing satisfied smiles. Starving, Luogia shouted, charging toward the grill. Kapu meanwhile snatched the entire roasted lamb leg the Navy mess squad had just finished. "This is mine." After the banquet, Kapu stood on the warship's gangway. He turned his head and shot a glare at Luogia, who was gnawing on a roasted fish bone, and said through gritted teeth, "Next time, I'll throw you into Tujin City for sure." Luogia, his mouth stuffed with food, laughed indistinctly. "Kwaha. You've said that so many times." Kapu clicked his tongue, turned to leave, but stopped abruptly. He reached into his chest, and his expression changed dramatically. "Luogia." He whirled and roared. "Where the hell are my senbei?" Luogia blinked and spread his hands innocently. "What's senbei?" "I have no idea. Maybe you left them on the ship, ha ha ha." But the bulging bundle on his chest completely betrayed him. Kapu's forehead bulged with veins and his fists cracked as he clenched them, but in the end he only gave a heavy humph, turned, and jumped onto the warship. "Set sail," he ordered furiously. The Navy soldiers scrambled to hoist the anchor, and the warship slowly pulled away. Ruete stood at the ship's rail watching the warship recede when he suddenly noticed the Navy soldiers on deck were secretly waving at them. That young Navy cadet eyes reddened, shouted, "Mr. Ruete, next time I'll treat you to the Navy's special barbecue sauce." Ruete could not help smiling and raised his hand to wave back, but he did not reply. Laylee stood beside him gazing at the departing warship and said softly, "Kapu's men really are all cut from the same cloth. Gotta say this is Kapu for you, aha." Sang Bayer was counting today's loot. A few Navy uniforms to be used as rags, a box of seasonings swiped along the way. AI Liu plucked the strings, humming an improvised tune. Navy and pirates grilling fish together. Tomorrow's paper will have a ridiculous headline. Ruete was not worried because he had already killed every seagull that approached the island, which was exactly why the world government had never sensed anything wrong all these years. After all, the fights were real and the injuries were truly suffered. Luogia sidled up with a grin and pulled half a pack of senbei from his chest. Come, everyone gets a share." Kapu really is something, so stingy that he has to ask me for half a pack of senbei. Ruete watched the cheerful crowd. This was how it should be. This damned world, these damned celestial dragons. An unidentified fleet appears ahead. The flag is a golden lion's head. Roger stuck his head out of the cabin straw hat, tilted, "Ask you, huh?" "A new pirate crew." Rayleigh set down his newspaper with a slight frown. "Never heard of them." Gabon walked to the bow with an axe on his shoulder, squinting. "Looks like they're here to pick a fight." On the distant horizon, 5 warships spread out in formation. At the bow of the lead flagship stood a golden-haired man, twin swords crossed on his shoulders, a wild, unbridled smile, full of undisguised ambition. "Jaha." His laughter carried across the waves. "That shabby ship ahead. Are you the so-called Roger Pirates?" Rhett rose to his feet. His beloved had been captured. He went alone to the enemy's heavily guarded stronghold, facing the top leader of the evil forces by himself. He gave everything, but when victory still eluded him, he was sealed away. Burning with unwillingness, he cut off his own legs to break the seal and rushed out to sea, all to fulfill the wish he had made back then. "Is that you, Hajishi?" Roger was not annoyed. Instead, he waved with genuine interest. "Yo, a newbie. Want to throw a banquet?" Golden Lion, Shiki, had not yet joined the Rocks Pirates. He was merely a supernova who had just set sail, but was already famous throughout the South Blue. He stood on the gunwale looking down at Roger from on high. "Stop putting on airs. I came here today to stamp your head underfoot and let the whole world know. I, Golden Lion Shiki, will be the new king of the pirate world." Roger blinked. "Huh, new king. Go ahead, it's not like I'm stopping you." "Kuaha." Gabon roared with laughter. "Captain, this guy's got some nerve." Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. "Bounty 280 million user of the float fruit. He's destroyed 3 marine bases recently. Not bad." Watching Golden Lion storm and Rhett thought, "Then we fight. Why wait for him to cook us a 3-course meal?" Whitebeard and Golden Lion are not the same. When fighting Whitebeard, he hadn't gone for the kill. A crimson mist spread and swallowed the enemy ship in an instant. The pirates on deck discovered in horror, their voices were gone. It wasn't that they couldn't hear, it was that their throats could no longer produce a single sound. The mist crept into their nostrils and coiled around their skin like countless tiny vipers, slowly corroding their flesh and dissolving their will. Ugh! A pirate executive with a bounty of 70 million stared wide-eyed as his palm began to rot in the mist, flesh peeling away to reveal pale bone. He wanted to shout, but all he could do was cough up blood. Rhett's silhouette emerged from the mist, the black-tied greatsword trailing behind him. Its tip scraped across the deck with a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge. His movements were slow, so slow that every enemy could see his steps, see the arc of his long black hair swaying in the mist, and see that warm jade-like smile at the corner of his lips. But no matter what, no one could touch him. A sniper pulled the trigger. Damn it, you're just putting on an act. Take this bullet. The bullet did hit Rhett, but it only pierced an afterimage shaped from mist. It was a nasty habit of Rhett's. He left afterimages along his path of motion long after he had already left that spot. A great pirate with the bird fruit transformed into a giant bird trying to shove the mist away. He flapped his wings and raised a hurricane, but the mist did a monster. Someone finally broke, dropped his weapon, and ran. Rhett raised a hand gently. Mist erosion heart pierce. The mist condensed abruptly into a blood-red thread as fine as hair, piercing the fleeing man through the back and out through his chest. He stumbled 2 steps, looked down at the hole that had just opened in his chest, and slowly sank to his knees. When the last enemy fell, Rhett stood in the center of the corpse-strewn deck. The black-tied greatsword was unstained by a single drop of blood. The mist began to flow back, surging into him like an ebbing tide, revealing the clear sky. In barely a dozen seconds, most of the Golden Lion pirates had been wiped out, leaving only the Golden Lion himself. Shiki nearly lost his mind. My 3 pirate ships, my 3 great big ships. I spent so many days at sea and recruited so many men, and you killed them all in a dozen seconds. Shiki's pupils shrank. His golden hair lashed wildly in the gale. The twin swords Sakuraju and Kariki flashed from their sheaths in an instant, their edges wrapped in savage haki, and the deck beneath his feet split apart from his rage. You bastards. His roar shattered the surrounding waves. He leaped up, and the flagship beneath him shot into the sky under the power of the float fruit. The hull twisted and deformed, turning into countless sharp metal fragments that poured down on the Roger pirates like torrential rain. Lion Thousand Slash Valley. Golden slashes screamed like a maddened lion, tearing the air apart. Every single slash was enough to split a warship bearing down on Roger's Oro Jackson from every direction. However, hey, don't be so hot-headed. Roger abruptly appeared in midair. His straw hat flapped loudly in the wind. He grinned, and the celebrated sword ace in his hand, wreathed in pitch-black armament, haki, swung down in one fierce slash. Divine departure. Boom. 2 torrents of Conqueror's haki collided. A pitch-black rift split the sky open. The sea was hammered into a huge crater by the shockwave, and seawater surged in from all sides, rearing up into mountainous waves. Shiki's slashes were shattered by raw force. His body was blasted back dozens of meters, his feet kicking out sonic booms in the air as he barely managed to steady himself. A flicker of disbelief passed through his eyes. Had Roger really neutralized his all-out strike that easily? Jaha. Interesting. Shiki grinned savagely, but his smile had already taken on a hint of madness. Roger, you really aren't all talk after all. Back on the ship, Rhett watched the scene. Whoa, the gears of fate have begun to turn. You have to say our captain's got charisma. That young fellow will be thinking about it for the rest of his life. Ha. Roger landed on the deck still grinning, but his eyes had turned serious. Shiki, that ambition of yours is fine, but don't rush to throw your life away. Throw my life away. Shiki's anger flared anew. He thrust his hand upward, and the remaining 2 ships also rose into the air, crashing toward the Oro Jackson. Then let me show you today who the true king really is. Just as Shiki was about to launch his next assault, Roger's figure appeared behind him like a phantom. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Shiki spun around, but it was already too late. SHHK. Blood sprayed. A wound so deep it exposed bone was carved across Shiki's chest. He let out a muffled grunt, and his body slammed into the sea like a cannonball, sending up a massive splash. The sea gradually calmed, leaving only floating wreckage and the unconscious Golden Lion. Roger sighed and scratched his head. Oh, was that a little too much? Rhett stood at the stern looking at the Golden Lion, drifting in the distance, the corners of his lips curling up. Oh my, he lost that quickly. Then what's going to happen to his place in the family now? Roger laughed heartily and waved. Let's go. Our adventure continues. The Oro Jackson sailed slowly away, leaving Shiki floating on the sea, his golden hair spread out and rising and falling with the waves. His fingers trembled slightly, the fire of unwillingness burning in his eyes. Roger, and that brat who uses mist. Just you wait. Roger, I will definitely surpass you. On the vast, boundless sea, sunlight spilled onto the Roger Pirates ship. With nothing better to do, they fought. Root and Roger stood facing each other as the crew gathered around, their eyes full of anticipation. Place your bets, brothers. Now allow me, Gabon, to introduce the competitors. The contestant this time is the captain of the Roger Pirates, Gold. Roger. And our challenger, also from the Roger Pirates, is Root, known as the Crimson Mist. Will the king defend his throne, or will a new challenger ascend to a new one? Let us wait and see. Root's expression turned serious, fierce fighting spirit burning in his eyes. He knew all too well how powerful the man before him was. Gripping black tide, he watched as a blood-red mist gradually emerged around him, thickening until it filled the entire deck. Captain, watch out. Root roared. Kicking hard off the deck, he brought the black tide greatsword wrapped in corrosive mist crashing down with overwhelming force. Roger wore his signature smile and unhurriedly shifted to the side. Not bad, little Root, he said with an encouraging laugh. But Roger did not let his guard down. He immediately slashed apart the mist blades that followed. Root had made Black Tide the first attack, followed closely by mist blades condensed from fog, aiming to catch Roger in the instant after he dodged before new strength could be generated. Yet Roger slipped past it all with ease. Can't even land the opening hit. Little Root is just a bit too weak. Gabon jeered from the sidelines. Having missed with his attack, Root showed no sign of discouragement. He even took the time to shout back at Gabon, "Hey, if you're the commentator, stay neutral, you bastard." He immediately activated his mist fruit ability, and under his control the mist rapidly shifted and transformed. The originally thin mist thickened, turning into countless fine needle-like objects that shot toward Roger. This was the technique he had developed, Mist Needle Thousand Rain. Roger's eye sharpened. He moved swiftly, weaving through the mist needles with graceful agility, each dodge perfectly timed. The needles struck the deck around him, leaving tiny dents behind. Watch this. Seeing that the mist needles had failed, Root pushed his power again. He compressed mist onto the blade of Black Tide, and the mist around the greatsword instantly turned scorching red, as if it were burning. Root raised the greatsword high and shouted, "Mist God-style Blood Tide." Then he swung it down violently. A sword beam wreathed in blood-red mist surged toward Roger like a raging tide. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn, crackling with a sizzling sound. Feeling the tremendous power of this strike, Roger put away his smile and turned serious. Planting his feet firmly on the deck, he gripped the saber at his waist. Ace. With both hands and armament hockey instantly wrapped around the blade. With a loud shout, he cried, "Divine Departure." A brilliant flash of sword light bloomed and collided with Root's sword beam. Boom. A thunderous crash. The shockwave from two mighty forces clashing swept outward like a storm. The crew members on the deck were forced backward by the sheer power, some stumbling and falling to the ground. A layer of white mist surrounded Gabon, which was also why he could see the battle clearly. Two such powerful attacks. What will the outcome be? The mist was blown away, revealing the two figures. Root was knocked backward by the shockwave, his feet carving two deep grooves across the deck. His arms trembled slightly and blood seeped from the web between his thumb and index finger. But his eyes remained resolute, without a trace of retreat. Root hasn't fallen. It seems Root has made great progress. What are you all waiting for? Pile on the bets. It's not over yet. Root gritted his teeth and charged at Roger again. Watching him charge once more, Roger's eyes showed a gleam of approval, and he raised his saber again, ready to meet the attack. Root closed in, swinging the greatsword with fierce, whistling momentum, constantly changing his attack patterns. Sometimes a straight cleave, sometimes a horizontal slash. Each strike carrying all the strength of his body. Root realized that a head-on fight gave him no hope of defeating his captain, so he decided to use the style he was best at. He gradually retreated and vanished into the mist. There it is, Little Root's most shameless tactic. 2A. In a dub film voice, truly an excellent strategy. Gabon wore a look of disgust. Don't ask if you ask, he had been sickened by this move before. His figure flickered in and out of the mist. No nickname is given for nothing. Crimson Mist, the scarlet blood-red mist. He found the right moment, and suddenly appeared behind Roger. Black Tide, greatsword, slashing down fiercely with the mist. Rather than concentrating all his power into one point to increase lethality, Root preferred to split his power into two strikes. The Black Tide slash immediately followed by a mist blade, a style Root borrowed from Lan Ming Hua's slipper fighting technique. Roger reacted swiftly, turning and blocking the strike with his saber. He then scanned his surroundings, warily waiting for Root to appear again. Before long, Root burst out of the mist from another direction, a long spear condensed from mist in his hand, thrusting toward Roger. As the spear thrust toward Roger, Black Tide was already sweeping at him as well. Roger sidestepped, and Root used the opportunity to vanish back into the mist. The pattern repeated. Root kept darting through the mist to attack, then quickly fading back into it after each strike, making it impossible for Roger to predict him. But Roger had, after all, eaten 16 more years of rice in the world of One Piece than Root. Roger did not even use the voice of all things to bully him. Although Root's mist could block observation hockey, Roger's observation hockey was among the very top in the entire One Piece world. In the end, there was still a gap in strength between Root and Roger. After another fierce clash, Root's greatsword was knocked away, and he was blasted backward, crashing heavily onto the deck. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and a flicker of unwillingness passed through his eyes. "Haha, little Root, you've done pretty well." Roger walked over and helped Root up with a smile. Root wiped the blood from his mouth, looked at Roger, and said firmly, "Captain, I will become stronger." "Haha, is that so? I believe in you." As he spoke, he patted Root's head with a gratified expression. Hey, don't make that proud old father face, you bastard, Captain." Root flashed a sharp-toothed grin. The last rays of the setting sun spilled across the deck of the Oro Jackson. Root slumped by the ship's rail, rubbing his sore arms, Black Tide leaning diagonally beside him. Roger walked over, plopped down next to him, and casually handed him a bottle of rum. "Drink." Root took the bottle and gulped down a big mouthful. The harsh, spicy liquid slid down his throat, making him grimace. "SSS, this stuff still tastes awful." Roger laughed heartily. With one hand, he handed Root a glass of orange juice, and with the other, he ruffled his hair hard. "Kid, you performed well today. In a few years, you might really be able to beat me down. I'm genuinely looking forward to it." Root rolled his eyes. "Come on, your observation hockey is like a cheat code. Rayleigh walked over with a wine glass, the golden light of the setting sun reflecting off his lenses. Don't lose heart, Root. You're only 19. Being able to fight Roger to this extent is already incredible. Gabon chimed in from the side. Exactly. Work harder next time and make the captain sweat a little. Root had been listening to everyone's words of comfort when he heard Gabon's remark. Bastard Gabon, what nonsense are you saying? I'm challenging you to a one-on-one. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was so relaxed and light. Today, while eating, Wright scanned the newspaper and caught a piece of news. Newgate. When you set sail, did you truly believe your final destination was raw power? Captain, quick. Look, Rox has taken Newgate, Shiki Wang Ji and the others into his pirate crew. The newspaper read, shocking. The king of the world, the Rox Pirates, have absorbed powerful pirates such as Newgate and destroyed 16 marine bases. Are they trying to rule the whole of this sea? For more details, stay tuned to the next issue. At the end was attached a photograph of Rox, Shiki, and Newgate. That little lion seems to have been beaten into submission. Ha! Roger laughed heartily. Wright perked up. If no one spreads the word, I'll just start the rumors myself. Among the three in that photo, Shiki was the one who drew their attention first. Roger, you've really outdone yourself. Is this what they call getting a response? I'm shipping it. The Roger Pirates put in at a thriving trade island to rest and replenish. The crew scattered in 2s and 3s. Some went to procure supplies, others to unwind at the taverns. Rayleigh, meanwhile, occupied an outdoor seat before a tavern, leisurely savoring his coffee with an air of rare refinement. At that very moment, a tall woman with black hair, her temple locks faintly curling, approached. A wide-brimmed hat shaded her face, and a barely perceptible smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Well, my good sir, isn't drinking coffee all alone an awfully dull affair? She drew out a chair and seated herself across from Rayleigh without the least reservation. Rayleigh raised his eyes slightly. Behind his lenses a trace of surprise flickered, but serenity returned in an instant. Miss, have we met? We have now, haven't we? She propped her chin on one hand, her smile deepening. My name is Shaki. I deal in information. Rayleigh lifted an eyebrow. Information, you say? Then are you here to sell information? Or to purchase it? Shaki blinked. But of course, I'm here to trade information. She deliberately drawled, tapping her fingertips lightly upon the table. You see, I'm awfully intrigued by Rayleigh, the Dark King. The scene swept to the rooftop above Rayleigh's coffee spot. Look closely and you'd notice a single patch of roof slightly at odds with its surroundings, the product of Wright's high-output clinging mist. Beneath the fog lay two figures, Wright and Jabba. At this mist density, Wright could say without the slightest exaggeration that unless Uncle Rayleigh deliberately swept a hard gaze this way, discovery was utterly impossible. Wright gave Jabba a nudge. See, Jabba, I told you, there's a story here. Jabba nodded fervently. It wasn't for nothing that we've dogged him since we came ashore. 16 islands, give or take. At last we've caught hold of something. Wright swiftly pressed a hand over Jabba's mouth. Chill. Keep it down. We'll be found out. Rayleigh cleared his throat softly and lifted his coffee cup to conceal his slight discomfort. Oh, what could I possibly have that interests you? Plenty. Shaki inched closer, lowering her voice. For instance, being a pirate as you are, why the constant glasses? To play the role of a refined gentleman. Rayleigh nearly sputtered on his coffee. It's a personal habit. Oh, Shaki drew the syllable out, her eyes glinting slyly. And how about this? Is your Captain Roger true to the rumors, a man who bellows 3 great laughs before a fight? Rayleigh pressed at his forehead in resignation. Tell me, are you truly here to gather intelligence or simply to fish for gossip? Both, naturally. Shaki produced a little notebook with a grin and set to writing in it with solemn pretension. Rayleigh, when asked about Roger, appeared exasperated, suspected of harboring dissatisfaction toward his captain. Further speculation, he may covet the captain's seat. Rayleigh, hey, this isn't gathering intelligence anymore. This is fabricating rumors. A short distance away, Wright whispered, Jabba, Uncle Rayleigh is blushing. You saw that, right? Jabba struggled to hold back a laugh. A rare sight, truly, seeing Rayleigh reduced to such straits. What kind of woman is she? Shaki appeared to sense their gaze. She turned her head and gave them a wink, sending the 2 spies ducking back in a flurry. Wright shoved Jabba's head back into the mist in a panic. Don't stick your head out of the mist, Jabba. Are you trying to get us killed? Afraid that a sprawling mist would rouse suspicion, Wright had covered only the 2 of them in an ultra-thin layer of extremely concentrated fog. It did not extend far. A mere lift of the head and you'd emerge from it. Wright couldn't help but marvel. The young sister Shaki was truly as sharp as they came. All right, I've just about gathered all the intelligence I need. Shaki closed her notebook, rose to her feet, and looked down at Rayleigh from above, a mischievous smile hooked at the corner of her lips. Next time we meet, I do hope you'll buy me a proper drink, instead of coffee. Rayleigh parted his lips, but before he could answer, Shaki had already turned away, leaving behind only a faint perfume on the air. You two can come out now. How much longer were you planning to watch? Just how thick-skinned were Wright and Jabba? In a flash the pair had scurried over, faces brimming with curiosity. Uncle Rayleigh, who is she? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, feigning nonchalance. A troublesome woman. Wright grinned slyly. But she seemed quite taken with you. There's definitely something going on. Rayleigh, Brad, is your training volume too light? Right, I'll shut up now. Several days later, the Roger Pirates were ready to leave port. Wright was crouching on the deck tallying supplies when Jabba suddenly seized his arm and spoke in a hushed voice, "Hey kid, look over there." Wright followed his gaze. At the tavern entrance by the harbor, Shaggy had Rayleigh cornered against the wall. Wright nearly lost his mind. Why was there no camera in his hand at this very moment? "Camera, come on, save me. Snap it quick." Being utterly unable to record this juicy gossip scene of his beloved ship was pure agony for Wright. With one hand braced on the wall, the other pinching a small slip of paper, Shaggy leaned toward Rayleigh, smiling sweetly. "Mr. Rayleigh, I happen to have a certain piece of top-secret intelligence right here. Care to hear it?" Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, endeavoring to stay composed. "And what intelligence would that be?" Shaggy's red lips curved ever higher. "I hear there's a brat aboard your ship by the name of Wright, particularly fond of spreading gossip." Rayleigh, Wright, concealed behind the cargo crates, was utterly bewildered. Jabba's shoulders quaked with suppressed laughter. "Ha ha ha, you've been ratted out." Wright ground his teeth. How can this woman possibly know even that? As if sensing their presence, Shaggy deliberately raised her voice. "Especially when it comes to the romantic gossip of certain individuals." A vein at Rayleigh's temple twitched. "What precisely is it you wish to say?" Shaggy blinked, then suddenly rose onto her tiptoes and murmured something into his ear. Rayleigh's earlobes reddened in an instant. Wright and Jabba stared, eyes wide as saucers. "Oh." Shaggy stepped back in satisfaction and gave the slip of paper a little flourish. "If you want the full intelligence, remember to buy me a drink when we next meet." And with that she turned, strolling away with carefree grace. Rayleigh stood there, and only after a long moment drew a deep breath, a hand pressed to his forehead. What exactly does that woman intend to do? Wright and Jabba slipped over, stealthy as thieves. "Uncle Rayleigh, what did she whisper to you?" Rayleigh's face remained stone. "Today's training is doubled." "Right, Jabba, what does that have to do with us?" In the distance, Shaggy leaned against the mouth of an alley watching the clamorous Roger pirates and gave a soft laugh. "A fleet ahead. That's the Golden Lion pirates' ship." Roger poked his head out of the captain's cabin, a grin spreading across his face. "Oh, that cheeky fellow still dares to come at us." Root kipped up and sprang to his feet, squinting into the distance. 3 menacing warships were cleaving through the waves, Golden Lion head banners flying from their bows. 3 figures loomed on the flagship's deck, Shiki the Golden Lion and Wang Ji, a burly man with a long saber at his waist and a cold, sinister gaze. The young Charlotte Linlin was genuinely beautiful. She held a piece of cake in her hand, a smear of cream at the corner of her mouth. "Jaha, Roger. Long time no see." Shiki roared, his voice riding the sea breeze. Roger planted his hands on his hips and answered cheerfully, "What, not beaten enough last time? Brought reinforcements now." A vein bulged at Shiki's temple, but he quickly swallowed his anger and sneered. "Don't misunderstand. I've come to offer you a grand opportunity. Captain Rox has taken a liking to you." Wang Ji added icily. "Join us, and sooner or later this seat will be ours." Root's mouth twitched, and he muttered under his breath, "Man, the pyramid scheme boss Rox is out headhunting. The MLM wave has finally rolled up on our ship." Gabon, an axe propped on his shoulder, gave a contemptuous snort. "What the hell is your Rox Pirates anyway?" Charlotte Linlin licked the cream off her fingers and giggled. Mama, Roger, if you join us I'll bake you a cake every day, and we could even." With that she even tossed Roger a flirtatious wink. Roger, being Roger, simply stood there blankly, not registering her meaning in the slightest. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and remarked dryly, "Captain, it looks like they've even brought out the honey trap." Roger bellowed with laughter and patted his straw hat. "Kuhaha. No thanks. I've no interest in being someone else's underling." Shiki's eyes went cold, a glimmer of ambition flickered in them as he spoke. "Roger, don't be ungrateful. Captain Rox is a man who'll become the king of the world." Root caught it. So Shiki wasn't truly devoted after all. That man was nursing schemes of his own. Root dug his finger into his ear and asked loudly on purpose, "What? King of the world? Did he ask Marine Headquarters, the world government, or our captain what they think?" Wang Ji gave a cold snort. "Kid, this isn't your place to speak." Roger's smile never wavered, but his gaze slowly sharpened. "Go back and tell Rox." Root jeered, "Keep dreaming. Recruit our captain." Tui. The sea breeze abruptly went dead. The two sides were at daggers drawn. Shiki bared a ferocious grin. "Then it can't be helped." He flung up his hand. "Lions might see coil." The sea erupted with a deafening blast. Colossal waves twisted into roaring lions that hurled themselves at the Oro Jackson. Roger drew his blade, Conqueror's hockey spiraling around it, and laughed. "Lads, let the battle begin." The sea wind howled. On the Oro Jackson's deck, 2 silhouettes faced each other in silence. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, a cold light flashing across the lenses. Wang Ji slowly drew his long saber, a cold glint running down its edge. "Dark King Rayleigh, I hear that observation hockey of yours can foresee everything." Rayleigh smiled faintly. "Why don't you give it a try, eh?" Wang Ji vanished without a trace. It wasn't high-speed movement. It was a genuine disappearance. No footsteps, no presence, not even a ripple in the air. Silent assassination, art shadow strike. The blade cut soundlessly toward Rayleigh's back, aiming for his heart. Rayleigh, as if he had long foreseen it, didn't turn his head. His sword lashed out in a reverse arc. Clang. Sparks flew as Wang Ji's blade was parried with complete precision. Wang Ji's pupils contracted. "You can actually see me." Rayleigh laughed softly. No, I heard you. Your heartbeat. It's too loud. Wang Ji sneered. Then I'll let you hear your fill. He abruptly accelerated, his form flickering like a ghost sword light, splitting into countless afterimages that slashed at Rayleigh from every direction. Silent style, thousand blades. Every stroke was soundless yet lethal beyond measure. Rayleigh stood rooted to the spot, his gaze beneath the glasses as cold as ice. Clang, clang, clang. The rapier parried every attack with surgical precision, sparks flying like rain. The longer Wang Ji fought, the more alarmed he grew. This man, can he really predict every move I make? In the instant when Wang Ji's attack slackened, Rayleigh moved. Your silence is nothing but impatience, wearing a mask, like a prancing clown. The rapier lunged out like a venomous serpent straight for Wang Ji's wrist. With a wet thud, blood sprayed through the air. Wang Ji let out a muffled grunt, his long saber flying from his grasp. Rayleigh spun his blade and pressed it against Wang Ji's throat. It's over. Gritting his teeth, Wang Ji leapt back to his own ship. Root sized things up in a glance. Only 3 enemies had come. The golden lion was Roger's mark. Rayleigh had taken Wang Ji, and that left just Gabon in him. Anyone who didn't get a fight would be looked down on afterward. That wouldn't do. He activated his domain and charged at Charlotte Linlin. Mama, little boy, are you only good at dodging? A dangerous glimmer danced in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. Root's figure flickered in and out of the blood mist, a helpless smile tugging at his mouth. Can't help it. My mist can melt straight through a warship. But I've got to say, your skin really is absurdly thick. Linlin slammed a fist into the heart of the mist. The air burst apart, but she only scattered an empty phantom. So annoying. Like a mosquito. She stamped her feet in a rage, the whole ship shuddering beneath her. Seizing the moment, Root flashed out from the far side of the mist. Mist god-style blood tide. The blood mist clinging to the black tide sword erupted in a flash, condensing into countless fine-edged blades of crimson. Clang. A metallic impact rang out. Linlin didn't so much as turn her head. Her backhand slap simply smacked the mist apart. TSK. Not a single weak spot. Root frowned and faded into the mist once more. Gabon, cutting down swaths of grunts while stealing glances at the fight, couldn't help but heckle. Hey, Root, since when did you get so lame that you can't even scratch a woman's skin? Root's voice drifted out of the mist. If you're so great, you come try. This woman's harder than sea stone. Gabon yelled. Then hand her over to me. Root vaulted into the air, swapping positions with Gabon. Without another word, Gabon charged forward, both axes wheeling in full arcs as he chopped down at Linlin. Wild axe mountain splitter. Boom. The axe blades crashed into Linlin's arm, throwing off sparks, as if striking solid metal. Linlin didn't budge an inch. Instead, she laughed in delight. Not bad at all. That stung a little. Gabon's hands went numb. He cursed inwardly. Is this woman a sea stone come to life? But he refused to back down out loud. This is only the beginning. Watch closely, kid, and learn. Every move here is a lesson worth studying. Shiki crossed his twin swords and slashed down with all his might. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Dozens of golden slashes tore through the sky, surging at Roger like mad lions. Roger laughed loudly as he drew his sword, coating the blade with Conqueror's Haki. One slash, divine departure. Boom. Black, red, and golden Haki collided, and the shockwave forcibly pressed the entire sea into a massive crater. The Oro Jackson and the Rocks fleet both rocked violently at the same time. Wright anchored himself with Conqueror's Haki. Are those two monsters trying to split the sea apart? Shiki stepped on empty air and swooped down. I can fly. What do you have to fight me with? Roger grinned, then suddenly leapt up, kicking with Moonwalk to hang briefly in midair. At least I can get airborne for a while with Moonwalk. Clang. Ace clashed violently with Odo and Kagurashi, sparks raining down like fire. Gabon abruptly changed his tactics. No longer meeting brute force with brute force, he used his nimble footwork to circle around to Linlin's side and swept his axe across the back of her knee. Raging axe stream cutter. Bang. Linlin stumbled and dropped to one knee, but immediately swung a backhanded punch at Gabon. Mama, a cheap trick. Gabon hastily raised his axe crosswise to block, but was still blasted back more than 10 meters, his back crashing heavily into the mast. Cough. What monstrous strength. Gabon's eyes, however, burned with even greater excitement. Wright shouted from the mist, brother Gabon. Her stance is unstable. Go for her ankle. Gabon grinned. You think I needed you to tell me? He suddenly dropped low and charged, sweeping both axes along the ground. Raging axe, Earth Dragon. Swoosh. A flash of axe light. Sparks burst from Linlin's ankle, and she finally lost her balance and toppled. Mama. Gabon seized the chance, leapt up, and raised both axes high. This is over. Just as the blades were about to fall. Fistbone meteor. A cannonball struck Linlin exactly in the chest, and blasted her straight into the sea. Gabon's axe cut only air, and he nearly threw out his back. Huh. What? On the distant warship, Garp laughed with his hands on his hips. Huh. No need to thank me. Gabon roared in fury. Who asked for your help? Fistbone meteor shower. Dense black cannonballs rained down from the sky, bombing both fleets indiscriminately. Right. Boom. 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 Roger and Shiki both leapt back, staring at the sea in shock and fury. Garp's dog-headed warship came cutting through the waves, the man himself standing on the bow and picking his nose. Huh. Keep fighting. I'm just here to enjoy the show. Shiki flew into a rage. Garp, you're asking to die? Roger, however, suddenly sheathed his sword and waved his hand with a laugh. Forget it, forget it. I've had enough fighting for today. He shouted to Garp, you old bastard. Next time I'll buy you a drink. Garp said, who would want to drink with you? I'm here to arrest you all. But the warship had clearly slowed down, showing no intention of giving chase. The three sides withdrew. Shiki gnashed his teeth, then glanced at his damaged fleet and the wary Marines watching him. At last he snorted coldly. Roger. Next time we meet, I'll kill you with my own hands. He signaled the retreat, and the Rock's fleet slowly sailed away. Roger waved with a grin. Give Rox my regards. Garp picked his ear. TSK. No fun. Then he turned his ship around and left. He had no intention of chasing Roger now, because that would only let the Rock's crew take advantage. A gentle sea breeze blew as the smoke of battle dispersed. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, the Roger pirates sat, or lay about, savoring a rare moment of post-battle leisure. Wright sprawled on the deck, his body covered in red stains left by evaporated blood mist, like a salted fish dried under the sun. It wasn't his own blood. The soldiers he had chopped were the ones who could bleed. Wright had jumped straight into the sea. I'm dead tired. I killed at least a few hundred grunts, and in the end, that old geezer Garp stole all the attention. Gabon gulped down his drink and rolled his eyes. You have the nerve to complain. If not for Garp's cannonball, I would have finished Charlotte Linlin. Oh, I almost took care of Charlotte Linlin, Wright said sarcastically, the corners of his mouth curving into an inverted V. Uncle Gabon, don't take this the wrong way. I couldn't break her defense even with corrosion and slashing. Did that one-axe swing of yours really stand a chance? Wright picked his nose. After spending so long around Roger, he had picked up the habit. Roger did it unconsciously, while Wright saved it for his sarcastic moments for maximum impact. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and calmly delivered the final blow. Gabon, your axe didn't even land. Stop bragging. Gabon said. Rayleigh, do you want to fight? Roger laughed heartily and wrapped his arms around both of them. Kuha! What a satisfying fight today. That Garp is just the same as always, showing up to cause trouble at the liveliest moment. The deck had been blown open with a huge hole. Wright looked around at everyone. All the members of the Roger Pirates looked back at him. Wright sighed and climbed to his feet in resignation. All right. I'm the one who had to be a devil fruit user. He pressed both hands on the deck and mist slowly seeped out to fill the broken planks. Gabon stood nearby supervising. Hey kid, is that mist patch of yours reliable? Don't let the ship fall apart halfway. Wright rolled his eyes. Then you do it. How do you think we managed without the Oro Jackson? I'm quite professional when it comes to repairing ships. Gabon said. Keep working. Rayleigh walked over and patted Wright on the shoulder. Good work. You get an extra meal tonight. Wright's eyes lit up. Really? I want barbecue. Rayleigh smiled. Sure, I'll deduct it from the 30,000 berry you owe me. Wright said. Then I choose to starve to death. This debt went all the way back to when Wright borrowed money to buy a ship while training with the Black Tide Greatsword. He had owed it for over a decade, and now he was being told to pay it back. He was determined to stay a deadbeat. Night fell. A campfire blazed on the deck, and the aroma of barbecue filled the air. Roger stood on a barrel holding a bottle of sake and shouted to today's victory. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone cheered, cups clinked, and liquor splashed. Gabon's face was flushed red from drinking as he threw an arm around Wright's neck. Kid, you look pretty cool today mowing down those grunts. Wright raised his chin proudly. Of course, I'm the Crimson Mist. Gabon said, but compared to me back in my day. Wright interrupted. Stop. Brother Gabon, every time you get drunk, you start bragging, and I'm sick of it. And if you bring up that lame, worthless joke again, I'll kill you. Gabon flew into a rage. You little brat. I'm telling the truth. Don't you have any respect for your elders? Rayleigh calmly drank. Like that time you tried to take on a Sea King alone and got chased for 3 days and 3 nights. Gabon said. Rayleigh, shut up. In the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, Rox had long been trying to recruit Roger. Yet perhaps it was the will of the world. Whenever Rox led his crew, he never once encountered the Roger Pirates, and without Rox no one else could take down Roger's crew. Shocking. Charlotte Linlin, an officer of the Rox Pirates, declared on Beehive Island if Roger, Gabon, and Rue Tay were willing, they could produce powerful children. Ha ha ha. I never expected Rue Tay's first confession to come from Charlotte Linlin. Compared to Charlotte Linlin, little Rue Tay is just a tiny bean sprout. A giantess matched with a little bean sprout. Ha ha ha. Gabon laughed until his stomach ached. This time Rue Tay did not argue. When it came to giants, my brother Gabon truly had the right to speak. Thus the days passed one after another as the news seagulls delivered wanted poster after wanted poster. Rox also became a master at conquering pirates. One day he would subdue Kaido, the next he would smash a pirate's dojo. This too signaled that the God Valley War was imminent. Rue Tay, however, felt nothing. Whether Rox won or Garp won, it made no difference to him. You might say that if Rox became the king of the world would fall into chaos. But when the target of resistance is no longer the exalted gods, but a pirate, the 800-year-old belief in the inviolability of the gods would collapse. Just as Rox was gathering his pirates, Garp came looking for Roger and the others. From the lookout post, a crewman shouted, a marine warship ahead. It's Garp's doghead ship. Roger grinned, his eyes beneath the straw hat sparkling with excitement. Kuha! My old rival is here. Rue Tay narrowed his eyes, watching the warship draw closer. Garp stood at the bow beneath the brim of his trademark doghead cap. His face, always stuck in a foolish grin, was now unusually grave. Prepare for battle, Gabon shouted, and the crew immediately moved into combat readiness. There would be no fight, but the proper formalities could not be omitted. To everyone's surprise, Garp's warship came to a stop 100 meters away. Even stranger, the warship's cannons were all pointed downward, an unmistakable signal of truce. Mind you, every time Garp met Roger, he had always opened with cannon fire. Ruete had already readied his mist field. What the hell is going on? Ruete muttered under his breath, and an eerie blood mist unconsciously began to wreathe around him. He seemed to have guessed why Garp had come. Suddenly Garp sprang forward in a single bound moon step, kicking out several shockwaves in midair before he landed firmly on the deck of the Oro Jackson. This action put everyone on edge. Ruete's fingers were already pressing against the hilt of Black Tide. If Garp truly intended to bring up that matter, Ruete would draw his sword without hesitation. Protect those beasts. What a joke. Relax, little brat. Garp glanced at Ruete, then walked straight to Roger. I have something to say. Roger laughed heartily and spread his arms wide. Hoo-ha. Garp, since when did you learn to be so polite? Garp ignored Roger's teasing. He lowered his voice, his tone heavier than ever before. Rox is planning to come to God Valley. The deck fell silent in an instant. A cold gleam flickered across Rayleigh's glasses. Gabon's axe drooped unconsciously. Even Roger, always so playful and grinning, let his smile fade. So what? Ruete could not help interjecting. Marine, what did you come here for? Ruete did not even bother to call him Garp. Garp's sharp gaze turned to Ruete, his eyes seeming to pierce through everything. Little brat, do you know what God Valley is for? Ruete's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, but he still nodded. Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon quietly moved to Ruete's side. They knew Ruete could foresee the future, and the fact that he showed such unusual emotion was telling. Even though they were close to Garp, even if Ruete knew nothing of the future, they would always stand behind Ruete. I don't know what you're talking about. Get off our ship. Ruete swung Black Tide. After blocking the blade, Garp took 2 steps back and leapt out of Ruete's striking range. Don't play dumb. I trust my instincts. Garp pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his coat and tossed it onto the deck. See for yourself. Ruete bent down to pick it up and found it was a roster of slaves. In the column marked Special Exhibit Items was written boldly, a total of approximately 100,000 slaves, with children accounting for around 16%. Ruete's hands began to tremble, the paper rustling faintly in his grip. Garp. Roger's voice deepened. What exactly are you trying to say? Garp took a deep breath. Rox wants to seize the Celestial Dragon's treasure and devil fruits. But those beasts. He pointed toward God Valley, then fell silent. It was unclear whether the beasts he referred to were Rox or the Celestial Dragons. Rayleigh suddenly spoke up. So you've come to save the slaves. I thought you would have set up a 10 nautical mile marine blockade, keeping every slave from escaping, so you could have a grand little game with your Celestial Dragon daddies, ha. Bullshit. Garp slammed his fist against the bulwarks, splitting the wood with a crack. I came here to kill Rox. But those children. His voice for once betrayed a hint of wavering. They don't deserve to die. The deck sank into silence. The sea breeze carried distant screams like a dull knife scraping against every heart. Ruete suddenly let out a cold laugh. What a touching speech. But how can you guarantee this isn't a trap? We go in as cannon fodder while the Marines reap the spoils. And weren't those slaves also a product of the world you protect? Garp did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked up to Ruete, close enough to smell the blood on him. He lowered his voice, speaking just loudly enough for Ruete alone to hear. The third cave beneath the west cliff. The guards have already fallen asleep. Ruete's pupils abruptly contracted. You? His voice caught in his throat. Garp took a step back and resumed his carefree expression. So Roger, want to team up and pull off something big? Roger stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping between Garp and Ruete. Suddenly he burst out laughing. Hoo-ha. Interesting. Really, what do you think? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. From a strategic standpoint, a temporary alliance is indeed the best choice. But, he gave Garp a meaningful look. We need some guarantees. Garp grinned and pulled a map dense with markings from his coat, tossing it to Rayleigh. This is the Marines' deployment map of God Valley, where the Celestial Dragons are stationed and where they might hide if danger arises. This old man surveyed it when he pacified God Valley. Isn't that sincere enough? Ruete stared hard at the map, the scales in his heart tipping back and forth. He did not want to protect those so-called Celestial Dragons, yet he could not ignore the cries of those children. What unsettled him even more was that Garp seemed to be hinting at something. Ruete. Roger suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. What do you think? Everyone turned to look at Ruete. Ruete explained slowly. The Celestial Dragons use God Valley as a hunting arena. They capture slaves, humans, fishmen, giants, and others, and cast them onto the island, then chase them down with weapons and wild beasts for their own amusement. Celestial Dragons who perform exceptionally well in the hunt are even commended by the 5 elders, all to exhibit their so-called noble bloodline and combat power. After saying this, Ruete closed his eyes. Roger remained silent for a long time. We can go help you fight Rox. Roger finally spoke. Garp, I trust you, but I do not trust the Marines. We will decide for ourselves when to make our move. Garp laughed heartily. That's enough, Roger. He turned and walked toward the bulwark. Before leaving, he glanced back at Ruete. Remember, if the mist is thick enough, even the gods cannot see the truth. I couldn't care less how pirates raise hell, nor do I want to bother with whether the celestial dragons live or die. But children shouldn't die. When that time comes, it's bound to be utter chaos. These words struck Ruete's heart like a heavy hammer. At God Valley's central arena, 12 tons of gold were embedded around the grounds. Celestial Dragon A was prodding an iron cage with a diamond-studded whip. Hurry up and crawl, you filthy fish girl. The fish girl in the cage, covered in whip scars, mechanically dragged her tail forward, faint pink blood frothing from its edge. Father, look! The young celestial dragon suddenly shrieked, pointing at the sky. 3 winged tribe slaves, their wings bound by iron chains, were plummeting from 100 meters in the sky. The celestial dragon's favorite falling bird show. The stands erupted in cheers. Celestial dragons wearing bubble helmets eagerly wagered on which slave would be the first to splatter into pulp. Boring. Celestial Dragon Beyond then raised a pistol and shattered one slave's knee. Now that's interesting. Along the marble corridor, living exhibits were displayed: a giant toddler whose limbs had been sewn into doll-like appendages, and a mermaid songstress wearing a jeweled necklace. Her vocal cords had been removed. This is the final lot of today's auction. A servant respectfully pulled aside the red silk. 3 mink cubs were curled inside the cage. They glow under the full moon, perfect for bedside lamps. Roger and his men were in the 3rd cave beneath the western cliff, sweeping God Valley with observation hockey. All of them were furious, none more so than Roger and Ruete, whose observation hockey was the sharpest and perceived the most. Ruete's senses picked up those faint life fluctuations, life waves filled with even more terror and despair than any adult's. Screams rose and fell through the jungle. 20 slaves were thrown into a hunting ground riddled with trap spells tied around their necks and numbers carved into their wrists. The rules are simple. The host announced into the video, "Den Den Mushy. The noble lord's hunt with specially made bullets. Hit the numbered body part, and you win the corresponding prize." He kicked the prize chest at his feet, which was piled with devil fruits and slave contracts. Number 7. I want to hit number 7's left eye. Smoke curled from the celestial dragon's gun barrel. 100 meters away, screams rang out as a female long-armed tribeswoman collapsed, clutching an eye socket streaming blood. The visual Den Den Mushy's pupil contracted, sending the image to a live broadcast screen in Mary Geos. Ruete felt he was on the verge of madness. This was his first real contact with celestial dragons. Though he had seen their cruelty in manga, both the values of his previous life and what he had witnessed in this life gave him one answer: they all deserved death. What gave them the right to casually toy with other people's lives? At this moment he wished he could rush out and slaughter every last one of them. Rox was cruel, but the celestial dragons were no better. Neither side was worth anything. The marine flag in God Valley's harbor suddenly ignited. From the azure blue flames stepped a figure draped in a captain's coat. With every step, Roxy, Zebek shouted, "Garp." His roar shattered all the glass along the shore. "Did you bring your toy soldiers here to die?" 50 warships in the harbor turned their gun barrels at once, but the soldiers in the front rank suddenly crumpled to their knees. Their shadows were nailed to the ground by some force. Wang Ji emerged from the shadows, his blade tip holding a marine vice admiral's head. "Our captain is asking you a question." The marine's vaunted steel line was like paper before the Rocks pirates. The burning wrecks of 10 top-class warships littered the sea. Is this the world government's pride? Rocks crushed a marine soldier's helmet beneath his foot, grinding the man's bloodied face with his soul. "They can't even make me break a sweat." Garp barely managed to keep Rocks occupied, but anyone with eyes could tell Garp could not hold out much longer. On the smoke-wreathed battlefield, 9 gods' knights appeared, marching in unison. They wore pure white cloaks with the celestial dragon's hoofprint embroidered over their chests, and each one's aura was as vast and profound as the abyss. Their leader, Knight Commander Garling Saint, held a rapier wrapped in Conqueror's hockey, its point aimed directly at Rocks. "Rocks D. Zebek, your crimes end today." Rocks grinned, baring his stark white teeth. "You think a pack of guard dogs can stop me?" Before the words faded, Whitebeard had already stepped forward. Murakumajari, wreathed in the power of the tremor fruit, came crashing down. Sky quake, heaven collapse. Boom. 3 gods' knights joined forces to block the blow. Every member of the gods' knights was an elite after all. Garling Saint's pupils shrank. What? Garling Saint had never imagined that the commanders under Rocks could be this strong. He had assumed they would sweep the battlefield effortlessly since they were sustained by the entire world. Hey, seems like you've been ignoring us." The Rocks Pirates was a crew forged by Rox's absolute strength. As long as Rocks had not fallen or shown any sign of defeat, their unity was formidable. The moment he fell, they would instantly fall apart. Silver Axe and Wang Ji also brought down 2 knights. Shadow Binding hanging. Crack. Amid the splintering of rock, the 2 knights were sent flying, but they seemed to have suffered no serious damage. Charlotte Linlin stood atop the thundercloud, Zeus cackling as she dove. Mama, your souls belong to me now." The youngest god's knight had barely raised his shield before Zeus swallowed him, whole, his scream cut short. The first casualty was the weakest of them. Garling Saint paid it no mind. Garling Saint swung his sword violently, a Conqueror's hockey-laced slash flying straight at Rox's throat. Rox neither dodged nor flinched. He caught the blade with one hand, black-red lightning erupting from his palm. Too slow. Crack. The sword in Garling's hand was crushed bare-handed by Rox. Before Garling could even react, Rox's other hand closed around his throat and lifted him high into the air. The so-called God's Knights. Rox sneered, his fingers tightening little by little. Are nothing more than dogs kept by the celestial dragons. Bang. Garling's saint was slammed hard into the ground, spiderweb cracks spreading over 100 meters. Garp paid no attention to the God's Knights at all. His opponent was only Rox. If others came looking for death, that was not his concern. The remaining veteran knights could only fight the Rox Pirates commanders to a standstill. For a time, the battlefield fell into an eerie calm. None of Rox's commanders would ever risk their lives in a deathmatch. When Rox punched Garp flying with a single blow and looked toward the auction grounds, he saw something delightful. The pirates had already broken through the marine line. Even though the knights were cutting them down, they surged like locusts toward the celestial dragon's viewing stand. Those once exalted gods now scattered in every direction like headless flies. Interesting. Rox licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Let's pull these gods down from their pedestal. Garp seized the moment to smash an iron fist into Rox's face, only to have his wrist caught by Rox's backhand. Garp, you're distracted. Bang. Rox drove his knee savagely into Garp's gut, and the marine's hero spat out a mouthful of blood. In an underground passage, a fishman girl carried an injured mink child, followed by a dozen or more slaves of different races. Suddenly, a silver-haired boy appeared at the end of the passage. Don Quixote, homing saint. Move aside. The fishman girl bared her fangs. The boy silently handed over a bunch of keys. There's a boat at the eastern dock. His voice trembled. You can use it to escape. Wright's mist condensed into a finger in the passage, pointing in another direction. There's another exit over there. When the last slave disappeared into the end of the passage, Wright turned to look at the main battlefield. Rox was gripping Garling's saint's throat, while Garp had already regained his feet, his fist gleaming black with armament hockey. It's time to end this. The blood mist on the black tide greatsword suddenly surged. This time Wright did not spread the mist over a wide area. Instead, he condensed it around himself, bending light to conceal his presence. Wright did not charge toward the main battlefield. You love treating people as less than human, don't you, celestial dragons? Your daddy Wright is here. Captain Roger. Gabon looked anxiously at Roger, who remained still. Wright is, let him go. Roger's straw hat shaded his eyes. Some battles must be chosen by himself. At the center of God Valley, chaos had long since broken out. Since you enjoy hunting. His voice drifted through the air, impossible to trace. Then now I'm the hunter. Celestial Dragon Fey Saint was frantically ordering his guards, quick. Escort me out of this godforsaken place. The guards looked around nervously but saw nothing but a stretch of scarlet mist. Sir, we can't find the enemy. Useless. A pack of useless. Squelch. Fey Saint's voice stopped abruptly. A hair-thin line of blood had appeared across his throat at some unknown moment. The guards watched in horror as his head slowly slid off, blood gushing out. The first. From the moment he decided to kill celestial dragons to the moment he claimed his first, Wright felt suddenly unblocked. The bottleneck imprisoning his devil fruit had vanished, and he sensed the awakening of his ability. His mist had barely deserved the name Blood Mist before, since the color was one he had mixed himself. Now it truly lived up to the name. Since you don't treat life as anything, I'll use your lives as fertilizer. That should be fine, Wright. Wright felt the awakening improve the mist's quality in all respects. Moreover, any creature within Wright's mist could have its life force drained to nourish him if Wright so wished. After killing a celestial dragon, he felt entirely clear at heart. Celestial dragons Kai Saint and Chao Saint hid behind a golden statue, trembling all over. Damn commoners. How dare you attack us? Kai Saint roared hysterically. When the Marines arrive, I'll have all their families captured as slaves. Don't make a sound. Chao Saint covered his mouth. That monster can hear us. Suddenly Kai Saint shoved Chao Saint away and drew a gem-encrusted pistol. Slave, how dare you touch someone so noble with your filthy hands? Slave, how could you be here? Bang. The bullet pierced the forehead of Chao Saint. Kai Saint stared blankly at his own hand. I didn't mean to. Bang. Blood bloomed from the chests of both Kai Saint and Chao Saint. They looked at each other's trigger fingers, bewilderment filling their eyes. They had clearly seen only slaves just a moment ago. As he fell, he saw a pair of cold scarlet eyes in the mist. Dogs biting dogs. What a pleasant feeling. A celestial dragon was dragging his obese body toward a golden carriage, snot and tears smeared across his ugly face. Save me. I am a descendant of the Creator. You lowly wretches must. Mist erosion life siphon. Wright's finger hooked slightly, and the mist coiled around the celestial dragon suddenly tightened. Arc. The obese celestial dragon suddenly froze. His skin visibly shriveled, the essence of flesh and blood drained by the mist, turning into wisps of scarlet energy that streamed back into Wright's body. In just 3 seconds, a mummified corpse knelt to the ground. A breeze blew and it turned to ashes and scattered. Wright clenched his fist, feeling the abundant life force within him. His stamina was recovering, and even his haki had grown denser. So this is what it feels. The remaining 5 celestial dragons gathered together back to back, raising their cups, trembling all over. See, come out, you demon. Wright's voice came from all directions. Didn't you enjoy hunting? Now it's your turn to be the prey. Mist realm life withering. The scarlet mist abruptly expanded, engulfing all 5 celestial dragons. Aya! My arm! Help! My skin is melting. Slaves! Where the hell are you? Marines! Save me! Their screams gradually faded. The essence of their flesh and blood was frantically drained by the mist, turning into 5 crimson streams that poured into Wright's body. Thud! The 5 mummified corpses fell at the same time, while Wright's presence rose to an unprecedented height. Truly, a sickening sweetness. He looked down at his hand, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. But for dealing with you, it's just right. The fishman girl and the fleeing slaves had reached the dock, but pursuers were close behind. Stop them. Don't let a single one escape. A Marine captain charged over with dozens of soldiers, bullets raining down on the unarmed slaves. Suddenly scarlet mist rose from the ground, forming a barrier that blocked every attack. What is this? The fishman girl froze. Wright's voice came from within the mist. Run. Don't look back. The next moment the mist wall violently expanded and engulfed every pursuer. Mist healing life gift. The children's wounds were healing, and the Marine's stamina was slowly draining away. Watching the weakening Marines, Wright wore a sneer. Aren't you the Marines who carry justice on your backs? Why aren't you on the main battlefield fighting pirates, but instead stopping slaves? Let me guess, you don't dare fight pirates, but you can hit children. Is that right? Wright dispelled the mist from his face. Scarlet Mist, Wright, aren't you afraid of the world government's revenge? Wright picked his nose. Well, once you're dead, I won't be exposed. Sayonara. Root roamed wildly through God Valley. He avoided the main battlefield, but he swept through every other nook and cranny where celestial dragons could be hiding, gathering plenty of fertilizer. Unfortunately, some celestial dragons were heavily guarded by CP0, making it clear they held high status among their kind. Waves of pirates surged toward them, but after a few charges the pirates lost their nerve. That was only natural. Pirates are cowards. Root, who wanted to fish in troubled waters, found no opening to strike. If he truly wanted them dead, he had ways, but exposure would not be worth the cost. With so many celestial dragons gathered, Root had already killed about half of them by his own hand. He was thoroughly pleased. Humming a little tune, he returned cheerfully to the cave where Roger's ship was docked. By then Rox had been fighting Garp and the others for 3 days. Roger simply waited, listening to the voice of all things, keeping track of Root. Everywhere Root app. Roger shouted. Root looked at his captain. The intense battle had killed most of the Rox pirates and Marines. Now if they came out, they wouldn't become the Celestial Dragons' watchdogs, because the Celestial Dragons were already mostly dead. Perfect for all. Showing up now, they would just be passing by and lending a hand. The Celestial Dragons were all killed by Rox, and maybe the world government would even thank them. Who said Roger only knew adventure? Let them step forward. Rock's breathing was heavy as thunder. His black coat was already torn, revealing a scar-covered chest. Garp's iron fists had left several bruises on his face, and his conqueror's hockey no longer raged as fiercely as at the beginning. Damn Marines. Damn Garp. He spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned savagely at the equally battered Garp. What? All your masters are dead, and you're still fighting this hard. Garp grinned, cracking his knuckles. I've never fought for that trash. Just as the two were about to clash again. How can a fight be without us? A hearty laugh came from the edge of the battlefield. Rox and Garp turned simultaneously. A huge dark red ship broke through the smoke, and at its bow stood the man with the straw hat, Joel D. Roger. This was Root's suggestion. Sailing in as if we were just passing by. Showing up directly would arouse suspicion. Roger. Rock's pupils contracted. What the hell are you doing here? Roger laughed and jumped off the ship, drawing his long blade, ace pointing it at Rox. Of course I'm here to help. Garp's mouth twitched in disbelief at Roger, who had only appeared after 3 days. Help? Who are you helping? Roger blinked. The side of justice, of course. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and said calmly, we were just passing by and saw the Marines struggling, so we came to lend a hand. Gabon hefted his axe and grinned. That's right, we're concerned citizens. Root stood by the gunwale, the great black tide blade resting on his shoulder, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Inwardly, with the celestial dragons mostly dead, who could still say we came to scavenge for scraps? Ha ha ha. While Roger and Garp fought Rox, you ask about the 5 elders and the holy knights. Oh, they were mostly dead already. The war god of science and defense, the war god of finance, the grandmaster of the holy knights, all the rest had perished. Root remarked, TSK tisk, what a great reshuffle. Gabon and Rayleigh and the others went to deal with the other members of the Rox pirates. The battle of Garp, Roger, and Rox was not something they could interfere with. Hey Garp. Roger laughed, pointing his blade at Rox. I don't like you this time, but let's take him on together. Garp snorted, his knuckles cracking. Cut the nonsense. After we finish him, I'm beating you too. Rox stood atop the ruins, his wild laughter shaking the sky. Fools of 2 eras. Come at me together. Let me show you the true king of the world. Rock's conqueror's hockey erupted like a tsunami, black-red lightning tearing through the sky. Roger and Garp unleashed their hockey simultaneously. 3 overwhelming pressures collided, making the entire island tremble violently. Divine departure. Roger's slash tore through space, heading straight for Rock's throat. Fistbone meteor. Garp's iron fist, wrapped in supreme armament, hockey hammered toward Rock's chest. Rox grinned savagely and thrust out both fists. Boom. The 3 forces collided and the shockwave swept across the battlefield. The earth cracked, and seawater surged inland. Rox was blasted back, dozens of meters blood trickling from his lips, but his fighting spirit burned even fiercer. Kuhaha! What a thrill! He ripped open his shirt, revealing the spiral tattoo on his chest, spinning wildly. You too are worthy of my all-out battle. Great whirlpool gods devour. The entire island's energy was frantically absorbed. Rox's muscles bulged, his skin cracked, yet he burst forth with unprecedented power. Roger's eyes narrowed. Life return. Without replenishing energy, he's burning his own life. Garp grinned. Just what I wanted. Roger, Garp shouted. Yeah, I know. Roger laughed in response. The two charged at Rox simultaneously. Fistbone galaxy impact. Garp's fist, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, fell like a meteorite. Ace verdict. Roger's blade delivered a strike that could split heaven and earth. Rox roared and met them with both fists. Conqueror's domain final end. Rumble. The world lost its color. What was Rit doing? Oh, the fight was intense. Root watched from the prow, a blood-red mist shrouding the entire Oro Jackson to keep it from being destroyed. Root said, even from this far away my mist feels like it could be dispersed by their Conqueror's haki. This transmigrator has done enough for you all. I've killed so many celestial dragons. Even if they were pigs, I should get a rest by now. These were probably the 3 strongest men of this era. As for that old geezer hiding in the garden, they could leave him alone for now. With his current strength, Root had earned the right to spectate. Wow, Garp is really going for Rox's kidney. Ouch, that punch looked painful. Oh my god, he sent the captain flying. Damn, that's impressive. Take notes. These are all lessons. While Root was commenting on the battle with relish, Kaido, the Rocks Pirates, in turn with the fish fruits, little serpent form made his entrance. At the fringe of God Valley, smoke and gunpowder filled the air. Young Kaido had recently eaten the fish fruit on God Valley and had yet to master its power. In a half-dragon form, he rampaged through the ruins, claws bared and fangs flashing, spitting out an immature heat breath, while his tail sent several marine grunts flying. Ruete crouched in the blood mist, chin resting on his hand, studying this little WIRM with keen interest. He had only just eaten it, and he could already turn half-dragon. He thought, oh ho, isn't this the future strongest creature? But right now he looks this silly. Hey kid. Ruete's voice suddenly came from every direction, startling Kaido so badly that he flinched, his dragon head whipping left and right. Who? Show yourself. Your dad. Crack. A whip condensed from blood mist lashed sharply across Kaido's dragon rear. Ow. Kaido twisted in agony, nearly tumbling into the sea. Ruete's figure flickered in and out of the blood mist, grinning with wicked amusement. Little WIRM, your Captain Rox is about to be beaten to death. Aren't you going to help? Kaido's eyes blazed with fury. Of course I'm going. But you bastard, but you're too weak. Ruete cut him off. The blood mist suddenly turned into a giant hand and seized the dragon's neck. You can't even use haki, and yet you claim to be the strongest creature. Kaido struggled madly, his dragon claws tearing at the blood mist, but it was like punching cotton. Captain Rox, I'm coming to help. Just after he roared, he suddenly felt his steps falter. Swoosh. A wisp of scarlet mist silently coiled around his ankle. Huh, what the hell? Kaido's eyes flew open wide. A violent burning sensation erupted at his ankle, and his skin visibly began to rot and peel. Blood mist, bone erosion. Ruete's voice came from all directions, laced with a nasty smile. Kaido shook his leg frantically, but the blood mist clung like a curse to his bones, corroding his flesh and threatening to spread across his entire body. Ruete could feel the life force he absorbed growing considerably. The more powerful a creature's vitality, the more life the mist could drain. Bastard. Get the hell out here. Kaido swung his spiked club in fury, but only scattered a clump of mist. Tisk tisk, is that all? Ruete's figure flickered in the blood mist, a staff condensed from blood mist balanced in his hand. Why kid, didn't your captain ever teach you? Keep your observation haki active at all times. The words had barely left his mouth. Bang. A heavy muffled blow landed squarely on the back of Kaido's head. Gah. Kaido's vision went black. Before he could even harden his dragon scales, he pitched face first into the dirt. Ruete strolled over casually and nudged the unconscious Kaido with his foot. Tisk tisk tsk. The future's strongest creature. Right now you're just a fool who took a cheap shot to the head. He crouched down, helped himself to the treasure Kaido had just stolen, and used his blood mist to corrode a few words into Kaido's back. I was here. He had left his own mark one step ahead of Odin. Hehehe. Suddenly a blast of air nearly knocked him over. Ruete looked toward the main battlefield. You really think you can kill me like this? Rock's body slowly rose from the ruins. Blood dripped down his tattered robes, but it could not conceal the suffocating pressure emanating from him. His Conqueror's haki was no longer wild. It had condensed into near-solid black lightning that coiled around his whole body, warping even the air beneath his might. Garp's fist trembled faintly, and Roger's blade dipped an inch. They could feel it. This man's presence was climbing toward an unprecedented peak. I am the king who will overturn this world. You are nothing but stumbling blocks of this era. Rock's pupils turned pitch black. His Conqueror's haki was no longer a shockwave. It became a domain that enveloped the entire battlefield. Conqueror's domain, endless dark. In an instant, every powerhouse trapped within it. Roger, Garp, Rayleigh, and Gaban. was suppressed by an invisible force, their movements slowing for an instant. Observation haki is being disrupted. Rayleigh showed a rare look of shock. No, not disrupted. Roger grinned, battle intent gleaming in his eyes. It's being suppressed. Rock's Conqueror's haki had already transcended simple intimidation. It could briefly suppress an opponent's senses and movements. The spiral tattoo on Rock's chest began to spin violently, like a bottomless black hole. The surrounding rubble, the seawater, even the light itself was being dragged in bit by bit. Great Maelstrom, Divine Devour. The entire God Valley began to collapse. The ground split open into countless abysses. Seawater surged in and black cracks tore across the sky. He's absorbing the entire island. Rue's blood mist was being tugged violently, his expression changing sharply. This bastard wants to take everyone down with him. Rock's body began to disintegrate, but his laughter grew even more frenzied. Kuaha, Roger, Garp, you think you've won. The world government, the celestial dragons, the D clan, all of you are puppets of fate. My will never disappear. His body was crumbling, but his conqueror's haki condensed into a pitch-black phantom that shot toward the heavens. One day, someone will inherit my ambition and overturn this world. Rue bolted the moment he saw it. Hey, a treasure chest. He grabbed it on the way. Rayleigh, Gabin, and the others hurried back toward the Oro Jackson. Rue condensed his mist even as the mist was frantically being sucked toward the black hole, but he didn't dare stop. If he stopped, the Jackson might be torn apart. He compressed the mist into a shield outside the ship. Rue was certain that the stamina he'd spent in 3 days wasn't as much as what this one burst cost him. The crew unleashed Conqueror's haki to resist that savage, all-destroying force, yet the ship stayed firmly locked near God Valley, because their captain was still inside. None of them could leave. After the first shockwave passed, Rayleigh and Rue instantly rushed toward God Valley, while Gabin stayed on the ship to keep resisting the impact. Now, divine departure. Roger bellowed, bringing his long saber ace, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, slashing straight at Rock's throat. Fistbone galaxy impact. Garp's fist blasted out, compressing the air into a vacuum. Dark King's sword of the final end. Rayleigh's sword light cut through the darkness. Mist God style eternal night. Rue's blood mist turned into countless blades, sealing off Rock's escape routes. Boom. In the world-shaking explosion, Rock's figure was completely swallowed up. God Valley sank. The Rock's pirates, seeing their captain defeated, retreated from God Valley one after another. The Marines could only watch from afar. They no longer had the strength to chase pirates, as both sides had nearly burned themselves out. The group jumped onto the planks, floating around them pieces of the unprotected Marine warship that had been broken apart by the impact. Rue swept his gaze across the scene. Oh, the war god of science and defense was still alive. Wow, a legendary survivor. Not bad. The war god of science and defense looked at the Roger Pirates. The world government owes you a favor. The world government will revoke your bounty posters. Thank you all very much for your help. Rue in his Jerry form pointed at the 5 elders. See, he has to thank us. He had stopped wondering why the Roger Pirates had appeared. Without them, Rocks might truly have succeeded. There was no room for any conspiracy theory to explain it, because it just didn't add up. The Roger Pirates had no need at all to risk their lives for the world government. The favor was too enormous. But the old fogies of the world government would never kneel down and thank the Roger Pirates. Rue felt pretty good about it. With such a huge favor owed, everything would be convenient in the future. Rue felt that as long as the Roger Pirates hadn't yet touched the truth of this world, they could walk around this world however they pleased. A super ancient warlord of the sea with no obligations. Isn't that something? After the Battle of God Valley ended, the Oro Jackson slowly sailed away from the ruins. On deck, the Roger Pirates gathered in a circle and stared curiously at a magnificent treasure chest that Wright had scavenged from the battlefield wreckage. Hey Wright, what good stuff did you fish up this time? Gabon rubbed his hands together expectantly. Wright shrugged, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Who knows? It might be treasure from the celestial dragons. No treasure can escape my eyes. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and said calmly, knowing you, it's probably something valuable. Roger burst into laughter and flung open the chest lid. Whoa. There was no gold in the chest nor any jewels. Just a red-haired infant sleeping soundly, one tiny fist still clutching a pacifier. The whole deck went silent. Roger looked at him. Rayleigh looked at him. Gabon looked at him. Wright whistled. Oh ho, an unexpected windfall. The baby seemed to be woken by the noise and opened his eyes in a daze, revealing a pair of bright, clear eyes. Then, giggle. He laughed at Roger, waving his tiny hands as if trying to grab his straw hat. Roger froze for 2 seconds, then burst into even louder laughter. Kuaha. This little guy likes my hat. Rayleigh put a hand to his forehead. Captain, that's not the point. Gabon crouched down and poked the baby's cheek. Hey kid, what's your name? The baby of course didn't answer. He only babbled and reached for Gabon's untrimmed beard. Wright stroked his chin thoughtfully. I found him in the Celestial Dragon's treasure vault. Wright knew Shanks had been found by opening a treasure chest, but he never expected the one to fish him into the Roger Pirates would be himself. He truly looked forward to what this little butterfly would bring. Roger scooped up the baby and held him high overhead. From today on, you are a member of the Roger Pirates. Kuaha. Rayleigh sighed. Captain, have you ever actually raised a child? Roger was unconcerned. What's the matter? It's not like this ship can't feed one more mouth. We raised little Right well enough, didn't we? Right thought very well, Captain. Remember what you just said. Roger was scratching his head in front of a boiling pot of formula. The liquid inside was a strange pink and occasionally released suspicious bubbles. Rayleigh, he shouted. Are you sure this is how you mix formula? Rayleigh frowned and flipped through the small booklet in his hand. Its cover read the Spartan Parenting Manual. The recipe says. He stopped mid-sentence as the liquid in the pot let out a muffled puff and belched a column of black smoke. Wright poked his head out lazily from his hammock. A friendly reminder. Are you really sure chili sauce is suitable for a baby? The kitchen immediately fell into chaos. Gabon frantically rescued the pot. Rayleigh flipped through the manual at lightning speed, and Roger somehow produced a bottle of rum and was about to pour it in. Stop. Rayleigh swiftly blocked the captain. A baby can't drink alcohol. Roger scratched his head and laughed. What's wrong with that? When I was little. When you were little you drank goat's milk. Wright had somehow appeared at the counter. With practiced ease he took out a new bottle. 45-degree warm water first, then powder, and shake gently. His wrist turned deftly, and the liquid in the bottle soon became a smooth, even milky white. This formula had been bought by the Roger Pirates on a special trip ashore. Wright couldn't help mocking the Pirate King's level of technology. This world had all kinds of strange and wonderful things, yet the ship was still a backward wooden sailing vessel. Gabon's eyes went wide. How are you so good at this? Wright handed the bottle to Shanks, and the baby immediately hugged it and drank it down in gulps. The corner of Wright's mouth lifted. I might just be a genius. Just then Roger suddenly slapped the table and rose in excitement. Wouldn't it be faster to heat it with my hockey? Before anyone could react, dark red hockey coiled around his fingertip. Wait, Captain, bang. The bottle burst into a brilliant firework in front of everyone's eyes. Shanks was taken aback for a moment, then happily clapped his little hands, his giggling crisp and clear in the spreading haze of formula powder. Rayleigh picked up a shard of glass from the deck with trembling hands. That was my last collector's edition rum glass. He tried to hold back, but the more he thought, the angrier and more wronged he felt. Roger, come here and die. How about this? Spencer somehow brought over a coconut. 10 minutes later, Shanks was hugging the coconut shell with a hole drilled in it, and happily sipping the coconut water inside with his tiny mouth. Gabon was moved to tears. We did it. Just yesterday they had been fighting tooth and nail against the Rocks Pirates, and today they were running around frantically for a baby. Ha ha ha, what a riot. Late at night, on the Oro Jackson, Shanks's cries pierced through every cabin. Shanks was sitting on Gabon's lap, his little hands grabbing Gabon's hair and stuffing it into his mouth, smearing drool all over his face. Ga. Ban. The baby babbled an incoherent baby talk, completely unaware that he was ruining the image of a great pirate. Wright leaned against the mast, holding a video den mushy and laughing madly. Ha ha ha. My ever-proud brother Gabon, you really are quite a character. Shut up, you bastard. Gabon roared in exasperation. Why does it have to be me on night watch? Rayleigh calmly flipped through the duty roster. Because you cheated at dice last time. Gabon was speechless, and Shanks had already managed to chew his hair until it was soaking wet, even trying to take a bite with his teeth. Ow. Let go. Let go, you little brat. The deck was in chaos. Gabon shook his head wildly to escape Shanks's little claws, but the baby thought it was a game and giggled while grabbing on even tighter. The other crew members looked at Rayleigh in despair. Vice Captain, can we put him in the captain's quarters for a while? Just one night. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. You may. Everyone's eyes lit up. If you want to see a drunken child. Everyone instantly wilted. The least reliable member of the Roger Pirates was Roger himself. The first time he declared he would take care of Shanks, he actually brought little Shanks along for a drink. It only ended after Rayleigh led the crew to give Roger a sound beating. Then what do we do? Spencer went mad. At this rate we'll all have a nervous breakdown. Wright yawned and strolled over, lazily lifting Shanks out of Gabon's arms. Fine, I'll take the night watch. Gabon looked as if he had been granted a pardon. Really? Wright hoisted Shanks onto his shoulder. Anyway, my observation hockey is strong enough that I can soothe him before he even cries. Everyone was so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. Wright, you finally have a conscience. Wright curled the corner of his mouth. However, from today on your drinks belong to me. A deathly silence fell over the deck. 3 seconds later, you opportunistic demon. Roger crouched on the deck, watching Rhett skillfully change Shanks's diaper. He suddenly burst out laughing. Kumaha. Come to think of it, Rhett, you weren't this much trouble when you came aboard at 3 years old. Without looking up, Rhett kept tying the diaper. Obviously I'm a genius, ah. Rayleigh's hand, which had been brewing tea, suddenly froze, and a cold glint flashed across his glasses. When you think about it now, it really is suspicious. How could a 3-year-old sneak a sip of my hidden liquor in the middle of the night? And he always went for the most expensive. Gabon added through gritted teeth. I bought that rum with 6 months of saved berries. Rhett held Shanks up, and the baby happily tugged at his hair. Without changing expression, he said, that's called appreciation. Besides, when you picked me up from that deserted island, didn't you already know I wasn't an ordinary kid? What normal child would be alone on an island? Roger laughed even harder. Exactly. Shanks let out a small yawn in Rhett's arms, smearing drool across Rhett's shoulder. Rhett looked at Shanks and gently patted the baby on the back. See, this is what a normal child should be like. Rayleigh took a slow sip of tea. So you admit you acted cute to sneak aboard back then? What do you mean acted cute? Without me the Roger Pirates would have capsized sooner or later. Rhett tucked the sleeping Shanks into Roger's arms. Now it's your turn to experience the joy of raising a real child, dear Captain. Roger fumbled to catch Shanks. Rhett's observation hockey swept across the sea, and he spotted an oak barrel bobbing on the waves. His hockey sensed at first, wait, there's something in the barrel. It was truly a fated encounter. Rhett fished it out, and Roger laughed loudly. Don't tell me it's another baby. The barrel slammed into the ship's side with a bang, and the lid popped open. A red-nosed baby was sitting inside, clutching a half-gnawed carrot and waving it at them happily. Another one. Gabon's jaw nearly hit the deck. The baby saw everyone babbled excitedly ah, and his red nose sparkled in the sunlight. He clumsily tried to climb out of the barrel only to faceplant into the cloth diaper Rhett had just hung out to dry. Rayleigh's glasses slid to the tip of his nose. This one. Roger was already laughing as he lifted the red-nosed baby high. Kuaha. Look at his nose. How adorable. Shanks seemed to sense something, and suddenly woke up in Roger's arms. The instant the two babies' eyes met, wah, Shanks excitedly reached out to grab Buggy's red nose. Oh. Buggy unceremoniously bit Shanks's finger. Hey, what are you two doing? Little friends should love each other. Rhett quickly separated them, and Shanks and Buggy started wailing. Rayleigh face-bombed. Great, buy one get one free. I kinda miss Rhett when he was little. Holding one baby in each arm, Rhett suddenly flashed a devilish smile. Captain, a brilliant idea just occurred to me. Roger leaned in curiously. Oh. What good idea, little Rhett? Tell me. Since you like taking care of kids so much. Rhett shoved both babies into Roger's arms at once. Then these two are all yours. Wait. I haven't. Roger fumbled to catch the two squirming little ones. In an instant, Shanks's drool and Buggy's snot were plastered all over his face. Rayleigh silently took 3 steps back. Who made you the captain? Some responsibilities just have to be borne. They're all going to be your future crew. Gabon had already vaulted over the railing. I'll go check the hull for any damage. Roger watched his crew abandon him without the slightest grief. He turned around and lifted Buggy and Shanks up high. Who cares? Kuaha. From today on, you two are apprentice crew members of the Roger Pirates. Shanks and Buggy seemed to understand. Buggy's red nose twitched, and then he suddenly sneezed, sending a snot bubble right onto Roger's face. Hey, this little brat is even harder to handle than Shanks. Roger frantically wiped his face. Seeing this, Shanks copied him with a puff, but his technique wasn't up to par. He only sprayed drool all over Roger. This pair of little rivals started this early. The future Yonko red-haired Shanks, and the future new Yonko clown Emperor Buggy. I've watched them grow up myself, so my future prestige is beyond imagination, ha. You two little brats. Roger pretended to be angry, but the smile in his eyes was impossible to hide. Looks like I'll have to teach you what a captain's authority is ahead of time. He said that, and started to tickle the two babies, but Buggy yanked a fistful of his nose hair, and Shanks took the chance to climb onto his head. Ow. Let go, you little brats. The deck immediately turned into chaos. Rayleigh watched the scene, and shook his head helplessly. Now this is going to be lively. Gabon had somehow climbed back over the railing holding 2 bottles of liquor. Come on. I bet Buggy will be the first to learn to walk. The stake is a bottle of rum. I bet on Shanks. Shanks is already starting to talk, so he'll definitely be the first to learn to walk. Another crew member immediately chimed in. Rhett leisurely joined the betting. I bet they'll first learn to steal liquor to drink. After all, a crew takes after its captain. Hey, you heartless lot. Come and help me. Roger's cries for help were drowned out by everyone's laughter. Some time passed. Hey Shanks, look over there. Rhett quietly pointed at Rayleigh, who was taking a nap, and then pressed a bottle of ink into Shanks's hand. The little baby blinked his big eyes and wobbled toward the first mate. 5 minutes later, a perfect Jolly Roger doodle had appeared on Rayleigh's face, while the culprit sucked his fingers with an innocent look. Rhett! Rayleigh's roar echoed through the whole ship. Rhett, hiding on the mast, shook with suppressed laughter and completely failed to notice Buggy climbing up behind him. The little baby's red nose twitched, and he suddenly burst out with a loud wah. What's wrong? Roger hurried over and saw Rhett frantically trying to soothe the child. Kuaha. Karma. Roger laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Rhett gritted his teeth. This little brat is definitely faking it. He was smiling at me just a moment ago. Before he could finish, Buggy suddenly stopped crying and made a face at Rhett. The deck instantly exploded with deafening laughter. Even Rayleigh, who was always serious, couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching as he went to get a towel with ink all over his face. 6 years had flashed by, yet Ruet's face showed no trace of time's passage. That was the most tangible boon his awakening had brought. As long as he wished, he would never die of old age. He made a conscious effort to regulate Roger's constitution, but whenever he supplemented Roger's life force, he could detect no sign of any fatal disease. Was it truly nothing but a plot-mandated death? Ruete remained skeptical. The azure sea glittered beneath the sun as the Oro Jackson sailed along in leisurely tranquility. Ruete lounged lazily atop the crow's nest, a blade of grass dangling from his lips. Suddenly his observation hockey gave a faint stir. Moi. He narrowed his eyes and gazed toward the distant horizon. A vague black speck was slowly drawing closer. As the distance closed, the speck gradually revealed its outline. A colossal whale-headed warship, its sails emblazoned with the signature Newgate Jolly Roger. Hey Captain. Ruete called down to the deck below. An old acquaintance is coming. Roger, who had been pestered by Shanks and Buggy to tell a story, looked up. Who? A smile tugged at the corner of Ruete's mouth. Take a guess. Rayleigh read the sea with his observation hockey and adjusted his glasses. This direction. Newgate. Roger's eyes lit up, and he shot to his feet. Kuhaha. It's that man. Shanks and Buggy instantly grew excited. Newgate. The great pirate, just as strong as the captain. Ruete leaped down from the crow's nest and landed steadily. That's right, and... He paused, a playful smile spreading across his face. It seems they've picked up a few little brats on their ship too. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Moby Dick, several tiny figures were busily at work. 12-year-old Marco followed close behind his younger brothers and sisters to keep them from stumbling. This bird mom of theirs certainly had her hands full. 9-year-old Jozu, his body shimmering with a faint diamond luster, was straining to haul a wooden cask. 14-year-old Vista and Thatch meanwhile crouched in a corner dueling, with a wooden sword and a kitchen spatula. Take this, my rose sword dance. Oof. Then watch my delicious slash. Newgate sat upon his specially crafted giant throne, watching the rambunctious little ones with a helpless yet doting smile. Pops. Ship sighted ahead, a crewman reported loudly. Newgate lifted his gaze, threading it across the sea until it came to rest upon that familiar dark red pirate vessel. Gururara. He laughed low and deep. It's that lad Roger. Marco immediately flew over, eyes sparkling. The Roger Pirates. The great pirate said to be your equal. Newgate tousled his hair. That's right, and... He paused, his smile deepening. It seems they've also got a few interesting little runts aboard. As the distance between the two ships shrank, the Oro Jackson and the Moby Dick drew ever nearer, finally coming to rest side by side upon the placid sea. Roger stood at the bow, hands on his hips, laughing boisterously. Kuhaha. Newgate. Long time no see. Newgate rose to his feet, his Murakamajiri giving a soft stroke downward as a faint tremor ran through the deck. Gururara. Roger, you're still as loud as ever. The crews of both ships sized one another up, and when their gazes came to rest upon the little runts across the deck, the atmosphere suddenly shifted into something intriguing. Shanks and Buggy leaned against the railing, staring with burning curiosity at Marco and the others. Hey, Rednose, look at that blue flame kid. Shanks pointed at Marco, bursting with excitement. Don't call me Rednose. Buggy roared, but his attention was soon captured by Jozu's diamond skin. Whoa, that guy glows all over. How many berries is he worth? From the other side, Marco glared back, unwilling to yield. What are you looking at? Jozu scratched his head in a simple, good-natured way. They've got kids on their ship too. Vista and Thatch had already assumed battle stances. Beating two kids would be no challenge at all, so they deliberately swapped in a wooden sword and a wooden spatula, the very practice weapons they trained with since childhood. They leveled them at Shanks and Buggy. Want to start a fight? Roger and Newgate exchanged a glance, identical sly grins spreading across their faces. Lads, the two bellowed in unison. Strip their treasure clean. Oh, the 6 little rascals burned with fighting fervor and charged out in an instant. Wings of blue flame unfolded behind Marco. He could not yet fly steadily, but his aura was fierce. I'm a reserve member of the Blackbeard Pirates, 1st Division. Shanks drew his toy wooden sword and flashed a grin. I'm the man who's going to become the Pirate King. Bam! The two collided. Marco thrashed wildly with his flame wings while Shanks rolled and dodged with nimble agility, every so often jabbing Marco's rear with his wooden sword. The Pokemon battle began. Ruete crouched nearby, cracking sunflower seeds. Shanks, go for his legs. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. Marco, you scratch. They both struck at the exact same moment. Whoa! Shanks was swatted head over heels. Ow! Marco sprang up, clutching his backside. Ruete couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of the future youngest of the 4 emperors, his battle talent was already shining through. Match decided, a draw. Jozu's whole body shimmered with a faint diamond radiance. Though he couldn't yet harden his entire frame, his fists were already as solid as stone. Take this punch. Buggy's red nose twitched, and suddenly he burst into tears. You're picking on me. Jozu froze. Huh. I didn't even use any strength. Seizing the opening, Buggy delivered a sliding tackle. Splat. Jozu hit the deck face first, eating dirt. Whitebeard Pirates in unison, cowardly. Roger Pirates in unison, nice one, Buggy. Ruete raised a thumb. This is what they call all's fair in war, he. I taught him that. Victory went to Buggy. Yet just as Buggy was preening with pride. Oh, hey. You're cheating. How can 4 fight 2? Buggy protested with tear-filled eyes, clutching his nose that had been smacked red. Across from him, Marco, Joseph, Vista, and Thatch stood in a neat row brimming with menace. Marco set his hands on his hips. There's no fairness in the pirate world. Jozu clenched his fist. Pops always said, on the battlefield numbers are part of strength too. Vista and Thatch nodded in unison. Exactly. Shanks wiped the sand from the corner of his mouth, his gaze burning with even greater excitement. Buggy, looks like we've got no choice. Time to use that move. Buggy blinked. Huh, what move? Shanks suddenly lowered his voice. The one Ruete taught us. Shanks abruptly charged at Marco, shouting, take this. Marco instantly unfurled his flame wings to meet the charge, only for Shanks to slam to a halt and whip out a handful of sand from his pocket. Choke on my sandstorm. Wah. My eyes. Marco staggered backward, clutching his face. Taking advantage of the opening, Buggy circled behind Jozu. One fistful of chili powder, and this shimmering diamond kid would surely blow up. Achoo. Achoo. Jozu's diamond skin was impervious to blunt attacks, but his nose had no such protection. Tears and snot streamed down at once. In the ensuing chaos, Shanks snatched Vista's wooden sword while Buggy stole away Thatch's spatula. Give it back. Vista hopped about in agitation. You want it? Come and take it. Shanks held the wooden sword out over the ship's rail. Vista and Thatch immediately grew timid. Shanks thrust the sword out. Vista and Thatch wore faces of terror. Shanks drew the sword back. They exhaled in relief. Out, terrified faces. Back, sighs of relief. Out terror, back relief, out terror, back relief. Hee. Vista and Thatch bared shark-like teeth. You bastard. Are you done messing around? Now the tables had turned. Marco was still rubbing his eyes, Jozu was still sneezing, and Vista and Thatch were still at Shanks's mercy. Shanks and Buggy exchanged a glance, devilish smiles curving at their lips. Go. The two hurled themselves at Marco at once. Shanks whipped out a sweeping leg kick. Buggy unleashed the red-nosed ram. Boom. Marco was knocked over by their combined assault and crashed into Jozu's arms, sending all four little rascals tumbling into a tangled heap. Utter pandemonium. Whitebeard Pirates, too underhanded. Roger Pirates, brilliantly done. Ruete off in the distance raised a thumb. As expected of my students. They've already inherited some of my flair, ha ha. Roger clutched his belly, howling with laughter. Kuhaha. Newgate, your little runts still need more training. Whitebeard was not the least bit annoyed. Instead, he looked at Shanks and Buggy with approval. Gururura. These two little rascals. They've got real potential. Newgate's hands itched as he watched his boys brawling with such enthusiasm. Whitebeard slowly raised Murakamajiri. Since we've happened to meet, it would be a shame not to have a bout, don't you think? Roger drew Ace, its long blade gleaming in the sunlight. Just what I wanted. At the same time, both of them bared wild, uninhibited grins. The tacit understanding and mutual respect reserved only for the mightiest. Shanks and Buggy had scattered off on their own as well. They hadn't paid Newgate much mind when he first came aboard, but now seeing him up close, their eyes went round. That's Whitebeard. He's so huge. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and said calmly, don't run around later. When those two monsters go all out, it's no laughing matter. Wright leaned against the mast, a faint smile curling at his lips. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on these two little troublemakers. All of you fall back. Before the words faded, two earth-shattering surges of Conqueror's hockey collided with a thunderous boom. Boom. The entire island quaked violently. Pebbles on the beach floated into the air, and a 100-meter wall of water blasted up from the distant sea. The watching kids were knocked flat on their backsides, faces full of shock. Whitebeard struck first. Murakamajiri, bearing the destructive force of the tremor fruit, came slashing down at Roger's head. Heaven split. It was as if space itself had been torn open and a terrifying shockwave burst outward. Roger laughed. Rather than retreating, he advanced, his fist cloaked in Conqueror's hockey, and drove out a single punch. Divine departure. Rumble. The two forces collided, blasting a huge crater directly into the heart of the island. The shockwave flung trees for 100 meters in every direction. The little runts watching were knocked staggering. Jozu said in awe, this. Amazing, amazing. Vista, gripping his little wooden sword, declared. I'm going to be this strong someday. So this is what a great swordsman is. So this is a great swordsman. Whitebeard closed in with large strides, sweeping Murakamajiri in a wide arc. Roger leapt back nimbly and snapped a reverse roundhouse kick. Thud. Whitebeard blocked with one hand, while his other hand shot toward Roger's collar, planning a shoulder throw. But Roger borrowed the momentum, flipped up into the air, and kicked straight at Whitebeard's chin. Gururura. Not bad. Whitebeard laughed. He took the kick head on and slammed a reverse punch into Roger's stomach. Thud. Roger was sent flying dozens of meters away, but he adjusted his posture in midair, landed steadily, and flashed a grin. Again, the two erupted simultaneously with their ultimate Conqueror's hockey. Black-red lightning intertwined as the entire island trembled. Roger, take this move. Whitebeard gripped the blade with both hands, concentrating the power of the tremor fruit to the absolute limit. Newgate, show me your full strength. Roger's fist was wrapped in unprecedented hockey. Boom. The world lost its color. A deep crater 100 meters across was blasted in the center of the island, and seawater rushed in, forming a small lake. As the smoke dispersed, Whitebeard and Roger stood facing each other and burst into laughter together. Heaven split. Whitebeard struck first. Murakamajiri, wrapped in power that shattered space, slashed down at Roger's head. The island's ground split open with enormous fissures in an instant, and shockwaves swept everything. Instead of retreating, Roger advanced, his long blade slashing horizontally. Divine departure. Boom. The two forces collided, blasting a crater 100 meters across into the center of the island. Seawater poured in, spiraling into a whirlpool. The onlookers were blasted away by the shockwave. Even Wright had to spread a barrier of black mist to shield himself. It's not over yet. Whitebeard roared. The power of the tremor fruit erupted once more as he smashed his fist into the ground. The entire island began to collapse, the crust itself torn apart, and a terrifying tremor wave shot straight toward Roger. Roger's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Concentrating his conqueror's haki to its utmost, he leapt up to meet the on-rushing shockwave. Newgate, try my new move, Ace Blade of Finality. A flash of blade light split the sky and a black-red slash pierced through the tremor wave driving straight at Whitebeard's chest. Boom. Whitebeard was forced back dozens of meters by that single stroke, his feet carving two deep furrows into the ground, a thread of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gururara. Impressive. He wiped away the blood. The battle intent in his eyes had not diminished, but his body was swaying slightly. Roger sheathed his blade, his smile still bold and hearty. Newgate, how's that? Whitebeard laughed loudly. Don't be so smug. I was just a little off form today. Slowly straightening, he planted Murakumajiri heavily on the ground. This battle, you win. The whole scene fell silent. Marco and the others stared with wide eyes, unable to believe their pops. Whitebeard had actually conceded. Roger stepped forward and held out his fist. Next time we fight again. Whitebeard grinned and bumped his fist against Roger's. Gururara. Next time it won't be so easy. Whitebeard sat cross-legged, his colossal frame casting a long shadow in the firelight. He tilted his head back, downed a mouthful of strong liquor, and gazed toward the distant sea. Gururara. Roger, do you still remember rocks? Roger paused while gnawing on a piece of roast meat, then grinned. That madman. Of course I remember. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, his low voice unusually weighty in the dark of night. Back then we all thought strength was everything. Rocks pursued domination, the ambition to overturn the world. But in the end, none of us ever found what we truly wanted. You saw it too, the Rocks pirates were nothing but loose sand held together by Rocks' iron-fisted methods. In that crew there was only interest, never trust. If the gain was great enough, a brother who had been all smiles one moment could turn around and stab you in the back the next. It was from that moment that I began to doubt where I truly belonged. Roger wiped his mouth, his gaze turning serious, a rare sight. But you found it, didn't you? Whitebeard looked at the rowdy Marco, Josu Vista, and Thatch in the distance, and the corners of his mouth rose of their own accord. Yeah, family is where I belong. Firelight flickered across his face, making that imposing countenance seem strangely tender. Roger burst into laughter and clapped Whitebeard on the shoulder. Kuaha. Not bad, Newgate. You really are a true pops now. Whitebeard smiled too, but then his tone turned. And you, what is it that you seek? Roger's smile faded a little. This was a thought born after the Battle of God Valley. The truth. The truth of the world. The Void Century. The will of D. I'm going to unravel it all. Whitebeard stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. Gururara. That's just like you. Whitebeard raised his flask. Then I wish you may find the answer soon. Roger clinked his flask against it, and drained it in one gulp. I definitely will. Wright leaned against a reef not far away, wisps of blood mist curling around his fingertips. Listening to their conversation, his gaze was complicated. Rock sought power, Whitebeard sought family, Roger sought the truth. And what about me? What I had shouted were only words that transmigrated seniors would shout. What do I truly want? Shanks had crept over at some point, still holding a piece of meat. Right, what are you thinking about? Wright snapped back to reality and ruffled his red hair. I was thinking, what great figures you little brats will grow into. Shanks's eyes lit up. I'm going to become a great pirate as powerful as the captain. Wright chuckled. Is that so? Then keep it up. Maybe life is pretty good right now, who knows? A boat will go straight once it reaches the bridge. The night grew deep and the bonfire gradually died out. Members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates lay sprawled every which way across the beach, snoring all around. Whitebeard gazed at the stars and suddenly said, Roger, if one day you find the answer, be sure to tell me. Roger, hands clasped behind his head, laughed with his eyes closed. Kuhaha. I will. The waves gently lapped the shore as if bearing witness to that promise. After the banquet, the two ships went their separate ways. Pirates never linger in one place. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, the entire Roger Pirates crew sat in a circle, with every kind of weapon laid out in the middle, long blades, short swords, axes, pistols, greatswords, and even several specially crafted weapons with bizarre designs. All right, you little brats. Roger grinned and clapped Shanks and Buggy on the shoulders. Today is a big day. It's time for you to choose your own weapons. Shanks and Buggy had just turned 6 the age to choose the weapons they would specialize in. This is how a normal genius works. The first 6 years are spent tempering the body. A 6 or 7-year-old who can carry a great sword on his back and run around town is the abnormal one. Don't you think so, Rud? Shanks' eyes lit up as he looked around excitedly. Buggy swallowed nervously, his red nose twitching. Everyone took out their own weapons and introduced them, hoping the boys would find one that suited them. Rayleigh elegantly drew his slender rapier. His blade, since pirates never distinguished between a blade and a sword, was noticeably narrower than an ordinary katana, and its edge glittered with cold light in the sun. The essence of swordsmanship lies in precision and speed, one strike, one kill. The drawback is that it lacks raw destructive power, so every strike must be extremely precise. With a flick of his wrist, the blade tip instantly pierced 3 falling leaves. Shanks and Buggy watched mesmerized. Amazing. Gabon drew his 2 short-handled battle axes with a clang. The axe heads were thick, heavy, and keen. Strength combined with technique. Chopping, throwing, blocking. An axe is a man's romance. It's a weapon that works for both offense and defense. The downside is that the forms are fairly complex, you need good combat instincts, and it's hard to learn. As he spoke, he chopped one set of barrels, splitting it in two with a cut as smooth as a mirror. Shanks' eyes sparkled. Now that's amazing. Spencer spun the long-barreled flintlock gracefully. The gun was carved with delicate patterns. 100 paces, one shot, one kill. A gunner relies not on brute force, but on calm judgment. He raised his hand and fired. Feathers from a distant seagull fell in response. We are hunters from afar. Everything within our range is our prey. After saying this, he struck a cool pose. But the requirements for a gunner are strong observation hockey and armament hockey. A gunner's lethality depends on your range and your shooting power. Buggy was tempted. That doesn't sound bad. Root leaned lazily against the ship's rail. As blood mist curled around him, a dark, heavy greatsword slowly emerged. The heaviest sword has no edge, the greatest skill is unadorned. He swung casually, and his sword energy raised a wave. Once you master it, you'll have killing power and defensive ability no other weapon can offer. The drawback is obvious: you need a strong body and great stamina to support it, and it consumes more in battle than other weapons. Buggy. Shanks' gaze finally came to rest on Roger's sword, Ace. It was a long, slender blade that gave off a faint silver glint, its hilt wrapped in a red ribbon. Captain. Shanks took a deep breath. I want to use a sword just like yours. Root glanced at Shanks. Already inheriting it, huh? That's our Shanks. Roger laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder. Hoo-ha. Good eye, but you can't wield Ace yet. He turned and picked out a similar practice sword from the pile, then handed it to Shanks. Practice with this first. When you're strong enough, go find your own Ace. Shanks solemnly took the sword and nodded hard. I'll definitely become stronger. Buggy meanwhile had fallen into a crisis of choice. He tried Gabon's axes first. Hop. Buggy's left and right brains were at war. Clearly, no matter how he swung, it felt awkward. Gabon's axes emphasized one block, one attack. After struggling with them for a while, Buggy helplessly gave up. It was a feeling. Somehow he knew this weapon wasn't for him. Next, he picked up Rayleigh's rapier. He actually looked the part, but Buggy obviously couldn't control precise thrusts to every point, and his lethality was quite limited. This is too hard. In the end, Buggy fixed his eyes on Root's black-tied greatsword, itching to try it. Bro, I want to use that one. Buggy thought a greatsword was the coolest after all. Previously, he had seen Brother Root slash once and split an entire pirate ship from prow to stern. The momentum didn't stop and combed the sea into a middle part, giving little Buggy a huge shock. But what Buggy didn't know was that basically every greatsword master could split a pirate ship. Pirate ships were the benchmark used to test greatsword masters. The greatsword's main advantage lay in direct clashes. Enough weight secured an absolute edge in any contest. Are you asking about Root forging a black blade? I don't know. He's the one who secretly forged a black blade. Wielding the greatsword gave him the ability to kill with one strike. Root raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Buggy puffed out his chest. Oh, of course. All right then. First, feel the weight of my sword. Root was genuinely curious what Buggy would look like with a greatsword. Thud. The moment the greatsword touched Buggy's hands, it dragged him straight to the deck, and the blade pressed down on him, leaving him unable to move. Help. Buggy's red nose turned white in fright. The whole crew burst into laughter. After being rescued, however, Buggy developed an extraordinary obsession with the greatsword. He trained non-stop, just so he could lift Root's greatsword. Day after day, he trained for over a month, but the greatsword still didn't budge, not even when Buggy used every ounce of his strength. Roger crouched down, looking at Buggy struggling to lift the black-tied greatsword, and ruffled his hair. Hoo-ha. Buggy, a heavy sword doesn't suit you. Roger had seen it from Buggy's very first choice. Buggy's body simply had no potential for a greatsword. The reason Root could use a greatsword was his monstrous stamina. That alone solved half the difficulty of wielding one. Then there was the skeletal strength and muscle density he had cultivated through training, which had grown exponentially. Clearly, Buggy didn't have that kind of physical foundation. As for why Roger let Buggy struggle for so long before saying so, no one can deny a person's future before they've begun, and this month of training hadn't been wasted. But saying it now was taking responsibility for a crewmate. Buggy muttered unwillingly, but greatswords are so cool. Roger blinked. A weapon doesn't have to be the largest or heaviest, the important thing is that it suits you. Besides, Root's greatsword is among the very finest of greatswords. He turned and searched through the weapon pile, finally taking out a pair of short daggers. Try these. Buggy took the daggers, and was surprised to find they felt excellent in his hands. Nimble, light, and easy to swing. Oh, these feel right. He swung them around excitedly a few times. There was no technique at all, but at least he didn't hurt himself. As he spoke, he even taught himself to pinch 3 daggers between each hand's fingers. Root commented from the side. As expected, short weapons suit the sly. Ahem, the nimble. I can only say, as expected of you, Clown Emperor. Buggy. Rayleigh nodded. Daggers suit sneak attacks and rapid consecutive strikes. They fit Buggy's personality quite well. The Oro Jackson was enveloped in a shimmering rainbow bubble wrap as it slowly descended into the mysterious deep sea. On board, Shanks and Buggy ran back and forth with excitement. This was their first time ever visiting Fishman Island, and also the first time for the Roger Pirates. The Roger pirates had been wandering the seas in search of the poneglyphs for 6 long years, drifting wherever fate took them. Enormous sea kings glided through the deep like leviathans of old, their colossal bodies parting the currents and causing the entire ship to sway gently. Everything filled Shanks and Buggy with wonder. Fortunately, no sea king dared to attack the Oro Jackson. Among the dozens of crew members aboard, not a single one bothered to conceal their formidable presence. Buggy danced about with excitement and shouted loudly, "Wow! Glowing fish! Look, Shanks!" Shanks himself was speechless at the breathtaking scene before him. After a long pause, he managed to whisper, "This place is so beautiful." Whoosh! The Oro Jackson docked at the edge port of Fishman Island, where the atmosphere hung heavy enough to wring water from. The residents of Fishman Island watched from afar, their eyes a mixture of vigilance, disgust, and fear. Several soldiers of the Ryugu kingdom stood before the ship with tridents in hand, their expressions cold and unwavering. "Human pirates, leave immediately." The lead Fishman soldier barked sternly. "Fishman Island does not welcome you." Shanks and Buggy leaned over the ship's railing, curiously observing these Fishman races they had never seen before. Buggy muttered under his breath, "Why are they so fierce?" Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and spoke in a low tone. "The fishmen have long been enslaved by humans. Their hostility is not unfounded." "Ha ha ha ha. Don't be so tense," Roger said with a grin, striding forward boldly. "We're merely passing through and would like to replenish our fresh water and supplies." The Fishman soldiers exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced. One of them spoke coldly. "Humans cannot be trusted. Who's to say you're not slave traders?" Really released a trace of conqueror's haki. Though the Fishman soldiers trembled all over, remarkably, they did not retreat. They stepped forward instead, for behind them lay their own compatriots. They had nowhere to flee. A flicker of approval appeared in Riley's eyes. It was good to have spirit. Meanwhile, within the Ryugu palace, the atmosphere was equally oppressive. The aging king, father of Neptune, sat upon his throne, his face etched with exhaustion and worry. Around him, ministers argued fiercely. Minister A spoke with great agitation. "Your Majesty, it is human pirates once again. Slave traders have been active lately. We must not allow them to set foot on the island. None of these humans are any good. They surely harbor evil intentions." Minister B, by contrast, was relatively calm and spoke with considerable tact. "Those are the Roger pirates. They have not attacked proactively. Perhaps we should observe first before making a decision. Moreover, if they truly intend to fight, we do not possess sufficient strength to stop them." The old king pondered for a moment, hesitation and turmoil evident in his eyes. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice tinged with helplessness. "I will welcome them in person. If they harbor ill intentions, I will expel them immediately. We cannot allow Fishman Island to fall into danger, yet this may also be an opportunity." Though his decision leaned conservative, it was the most prudent choice under the circumstances. At that same moment, in a dark corner of Fishman Street, the young fisher tiger stood with clenched fists. He was filled with rage that his compatriots were being captured, and rage at his own inability to fully protect them. "Are they here to plunder our people once again? These humans, I will never let them succeed." Tiger's voice was low yet resolute. Young Jinbe followed closely behind him, his expression grave. He spoke in a low tone. "Brother Tiger, should I gather the brothers? We cannot let them bully us fishmen." His eyes blazed with fighting spirit, ready to protect his people at any moment. Arlong ground his teeth in fury. "Damn humans. Let's wipe them out. I want to charge over there right now and teach them a lesson." His impulse nearly drove him to dash out immediately. Tiger restrained the impulsive Arlong. He was now the leader of Fishman Street and had to consider the consequences. "Those are the Roger pirates, one of the most notorious pirate crews on the seas. Go hide the children of Fishman Street now. None of you are to follow me. I will handle this alone." Tiger knew that if the Roger pirates truly came to capture fishmen, sending more people would only result in more deaths. It was better to preserve their limited strength to continue protecting these children. The Roger pirates attempted to purchase supplies at the port, but merchants shut their doors against them. Some even threw rotten fish at them. Buggy jumped with anger. "Hey, we're not bad guys." Shanks tugged at his sleeve. "Buggy, don't be impulsive." Just then a commotion erupted in the distance. "Save me. Let me go." A young mermaid woman was dragged by several masked figures, struggling desperately. The surrounding fishmen wanted to help, but none could stand against them. Riley's eyes grew cold. Have slave traders become this brazen now? These fishmen are far too weak. How can they protect their own people? Roger's smile vanished instantly. "Hey, you bunch." Before he could finish, Zuba had already swung his axe. Swish. The axe wind swept through, and one slave trader was cleaved in two. "Damn it. Smash them." A roar rang out from the direction of Fishman Street. The slave traders realized the situation was dire and abandoned the mermaid in an attempt to flee, but Rayleigh had already blocked their escape route. "Wanna run?" His sword flashed, and several slave traders fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Rayleigh had simply severed their Achilles tendons. The Roger pirates held zero tolerance for human traffickers. Those they encountered were doomed to die. However, the residents of Fishman Street did not feel grateful. Instead, they grew even more furious. The conflict between slave traders and merfolk had forged among the merfolk a deep-seated prejudice. Not exactly prejudice, but rather a means of self-protection. Humans are all the same. A tall red fish man, the young fisher tiger, rushed out alone, fire burning in his eyes. First you pretend to help, then you strike from within, is that it? I had thought the Roger Pirates were honorable people, but it seems I was blind. Tiger roared. Wait, we're not. Shanks tried to explain, but the surrounding fishmen had already raised their weapons and closed in around them. Roger sighed and scratched his head. Looks like we'll have to calm them down first. Just as the two sides were on the verge of conflict. Boom. Roger's Conqueror's hockey erupted suddenly. The air trembled, the ground cracked, and an invisible oppressive force swept through the area like a tsunami. The surrounding merfolk collapsed with blank stares, and even Tiger was shaken back several steps, forced to his knee. This was without Roger deliberately targeting him. What kind of power is this? Tiger gritted his teeth and looked up in disbelief at Roger. Roger restrained his hockey and walked forward, extending his hand. We truly are only passing through. We don't want any trouble. Tiger stared at him fiercely, his fist clenched and then released. He felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, just as he had felt time and again when arriving one step too late to save his captured compatriots. That guilt was driving him close to madness. Just as the standoff continued, the royal guards of the Ryugu kingdom finally arrived. Everyone stop. The elderly fishman king, Neptune's father, appeared flanked by his guards, his gaze turning toward Roger with complicated emotion. You are the ones who drove off the slave traders. Roger nodded. Kuhahaha. It was nothing. The old king was silent for a moment, then bowed slightly and invited, please come to Ryugu Palace so we may talk. Tiger looked up sharply. Your Majesty, they're humans. The old king gave Roger a long, deep look. Some humans. Might be worth meeting. Inside the banquet hall of Ryugu Palace, crystal lamps reflected a table laden with delicacies, yet the atmosphere was anything but relaxed. The Roger Pirates and the nobles of the Ryugu kingdom were seated at separate tables. Shanks and Buggy were placed at a children's table in the corners, secretly piling desserts onto their plates. Rut sat beside Rayleigh, tapping his wine glass with a finger as his calm eyes swept over the fishman nobles at the banquet. The old king raised his glass in salute. Thank you all for your aid in driving off the slave traders. Roger drank heartily in one gulp. Kuhahaha. A trivial matter. At that moment, Your Majesty, I have a question. Rut's voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the entire banquet hall. The old king set down his wine glass and looked at him with ancient eyes. Please speak. Rut met his gaze directly, his tone calm, yet sharp. Why was the first line of resistance against the slave traders not Fishman Island's own army? Why did the orphans and paupers of Fishman District have to risk their lives by themselves? Why? He narrowed his eyes slightly. You clearly knew human nobles were backing the slave trade, yet all you could do was hide in Ryugu Palace and watch your own people get taken away. Every word stabbed into the hearts of the Fishman nobles like knives. One minister slammed the table and stood. How dare you? You're only a human. What right do you have to interrogate us? Blood mist billowed from Rut. The minister who had just spoken felt a corrosive sting on his skin. Because I am stronger than you. Is that enough? Rut withdrew the blood mist. You can't even see the situation. Didn't you notice that even your king had to bow when he invited us? Yet you jump up on your own, an old fossil lost in his own fantasies. Huh. The old king watched Rut for a long time, then finally let out a deep sigh. You're right. The whole hall erupted in shock. The old king slowly rose, his aged voice heavy. We truly failed in our duty. He slowly got to his feet, anger barely restrained in his eyes. He walked to the window and stared at the darkness of the deep sea beyond. It's not that we don't want to act, it's that we can't. Human nobles, celestial dragons, slave traders. Behind them all is the tacit approval of the world government. Should we send troops to stop them? The very next day, a marine admiral would arrive with a buster call. If we rebelled openly, Fishman Island would be completely blockaded, and even more people would starve. He turned around, exhaustion etched across his old face. Do you think I don't know the suffering of Fishman District? Do you think I don't want change? But the reality is, we can barely protect ourselves. Hearing this, Rut suddenly smiled. It was a purely malicious, mocking smile. A disappointment almost icy. So you choose compromise. Let Fishman District fend for itself, let the slave traders run wild, just so Ryugu Palace can live in pathetic peace. The old king clenched his fists, then released them helplessly. Young man, you don't understand. Some wars cannot be won by passion alone. The old king's thinking was obviously far too weak. No wonder Neptune would later develop that kind of personality. It was no different from a robber who comes to your home and says, if you don't resist, I won't hurt you. Then comes back every single day. A naturally weak race, if it cannot even fight desperately, is doomed to be enslaved. Though Rut had never lived through that painful history, the deep ache of it was buried in his heart. Seeing such a familiar scene again made a trace of anger inevitable. The old king knew that if they rose up in resistance, many would die. He could not bear to watch his own people die. But without resistance, death would only come slower. A dull knife cutting flesh. He was a qualified minister, but a king who failed his duty. Roger suddenly stood up, patted Rut on the shoulder, then looked at the old king. Kuhaha. Your Majesty, he spoke a bit bluntly, but he's right. Compromise earns no respect, it only makes the enemy more arrogant. Rut joined in, picking his nose. What you need isn't a stronger army. It's the courage to fight with everything you have. You can't expect others to fight to the death for your race. The old king lowered his head. He had initially hoped to find shelter with the Roger Pirates. Fishman Island desperately needed even this brief chance to catch its breath. But the Roger Pirates did not offer Fishman Island their protection. After all, Fishman Island would always be their own home. Look at Whitebeard. Under his protection, Fishman Island was rather stable. Yet the moment Whitebeard fell, the island fell into chaos. In other words, under Whitebeard's protection, Fishman Island did not develop strong self-defense abilities. Instead, it grew comfortable with the status quo and lived in a false peace. Don't say fishmen are weak. This has nothing to do with race. The Fishman Arlong ruled dozens of villages in Kokoyasi for years. This was purely a difference in mindset. After the banquet ended, Rut stood on the terrace of Ryugu Palace, gazing at Fishman District in the distance. Shanks walked over and asked in a low voice, "Rut, were you too harsh just now?" Rut replied calmly, "Some things simply need to be said." Buggy scratched his head. "But they really can't beat humans." Rut let out a mocking laugh. "Not being able to win doesn't mean you have to accept your fate. Fishmen are born stronger than ordinary humans. Look at the Fishman soldiers who stopped us when we entered the harbor. They're not lacking in blood and courage. The recent kings of Fishman Island don't seem to have been up to the job." Just looking at Fishman Island made Rut gnash his teeth. Devil fruit users are inherently helpless against the sea. To reach Fishman Island, they need to coat their ships. One could say Fishman Island holds a strategically vital position, so how could they allow themselves to be reduced to such a sorry state? "If you won't let me live well, then nobody lives well." Roger walked over and handed him a bottle of booze. "Kuhahaha. You really tore into that king today, kid." Rut took the bottle and chuckled. "I only told the truth." Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing, pensive. "Do you think they'll change?" Rut took a sip of his drink. "Tiger will. That red-skinned fishman. He has fire in his eyes." Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, though who exactly couldn't sleep was anyone's guess. After the banquet ended, Fisher Tiger stood alone on a coral reef outside Ryugu Palace, lost in thought. Ritter's words cut into his heart like knives. What you need is not a stronger army, but the courage to risk everything. You can't expect others to risk their lives for your race. These words kept pounding against Tiger's heart. Tiger unquestionably respected the king, and he believed that the benevolent king could bring his people a better life. Big Brother Tiger. Young Jinbe stepped out from the shadows, followed by Arlong and the others from the Fishman district. "We all heard it," Jinbe said in a low voice. "Was that human, right?" Tiger fell silent for a long time. He was exactly right. He finally gave his answer. Jinbe frowned, however. "But, can we beat a marine admiral? It could cost many of our people their lives." Tiger took a deep breath and slowly stood up. "Just because we can't win, does that mean we shouldn't fight?" He looked toward the deep-sea voice, low and firm. "If we don't have the courage to risk our lives, then we deserve to be enslaved." Meanwhile, in the council chamber of Ryugu Palace, the old king sat wearily upon his throne, facing his quarreling ministers. "Your Majesty, that pirate went too far. But he spoke the truth. We have indeed been avoiding conflict. Do you want the fishmen to go to their deaths?" The old king slammed the table and roared enough. The hall fell silent at once. His aged voice carried unprecedented resolve. "From this day forward, the Ryugu Palace army must protect every single citizen. Strengthen patrols in the Fishman district. For all slave traders, we will no longer issue warnings. Kill on sight." The ministers stared at the king in shock, as if seeing him for the first time. The old king looked at his son Neptune. "I have been a failed king. Do not be like your father, whose weakness allowed our people to be harmed. Your father has always lacked the courage to resist." The next day, the old king led Ritter and the others through the azure coral forest. All around was so quiet that only the soft sound of water brushing could be heard. His observation hockey spread like ripples, sensing the ancient monument that had been deliberately hidden. "Found it." He stopped before a giant coral reef. As his fingertip lightly touched the surface, a blood mist slowly eroded the camouflage. As the coral fell away, a huge redstone tablet covered in ancient letters was revealed, the poneglyph of Fishman Island. Among the coral reefs of the sea forest, the red poneglyph stood silently, its ancient letters shimmering faintly in the deep blue water. Roger pressed his palm against the cold stone, closed his eyes, and listened to the voice of all things. "Hoo-ha." He suddenly laughed, but within his smile was a trace of helplessness. "As I thought, I still can't understand it." Shanks and Buggy froze. "Huh, can't the captain understand the voice of stones?" Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. "He can't hear them, but that doesn't mean he can understand them." Ritter stood to one side with his arms crossed, his gaze deep. "These letters are the ancient language. Listening to the voice of all things alone is not enough. It takes dedicated scholars to decipher them." The old king's expression grew complicated. "Even a man like you cannot decipher them." Roger scratched his head and laughed heartily. "Don't worry. There are sure to be people in the world who can read it." Back aboard the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh spread out a sea chart. "Rumor has it that in O'Hara in the West Blue there are scholars who study the ancient language." He pointed to a place on the map. "Perhaps they can unlock the secret of the poneglyph." Roger's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha. No hurry. Our adventure isn't over yet. Let's continue our adventure first." The pirate crew, the Roger Pirates, drifted aimlessly across the open sea. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, the sea breeze gently brushed by as Ritter unfolded the latest newspaper. His eyes swept across the bold headline on the front page. Fishman Island declares war on slave trade. Ryugu Kingdom's army fights the Marines in a bloody battle. The world government is forced to legislate against human trafficking. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he lightly tapped the resolute face of the old king in the news photo. So that old man has finally straightened his spine. After the Roger pirates left Fishman Island, the storm stirred in the deep sea surpassed everyone's expectations. The old king's first order upon returning to Ryugu Palace was to assemble all elite soldiers to guard the port. That night a band of slavers disguised as merchant ships had barely drawn near the coral thickets when hidden Fishman warriors pierced the ship's hulls with spears ground from coral. In the bloodstained water, the king personally tore the Celestial Dragon's trade contract to shreds. From this day forward, the old king's voice spread across the entire island through a conch shell. Anyone who sells our kind shall be executed on the spot. The world government reacted even more fiercely than expected. 3 marine warships pressed in their cannons aimed at the fragile bubble membrane. But this time the ranks of soldiers before Ryugu Palace's gates did not waver. You want Fishman Island? Then come and try. The old king stood at the very front, striking his trident heavily against the ground. We will destroy Fishman Island so that no pirate can ever pass through it again. This threat struck directly at the world government's soft spot. Fishman Island was the throat of the new world. The confrontation shook the entire Grand Line. The first to respond were the pirate crews passing through. Without Fishman Island's coding service, every ship would have to risk crossing the comm belt. Golden Lion Shiki's fleet directly bombarded the Marine G1 branch, and the Charlotte Linland pirates went so far as to declare in the newspapers to touch Fishman Island is to declare war on all pirates. Wang Ji and every major pirate crew with a name came forward to support Fishman Island. This was not to say that those pirates had a sense of honor. Apart from Fishman Island, the only routes to the Grand Line lay through the comm belt or marine-controlled ports. That did not matter much to the great pirates, but to the small-time pirates it was fatal. Nor would pirates allow the Grand Line to go without fresh blood. In the meeting hall at Mary Geo's, the newly seated 5 elders smashed their teacups. Those filthy fishmen actually. Shut up. The bald old man with a sword cut him off. Do you want every pirate bottled up beneath the red line? When world government decree no. 712 was issued, Shanks was practicing his swordsmanship by the ship's rail. Buggy suddenly screamed and hurried over, waving a newspaper. Look, selling merfolk really is illegal now. Rayleigh wiped his glasses and chuckled. I never imagined that the one to first pry open the world government's iron shield would be that timorous old king. Yes. Ritter nodded. A month ago Tiger called me on a den mushy, saying he wanted to free slaves to prove his resolve. Tiger led the Fishman district and the merfolk army. In 3 months they sank 37 slave ships. I heard many fishmen died. In the heavy silence Roger suddenly pushed down his straw hat and laughed. Kuha! Isn't this great? Yes. Their sacrifice now is so that their children won't have to sacrifice in the future. If the law were enough, what would the Celestial Dragons be needed for? But at least Fishman Island had taken that crucial step. It had earned the right to dialogue. On the Azure Sea, a dog-headed marine warship came cleaving through the waves. Root looked at the bounty he had regained and complained to Roger. Captain, the world government says we've come into contact with some great secret and are going to throw the world into chaos. They raised our bounties again. Looks like we'll be seeing Garp soon. I kind of miss him. Roger. Garp stood at the bow, cracking his knuckles. You won't get away this time. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Roger was picking his nose. Kuaha. Garp, long time no see. We just got our bounty posters back and here you come. Aren't you tired? Root chimed in. Exactly, Uncle Garp, take care of yourself. You're already on the clock. Just then a tall figure stepped out from behind Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, please let me try. The young, passionate Kazan, not yet Akiji, had fluffy curly hair and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. With one hand in his pocket, he pointed straight at the Roger pirates. That man over there wreathed in blood mist. Come on, let's go one-on-one. Root was leaning against the mast drinking. Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow. Oh, the Marine's newbie is this arrogant. Kazan shouted at Root with great fervor. Kazan, 19, graduate of the Marine training camp. I will bring justice to every sea. Shanks and Buggy excitedly crowded to the bow. Brother Root, beat him. Root sighed and handed his bottle to Buggy. Hold this for me. He leaped and blood mist condensed into steps beneath his feet. In a few strides he crossed the sea and landed firmly on the warship's deck. That was quite a flex. Could he have just flown over? Of course he could, but Root just liked the feeling of walking over step by step. Haven't you seen those villains? They could blink right in front of the protagonist and finish him off, but they insist on walking forward one step at a time. After this fight he'll probably have to call me senior anyway. Kid, you've got guts. Root tilted his head. But guts and stupidity are often separated by a hair's breadth. Showing off a second time. Before the future 3 admirals, do any other transmigrators get treatment like this? Soru. Kazan vanished in an instant and appeared behind Root the next second, a whipping kick sweeping in. Bam! Root blocked with one hand, blood mist coiling around Kazan's leg like a living thing. How scary, Kazan-san. The 6 powers. Not bad. Root in his Uncle Kazuru form said not bad. Kazan used the momentum to flip backward and caught himself on his hands. Moonstep. Don't be so arrogant. He stamped through the air, then suddenly dove down. Finger gun, tenfold barrage. Root didn't dodge or block. His chest suddenly became blood mist, and all of Kazan's finger gun attack struck only air. What? My turn. Root's figure dispersed. The next second Kazan took a solid knee to the stomach. KH. Kazan flew backward, but he adjusted in midair and landed steadily. Garp was nibbling a rice cracker nearby. Kazan used Haki. Kazan's arms were instantly coated in pitch-black armament Haki, and he charged again. Root finally got serious. Era, how scary Kazan-san. You actually know armament Haki. Clang. The thunderous metallic clash made the Marines cover their ears. As the two were locked in a stalemate, Kazan suddenly changed his move, Storm Leg. A razor-sharp air blade grazed Root's cheek, leaving a trace of blood, but it was an illusion. Root's afterimage vanished. Hey, just kidding, it was an illusion. His blood mist suddenly burst out, turning into countless spikes that shot at Kazan from all directions. Iron Body. Kazan hardened his whole body, and the blood mist spikes scraped sparks against his skin. At that critical moment, you two. Garp suddenly cut into the battlefield, slamming a punch between the two. If you want to fight, go do it on a deserted island. My warship is about to be wrecked. Root emerged from the mist and complained, hey Uncle Garp, we've been fighting all this time, and it still can't compare to one punch from you. Bam! A big lump rose on Root's head. You little brat, show some respect to your elders. As if our hot-blooded Kazan would take that line down. Here we go again, blood-tied bind. SHRK. In an instant, countless blood mist tendrils shot out of the deck, and like living things bound Kazan's limbs. Kazan's pupils shrank. What? He tried to break free with Soru, but found his strength draining away at terrifying speed. Even armament Haki couldn't fully resist it. Garp frowned. Hey, this isn't good. Root leaned against the mast, touched the lump on his head, and simply snapped his fingers. Sink. Boom. The blood mist slammed Kazan hard into the deck, and the warship's wooden planks instantly cracked. He struggled to get up, only to find that he couldn't move even a single finger. Root tilted his head. Still want to fight. Kazan clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, but he couldn't make a sound. Garp finally couldn't bear to watch any longer and strode over. Enough. Is bullying a newbie fun? He dispersed the blood mist with a punch and hauled Kazan up. Kazan put away that defiant demeanor. Senior Root, I hear you are a great swordsman. Please give me your instruction. Root looked at the now polite Kazan. I still prefer the arrogant look you had just now. Please bring it back, won't you? See, those who transmigrated early could never understand the feeling of being a senior like this. If they went to Luffy's ship, they'd be chased all over the sea. Meanwhile, Kazan on the warship's deck was holding a regulation saber, staring at Root with burning eyes. Root couldn't help feeling that this hot-blooded young man was more troublesome than that cold, sleepy guy. Root raised an eyebrow and slowly drew the black-tied greatsword from the blood mist, its tip dragging lazily across the deck. Are you sure? Kazan attacked first with Soru, his saber thrusting straight at Root's throat. Clang. Root swung the black-tied greatsword with one hand and sent both saber and man flying like he was hitting a baseball. There you go. Kazan tumbled 3.5 times in the air and slammed into the mast with a crash. Root flamboyantly touched his hair. Score. For Root, time had become the least precious thing. When you were small, he would steal your milk bottle. When you were young, he would stomp you in the face. When you were old, he would dance on your grave. KH. He spat out the wood shavings. This sword. How heavy is it? Root hefted the great sword onto his shoulder. Not heavy, just barely over 2,000 gene. Looking only at the weight, it really wasn't heavy, but among weapons it was definitely a heavy weight. Garp burst out laughing. Kazan, I told you long ago not to compare strength with a monster. Refusing to admit defeat, Kazan rose into the air with Moon step, his saber blurring. Swallow return. Root sighed and suddenly disappeared. Where is he? The moment Kazan froze, the flat of the sword lightly tapped the back of his head. Thud. He face-planted into the deck, and Root's voice came from beside his ear. Where's your observation Haki? Did you practice the 6 powers for nothing? A bruised and swollen Kazan charged again. This time, having learned his lesson, he coated his entire body in armament Haki. Root's eyes lit up. Now that's more like it. Then he stuck the black-tied greatsword into the deck and swiped a dinner knife from Rayleigh. Come on, I'll give you 3 moves. Sorry, but I don't have a smaller knife than this. Compose yourself and come at me. Root in his Hawkeye form said nothing. His face was utterly serious, like an elder testing a junior, as he quietly waited for Kazan to compose himself. Kazan closed his eyes and steadied his breathing to reach his peak state. He knew that defeating Root was basically impossible, but he would use every ounce of his strength to answer Root. He had just closed his eyes. Thump. Root appeared behind him with a sly grin, holding a pitch-black club. Young man, I'm a pirate after all. Never been hit with a blackjack, have you? Kazan, you. Dog. On the Azure Sea, the Oro Jackson had just finished an easy battle. The deck was piled high with plunder taken from the unlucky pirate crew, gold, silver, jewels, rare liquor, and a strangely shaped devil fruit covered in spiral patterns. Root narrowed his eyes, and a sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Oh ho, isn't this the legendary chop fruit? Root wondered whether Buggy would hide it away and try to sell it for money. Gabon leaned in, eyeing the fruit with disdain. What the heck is that? Doesn't sound very impressive. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. It lets the body split apart, making the user theoretically immune to slashing attacks, but... He glanced at Root. Knowing Root as he did, Rayleigh knew his partner would not merely introduce a devil fruit for nothing. He had not even bothered to look at the previous devil fruits. There had to be something special about this one. What scheme are you cooking up now? Root wore an innocent, guileless smile and called out, "Hey, Buggy, come here. I've got something great for you." Buggy came trotting over eagerly. "What's up, brother Root? Got more treasure to share with me?" It was worth mentioning that the two little ones on Roger's ship regarded Root as their own elder brother. For most of their childhood, Root had been the one taking care of them. The others were too rough and unrefined to manage it. They only handled combat instruction. Root held up the devil fruit with a perfectly straight face. "It's even better than treasure. Eat it, and you'll gain a devil's power." Buggy's eyes lit up at once. "Really?" Shanks sidled over suspiciously. "Brother Root, you're not trying to trick Buggy again, are you?" Root immediately put on a righteous expression. "How could that be? When have I, Root, ever deceived anyone?" The moment the words left his mouth, every crew member on deck turned to look at him, their eyes filled with suspicion. Root bared his shark-like teeth and yelled at the crew, "You bastards! What kind of faces are those?" Root patted Buggy on the shoulder and began his speech with passionate intensity. "Buggy, think about it. Immune to slashing attacks, invulnerable to blades and spears." He gestured extravagantly, his tone exaggerated. "From now on, during Uncle Rayleigh's swordsmanship training, you can just stand there and let him cut you. Nothing will happen." Buggy's eyes sparkled as he asked excitedly, "Really?" Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, shot Root a meaningful glance, and said nothing. Root continued gesticulating as he painted the picture. "Split, freely run whenever you want. Being chased by the Marines. Just split yourself apart and slip away." Buggy rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Then no one could ever catch me, right? Gabon cut in, but your feet might run off on their own and leave your head behind." Root lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Claim all the treasure. You can stick your hand into the chest without even picking the lock." Buggy jumped up in rapture. "I'm going to be rich." Shanks facepalmed speechlessly. "Hey, are you forgetting the 3 types of hockey? Everyone on this ship knows at least armament and observation hockey. Don't get so carried away, kid." Root demonstrated theatrically, "Taunt them and drive your enemies mad. If an enemy slashes you, you split apart, and taunt, can't hit me, can't hit me." Buggy was already nearly stuffed from the pie Root had been feeding him. "Huh, that's amazing." Roger, watching the show from the side, laughed heartily. "Caw. Root, the pie you're drawing sounds so good, even I want to eat it." Buggy swallowed hard, staring at the devil fruit hesitantly. "But I heard devil fruits taste awful." Root patted Buggy. "Take it from someone who's been there. The first bite is sweet. Trust me." Buggy scratched his head in frustration. "What if the power isn't as amazing as you say?" Root thumped his chest and promised, "I swear on the name of the Roger Pirates. If I'm lying to you, then I'll." He paused for a second, grinned wickedly. "Make Shanks wear a dress." Shanks jumped up as if his fur had been singed. "Hey, what does that have to do with me?" After finishing his teasing, Root told Buggy seriously, "It really can let you split apart and avoid slashing attacks, but armament hockey or blunt force can still hit you. The chop-chop fighting style combined with your daggers will make your battles far more unpredictable. However, gaining this power also means losing the ability to swim. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. I just hope your choice won't make you regret it." Having satisfied his mischievous side, and having watched Buggy and Shanks grow up, Root was quite responsible. He had no obsession with making Buggy eat the chop-chop fruit. Holding the fruit, Buggy asked, "Brother Root, if I eat this devil fruit, will I be able to catch up to you?" Root shook his head, saying he didn't know. "Devil fruits are powers of the mind. I don't know your future, but I believe you have a heart that yearns to grow stronger. Whether or not you eat a devil fruit, you will become stronger." "All right, I'll eat it." He took a huge bite, and his face instantly twisted in disgust. Gagging, he cried out, "Ugh, what the hell is this thing?" Root stifled his laughter and handed him some wine. "Drink, drink. The power will come right away." Buggy gulped down a few mouthfuls, then suddenly felt his body grow light. Staring at his hand in alarm, he said, "My hand. Why is it floating?" Shanks's eyes flew wide in shock. "Whoa. Buggy, your hand really can fly." Buggy tried to control it, but his fingers scattered in every direction. Panicking, he shouted, "Wait. Why can't I control it?" Root trembled from suppressed laughter. Adjustment period, adjustment period. It was not that Shanks had scared Buggy into eating the fruit. Buggy had eaten it willingly. Who knew whether this would stop them from clashing in the future, and wouldn't life lose a lot of its fun then? During dinner, Buggy's right hand suddenly flew off, its fork stabbing Shanks right in the face. Shanks snapped, "Buggy, you did that on purpose." Buggy replied with a miserable face, "It's not my fault. My hand has a mind of its own." That night, Buggy's head floated up to the mast, while his body stayed in bed snoring. During morning training, Roger looked up and laughed. "Buggy, how did your head end up there?" Buggy shouted in panic, "Captain, help me get it down." During combat training, however, Buggy displayed extraordinary talent. The chop-chop fruit gave him the ability to send his limbs flying. Combined with the short blades he hurled, his attacks covered a wider range and came from trickier angles. Root felt that if he coated those daggers with armament hockey, their killing power would be even greater. Shanks and Buggy were both crewmates on Roger's ship, true second-generation elites. With top-tier masters like Roger Rayleigh and Root personally teaching them, if Buggy still turned out to be a useless weakling like in the original story, you'd better believe Root would smack him. Sailing the sea was so leisurely. With time to kill, Root and the others began training Shanks and Buggy in armament and observation hockey. Because Root himself had been soaked by the rain, he intended to tear apart both of their umbrellas. My two little brothers, don't blame your big brother for being ruthless. Whenever Root thought about the lives waiting for them ahead, the sorrow at the corners of his mouth simply could not be suppressed. At dawn on the deck of the Oro Jackson buggy was sleeping soundly, when suddenly, bang! A bucket of ice water crashed down from above, dousing him right in the face. Buggy sprang up, instantly soaking wet. Who did this? Ray stood grinning on the mast. Rise and shine, Buggy, the special training starts today. Didn't you beg me for it yesterday? Buggy cried out in anger. What time is this? The sun hasn't even risen yet. I'm still growing. Ray, feeling this scene was all too familiar, rubbed his wrist. I could help you grow taller, little Buggy. Buggy bounced up instantly. When Ray called him that way, he was definitely plotting something nasty. At times like these, you'd better do as he says, or else you'd end up suffering for it. All right, Ray, you're right. I'm up. On the training ground, Buggy and Shanks stood in a line with Ray holding a pitch-black wooden staff, wearing a kindly smile. Ray took a deep breath. Something's different today. The air feels so much fresher. Ray, today I'll teach you armament hockey. It's simple, just concentrate your power into your skin. Buggy, eager to try, This great me will surely master it at once. Ray nodded. Good. Since I don't want to lecture you on theory anyway, let's start with some practical exercises. The next moment, Ray's staff came crashing down on Buggy's backside. Buggy held. Oh, why are you hitting me? Ray feigned innocence. Armament hockey is about strengthening your body. I've got a brilliant idea. I'll beat you up, you run for your lives, and the more you get hit, the tougher you'll become, and naturally you'll learn armament hockey. Shanks took a step back. I suddenly remember I have something to do. Ray grabbed him. Don't run, you're getting the same treatment. Smack. Smack. The deck erupted in overlapping screams of agony. Ray passed by and shook his head. These kids really have boundless energy. Shanks shouted at Ray. Ray, if you keep this up, we'll fight back. All right, then come at me, do whatever you want. After a morning of chaotic training, Buggy and Shanks lay bruised and battered on the deck after lunch, feeling utterly hopeless. In the afternoon came observation hockey training, and for that Ray had another brilliant idea. Ray grinned at the two boys covered in colorful bruises. From now on, you'll blindfold yourselves. I'll attack randomly, and you'll need to anticipate and dodge. Buggy was brimming with confidence. It seemed the morning beating hadn't taught him humility. Piece of cake. However, Ray pulled out not a wooden staff, but a peculiar shell that released a foul gas-like odor whenever struck. Uffed. Buggy stumbled back, gagging. Ugh. Ray, you're cheating. In naval battles, you need to anticipate every danger, including biological weapons. You don't even call me Ray anymore. You hurt my feelings. Boo-hoo. As he spoke, Ray pretended to wipe away tears that weren't there. Shanks pinched his nose and stepped back. I demand a different instructor. Roger happened to pass by, then train him like Ray. Have him fight sea kings. Nothing forges the will stronger than facing life and death. Shanks quietly retreated, suddenly finding Ray's training methods not so bad. Days passed through daily practice. Sometimes talent crushes those who work hard. Shanks progressed several times faster than Buggy. Buggy practiced secretly, but this didn't escape Roger and Ray's eyes. When Roger saw Ray come out, he went back, trusting Ray to handle it. That night, when Buggy was secretly practicing his abilities, Ray suddenly appeared. Ray pretended to pass by casually. Buggy, your abilities could actually be much stronger. Buggy was wary. What are you up to now? Does it bother you being surpassed and left far behind by Shanks? Ray, am I just untalented? We're training the same way, yet I'm so far behind. I'm so frustrated with myself. Ray reflected on the original storyline. Would Buggy always live in this world of the strong, where even someone his own age like Shanks was called a genius, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up? This could lead to him giving up entirely. Such lofty ambitions could either elevate you higher or smash you harder. Ray produced a handful of daggers. Let's try this. He sliced Buggy's body into several pieces. Each fragment had a dagger attached, striking the target from different angles. Ray recognized the Diva fruit had tremendous, untapped potential. Buggy could precisely control every separated body part. That was his fundamental advantage. Currently binding them with cloth, if those separated parts could freely transform later, he'd become even more powerful. The fruit could function like a natural type ability. Among skilled fighters, elemental techniques involved early-stage elemental manipulation somewhat similar to Obito's Kimui. By phasing through attacks first, and then using armament hockey strikes wouldn't cause significant damage. Buggy's fruit could achieve the same effect, splitting apart to evade damage. After trying it several times, he grew excited. I'm invincible. Ray could only acknowledge this was so Buggy. However, the next moment, whoosh, whoosh. Several daggers, perhaps because the cloth bindings weren't tight enough, fell and flew toward Roger, who was sleeping on the deck. Roger shifted in his sleep, and the daggers grazed his face before embedding themselves in the wall. Zzz. Buggy broke out in a cold sweat. We're finished. Ray patted his shoulder. Looks like you need more practice with accuracy. You didn't even hit the mark. Ray was simply teasing Buggy. A technique like that couldn't possibly hurt Roger. That would be a joke. Roger's current strength was beyond human. After hellish training, Buggy and Shanks finally made remarkable progress. Buggy could now skillfully control his splits. His body segments could finally grip objects. While not transforming into flexible hands, pinching things was manageable. He even developed the Buggy bomb clone version, with each split hand holding a bomb. Roger watched them with satisfaction. Now that's what my crew looks like. Ray adjusted his glasses. Though the methods are eccentric and the approach quite harsh, the results are impressive. Ray flashed shark-like teeth. I should thank heavens I wasn't trained to death by you lot. Ray laughed heartily. What can you do? You were like a monster at 3 years old. Ordinary training wouldn't work for you. Across the azure sea, the Oro Jackson cut through the waves. Rhett stood at the stern, mist curling around his fingertips as he healed a wound on a crewman's arm. His power could heal, yet after every use an unbidden thought surfaced. What if one day, even my mist is powerless? Rhett had boarded the pirate ship at the age of 3. Before his healing abilities awakened, the crew simply wrapped wounds with bandages and relied on their monstrous bodies to recover. After his devil fruit awakened the role of ship's doctor quietly fell to him. Yet Rhett knew nothing of medical knowledge. His healing was crude and direct, akin to Tsunade's technique of stimulating muscle activity to mend wounds. He poured vast amounts of life force directly into the body, letting whatever was damaged regenerate. It was highly effective for external injuries, but he understood nothing requiring pharmacological reasoning. As Roger's terminal illness drew nearer, Rhett wondered if having Crocus board the ship early might lead to a better ending. He murmured to himself, we must prepare for the future. At dinner, Rhett tapped his cup, drawing everyone's attention. Rhett said gravely, we need a ship's doctor. The deck fell silent for a moment, then erupted into laughter. Jabba grinned. What's the matter, little Rhett? Your mist not working well enough. Shanks raised his hand. Brother Rhett used his mist to set my bone last time. It was incredible. And it didn't hurt at all, just felt a little ticklish. Buggy chewed on meat and mumbled. Exactly. I got beaten black and blue, and after soaking in Brother Rhett's mist for a while, I was good as new. Roger laughed heartily. Kuhaha. Rhett, don't tell me you're trying to slack off. There was no doubt among them. Only unwavering trust in Rhett, for he had never let them down. But Rhett did not laugh, because he knew that precisely because of their trust he had to find a true professional ship's doctor. Rhett's voice was calm, but resolute. My power can only treat external wounds, and my methods are crude. For the sake of your future old age and domestic standing, we must find a professional ship's doctor. Damn it, Rhett. Who are you looking down on? Jabba couldn't sit still. Rhett ignored him, scanning the crew, his gaze finally settling on Roger. Rhett repeated, we must find a professional ship's doctor. The deck fell quiet. Roger and the others knew Rhett must be aware of something, but they asked nothing and simply chose to trust him. Rayleigh mused, who do you have in mind? Rhett replied, Twin Cape Crocus. The Oro Jackson slowly docked beside the lighthouse at Twin Cape, gentle waves lapping against the hull. Rhett stood at the bow, black hair tousled by the sea wind, crimson eyes fixed on the lonely lighthouse, and on the bespectacled, indifferent man beneath it. Old man with the daisy flowers. Dr. Crocus. Rhett waved and shouted, his voice crisp and clear in the sea breeze. Crocus didn't look up, continuing to flip through his medical journal. Pirates. Not interested. Jabba crossed his arms and grinned. Hey, old man, we came with sincerity. Crocus scoffed. A pirate's sincerity? The last one who said that nearly blew up my lighthouse. He's probably fertilizer somewhere at the bottom of the sea now. Roger laughed heartily, his straw hat tilted by the wind. Kuhaha. That must have been a clueless fellow. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and said calmly, we need a ship's doctor, and your medical skill is unmatched. Crocus finally raised his head, his gaze eventually settling on Rhett. Even if I agreed. Before he could finish, the sea suddenly churned violently, and a massive shadow burst forth from the waves. Boom! An enormous island whale, Laboon, surfaced, its eyes locked onto the Oro Jackson, a low rumble rising from its throat, as if warning the uninvited guests. Buggy was so frightened, he leaped onto the mast. Whoa! Why is this whale so huge? Shanks gripped his sword, eyes gleaming. Amazing. Crocus stood on the shore, his tone flat. I'm not boarding your ship. If you want to fight, go ahead and try. But Rhett simply smiled. Little Laboon of the Rumbar Pirates. Rhett had always been fond of this whale. The Rumbar Pirates had been destroyed 50 years ago in the original timeline, and even after 70 or 80 years, Laboon still remembered the promise made with them. Brook Laboon. This was a devotion fulfilled by both sides. He leaped lightly, mist gathering beneath his feet, carrying him steadily onto the tip of Laboon's nose. Laboon froze, its enormous eyes blinking, as if astonished that someone would dare jump onto it. Rhett crouched down, pressing his palm gently against Laboon's rough skin. The blood mist flowed slowly, yet without any trace of hostility. Big fellow, we're not your enemies. Rhett's voice was soft, carrying a tenderness meant for soothing a child. Though Laboon far outweighed him in size, its heart was still that of a child. Laboon let out a low moan, its tail restlessly slapping the water, sending up enormous splashes. Rhett smiled and suddenly pulled a small tone dial from his coat, one he had bought on some island along the way. Even after all these years, the songs of the Rumbar Pirates still echoed across the sea. Wasn't that a form of triumph in itself? He pressed play, and a melodious tune drifted out. Laboon's body went rigid. That was the song of the Rumbar Pirates. Crocus's pupils constricted. How do you? Rhett put away the tone dial and told Laboon news of the utmost importance. The Rumbar Pirates fell, but Brook is still alive. Laboon's breathing grew ragged and tears welled in its enormous eyes. Rhett continued, he's trapped in the Florian Triangle, but he has not forgotten his promise to you. He's been waiting for you all this time. Laboon let out a mournful cry, a sound laced with both sorrow and hope. Crocus hurried to the shore, his voice trembling slightly. Are you certain? I've been searching for them my whole life. How can you guarantee you're not deceiving us? Rhett nodded. I swear it in the name of the Roger Pirates. Laboon was silent for a long time. Finally, it slowly sank into the sea, leaving only half of its head above water, eyes glistening as they fixed on Rhett, as if asking, really? Of course it's true. Rhett jumped back onto the ship, patted the water droplets from his clothes, and flashed a grin at Crocus. Now then, will you come aboard? Crocus stared at him for a long while, until at last he let out a sigh. We set sail in 3 days. Crocus boarded the Oro Jackson. Laboon no longer rammed the red line. Instead it floated quietly on the surface, watching them depart. But Rhett was in no hurry to return to the Oro Jackson. He had long wanted to help this little one, and he had prepared a devil fruit well suited for Laboon, the human fruit model martial artist. This fruit is quite lackluster for humans, granting only basic combat knowledge and reflexes. But for a massive island whale like Laboon, physical strength was never their concern. Yet by the same token, Laboon would lose the ability to roam the seas freely on its own. Still, Rhett had devised a stopgap measure, wrapping Laboon in his blood mist, allowing it to swim in the ocean for several days without issue. By now the density and quality of his mist could not be easily dispersed by seawater. Of course, all of this depended on Laboon's own choice. Wright stood at the stern, holding the human fruit in its martial artist form in his hand, calmly gazing at Laboon. Laboon, the choice is yours. His voice was still as soft as ever, yet it reached Laboon's ears clearly. When it came to soothing children, Wright was quite the professional. He had raised Shanks and Buggy to be plump and healthy after all. Laboon's huge eyes stared at the fruit, seemingly thinking it over. Wright had told him that eating it would grant him new power, but would also cost him the ability to roam freely through the sea. But if he could move about in human form, perhaps he could find Brook faster. What an agonizing choice for a whale. Crocus stood nearby with a complicated expression. Wright, are you really sure you want to do this? Wright gave a faint smile. I'm only giving him a chance to choose. Laboon let out a low cry, then suddenly opened his enormous mouth. A burst of suction swept the devil fruit into it. The tiny devil fruit was practically nothing for a whale Laboon's size. The instant the fruit entered his stomach, Laboon's body erupted in dazzling light. His body began to rapidly shrink, his blue skin became smoother, and the lines of his muscles grew more compact. Whoa! Laboon let out a high-pitched cry, no longer the deep call of a whale, but carrying a trace of human intonation. When the light faded, a little blue whale stood on the deck. He was only slightly smaller than Shanks' tail, had become more agile, and he could even stand upright like a human. In a way, he resembled a kung fu dugong, though Wright felt the little whale was even cuter. Laboon had not yet adjusted to his new body when his expression suddenly contorted, throwing everyone into a panic. Wright had never heard of this happening. Seeing everyone flustered, Laboon forced a syllable from his mouth, "Fru, bad." Wright was a max-level baby language interpreter and instantly understood what was going on. Laboon, you're trying to say this devil fruit tastes awful, aren't you? Laboon nodded, his big watery eyes brimming with tears as he stared straight at Wright, as if accusing him, how could you trick a child like that? Wah! Laboon turned into a little whale man. Buggy's eyes bulged, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Shanks ran over excitedly, amazing. Laboon, can you understand what we're saying? Laboon blinked, nodded hard, and let out a muffled but clear sound from his throat. B. Brook. Wright smiled. Looks like the fruit took effect. You can't fully speak yet, but you can already get your meaning across. Crocus pushed up his glasses, and as rare as it was, showed a hint of a smile. Truly incredible. Laboon tried taking a few steps. He was still a bit clumsy, but he could already stand steadily. He looked down at his new body, then raised his head toward Wright, his eyes full of gratitude. Woo. He suddenly lunged at Wright and rubbed his head against the man's chest as if to thank him. With a bang, Wright was sent flying completely off guard. Although Laboon was still very young by island whale standards, as the old saying goes, good things come in small packages. Based on sheer strength alone, he was already close to Commodore level. Roger burst out laughing. Kawaha. It looks like our ship has gained another interesting companion. Rayleigh nodded with a smile. This way Laboon can sail along with us too. However, Wright climbed out of the splintered wood and looked at Laboon, his tone serious. You can't swim now, but my blood mist can offset the sea's weakening effect and let you move through the water for short periods. But remember, until you build up enough resistance to seawater, if you're completely soaked in it, you'll lose your strength. Laboon nodded hard to show he understood, but guilt still filled his eyes. Then, Wright stretched out his hand, and the blood mist slowly coalesced, forming a faint red glow around Laboon. Welcome to the Roger Pirates, Laboon. Laboon excitedly waved his little fist, or fin, and let out a joyful cry before giving Wright a high five. Wright was sent flying once more. Everyone. Laboon froze, tears instantly filling his big eyes. Whoa, I didn't mean it. Shanks and Buggy rushed over and tried to pry Wright out of the wall. Buggy poked Wright. Hey, still alive. Wright calmly shook his head. If he could withstand Old Man Garp's punches, never mind Laboon. Raw strength alone couldn't even break through his defense. Alive, but I might need a little time to pry myself out. Laboon guiltily ran over to help, but the moment his fin grabbed hold, crack, the whole plank snapped off and Wright hit the ground with a splat. Little Laboon grew even more panicked, running around Wright, but not daring to reach out a fin. Roger laughed heartily. Little Laboon, it looks like you'll need to learn to control your power well. On the Roger Pirates, Shanks and Buggy rarely saw anyone younger than themselves. Now that this little kid Laboon had suddenly appeared, they instantly felt a sense of responsibility as big brothers. Hey Shanks. Laboon clearly likes playing with me more. Buggy stood on the deck with his hands on his hips looking smug. Behind him was Laboon, whom he had meticulously dressed up. An outrageous captain's hat on his head, a string of shiny glass beads around his neck. Buggy insisted they were priceless gems, and a red nose just like Buggy's resting on Laboon's nose. Huh, what are you talking about, Buggy? Shanks sat cross-legged on the mast, grinning as he waved the wooden sword in his hand. Laboon practiced sword swings with me yesterday. He clearly admires me more. Besides, Buggy, that red nose of yours is really conspicuous on little blue Laboon. Bastard, are you looking down on me, your lord Buggy? Woo. Laboon tilted his head, looking between the two of them, completely baffled about what they were arguing over. Rayleigh sat nearby, calmly drinking coffee, glanced over, and said, here they go again. Laboon, you should try to speak as well. Roger laughed heartily. Kawaha. Young people really have energy. Right, egged on the three little ones. Hey. Speaking of which of you three is closest to little Laboon? Look at our captain Roger. He has so many crewmates. Don't you want a pirate ship of your own someday? Laboon's combat strength is formidable. Imagine Laboon becoming Rayleigh Boone or Gabon Boone or even Wright Boone. That's not impossible either. Buggy and Shanks knew that when pirates came to cause trouble, Captain Roger would never lift a finger. Rayleigh, Gabon, and Wright were the three great mountains in every pirate's way. Just imagine having your own pirate ship sailing the sea. A pirate ship comes to challenge you, and Laboon stands before you, his voice low and cold. You small fry aren't even qualified to stand before my captain. Shanks and Buggy went ha-ha-ha, their expressions gradually twisting into something deranged. Buggy brimming with confidence. Laboon, come here. Laboon obediently went over, and Buggy instantly pulled out a piece of meat. Look. This is a special roast made by yours truly. No one in the world can make anything this delicious. Laboon's eyes lit up, and he reached out with his fin. His strength slipped out of control, and his fin didn't stop in time. Smack. The meat flew out and slapped right on Spencer's face as he passed by. Spencer wiped the meat off with a deadpan expression. Should I be grateful it wasn't Laboon flying at me? Buggy's pocket money was cut in half. Spencer was in charge of every expense aboard the pirate ship, large or small. It could be said that without Spencer's financial management, the Roger Pirates would have spent half their time living on air, because except for Wright, they never saved money. Such was the true state of pirates at sea. No one knew whether their stash would last until the next island. Well, let's get back to our story. Buggy scratched his head awkwardly. Ahem. An accident. A complete accident. Shanks seized the moment to wave at Laboon. Laboon. Come over here. Laboon turned and scampered over. Shanks raised a wooden sword. Here, try swinging it. This wooden sword is yours, Laboon. Laboon took the wooden sword excitedly and imitated Shanks's move with a swing. Crack. The wooden sword snapped in two in an instant, and the tip spun through the air, planting itself with perfect accuracy in Buggy's backside. Buggy OW. Shanks. You definitely did that on purpose. Shanks stifled a laugh. It's not my fault. It was Laboon who swung it himself. Laboon lowered his head to his fin wheel. Seeing Laboon's aggrieved expression, Buggy's heart softened after all. He turned to glare at Shanks, who naturally knew what Buggy wanted. Shanks fished 100 berries out of his pocket. Buggy snatched them away and instantly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. One could only say that this was so Buggy. Ding ding ding. Round one of the tug-of-war over Laboon a tie, but Buggy was hurt worse. Buggy was unconvinced. Humph. What's the use of just swinging a sword? Yours truly is going to teach Laboon a true special move, the Buggy Ball Special Edition. He took out a round sphere and shook it proudly. Watch closely. This is an original invention by yours truly. Laboon leaned in curiously. Buggy was just about to demonstrate. Bang. The Buggy Ball exploded in an instant. When the smoke cleared, Buggy's face was scorched black, and his hair stood straight up. Buggy blew out a stream of black smoke. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Laboon wiped his own blackened face. That little explosion couldn't possibly harm an island whale. Laboon simply watched Buggy, waiting for him to demonstrate what came next. Buggy was panicking. The thing he was supposed to perform had just blown up on its own. What was he supposed to do now? But with Laboon's expectant little eyes fixed on him, he screamed inwardly, quick think, damn it. What now? Shanks watched the ridiculous Buggy and stifled his laughter until it hurt. Buggy isn't your special edition a little too easy to ignite? Buggy bared his shark teeth. Shut up. Shanks turned to Laboon. Laboon, I'll teach you something even more useful. Observation hockey. He closed his eyes and said seriously, try to sense the presence around you. Laboon copied him, closing his eyes and concentrating hard. Woo. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open as if he had sensed something and slammed a fin against the deck. Boom. The deck was smashed into a huge hole. Crocus, who lived below, was blasted straight out, still holding a half-finished bottle of liquor. Crocus said blankly, huh, why is it daytime? Everyone hurried to chase after the flying Crocus. Round 2 result a tie, but ship damage 1. Buggy refused to give up. Laboon. Come here, give yours truly a hug. Prove that yours truly is your favorite. Laboon ran over happily. You see, his strength was immense. Unless he was specifically asked to use it, he was extremely careful and tried not to touch anything. But this was Buggy requesting a hug. Laboon spread his arms and gave Buggy a crushing bear hug. Bam. Buggy was hugged until he nearly stopped breathing. His entire face turned red, his feet left the deck, and he kicked wildly in the air. Although his face was already turning purple, Buggy's mouth stayed tough. It's fine. It doesn't hurt. Shanks burst out laughing. Ha! Buggy, your face is purple. Laboon let go in a panic. He had gotten so excited just now that he felt he had used a little too much strength. Woo. Buggy fell to the deck with a thud, gasping for air, but still turned to give Laboon a thumbs-up. Huff. Huff. What an affectionate Laboon. Shanks stepped forward confidently, convinced that Buggy was simply too weak. Laboon, come hug me. But he seemed to have forgotten that even their big brother Right had once been sent flying. Laboon carefully wrapped his arms around Shanks. This time, he deliberately made his strength even gentler. Crack. An ominous sound came from Shanks's ribs. Shanks's smile stiffened. Could you perhaps be just a little gentler? Laboon quickly let go. Shanks held his waist and barely steadied himself. It's fine. I'm fine. With his blood mist spreading, Right had been watching the three little rascals for quite a while. He could heal all these injuries with ease. At worst, it was just a bit of pain. Everyone had learned the story of Laboon and the Rumbar Pirates and was deeply moved, feeling both respect and affection for Laboon. Therefore, everyone was extremely tolerant of Laboon. After all, one treatment from Right left no pain and no trace. Round 3 resulted a tie, but both were injured. Just as the two were at a standstill, Right finished his chat and walked over holding a little top hat. This was a little blue top hat. Right was going to cosplay Luo Rue and Xiankabu. Laboon's eyes lit up at the sight of these little hats, but Right did not give one to him. When you can control your own strength, I'll give it to you. That is a promise between you and me. Laboon nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. Did you two forget something? Right crouched down and patted Laboon's head. Laboon is much older than you two, so, by age, you should call him Boss Laboon. Laboon blinked, then suddenly puffed out his chest. Woo. Laboon, boss. Yes, I'm the boss. Boss Laboon. Buggy and Shanks were stunned. Huh. The two caught on at once. Their ill-tempered big brother Right was toying with them again. Bastard Right. Roger burst out laughing. Kuah. Well said. Laboon is the boss. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses with a slight smile. It seems the two of you will have to compete, even for the position of underling. Buggy protested. Wait. How could yours truly become an underling? Shanks grinned. Then I'll be Laboon's vice captain. Laboon happily wrapped one arm around each of them. Will. Everyone is a companion. We all have to get along. Laboon treasured this bond deeply. Crack. Buggy's and Shanks's bones let out a mournful cry in unison. Everyone fell silent. Right sighed, his blood mist enveloping the three. Tomorrow's strength control training is absolutely vital. Oro Jackson swayed gently with the waves. On deck, an unprecedented special training session was about to begin. Laboon, Right said, crossing his arms, blood mist swirling around him. From today on, you need to learn to control your strength. Laboon blinked his big eyes, his two small fins rubbing together nervously. Ever since eating the devil fruit, it was always breaking things. Yesterday, it smashed the dining table. The day before that, it snapped the mast. 3 days ago, it nearly swatted Buggy into the sea to feed the fish. And just yesterday, it hugged Shanks so hard he got a fracture. First, Right said, producing an exquisite teacup like a magician. Try to pick it up. The teacup glowed with a pale, lustrous sheen under the sunlight, so thin that light could pass through it. Laboon nervously swallowed, extending a trembling finger. Crack. The teacup shattered into 8 pieces. Ugh. Laboon drooped his head. It's all right, Shanks patted his fin. When I was using a sword for the 100-and-somethingth time, I still slashed Uncle Rayleigh's shirt. Don't mention that, you brat. Rayleigh's voice came from the cabin. Right handed Laboon breakfast, then turned to look for the secret weapon he had prepared. Laboon. Laboon turned his head, a half-struggling sea fish still hanging from the corner of his mouth. He let out an aggrieved whimper. The silver fork pinched between his fin tips had already bent into a strange curve. The deck instantly fell silent enough to hear the sound of the waves. Right walked over, suppressing a laugh. Looks like we need sturdier utensils. He brought over several forks forged from sea stone, trophies borrowed from the Marines last time, which he had spent a night processing into the shape of forks. Try this one. Right handed the fork to Laboon. Sea stone is hard enough to withstand your strength. Laboon carefully gripped the fork. This time he had learned to be smart. He immediately felt his physical strength suddenly diminish, but perhaps because Laboon was an island whale, it did not completely rob him of his abilities, instead it simply reduced his power. He first gently poked at a fish. The sea fish swam leisurely in the barrel, completely unaware of the approaching danger. That's it. Like that. Right guided softly. Imagine your fin tips are feathers. The fork pierced precisely through the fish's gills. Laboon excitedly raised his trophy. Hoo-hoo. Right thought himself a genius. The sea stone suppressed part of the devil fruit ability, which instead allowed Laboon to precisely control the remaining power output. Laboon got so excited that he used too much force, splashing water onto Shanks' face, who was watching the commotion nearby. Hey. Shanks wiped the fishy smell off his face. What else could he do? Of course he chose forgiveness. At least this time you didn't send the fork flying. Good job, Laboon. Since sea stone proved reliable, Right took out a feather he had obtained by chance. News coup, let me say thank you. Little Laboon, what you need to do now is to use your little arms to fan the air and keep this feather suspended in midair, but you must not let it fly away or fall to the ground. Laboon's small body curled up cautiously in the center, his two hands pinching a feather tail raised upward. It was clear that Laboon was using all his strength. Remember, Wright said, sitting cross-legged in front of him, power must be as even as breathing. Laboon nodded, took a deep breath, and gently waved his fin tips. Whoosh! The feather instantly turned into a streak of white light and stuck into the main mast with a thwack, its tail feathers still trembling slightly. Buggy's eyes widened in shock. Sugoi, quiet. Wright shot him a glare, walked over, and pulled out the feather. Again, fine beads of sweat appeared on Laboon's forehead. He switched to the tiniest part of his fingertip, carefully holding the feather. Very good now. Little Laboon stared at the feather, and suddenly his eyes crossed into a silly squint. The feather was lifted by the airflow wobbling toward the ship's side. Laboon panicked and reached out to grab it. Wait, don't. Boom. Wright wrapped the feather in his blood mist, infusing it with a trace of sea stone powder. The feather immediately took on a faint metallic sheen. This way at least the feather won't fly around wildly. Even if it flies out, Wright can pull it back. This can both suppress your strength, he explained, and not make you completely unable to exert yourself. Laboon curiously took this special feather. This time he immediately felt the difference. It was like picking up something while wearing thick gloves. His strength was restricted to a controllable range. Ugh, this is good. He gently fanned his fin tips, and the feather slowly rose. Although it bobbed up and down, at least it was hovering. It worked. Shanks cheered. Wright gradually withdrew the mist around it, and the feather flew away with a whoosh. The encouragement that everyone was about to voice got stuck in their throats, leaving them terribly uncomfortable. As days passed, the three little ones each carried on their own training. Crocus checked the various physical data of the Roger Pirates thoroughly from top to bottom, finding that their bodies were all healthy, and their internal injuries were basically on the mend, all thanks to Wright's supply of vitality. But to Wright this did not seem like good news. Wright believed that every terminal illness must have traces to follow. Could this be a forced plot? The original story never explained how Roger contracted the disease, which made Wright somewhat irritable. He found Crocus and hoped Crocus would examine the captain more carefully. Little Wright, they told me that you know something about the future, and it was you who invited me aboard. I guess that Roger is going to suffer from some disease in the future that even you cannot cure, right? Wright nodded. He was about to describe the symptoms of Roger's illness, but he suddenly realized that the story had not written about them. He knew nothing except that Roger would contract a terminal disease. Crocus patted Wright's shoulder. I have practiced medicine for so many years and witnessed too many partings between life and death. I promise you I will do my best to treat the captain, and that will also be my repayment for your help in finding the Rumbar Pirates. Healing the sick and saving lives is a doctor's duty, not something a combatant like you should worry about. Of course, if you want to learn medicine with me, I am also more than willing to teach you. Wright bowed deeply to him. Then I entrust it to you. Perhaps it was Buggy's presence after all. Moonlight spilled across the deck of the Oro Jackson, the waves murmuring softly, the entire ship cradled in tranquil slumber. Ruete pushed open the cabin door to discover Laboon and Buggy. Buggy was practicing his dagger in the distance while Laboon sat at the center of the deck, a snow-white feather hovering before it. It cautiously reached out with the tip of its fin for a light touch. The feather was sent spinning by the disturbed air twirling down to the deck. Undaunted, Laboon retrieved the feather and tried again. Still awake. Ruete leaned against the ship's rail, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. Laboon turned its head and let out a low cry, its expression resolute. Ruete chuckled. Then let's run one more exercise. Fetch the wine bottle for me. He produced a bottle of rum from his coat and placed it gently upon the deck. Laboon drew a deep breath, extended its fin with deliberate slowness, and curled the tip around the bottle, steady as can be. Not a single drop spilled. Woo. Laboon wagged the bottle in delight, eyes gleaming like stars. Ruete ruffled its head. Well done. Roger and the others all emerged from their quarters. Ruete eyed the group. Surely these men hadn't all been awake. Absurd. The moonlit calm was shattered without warning. Plenty of two-bit pirate crews dreamed of gaining fame at the expense of the Roger Pirates. Buggy's shriek ripped through the night. Enemy attack. They're closing in. That was precisely why Roger, Crocus, and the rest had stepped outside. The deck of the Oro Jackson blazed to life in a heartbeat. Laboon, get to the rear. Shanks drew his weapon, eyes sharp as a blade. Buggy, however, was already concealed behind the mast, poking out his red nose. These wretches actually have the gall to ambush us. I'll show them what I'm made of. Ruete couldn't help but retort, Buggy, you'd sound a lot more convincing if you stepped out from back there. By now Buggy should have had no trouble handling these pirates. But perhaps it was simply his nature. His first instinct was always to flee, which gave Ruete no small headache. Ruete didn't move. He simply watched Laboon and asked, Laboon, are you ready? Laboon lowered its head, examining its own fins, then lifted its gaze toward the approaching enemy ship, a pirate vessel flying an iron hook banner, its deck thronged with ferocious cutthroats. The captain at their head grinned malevolently, brandishing a colossal iron hook, the Roger Pirates. Tonight will be your end. Ruete, however, was left utterly exasperated. Bro, you're supposed to be ambushing us. Why in the world are you shouting like that? Laboon's gaze gradually shifted from uncertainty to unyielding determination. Drawing a deep breath, it stepped forward. Woo, I can do it. Ruete smiled, then go. You may hold nothing back. The battle was about to ignite. The Iron Hook Pirates crew swarmed aboard the Oro Jackson, brandishing weapons as they charged. Laboon held the front line. As the first enemy lunged, it reflexively raised its fin. Boom. The pirate hurtled through the air like a cannonball, smashing clean through the enemy ship's mast. Absolute silence fell. Laboon stared dumbfounded at its fin, as if it too had never expected the devastating force of that single blow. A monster. The Iron Hook captain's face turned ashen, then twisted into a savage scowl, all at once. Kill that goddamn whale. The pirates charged in a howling mass. Laboon was momentarily flustered, but it quickly regained its composure. Closing its eyes, it sensed the powers surging within as combat techniques merged into its very being. Swoosh. Its form vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing before a pirate the next moment. With a delicate flick of its fin tip, thud. The pirate dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach as he blacked out. Laboon's movements became ever more fluid. It no longer relied on brute force. Instead, exactly as Ruete had taught it, controlled every fraction of its strength with surgical precision. It darted between enemies, every strike impeccably judged, neither taking a life nor leaving a foe able to continue. Buggy watched utterly dumbfounded. This Laboon is incredible. Saji. Shanks swung his iron sword in sheer excitement. Incredible Laboon. Realizing the tide had turned, the Iron Hook captain howled in fury and charged at Laboon, swinging his hook. Die, you monster. Laboon did not evade. It stood rooted to the spot. In the instant the hook was about to land, it raised its fin and parried with effortless grace. Crack. The iron hook snapped in two, and the captain's assault ceased, as if severed. A sharp light entered Laboon's eyes. For the first time, it truly understood the rhythm of battle. It did not press the attack. Instead, it pressed the tip of its fin against the captain's throat, a low growl rumbling from deep within Lu. Avet. The Iron Hook captain's legs gave way, and he slumped onto the deck. We're leaving. Right away. The battle concluded far sooner than anyone could have imagined. The Iron Hook pirates fled with their tails between their legs, and no one raised a hand to stop them. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Laboon stood motionless, head bowed, staring at its fins, as if it still could not believe what had transpired. Ruete walked over and patted it on the shoulder. Well done, Laboon. Laboon turned its head, eyes glittering, a joyful cry swelling from its throat. Woo. I did it. Roger burst into hearty laughter, striding over to touzle Laboon's head. Kua. It seems our little Laboon has become a full-fledged warrior. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Your control has improved enormously. Shanks and Buggy charged over and embraced Laboon from either side. That was amazing. Laboon. From now on, you're our trump card. Flustered by the praise, Laboon nonetheless radiated confidence from its eyes. Ruete stepped forward, produced his little blue top hat, and set it gently upon Laboon's head. Excellent. Laboon, apprentice crewman of the Roger Pirates, you have successfully completed your training. Congratulations. Ruete's mist conjured the image of fireworks in the sky. Even more touching were the brilliant clusters of crimson mist rising above the distant Iron Hook vessel, as if they too were celebrating Laboon's triumph. A marvelously festive sight. Under the moonlight, the Oro Jackson sailed on, and Laboon's first battle became the most radiant moment on its path of growth. Morning sunlight dappled the deck. Laboon was carefully having breakfast with a seastone fork. Shanks sidled over. Laboon, why not teach me that move next time? You know, that humph sort of move? It looked totally awesome. Buggy immediately shoved him aside. Get lost. If Laboon's teaching anyone, it's yours truly first. Shanks and Buggy pressed their foreheads together. You want to fight, you bastard? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Laboon looked from one to the other, then flashed a sudden grin and extended its fin. Smack. One fin on each side, it pressed against both their faces in the same instant, yet the force was feather-light. Woo. You read both my little brothers. Roger let out a deep sigh. They had found several poneglyph rubbings, but they simply could not decipher them at all. Wright had been thinking that the one who used to read poneglyphs for the Roger Pirates was Odin. Wright lay lazily on the deck and said to Roger, there is a samurai from Wano on Newgate's ship, Kazuki Odin. He can decipher poneglyphs. Roger's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement when he heard this. Captain, what scheme are you cooking up now? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Since Wright told me about him, then he is definitely our comrade. Roger laughed. That man is on Whitebeard's ship now, so we'll have to go over and borrow him. Wright raised an eyebrow at that. Whitebeard is not an easy man to reason with, Captain. How do you plan to convince him? Roger clenched his fists, fighting spirit boiling in his eyes. What else can we do? Fight first, then talk. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. Here we go, stirring up heaven and earth again. Shanks and Buggy excitedly crowded in. Captain, are we going to war with the Whitebeard Pirates again? Last time, they had shamelessly ganged up with superior numbers, and it had made Shanks and Buggy angry for days. Roger ruffled their heads and laughed heartily. Kuhaha. That's right. Don't let those little brats over there scare you into crying. Shanks clenched his fists, fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. I will not lose. Buggy was just as confident. I won't lose either. Wright stood up and stretched. Buggy, you'd better fight well this time. If you dare to run away, I'll spin you into a top. Then let's set sail. I want to see just how strong the Whitebeard Pirates are now too. After the Roger Pirates deliberately searched for them, the Oro Jackson carved through the waves of the Azure Sea, racing at full speed toward the Whitebeard Pirates. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Pops, Roger Pirates sighted ahead, the lookout shouted. Newgate sat in his specially made seat, a faint smile curling at his lips. Gururara, that Roger brat. I didn't expect to run into them here. The two legendary pirate ships gradually closed in. At last both ships made landfall on a small island. Roger stood at the bow, hands on his hips, laughing. Newgate, long time no see. Newgate let out a low laugh. Gururara, Roger, what trick are you trying to pull this time? Roger's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Nothing much. I just want to fight you again. We'll talk about everything else after we fight. Newgate snorted. Gururara, Roger, then bring it on. Before his words faded, two terrifying surges of Conqueror's haki collided with a thunderous crash. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky and towering waves surged across the sea. Marco and Jozu headed straight for Shanks and Buggy. This time I won't let you sneak attack me with sand. Marco spread his blue flame wings and hovered in midair, his tone provocative. Shanks grinned. Don't worry. This time, I'll cut you down fair and square. Before the words faded, Shanks surged forward, his blade tearing through the air straight for Marco's chest. Marco flared his flames and dodged to the side, while lashing out with his right wing like a whip, forcing Shanks back with a scorching gust of fire. Shanks' swordsmanship had shed its childishness. Every slash was sharp and precise, and the budding observation haki he revealed could already vaguely predict Marco's evasive movements. But Marco, after all, had the advantage of rich combat experience. Relying on the Phoenix's mobility, he wove between Shanks' slashes. Then Shanks abruptly changed his technique. A black luster suddenly coated the blade. Shing! A single slash came down. Marco's flames were forcibly split apart, and the blade left a trail of blood on his shoulder. Marco's pupils contracted. Armament haki. You little. Shanks panted, yet his grin grew even wilder. Brother Wright once said, only haki can truly cut a mythical Zoan. Marco became completely serious. The speed at which this brat had grown was truly terrifying. Flames erupted across his entire body. Then let me show you the true power of the Phoenix. Phoenix brand. He spread his wings wide and shot toward Shanks as a blaze of fire. Shanks did not dodge or flinch. Gripping his sword with both hands, he concentrated all his haki into the tip of the blade. Divine Departure. Of course, this was a simplified version of Roger's Divine Departure, but the imitation looked quite convincing. Boom! The flames were cut cleanly in two. At the last instant, Marco forced Shanks back with a claw strike. The two pulled away from each other and stared at one another. Shanks was clearly running low on stamina. That Divine Departure had consumed far too much energy. Marco's flames slowly healed the graze he had just taken. Mythical Zoan Devil Fruit users basically had monster-level stamina, but the contempt in his eyes was gone. Shanks versus Marco. Although Shanks lost, the two might well become good friends in the future. Now let's turn our attention to Buggy. Buggy stood before Jozu carrying a bundle on his back. If one looked closely, they would see it was filled with daggers. There was no longer the fear from the original story in his eyes, only confidence. He stared at Jozu, whose body gleamed with diamond light, and flashed a grin. Hey, diamond bastard. Don't get beaten to the ground by me again. Jozu smashed his fists together, sending sparks flying, and snorted. Don't get cocky, red nose. You're nothing but a guy who likes cheap tricks. Who would use such low-level moves? Buggy set his hands on his hips. Come on, enough talk. Jozu's eyes darkened. Without another word, he lunged forward and slammed his diamond-coated giant fist down at Buggy. Bang! The ground was smashed into a hollow pit, sending dust flying. However, Buggy's body had already split apart, and Jozu's fist only hit air. Can't hit me, can't hit me. Buggy's head floated above Jozu, grinning slyly while his detached right hand made a mocking gesture. Buggy, brother Wright, the pie you fed me has truly paid off. Hee. Jozu roared, his arms suddenly swelling as the diamond light grew even more dazzling. He spun around and unleashed a storm of consecutive punches. Diamond Meteor Fist. Dense fist shadows filled the surrounding space. Buggy's fragments wove nimbly through the storm of punches, combined with the kami of the six powers, making him as elusive as paper scraps blown away by the wind. While dodging, Buggy still did not forget to taunt, put more strength into it. I haven't even broken a sweat. Veins bulged on Jozu's forehead. Suddenly changing his tactic, he slammed a fist into the earth. Boom! The rocks kicked up around Jozu, radiated outward with him at the center. Buggy's split body was forced to gather back together. Seizing the moment, Jozu swept his diamond-encased right arm across. You can't dodge this one now. At the critical moment, however, a sly arc curled at the corner of Buggy's mouth. His body suddenly split apart, and every detached limb held a dagger, stabbing at Jozu from all directions. SHK. The sharp blades raked across Jozu's diamond skin, leaving fine cracks on its surface. Jozu winced in pain, his attack faltering, and Buggy's right hand had already circled behind him and shoved hard. Off you go. Jozu stumbled several steps and nearly fell. He steadied himself and turned back in disbelief. You can actually wound me. Buggy's head floated in midair, full of smug pride. What do you think? This armament haki coats every dagger. Do you know how many months I Lord Buggy trained day and night? Josu's eyes turned utterly serious. He took a deep breath and the diamond light over his entire body blazed up. Then try this, he growled. He abruptly charged at Buggy. This time he wasn't throwing wild blind punches, he came at Buggy like a tank. Buggy could now split himself at any moment, making him completely at ease against power-type opponents. Blunt force attacks were no longer a problem. Buggy split however you please. But Buggy wanted to test the new Devil Fruit ability he and Brother Right had developed. He suddenly reached out and touched Josu's diamond arm. Split. A bizarre scene unfolded. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of Josu's diamond fist, as if an invisible force were forcibly dismantling it. Although it lasted only a moment, it was enough for Buggy's dagger to pierce into the gap. Squelch. Blood splattered. Josu let out a muffled grunt and hastily retreated, staring at the wound on his arm in shock. You can even affect my ability. Buggy withdrew his dagger and wiped the blood from it with a handkerchief, flashing a grin. How about it? Want to go again? Red had thought about this before. Since Buggy can split himself, could he also split other people's attacks? If the fruit awakens in the future, could he break down the Conqueror's haki they cover themselves with, just like Law's room? Anything that can't withstand his ability would simply be split apart. This has a strong chance of becoming reality. The Chop Chop fruit never said it could only split himself. Josu gritted his teeth and was about to fight again, when suddenly, boom! A bomb exploded between the two of them. Through the smoke, Buggy's detached left hand held a Buggy bomb and wagged it slyly. Damn it, I was just a bit off. Next time I need to make a Buggy bomb with less noise. Buggy's fighting style was truly treacherous. With that many pieces split off, who would notice if one or two went missing during the battle? As the smoke cleared, Josu knelt on one knee, his diamond skin covered in scorch marks. But the explosion had not actually inflicted any real damage on him. Still, it was an undeniable fact that he could do nothing against Buggy. He looked up and glared at Buggy, only to see that the other had already restored his full body and was laughing with his hands on his hips. The winner is decided. My complete victory. Josu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed as well. Interesting. Next time I won't lose. Buggy waved a hand, turned, and walked toward his crewmates. Anytime. Inwardly, Buggy was bursting with joy. Guys, it worked. It worked. Rhett sought out Odin first. The Whitebeard Pirates were still in their formative years, with only a handful of capable fighters. With no worthy opponents around, they could only watch from the sidelines. After all, their battles typically spanned days on end, and sitting idle for that long was truly tedious. Odin drew his twin blades, stamped his foot, and closed the distance to Rhett in an instant. His twin swords crossed in a sweeping strike. Two-style sword art Hayaka Ryzen. Rhett neither dodged nor retreated, holding his black tide greatsword horizontally. Clang. The deafening crash of metal reverberated across the deck, and the wooden boards beneath Rhett's feet sank ever so slightly. Odin's strike carried tremendous force, yet the black tide remained unmoved. Not bad. Rhett chuckled. Did he really take him for some mediocre transmigrator? The mist surged forth, enveloping both men. Within the fog, Odin's vision was completely obscured, but he showed no panic. He activated his Kinbunshika haki to full capacity, sensing Rhett's location. But the signals came in disjointed bursts. His divine sense, which had never failed him before, seemed to have suddenly gone awry. Mist concealment mirages. Rhett's voice echoed from all directions as 7 phantoms launched simultaneous attacks on Odin. Odin snorted, his twin blades spinning. Two-style sword art heavenly reversal. Rhett, heavenly reversal. Brother-in-law. Sword light swept through the air like a hurricane, and all 7 phantoms were instantly shattered. But the real Rhett had already circled behind Odin, his black tide greatsword wreathed in blood mist, descending with a fierce slash. Mist blade blood tide. Odin reacted with incredible speed, turning his blade to parry, but the impact of the black tide still drove him back several steps, cracks spreading across the deck. This is interesting. Odin laughed heartily as his Haushika haki erupted, black-red lightning coiling around his twin blades. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Conqueror's Emperor style? Looks more like Conqueror's flowing Sakura then. Let's see who's better. Boom. The two Conqueror's haki forces collided, churning dark clouds across the sky and sending massive waves crashing upon the sea. The sailors on deck scrambled backward, while even Roger and Newgate wore expressions of surprise. These youngsters' haki. Not bad at all. Roger grinned widely. Odin's twin blades wreathed in haki, he launched himself skyward. Two-style sword art White Dragon of the Peach Garden. Fett met the strike without fear, coating his black tide greatsword in armament haki before bringing it down. Black tide sea cleaver. Rumble. The shockwave from the collision exploded outward, tearing the deck apart and sending surges of seawater erupting skyward. After landing, Odin suddenly sheathed his blades and assumed an Ayajutsu stance. Two-style sword art quick draw technique. Rhett's eyes narrowed and the black tide greatsword began to glow with a dark crimson light. Mist god-style phantom strike. Both struck at the same moment. Swish. Blade light and sword chi intertwined, and time seemed to freeze for an instant. Click. Odin, having been knocked backward, barely stabilized himself, while a shallow cut appeared on Rhett's shoulder. The two stood back to back, the entire arena falling silent. A draw. Brother Rhett didn't win. Shanks's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Although Rhett is injured, he clearly held back. Otherwise the blood mist would have already entered Odin's body when he was sent flying. Odin turned around and laughed boisterously. "Huh, what a thrill. Your mist and swordsmanship are truly formidable." Rhett sheathed his black, tied a slight smile touching his lips. "You're not bad either. The samurai of Wano live up to their reputation." Buggy and Shanks rushed over, their eyes sparkling. "Brother Rhett, that was amazing. You fought for over 3 days." Rhett blinked. 3 days. Time really does fly when you're having fun, ha 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 ha. He understood the pain of blood bullies, accepted it, and became one himself. Roger and Whitebeard's battle was also drawing to a close. Guru, that was invigorating. "Everyone let us hold a feast." Whitebeard roared. During the feast, Whitebeard sat firmly in his chair with his bicento at his side, curiosity written across his face. "Roger, what brings you here?" Roger grinned. "Newgate. I've come to borrow someone from you." The Whitebeard Pirates crew erupted in uproar. "Are you joking?" Marco frowned. "How could we lend you our family?" "Exactly." Josiah clenched his fists. "You want to fight?" Rhett stood beside Roger, his gaze sweeping over the Whitebeard Pirates before settling on Odin, the man in a kimono, twin swords at his waist, watching them with keen interest. Whitebeard huffed. "Roger, tell me, whom do you wish to borrow?" Roger pointed at Odin. "Him. Kazuki Odin." Silence fell over the crowd. Odin paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Interesting. What do you want with me?" Roger's gaze burned with intensity. "I hear you can read the poneglyphs, and I am bound for the final island. I need your help. Do you wish to uncover the secrets of this world?" Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. "Roger, you know my nature. Are you provoking a war with my Whitebeard Pirates?" Roger rose to his feet, his expression grave, his eyes brimming with unwavering conviction. He looked at Whitebeard and spoke slowly. "Edward, I have asked for nothing in my life, but on this journey, I need someone like Odin by my side. To know the truth of this world and unravel its hidden secrets. This is my final wish, the very meaning of my life as a pirate. I know this request is unreasonable, but it means everything to me." As he spoke, he was about to kneel. Rhett slapped himself. He had been so focused on remembering that Odin joined Roger's crew that he'd forgotten how it happened. "Captain." Rayleigh's pupils contracted. "Juba," roared Roger. "How dare you kneel to Newgate, you bastard." But before Roger's knees could touch the ground, a pair of hands firmly gripped his arms. It was Rhett. Blood mist churned around him, his crimson eyes blazing. He could sense that Roger's emotions were far from calm. "Roger, don't kneel." When reading the original story, Rhett had always admired Roger for being willing to kneel for his dream. But Rhett had joined Roger's crew at age 3. Roger, Rayleigh, and Juba were his 3 most revered brothers. He would never allow his eldest brother to lower his dignity, no matter whom he knelt before or for what reason. This was an insult to Roger himself. Roger looked up in astonishment, feeling the immense strength in Rhett's grip. Once certain that Roger would not kneel, Rhett turned to face Newgate. "Because the truth of this world is worth him seeing." Rhett stepped forward, steadily, blood mist swirling around him, his crimson eyes locking onto Whitebeard without yielding an inch. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. "Boy, are you teaching me how to treat my family?" "No." Rhett's voice was soft, yet every word carried clearly to every listener. "I'm telling you that Odin has the right to choose his own path. Since he can decipher the poneglyphs, he must long to see the secrets of this world for himself." At that moment, Odin strode forward boldly. Clutching his twin blades, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, he said, "Captain." Whitebeard regarded him in silence. "I want to go see it." Odin's voice trembled slightly, but carried an unyielding firmness. "I am the one who can read the poneglyphs. When I was learning to decipher them, I dreamed of truly seeing the secrets of this world, so." Marco couldn't help but call out, "Brother Odin, do you even know what you're saying?" Marco knew all too well how difficult it had been for Odin to join the crew. Odin turned to face his former companions and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, everyone, but I must take this journey." Whitebeard's expression finally shifted. He stared at Odin for a long while, then threw back his head and roared with laughter. "Guru! Excellent. Very good." He slammed his bicento against the deck, shaking the entire ship. "If this is your choice, then go." Rhett exhaled a quiet breath of relief as the blood mist gradually dispersed. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Odin's determination and Whitebeard's magnanimity both exceeded his expectations. "He owed you one, Whitebeard." Roger laughed and stepped forward. "Newgate, thank you. I promise I'll bring him back in one piece." Whitebeard snorted coldly. "If a single hair on his head is lost, I'll tear your ship apart." Odin's eyes glistened with tears, yet his smile was radiant. "When I return, I'll bring you the finest sake." This time the meeting between the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates ended without a proper feast. They set sail directly. As the Oro Jackson slowly pulled away, Marco approached Whitebeard. "Father, brother Odin," he. Whitebeard gazed at the receding ship, a faint smile gracing his lips. Rhett was right. Everyone has the right to choose their own path. Precisely because he is family, we must support him. The sea breeze carried Odin's final cry, "I will definitely return." Beneath the setting sun, the 2 legendary pirate ships headed in opposite directions, each sailing toward its own fate. The Oro Jackson sailed across the boundless open sea while Odin pored over a rubbing of a poneglyph. Suddenly he raised his head and shouted in excitement, "Found it." "The poneglyph is." He unrolled an old sea chart and pointed to a stretch of sea. "Here." Roger leaned closer, one eyebrow raised. Has Charlotte Linlin taken over this sea area recently? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his tone calm, but heavy. If the intel is correct, this is indeed Charlotte Linlin's territory now. The deck fell silent for a moment. Charlotte Linlin. Gabon let out a whistle. That madwoman is not one to mess with. Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances and muttered under their breath, "Who is Big Mom?" Root leaned lazily against the bulwark, blood mist wreathed around his fingertips. A monster with a sweet tooth, and her power is a real nuisance. Gabon grew excited and told the three young ones that was before you all boarded. Back then your brother Root could sweep heaven and earth. At the time Charlotte Linlin was still a member of the Rocks Pirates. She came to recruit us. Would your brother Root let that happen? He charged in swinging that great sword. What a heaven-shaking, ghost-weeping blade work it was. Shanks, Buggy, and Labu's eyes sparkled. So gee. But he fought for so long and couldn't even break her skin. I mean, even dead skin would have fallen off by then. In the end, I had to step in, descending from heaven to rescue Root from fire and water. Root threw a cup at Gabon. Shut up, you bastard. You didn't break her defense either. What are you barking at? Gabon wriggled like a strand of seaweed. Yo, someone seems to be flying into a rage out of embarrassment. Then duel me, you bastard, Gabon. Root charged with black tide in hand. After the farce ended, the entire Roger Pirates crew sat in a circle on the deck and began discussing their strategy. Uncle Rayleigh was as dependable as ever. Charlotte Linlin's territory is tightly guarded. But if we slip in quietly, we might be able to sneak through. Once we find the stone, we can make a rubbing quickly and leave, which will save us a lot of unnecessary trouble. Gabon was skeptical. The problem is that she's a top-tier fighter too, and her observation hockey is no joke. If we're discovered, the whole Tato land pirate force will swarm us. Rit said lazily. Besides, her homies, Soul Rock Creations, are everywhere, slinking in without a sound. That's hard. After thinking it over, Spencer offered a suggestion. We do have some rare navigational records and treasure. Maybe we can make a deal with her. Roger shook his head. Kuaha. We already have bad blood over God Valley. That madwoman isn't going to hand it over easily. Odin raised his hand. Then we simply take it by force. A samurai's dictionary has no room for cowardice. Roger was a little stirred by that. Because of Rit's intervention, Roger had never fallen ill with the terminal disease. At this point, he was still at the peak of his power, truly afraid of nothing. Charge straight and grab it and run. Quite thrilling, isn't it? Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. Captain, her forces are expanding, and she has plenty of strong fighters under her. A direct assault is too risky. Roger seemed tempted. Root listened to Rayleigh's explanation and watched Roger's reaction. So this was how they had sneaked in to steal it. In the original story, Roger had already been terminally ill and his strength was beginning to decline when he fought Big Mom. But with Root's intervention, Roger hadn't contracted the disease, and it looked as though Big Mom's arc would be triggered ahead of schedule. Root, however, truly felt it was unnecessary. Roger, Rayleigh, Gabon, and himself, and Odin, who had joined later, could easily crush a Tato land that had not yet developed. It was the same principle as God Valley. As long as Charlotte Linlin couldn't stop any one of them, it would be an indiscriminate slaughter. Her eldest children alone were nowhere near enough. Root said casually, I think we can just go beat them into submission and make the rubbing at our leisure. Gabon grinned. Besides, when have the Roger Pirates ever been afraid of a hard fight? Roger made the final decision. Kuaha. That's settled then. We barge straight and snatch the poneglyph and run. In that cheerful mood, the plan was set. Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon would hold Charlotte Linlin and her main officers at bay from the front. Odin would search for the poneglyph amid the chaos and make a rubbing. And Root? What about Root? He would use his blood mist to seal off the battlefield and take control on a massive scale. Shanks, Buggy, Labu, and the other crewmen would stay aboard to keep enemy pirates from boarding. After all, sending more people was useless. Numbers meant nothing in front of Root. Anyone who couldn't even get through Root's blood mist had no business entering the battlefield. Rayleigh gave the final confirmation. Remember, our target is the poneglyph, not a fight to the death. The moment we have it, we leave immediately. Won't this absolutely enrage Charlotte Linlin? Root had always been hung up on his inability to break Charlotte Linlin's defense. Roger shouted with laughter. Got it. Lads, prepare for battle. All hands cheered. They sailed on to Whole Cake Island. The Oro Jackson plowed through wind and waves heading for Charlotte Linlin's territory. Shanks and Buggy leaned over the bow, nervous and excited. Buggy swallowed. Hey Shanks, do you think we can win this time? I heard that Charlotte Linlin is a great pirate, just like our captain. Shanks tucked his hands behind his head, unconcerned. Of course. With the captain here and Brother Root here, plus Uncle Rayleigh and Uncle Gabon. No matter how you look at it, we can't lose. Root stood at the stern, blood mist slowly spreading, his eyes sharp. Charlotte Linlin, let me see whether your Tato land can keep out my mist. Damn it, why can't I break her defense? Infuriating. The Oro Jackson tore through the sea mist, its figurehead cutting across the calm waters. In the crow's nest, Shanks waved his straw hat excitedly. Land ho. Full speed ahead. Roger stood at the bow, his red coat snapping in the wind. Let Charlotte's brats see what a real pirate is. Enemy attack. From the watchtower on the coast of Whole Cake Island, the lookout's voice went shrill. It's the Roger Pirates. All hands prepare for battle. Alarm bells rang across the island. Charlotte Linlin startled awake from her afternoon nap, let sweet cream dribble from the corner of her mouth. Mama. That madman Roger. Stick to the plan. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and soared into the air with moonwalk. Root was the last to step off the ship, the greatsword black tide dragging a deep furrow in the sand. Odin, the poneglyph is in your hands. Leave it to me. Odin drew his twin swords, aim no habakiri, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Mist realm blood prison. Root formed hand seals, and a scarlet mist swept over the beach like a tide. The Machi soldiers mustering on the shore suddenly screamed, my eyes. My eyes are burning. I can't breathe. It's poisonous mist. Fall back. Actually, Conqueror's Haki could have achieved the same effect, except that Conqueror's Haki was a one-time burst. Root's mist, once released, could persist all on its own. The little ones watched the dazzling sight, eyes gleaming. Root adjusted his clothes with a flashy flourish. Just routine, nothing to hype. Roger, how dare you trespass into my territory? Charlotte Leanlean's furious roar shook the heavens. Zeus carried her as she burst out from the crumbling castle gate, Napoleon's greatsword wreathed in wild violet lightning. Kukahaha. Long time no see, Linlin. Don't be so hot-tempered. You'll get wrinkles, you know. Roger slowly drew the famed blade ace. I'll leave once I make a rubbing of the road poneglyph. How about it? Go borrow it in hell, you bastard, Roger. Linlin raised her greatsword overhead. Elbaf's spear, country eater. God evasion. Leanlean's greatsword swung down with devastating force, a slash capable of splitting an island, hurtling straight at Roger. The instant the two powers collided, boom. The ground of Whole Cake Island trembled violently, fracturing like a spiderweb. The sky was torn open into a colossal, swirling vortex of clouds. After the clash, Roger stood unmoved while Linlin was forced back 3 steps, the earth beneath her feet collapsing with a roar. She grinned fiercely. Roger, you still know exactly how to piss me off. But if you were willing to have a child with me, then maybe we could call it even. Sorry, but I have no plans to start a family right now. And amid this earth-shattering battle, he's sneaking off while the chaos stirs. That's a real man's romance. Odin, crouching low, slipped into the castle. He wore his signature orange kimono, the cool crotch master from Roger's ship. His wooden clogs went da-da-da against the opulent floor. Honestly, was there really any need to sneak in? All bend over. Left, then right. He muttered as he ran his observation Haki at full blast, a clear map of the poneglyph's location blooming in his mind. If it weren't for the tight schedule and the heavy task, I'd really love to take a proper tour of this castle. Odin pursed his lips, then casually snagged a slice of chocolate cake from a dessert table in the corridor and stuffed it into his mouth. Oishi. As expected of Tadoland's pastries, they really know how to eat well. Suddenly, intruder spotted. A roar came from around the corner. Charlotte Oven burst out, his body radiating searing steam like a human steamer. Heat wave? Whoa. Hot, hot, hot. Odin leaped up dramatically, but his hands moved with lightning speed. Two-sword style. Peach Garden 10 slashes. Shushishu. The blade light bloomed like cherry blossoms. The armor on Oven's chest shattered instantly, 2 crossed bloody gashes appearing across his sturdy torso. Huh. Why do I suddenly feel a bit chilly? Oven looked down and discovered his upper body was completely bare, leaving only his shorts. Hey, where's my armor? Sorry, little man, I'm in a hurry. Odin grinned, waving his hand. He really didn't want to waste time on a brat like this, so he kept sprinting. Oven stood frozen on the spot, only snapping back to his senses after a long moment. Wait, how could? But Odin was already far away, leaving behind only a string of cheerful laughter. Ha! Thanks, Oven. You've got a nice build. Oven, inwardly shattered. Death to all intruders. Smoothie raised her 10-meter-long greatsword with both hands and brought it down ferociously. The sword pressure tore up the floorboards. Whoa, what a big sword. Odin's eyes widened, but he didn't panic at all. Crossing both blades into an X, he said, move aside, move aside. I'm in a hurry. Boom. The two forces collided, and the floor tiles beneath Odin's feet were ground into dust as he sank half a meter into the ground. Not bad, you've got some strength. He flashed a grin, and suddenly an idea struck him. Right now. He abruptly released his force, using the momentum of Smoothie's sword slash to roll smoothly into the room. Along the way, he patted Smoothie on the shoulder. Thanks, Smoothie. She charged into the room right after him, but before she knew it, her vision went dark and she collapsed. Somehow Odin had appeared behind her, raising his blackened fist. Youth is wonderful. Fall asleep the moment you lie down. No need to thank me. The poneglyph stood at the center of the room, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. Wow, finally found it. Odin rubbed his hands together in excitement, pulled a rubbing sheet from his chest, and with a few click-click sounds completed a perfect rubbing. Done. He nodded in satisfaction, but before the ink had even dried, Smoothie's greatsword came slashing down with burning rage. Die. Ha, awake already. Hey, don't be so grumpy. Without even looking back, Odin flipped backward. The rubbing sheet traced an elegant arc through the air before he caught it steadily. Got it. Smoothie stomped her foot in fury. Damn you. Stop right there. See ya. Next time you're buying me a drink. Odin laughed heartily and vanished in a flash. On the coastline, Ritter's black tide greatsword was busy chopping biscuits. Ritter had initially planned to absorb all their life force, but these things had pitifully little vitality. Cracker's biscuit soldier army had barely charged into the blood mist before the sounds of crack crack shattering rang out. I thought this would be a nice assignment, but it's so boring. Damn it. My observation Haki is useless. Cracker's real body discovered in terror that his prized observation haki had completely failed within the blood mist. Mist erosion, 1,000 needles. Ritter spread his 5 fingers wide and countless fine needles condensed from blood mist poured down like a torrential storm. In an instant the biscuit soldiers were riddled with holes. Cracker's real body barely managed to defend with armament haki, yet 3 bloody needles still pierced through his shoulder. He let out a muffled groan and dropped to one knee. Those things were poisoned. Little brat, even your mother can't beat me. What are you doing here? Bored, huh? My future sight told me to attack right here. Katakuri's machi fist suddenly came swinging through the mist, a blow wrapped in advanced armament haki aimed straight at Ritter's temple. You guessed right. So what? Ritter's voice came from behind him as the black tide greatsword descended with a shriek of tearing air. Relying on years of battle instinct, Katakuri twisted around just in time and took the blow on his armament-hardened back. Boom. He was sent flying dozens of meters like a cannonball, smashing through 3 houses before finally stopping. Within the blood mist, Ritter's figure loomed faintly, his long black hair drifting in the haze. He felt absolutely no pressure. This future first mate of an emperor. Nothing special after all. Right now he could take on any emperor's first mate and win. Wouldn't you agree, Marco? Ritter casually swept his observation haki across Big Mom's Tato land, utterly brazen. He was practically stomping on their faces, yet he suddenly discovered someone interesting. Why was he here? Had his little butterfly caused such a flutter of change? This is going to be fun. A colossal azure dragon coiled among the clouds. Kaido, once the little earthworm, now vaguely bearing the title of the world's strongest creature. He reverted to human form, looking down from above his spiked club Hasaikai. Resting on his shoulder, a wild, arrogant grin splitting his face. That madwoman Lin Lin actually dares to have designs on me. Today I'll turn her Tato land into rubble. However, just as the Beast Pirates fleet was about to land on Whole Cake Island, a familiar ship slowly emerged on the distant horizon, the Oro Jackson. Kaido's pupils suddenly constricted, and his conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably, scattering the thunderclouds for an instant. Ruete appeared at the fleet's bow, laughing and waving. Yo, Kaido, long time no see, you've gotten stronger. Ruete leaned lazily against the massed blood mist curling around his fingertips, and said mockingly, the brat's grown bigger, but I wonder if your ability to take a blow to the head has improved. Oh right. Is the word I carved on you still there? Kaido's dragon whiskers flared, and his dragon eyes turned blood-red. Ruete, you people are asking for death. The humiliation of God Valley, the memories of being toyed with by Ruete, robbed and carved upon, surged into his mind in an instant. He suddenly shifted into his hybrid form, his spiked club wreathed in black-red lightning, conqueror's haki condensed to the extreme. Thunderbagua. A world-shaking shockwave blasted straight at Ruete. Oh dear, don't be so fierce, little serpent. Ruete drew the black tide greatsword. Mist God-style demon slash. Clearly that Thunderbagua still lacked true mastery. Ruete instantly flashed to Kaido's side, his longsword wreathed in advanced armament haki Mist God-style flash slash. Kaido spun back with a savage grin, his spiked club clashing hard against the blade. Do you think I'm still the same piece of trash from God Valley? Clang. The explosive collision of metal shattered the clouds. Ruete raised an eyebrow slightly. You really have gotten much stronger. Ruete ghosted behind Kaido, blood mist condensing into a giant hand that seemed poised to land a dirty blow, then suddenly lunged for the back of his neck. Your observation haki has gotten quite good. Too bad. Kaido whirled around, dragon mouth opened wide, blast breath. Scorching dragon flames burst forth, instantly vaporizing Ruete's blood mist. Tisk, your temper's grown too. Ruete clicked his tongue. Kaido laughed wildly. Ruete, the debt from God Valley is due today. Ruete slowly emerged from the blood mist, a mocking smile on his lips. Yo, little serpent, wasn't last time's lesson enough? Don't underestimate me. Kaido roared in fury, his dragon tail lashing violently, the ground bursting apart as he shot toward Ruete like a cannonball. Thunderbagua. His spiked club cloaked in pitch-black conqueror's haki lightning crashed down at Ruete. But swoosh. Ruete's figure dispersed in an instant, scattering into blood mist. Your observation haki is too weak. Ruete's voice came from every direction, laced with undisguised derision. This mist of mine has always had the ability to block observation haki, but it seems you didn't even notice that. How dare you fight me in my own domain? Boom. Kaido's attack missed, blasting a huge crater into the ground and sending dust billowing everywhere. Damn it. Kaido gritted his teeth, his dragon pupils scanning wildly, yet he could not catch Ruete's presence. Right here. Bang. A giant fist condensed from blood mist slammed hard into Kaido's abdomen. Guh. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, his dragon scales shattered, and his entire body flew backward, crashing through several ruins before he could barely stop. I'm not done yet. Ruete chuckled, brought his hands together, and the blood mist suddenly coalesced into countless crimson blades. Blood mist 1,000-blade massacre. Shing shing shing. The blood blades filled the sky and poured down like a torrential storm. Kaido roared and swung his spiked club to block, but several blades pierced through his defense, leaving wounds deep enough to show bone across his body. Roar. Kaido howled in pain as his dragon scales were corroded and his flesh began to rot, but he still refused to fall, unleashing Conqueror's haki like a maddened beast. I am Kaido. He leaped, dragon claws wreathed in Conqueror's haki, tearing viciously at Ruete. Dragon claw, Conqueror's coating. Ruete's eyes narrowed slightly, and the blood mist instantly condensed into a shield. Boom. The two forces collided and a shockwave swept across the area. Yet Kaido's attack only pushed Ruete back half a step, and the blood mist shield had not a single crack. Just a little progress. Ruete tilted his head with a nasty grin. Too bad, still not enough to impress. Before the words had faded, he abruptly raised his hand. Blood mist serpent binding chains. Whoosh. Countless crimson chains shot out of the ground, instantly binding Kaido's limbs, dragon tail, and even his neck. What? Kaido struggled, only to find the chains tightening further and even beginning to corrode his haki. Don't bother. Ruete ambled over and lightly tapped Kaido's forehead with his fingertip. Your haki is too crude. In front of me, it's no different from paper mache. Bastard, let me go. Kaido roared, his dragon eyes bloodshot. Fine if you insist. Ruete grinned and kicked Kaido square in the face. Boom. Kaido's massive dragon body was sent flying hundreds of meters, slamming heavily into the ground and plowing a deep trench. As the dust cleared, Kaido was covered in blood, his dragon scales broken and his consciousness fading, but he still growled in defiance. I haven't lost yet. Ruete walked over, crouched down, and patted his face. The future strongest creature. And you're still getting ground into the dirt by me. Oh ho ho ho, you still need a lot more practice. He stood up, let the blood mist condense into a club again, hefted it, and said one another whack over the head. To help you sleep even more soundly. Kaido glared with fury, but he no longer had the strength to lift a hand. Kaido stared fixedly at Ruete's figure, his dragon claws digging deep into the ground, roaring in his heart. One day, I will definitely kill you. Forget it, this is boring. Ruete shrugged and turned away, blood mist spreading beneath his feet. When you get stronger, come find me for another beating, little serpent. Thud. Kaido once again fell into the sleep of a baby. As Ruete hurried back, he heard his captain. Gah, the goods are in hand, pull back. Roger laughed and jumped back aboard the ship. Charlotte Linlin flew into a towering rage, stopped them. But the blood mist had already sealed off the sea. The Oro Jackson cut through the wind and waves, sailing away in triumph. Mama mama Roger. I'll remember this grudge. Charlotte Linlin's roar echoed across whole Cake Island. Meanwhile, aboard the Roger Pirates ship, Odin raised the rubbing high. Now it's complete. We're one step closer to the truth. Roger laughed. Kaha. Good work. Let's throw a banquet to celebrate. In the year 1496 of the sea circle calendar, the azure sky stretched endlessly without a single cloud, and the ocean lay as calm as a mirror. The Oro Jackson glided slowly across the water. On deck, the crew of the Roger Pirates busied themselves. Shanks and Buggy bickered in a corner. Labour carefully polished his little top hat, while Wright leaned against the gunwale with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly the lookout sprang to his feet, his voice tinged with tension. Captain, something's in the sky. Everyone looked up. In the distant heavens, 5 massive pirate ships hovered in midair, their golden lionhead banners snapping fiercely in the wind. The Golden Lion again. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, frowning slightly. Roger grinned, yet his eyes turned serious. Kwah. That bastard just won't stay dead. As an ancient transmigrator, how could Wright resist witnessing the legendary Battle of Ed War? He was genuinely curious. With Roger unafflicted by illness and the Roger Pirates at full strength, how exactly did the Golden Lion plan to fight them? Roger, join us and rule this new world. The Golden Lion's wild laughter echoed down from the skies. After Rock's defeat, the Rock's pirates had crumbled and his territory was divided among the victors. Newgate sought a family, Charlotte wanted children, and Kaido harbored ambition. Yet what influence could a mere apprentice combatant from the Rock's ship truly command? Thus the remnants of Rock's power were carved up by the Golden Lion, Wang Ji, and others. Over the years, the Golden Lion's fleet had grown ever more formidable, its ability to take to the skies, and its captains' indiscriminate recruitment, swelling their numbers. The Golden Lion's armada had already begun its assault. 5 warships descended from on high like a plague of locusts, their cannon muzzles trained squarely on the Oro Jackson. Roger laughed heartily. Sorry, Shiki. I just want to sail freely. Ruling the world sounds dreadfully boring. How about this? Come down, have a drink, and let us be on our way. Jabin tightened his grip on his axe and sneered. Didn't you get beaten badly enough last time? Now you dare fly right at us. Fire. The Golden Lion's maniacal laughter rang out from above. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs poured down like a torrential storm, and the sea erupted in countless towering columns of water. The deck of the Oro Jackson shuddered violently as splinters flew through the air. All hands defend. Roger bellowed, and the crew snapped into action. Yet they found themselves in unprecedented peril. Wright unleashed his blood mist domain. Damn it, these shells are mixed with seastone powder. Is the Golden Lion just burning money? Seastone powder was hardly cheap. Every single shot was a small fortune. Although Wright's corrosive mist had eaten away at the shells, preventing most from detonating, the sheer hardness of the seastone-infused projectiles was enough to punch holes in the Oro Jackson's hull. And with cannonballs falling like a relentless curtain, the ship's keel might never break, but riddled with holes, she could very well sink. Damn it. If I jump up there, they'll just take to the sky again. Jabin roared, cleaving an incoming shell apart with his axe. Rayleigh parried a volley with his blade, his expression grim. We can't recklessly counterattack. If the hull takes too much damage, we won't even be able to sail. The Roger Pirates' greatest strength lay in close combat, but the Golden Lion refused to give them that chance. The Golden Lion was truly a cunning warlord, stopping at nothing to achieve his aims. If he couldn't defeat you head-on, he'd stoop to underhanded tactics. Because of Wright's presence, the Golden Lion had twice come looking for trouble with the Roger Pirates, and both times he'd gone back alone, not a single subordinate left alive. These seastone cannonballs were clearly prepared specifically for Wright. He had spared no expense to crush the very obstacle standing between him and his sweet victory over Roger, that stumbling block named Wright. His fleet retreated after each volley, soaring back to high altitude and rendering all of the Roger Pirates' counterattacks useless. Then they dove from another angle and resumed their bombardment. How infuriating! Buggy stomped in rage. The coward! If he's got the guts, come down and fight. Shanks gritted his teeth and gripped his long sword, frustration burning in his eyes. If only we could fly up there. Labauer grew enormous, shielding Buggy and Shanks with his massive body at the center of the deck, but his strength was useless against a long-range bombardment. Wright narrowed his eyes at the arrogant Golden Lion in the sky, his mind racing through possible countermeasures. Captain, we can't just sit here taking hits, he said in a low voice. Roger frowned, a rare sight. Wright watched the Golden Lion overhead, then suddenly broke into a meaningful smile. Since he loves flying so much, let's make sure he can't fly at all. He turned to Roger. Captain, I need some time to prepare. Roger understood and laughed heartily. I'm counting on you, Wright. In the ensuing battle, the Roger Pirates shifted fully to defense. They deflected the cannon fire while waiting for Wright's plan to unfold. Seeing this, the Golden Lion grew even more cocky. Roger, join me. Your strength shouldn't be wasted on this little ship. Agree, and we can rule this world together. Though the Golden Lion spoke those words, his attacks only grew more reckless. Yet he failed to notice that Wright had stopped fighting altogether ever since that moment. Now, Wright timed it perfectly as the Golden Lion fleet dove downward. His eyes snapped open, a razor-sharp glint flashing within his crimson pupils. He slammed his palms together, and his blood mist erupted outward, surging toward the heavens at an astonishing speed. Blood mist, heavenly chains. The mist spread rapidly. Though not as dense as the aura around Wright himself, it was more than enough. Thick fog engulfed the Golden Lion fleet and the entire sea. The vapor then coalesced into countless scarlet chains that shot up from the ocean surface instantly, ensnaring every ship of the Golden Lion armada. The corrosive power attached to the chains began to erode the ship's structures, and the ability of the float fruit was gradually suppressed. The Golden Lion was utterly shocked, desperately trying to command his vessels, only to find his powers severely hampered. Cheeky, you love flying that much. You really think you're the only one who's gotten stronger? Wright's voice drifted up from below, dripping with mockery. Now time to land. As the chains tightened, the warships began to shudder violently, lost their balance, and plummeted from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The ships crashed into the sea, hurling gargantuan waves into the air. The Golden Lion's crew tumbled into the water, plunging everything into utter chaos. The Golden Lion steadied himself, hovering in midair with a face as dark as a storm cloud. Wright's devastating technique had seemed overwhelming, yet in truth, it had only disrupted the Golden Lion's control over his vessels and used the mist drag to hurl the ships into the sea. The Golden Lion glared down at the Oro Jackson and bellowed, Roger. Wright, you bastards. Wright collapsed to the deck, spreading his mist across tens or even hundreds of nautical miles in an instant, then ripping the Golden Lion's locust-like fleet out of the grasp of the float fruit. Only his monstrous stamina had kept him from being completely drained. That great blessing from the river god had truly paid off. Now even the slightest movement felt agonizing. This was the first time Wright had ever experienced such utter exhaustion. Yet as he watched the Golden Lion's crew clawing their way out of the sea, he knew the real battle was only just beginning. Root lay limp on the deck of the Oro Jackson, then suddenly felt himself being lifted. The three young ones carried him to a corner. Brother Root, just leave it to us. Shanks and Buggy gave her a thumbs up. Laboon adjusted its little top hat. The three spun around and charged into the fray. Hey, Red Nose, what are you hiding behind me for? Shanks's sword, wrapped in a faint coat of armament hockey, precisely blocked the long blade slashing down at him. Who's hiding? I was just looking for the perfect moment to attack. Buggy's words were tough, but the dagger in his hand would not stop trembling. He ducked low, narrowly dodging the spiked clubs sweeping toward him. Damn, I'm scared right now. Don't tell me you actually think I'm weak. The two youths stood back to back on a floating piece of wreckage, surrounded by dozens of underlings from the Golden Lion Pirates. The salty, fishy smell of the sea mixed with the stench of blood, making both of them breathe faster as they faced a battle of this scale for the first time. Whether against Garp or against Newgate and the others, even wiping out ordinary small pirates had never reached the point of dyeing the sea red. Everyone had been holding back. Just these two brats. A scar-faced hulk grinned wickedly as he stepped forward. Lord Golden Lion is being too careful. Trash like this, I can take it all by myself. Shing. Shanks's figure vanished, and the next second, he was already behind the hulk. His sword, howling through the air, slammed fiercely into the back of the man's neck. Bam! What the hell are you barking at? Shanks had often heard Brother Root use that catchphrase. Turns out saying it yourself felt this good. The iron-blooded Hulk fell to the ground. You talk too much. Shanks flicked his sword, then raised an eyebrow at Buggy. See that? That's how you fight. Don't get cocky. Buggy shouted defiantly, then his eyes lit up. Watch this. He handed Shanks and Laboon each a gas mask, pulled a smoke bomb from his jacket, and slammed it onto the ground. That fighting style looked familiar, didn't it? Right. They had learned Brother Root's habit of setting the battlefield before a fight. Root, you really are a terrible influence. With a poof, thick smoke instantly engulfed the entire area. Cough, cough. You rotten little brats. There's pepper powder in there, damn it. Taking advantage of the confusion, Buggy activated his power. His hands split into dozens of palms, each clutching a throwing knife. Special Buggy barrage. The knives fell like rain on the enemies hidden in the smoke, and screams rose one after another. Shanks stared dumbfounded. When did you prepare all of this? Kaha. Buggy proudly put his hands on his hips. I'm a genius. But his smugness lasted no more than 3 seconds. A fierce sword aura suddenly split through the smoke. A swordswoman wearing an eye patch walked forward slowly, the long blade in her hand gleaming coldly. Little brats, the game is over. I don't have time to waste on you. Shanks and Buggy swallowed hard at the same time. This enemy feels completely different. Even geniuses need time to grow, damn it. Hey, should we make a run for Brother Root? Hey, Shanks. Buggy's voice trembled. Fight. Fight. I thought you were going to say run. Then we fight. Shanks tightened his grip on his sword, fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Brother Root is still drained right now. And we're crew members of the Roger Pirates too. Who do you think you're looking down on? Buggy jumped around in a panic, but he gritted his teeth and stood beside Shanks. Damn it. If I die here today, I'll come back as a ghost and haunt you. The swordswoman sneered. Her long blade suddenly transformed into dozens of afterimages slashing toward them. 100 flowers chaos. Clang, clang, clang. Shanks blocked desperately, but the gap in strength was too great. One slash came down. Shanks' sword was not yet his griffin. An ordinary blade combined with Shanks' current strength could not stop that move. The sword was soon cut through, and several bloody gashes appeared on his body. Shanks! Buggy cried out. In desperation, he grabbed a wooden plank and hurled it. The swordswoman casually split the plank with one stroke, only to suddenly find Buggy gone. Up here, Buggy dropped from above his legs, splitting into dozens of flying kicks. Special Buggy Storm. A cheap trick. The swordswoman dodged with ease and slashed back at Buggy with a backhand stroke. Buggy watched the blade grow closer, but he wasn't panicked at all. The swordswoman deep down looked down on them too much to coat her blade in armament hockey. He could split his body and move. He was just about to pull off another sneaky attack, and everything was under control. Boom. At the very last second, a huge dark shadow charged in and sent the swordswoman flying. Laboon! Shanks shouted in delight. The little whale caught Buggy safely, still wearing the blue top hat on its head. It let out an angry cry and pointed its fin tip at the fallen swordswoman. Yuzo, don't bully them. The swordswoman scrambled up in disarray, staring in shock at the sudden monster. What the hell is this thing? But Laboon wasn't about to give her time to think. He took a deep breath, and then, boom. A precisely aimed water cannon blasted the swordswoman straight into the sea. Whoa. Buggy stared with his jaw hanging open. Laboon, when did you learn that move? Laboon raised its head proudly, its little top hat tilted to one side. Shanks laughed and climbed onto its back. Nice one. Let's go help the others. Laboon set Shanks down, took the clump of mist from its hat, and pressed it onto itself. Root had stored it up for Laboon in advance. Then after all that training, it plunged into the sea. Yulo! A deafening wail cry rang across the battlefield. Laboon's massive body burst up from the sea, kicking up a towering wave dozens of meters high. The blue top hat on its head didn't move an inch in the sea wind, and its round eyes burned with unprecedented fighting spirit. Hey, is that Laboon? Buggy was hanging from the mast, his red nose trembling with fear. Since when did it get so fierce? Shanks clung tightly to the ship's rail, excitement flashing in his eyes. Brother Root's special training is paying off. Out on the sea, Laboon rampaged like a moving fortress. It controlled every ounce of its strength with precision. No longer the indiscriminate destruction of the past, but the result of Root's hellish training. Bam! A sweep of its tail fin sent 3 enemy ships flying like toys. But strangely, the hulls remained completely intact. Only the enemies on deck had been knocked unconscious. That's right, I taught him that hurt the people don't wreck the ships, Root said. Because Root had told him that it didn't matter if people died. There might be money and belly inside the ships, and those couldn't be broken. With belly you could buy dried fish to eat. Yuzo. Next. Laboon spun around excitedly, the thin mist clinging beneath its little top hat. The officers of the Golden Lion Pirates were thrown into a panic. Fire! Fire now! A burly underling boss screamed hysterically. Dozens of surviving cannons fired at once, and cannonballs rained down on Laboon. Laboon, watch out. Those cannonballs are made of sea stone. Don't take them head on. Shanks shouted in desperation. But Laboon stayed calm, took a deep breath. Boom. A high-pressure water cannon over 20 meters in diameter blasted from its mouth, shattering every cannonball midair. The water cannon didn't lose momentum and sent the warship hurtling 100 meters into the sky. Yuvo, Laboon goes wherever Laboon wants. Laboon happily slapped its fins. Watching the three little ones fight, Root felt as if he had experienced what Roger had felt when training him. Full of pride, wasn't it? Their conqueror's haki collided in midair, crimson-black lightning tearing through the clouds. Jajaha. Roger. Golden Lion crossed his twin swords, the blades wrapped in terrifying haki. You think this is enough to beat me, eh? Roger grinned and pointed Ace's blades squarely at Shiki. Shiki, there's no need to keep chasing me. I'm not stopping you from ruling the seas. Before the words faded, both attacked at once. Divine Departure. Lion's Thousand Cleft Valley. The instant their sword light and sword energy collided, a shockwave exploded outward with the two at its center. Then boom. Amid the deafening explosion, the sea was ripped open into a ravine hundreds of meters long, with walls of water towering on both sides like cliffs. Root leaned against the bulwark, watching the battle on his own ship. Geez, Golden Lion has grown fast. He can already clash with the captain like this. Not a single one of those old monsters from the old era is weak. Shiki could actually hold his own against Roger now, still at a disadvantage, but no longer instantly defeated. Those old monsters from the old era all possessed no less than Admiral-class strength. Huh. To keep the whole sea peaceful under these conditions, Steelbone Kong and Sengoku are remarkable men. Gabon wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hey, this power is way too outrageous. At the center of the battlefield, Roger and Golden Lion had reached a white-hot clash. Their figures flickered through the air, and every collision let out a thunderous roar. Roger, join me. Golden Lion's twin swords swept down like a storm. Together we can rule this sea. Kuaha. Roger laughed as he blocked. Shiki, the sea isn't for ruling. Suddenly a vicious glint flashed through Golden Lion's eyes. He abruptly pulled back, and his left sword Odo suddenly flew from his hand. Lion's threat, Lion Blizzard. Roger's pupils contracted, and he twisted aside. The blade grazed past his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Got you. Golden Lion grinned savagely and thrust his right-hand sword at Roger's chest. At the last possible instant, Roger's blade suddenly changed direction. Clang. Golden Lion's eyes flew open. His fatal strike had actually been blocked by the hilt of Roger's sword. What a... Kuaha. Roger roared with laughter. Did you really think I didn't expect that, eh? As he spoke, Roger's left fist, covered in jet-black armament, haki, slammed heavily into Golden Lion's gut. Thud. Golden Lion flew backward like a cannonball, smashing through 3 shattered warships before he finally stopped. He dropped to one knee, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Damn you. Golden Lion wiped away the blood-maddened fury burning in his eyes. Roger. He leaped up violently. This time what wrapped around his blades was not ordinary haki, but Conqueror's haki coating condensed to the extreme. Die? Lion's twin heavens, Thousand Cleft Valley. Roger's gaze sharpened, and he coated his own sword edge with Conqueror's haki. Good. Divine Departure, Conqueror's coating. At that critical moment, the sea suddenly churned violently. 100-meter-high raging wave rose from nowhere, forcibly separating the two. Root had barely recovered some strength and was about to join the fight when he saw it. Raging wave, I've been waiting so long for you. Even with Root's help, the battle was far from easy. They were not defeated, but the outside of the Oro Jackson's hull was severely damaged. The water had already begun seeping into the bottom of the hold more than Root could plug. If not for this natural disaster, this might have been the closest Shiki had ever come to truly defeating the Roger Pirates. What a... Golden Lion stared in shock at the sudden chasm that had split the sea. An eerie silence fell between the sea and the sky. Roger retreated to the bow, the eyes beneath his straw hat narrowing slightly. The instinct of a lifetime at sea made every hair on his body stand on end. Almost at the same time, the calm sea bulged into a huge mound of water. The seawater seemed pulled by some invisible force, converging toward the center at a terrifying speed. Whoa! Laboon let out a long warning cry and instinctively shrank his body to shield Shanks and Buggy. Golden Lion floated in the air, his long golden hair moving as if blown by no wind. He stared fixedly at the super raging wave taking shape, the muscles of his face twitching unnaturally. Captain Shiki, his first mate, shouted from the ruined flagship. We have to retreat. Golden Lion paid no attention. Victory was right before his eyes. How could he give up? His gaze crossed the forming tsunami and locked onto the Oro Jackson. Roger. His voice was hoarse beyond belief. Are you kidding me? The sea began to tilt violently. The water was pulled by the hurricane, and rampaging tornadoes scoured everything on the ocean. The Oro Jackson had already begun climbing upward along the water wall. Yet the ship remained strangely steady. Root marveled. So this is what it means to be a child of destiny. Rayleigh gripped the gunwale tightly, the approaching wave crest reflected in his glasses. Here it comes. At that very critical moment, Root, I'm counting on you. Roger suddenly shouted. Root, who had been slumped on the deck, snapped his eyes open. He bit the tip of his tongue, wringing out the last shred of his strength. Even if his stamina recovered quickly, it couldn't withstand this kind of overuse. A scarlet mist seeped out of every pore of his body. Root used all the remaining blood mist around him, forming a colossal blood-red sail at the stern. Root said with difficulty, "See, without me, the ship would have capsized sooner or later." Blood mist wings of the raging wave. Boom! The super raging wave finally took full shape. With the boost of the blood mist sail, the Oro Jackson shot upward along the water wall. The hull groaned under the unbearable strain, but the keel stayed strong. The treasure tree Adam's finest hour. Finally Golden Lion moved. He charged crazily toward the rising Oro Jackson, his twin, swords wrapped in the last of his haki. Don't try to run, Roger. Sayonara, Shiki. Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon joined forces and sent Golden Lion flying. A supreme-grade steering wheel planted itself squarely into the top of Golden Lion's head. Sorry, Shiki. Rit smiled weakly. This time, it's our win. No. Caught in that desperate roar, Golden Lion was hurled violently backward. The next second the raging wave howled and cut the two sides completely apart. The Oro Jackson, riding the push of the raging wave, at last landed steadily on the sea in the distance. Behind it the super raging wave thrashed, ahead the ocean of freedom stretched without end. The entire sea was divided into two clear-cut halves. On the deck, Laboon carefully touched the unconscious Root with the tip of his fin, letting out a worried whimper. Crocus checked Root. He had simply exhausted his strength, nothing serious. Roger took off his straw hat and gently laid it over Root's face. He turned to the crew, all of them wearing worried faces, and suddenly grinned. Kuhaha. Time for a banquet. The gears of fate continued to turn in silence. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, the crew lay sprawled in every direction, empty barrels rolling around everywhere. Laboon, an empty barrel balanced on his head, staggered in circles across the deck, occasionally letting out joyful cries. Woo! Another drink. Crocus chased after Laboon. Hey Laboon, drink less. By the way, can an island whale even get drunk? Buggy, his face flushed scarlet, hung from the mast with half a bottle of rum still in his hand. Why, yours truly can still drink. Hick! Rayleigh adjusted his crooked glasses, took in the wreckage of the ship, and shook his head helplessly. These guys. Roger laughed and slung an arm around Crocus, who was still chasing Laboon. Doctor, one more song. Watching Laboon's joy, he shook his head. Then Crocus flashed a shark-toothed grin. I am the ship's doctor. Ah, damn it, how can I just sing casually? A song of Bink sake for everyone. Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho. In the corner. Huh. Rhett finally woke from his coma. He struggled to peel the straw hat off his face and found Laboon's enormous round face staring back at him. Woo, you're awake. Laboon excitedly slapped Rhett's back with his fin, nearly knocking him out cold again. Laboon. Easy, easy. Rhett waved feebly. How long was I out? 3 days. Rayleigh walked over and handed him a glass of water. You overextended yourself badly. We owe you a lot this time. But with your current strength, you can't yet control 2 bursts of that scale. It's like being mentally and physically spent after a day of work, or the serene emptiness after a good rest. If you don't rest properly, you'll collapse. Red accepted the cup and suddenly noticed the unusually festive mood aboard. What are we celebrating? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses to a gleam of light flashed from the lenses. We're celebrating that we all survived, and also, he produced a stack of fresh wanted posters like a magician. The Marines gave us a raise. Rhett looked around, then suddenly flashed a shark-toothed grin. So after we escaped, you all went straight to partying. And you left me lying here alone for 3 days. Rayleigh picked his nose, utterly unconcerned. Crocus said you were just exhausted and a good sleep would fix it. We put you here so you could soak up the party atmosphere too. Bastard, you know I'm wounded. I need rest. Roger ran over, caught the straw hat Rhett tossed to him, and pulled Rhett up. You're awake, Rhett. Come join the party. Roger, Rayleigh, and the others all knew that this kind of exhaustion was not a real problem for Rhett. It might even help him break through his limits. That was why they acted with such brazen confidence. At Marineford, inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong slammed his fist onto the desk, and a crack split the solid wood surface. The Roger Pirates again. Pounding the desk is standard practice for a Fleet Admiral. The desk was too noble for this world. Sengoku stood off to the side, the wanted posters in his hand, clearly hot off the press. This time they clashed with Shiki in the Edward Sea. Because Crimson Mist unleashed a fog over such a wide area, our intelligence agents didn't dare get close. All we could confirm was that Shiki had been defeated. The most troublesome part, added Staff Officer Tsuru, is that this battle has thrown the New World's balance of power into turmoil again. Shiki lost more than half his forces, while the Roger Pirates seem to have become even harder to deal with. Kong flipped through the wanted posters with a grim face. Roger. 3. 5 billion Belial Rayleigh. 2. 8 billion Gabon. 2. 2 billion Auret. 1. 8 billion. When he reached the last one, his brow furrowed. What is this? On the wanted poster next to Laboon's cute photo wearing a little blue top hat was written, wanted 50 belly alive. 50 belly. Kong roared. Is this a joke? Staff Officer Tsuru spread her hands helpless. The 5 elders think a high bounty on a whale would harm the Marine's prestige. Aboard the Oro Jackson, Laboon hid in a corner, drawing circles by himself. Ha ha ha. 50 belly. Buggy rolled around the deck, clutching his stomach. Laboon, you got a bounty too. Buggy and Shanks had been sulking because they hadn't seen their own wanted posters, but after seeing Laboon's 50 belly poster, they both suddenly stopped feeling anxious. Laboon jabbed at the 50 belly poster with the tip of his fin, his little top hat tilted to the side. Woo, I really worked so hard. Red held back a laugh and comforted him. Don't be sad. It just means the Marines are afraid of you, so they put a bounty on you. Laboon looked at Red expectantly. Woo, really? Roger suddenly raised his cup high. To our little hero, Laboon. Cheers. Cheers. Amid everyone's laughter, Laboon finally perked up. He suddenly shot out a massive jet of water hitting Buggy, who had been laughing at him, squarely. Hey, who said you could attack yours truly? Buggy chased Laboon around the whole ship in a fury. Rayleigh watched this farcical scene, the corner of his mouth lifting involuntarily. He turned to look at the distant sea gradually growing calm and said softly, "It seems we're about to set out on a new adventure again." Rhett walked to his side and gazed at the sea as well. Yeah. But before that, he pointed at the crew already making a fresh ruckus. "We need to find a way to fix this broken ship." The Oro Jackson swayed gently in the sunset, the scars on her hull bearing witness to that breathtaking battle. Master Tom's child really was an extraordinary vessel. Only the Oro Jackson could have survived it. Any other ship would have sunk long ago. Rhett had to admit that old man Tom was truly invincible. The crew busied themselves patching up the damaged hull. "Hey Rhett, we're running out of mist. Make some more." Roger shouted at Rhett. Rhett hurled a plank at him. "Bastard, you repair a ship with planks. Do you even know how to fix a ship?" "Hey, Buggy, pass me that plank," Shanks shouted from the mast. "Why should yours truly listen to you?" Buggy grumbled, but still obediently handed over the plank. Laboon swam back and forth in the sea, carrying timber on his head from place to place. He had put away his little top hat, so it wouldn't get dirty. He wanted to wear a top hat every day, just like his captain did. Rhett bought a newspaper when he found the time and leaned against a large tree on the shore. His brows knitted as he read. The Marines have been making a lot of moves recently. Rayleigh walked over and handed him a cup of coffee. "What's wrong?" "The Marines have set up 3 new G-Series branches in the New World. They want to make their move into the New World." Rhett pointed at the newspaper. "They've also sent more warships on patrol. It seems our fight with Shiki has made the world government restless. It won't be easy for the Marines to enter the New World in force. I wonder how long those branches can last. Looks like we'll have to trouble Master Tom once more. Off to water 7 boys." Meanwhile, in some corner of the New World, Shiki, his head wrapped in bandages, was looking at the latest wanted posters. "Shah. Roger. We'll meet again soon." In the shipyard of Water 7, the rhythmic clangor of hammers abruptly ceased. Tom set down his iron mallet and squinted toward the harbor. The familiar red battleship was limping in its hull, battered and scarred. "Master." Young Iceberg looked up in puzzlement. "Is that?" Tom's cigar dropped to the ground with a soft thud, veins bulging on his forehead. "Roger." The furious roar startled Frankie, who was drinking cola, causing him to spray it out. "Super. Master's lost it." No one in the Roger Pirates was weak, and they all heard clearly. Wright turned and headed inside. After all, when he was a kid, Tom had grabbed him by the neck and given him a stern warning. Right now, with Tom in this state, Wright felt that poking his head out would mean instant annihilation. "Let go of me, you bastard, Captain." Roger held on to Wright's leg to stop him from going back inside. "Little Wright, share the burden with me. Would you really let me get scolded alone?" Wright shuddered at the thought of Tom swinging his fist. "Get lost. I'm going inside." "No way unless you knock me off." When the Oro Jackson docked, Tom already stood at the pier gripping a thick wooden staff. As soon as Roger showed his head, the staff whistled through the air toward him. "Ouch. Tom." Roger clutched his head. "Don't call me uncle." Tom's roar scattered the seagulls. "My masterpiece. It's my heart's blood, and you've reduced it to this." Wright, hiding behind Rayleigh, murmured in defense. "Well, we went through a rather serious battle. You've heard of the Golden Lion, right? We had a brutal fight with him." "A fight?" Tom grabbed Wright by the collar and lifted him up. "Can a fight justify damaging the ship like this? Look at these wounds. Look at this dent." In the shipyard nearby, Iceberg and Frankie watched the scene dumbfounded. "Is that the legendary Roger Pirates?" Iceberg adjusted his glasses. "They turned Master's proudest work into that. They're doomed. An enraged Master is absolutely terrifying." Frankie's eyes sparkled. "Super cool. Is that pirate with the red cloak a really super pirate?" During the repair inspection, Tom's anger gradually subsided, replaced by undisguisable pride. "See this?" He pointed to a fierce scar on the hull, speaking to his 2 students. "This is the mark of a direct hit from the Golden Lion's 1,000 ravines. An ordinary ship would have been split in 2, but my ship just lost a bit of paint. This is a vessel that can carry the Roger Pirates to any place in the world." Frankie leaned in excitedly. "Master, this scar is super distinctive." Iceberg, meanwhile, noticed the dense bullet marks on the gunnel. "These are seastone cannonballs." "Exactly." Tom stroked his beard with pride. "Wright told me that the Golden Lion specially prepared seastone shells just to deal with them." He patted the hull. "But what happened? My ship still floats. I can't imagine what kind of great battle they went through to end up like this." Frankie looked at the battered, yet still majestic Oro Jackson, his eyes shining with longing. At that moment, Frankie made a vow to build the greatest ship of all and surpass his master. Late at night, Tom was tinkering alone in the shipyard. Wright quietly approached and saw that Tom was repairing the Oro Jackson. "This is woven from seastone threads." Without looking up, Tom said, "Even though the Oro Jackson's keel is made of atom wood, and I also chose fairly sturdy timber for the hull, in the end it's not as strong as seastone." Wright was stunned. "You plan to?" Spencer gave me a lot of berries, enough to upgrade the Oro Jackson." Tom lit a fresh cigar. "Cut the nonsense. Next time you let my ship get damaged like this." He pointed to an unfinished figurehead statue in the corner. "I'll make you into that." Right finally took notice and chuckled twice. Old man, what an ice-cold joke. Next time go find Roger the captain. I'm just a small fry he. After some time the fully repaired Oro Jackson was as good as new. Before departure Tom took Roger aside. Listen, next time you encounter the Golden Lion. He lowered his voice. Ram him with the bow. I've sheathed the bow with a special alloy and then wrapped it in sea stone. I'll ensure that bastard knows the price of harming my ship. Roger laughed heartily. Kuhaha. Will do. Under the gaze of Water 7's residents the Oro Jackson set sail once more. Frankie waved desperately from the dock. Super. You must become the pirate king. Go you pirates worthy of my masterpiece. Wright and Laboon did not board the Oro Jackson, they stayed in Water 7. Today Wright was leaving to fulfill his promise to Laboon, to search for Brook in the Florian Triangle. He had told Laboon that this was just an attempt since no one knew where Brook was drifting in that spooky sea. They took the small boat Tom had prepared. Crocus had also been invited, but he refused, saying that as the ship's doctor he had to fulfill his duties. Wright could clearly sense that Crocus must have discovered something. There was no choice, all he could do was trust the doctor. The Roger Pirates initially wanted to join the search, but Wright refused. Crocus hadn't said anything explicit, but Wright trusted his instincts. Well, forget those unhappy thoughts. Let them continue their journey. Wright and Laboon sat at the edge of the dock, watching the direction the Oro Jackson had sailed. Missing them, Wright patted Laboon's big head. Laboon nodded, then shook its head, drawing a musical note in the sand with its fin tip. Don't worry, Wright said softly. We will definitely find Brook. Even if we can't find him this time one day. Suddenly Laboon nudged Wright's hand with its nose and pointed out to sea. Setting off now. Wright was a little surprised. The Florian Triangle is so eerie. Woo. Not afraid. Laboon put on its top, had its gaze resolute. Wright smiled. All right, let's set off now. The small boat slowly left Water 7. Next stop, the Florian Triangle. Woo woo woo. Little Laboon, why have you been going woo so much lately? You should try to talk. Go. Little Laboon had meant to say a whole sentence, but only one word came out. Haha, that's what happens when you don't talk much. Let's go. The dense fog over the Devil's Triangle cut visibility to less than 10 meters. But Wright felt right at home here. You see, whenever Wright set the field, he first had to generate a vast amount of fog, which was also the most physically draining part. It was no exaggeration to say that with his monstrous stamina and enough time, he could basically assimilate the entire Devil's Triangle. Woo. Laboon let out an uneasy low whine, its little top hat soaked by the fog and drooping limply against its head. Don't be afraid. Wright gently stroked Laboon's head as the blood mist gradually assimilated the fog of the Devil's Triangle. We'll search slowly. Because Wright had no way to determine Brook's exact location, he could only rely on the blood mist to slowly sense him. After searching this way for several days, Wright was already thinking of taking Laboon back, when suddenly an eerie melody came drifting out of the fog. Laboon immediately pricked up its ears and let out an excited woo. Brook? Wright stood up warily, the black-tied greatsword already in hand. Through the dense fog, a battered ghost ship gradually emerged. Its sails were riddled with holes, and the deck was empty, yet the music grew clearer and clearer. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Welcome to my ship. Although I'm a skeleton, yo-ho-ho-ho. A skeleton dressed in formal attire and a top hat suddenly appeared at the bow. In its hollow eye sockets flickered. Well, hollow eye sockets. Laboon was so startled that it shrank directly behind Wright, its little top hat knocked askew. Brook? Wright asked tentatively. The skeleton musician clearly froze for a moment. You know me, eh? Wright breathed a sigh of relief and put away the black tide. We came to find you. To be precise, Laboon wanted to see you. Laboon timidly poked its head out from behind Wright and curiously studied the skeleton. When Brook saw Laboon, his body suddenly trembled. Laboon. Whoa. Brook. Laboon jumped up in excitement, nearly capsizing the small boat. Brook knelt on the deck, his voice already choked. Laboon, you must not have taken good care of yourself. How did you let yourself get so thin? You've become so small. Right? Laboon. On the ghost ship's deck, Brook used his old worn violin to play a familiar melody. Bink sake. Laboon swayed gently with the music, occasionally letting out cheerful cries. I see. A devil fruit. After hearing Wright's account, Brook said, You came all the way to find me. Thank you so much. If not for you, I really don't know how much longer I would have drifted here. I'm lost. I'm a man who came back from the dead after eating the revive fruit. It's just that my soul returned too late and my body had already become bones. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Wright shook his head. It was Laboon who always remembered you, waiting every day to meet you again. Brook gently stroked Laboon's head. I'm sorry, Laboon, for making you wait so long. Laboon affectionately nuzzled Brook with its nose, its little top hat glistening in the moonlight. The cheerful sea shanty echoed across the sea as Laboon excitedly circled Brook. When Brook played the climactic passage, Laboon suddenly opened its mouth. Br. Brook. W-E-L. Come. Brook was astonished. You can talk, eh? Right. Taught me. Laboon raised its head proudly, the water droplets on its little top hat sparkling in the moonlight. It struggled to organize its words. Waited. So long. No regrets. Hat. Wright gave it. I really like it. Brook's skeletal body trembled slightly. He put down the violin and solemnly knelt on one knee by the ship's side. He took off his battered top hat and gently placed it beside Laboon's little blue top hat. See double top hats. Right turned his face away, pretending to study the density of the fog. Brook, you really are something. Old Right, how did crocodile get into my eyes? As Brook's violin played its final note, the sea fog fell into a brief silence. Laboon affectionately nuzzled Brook's skeletal hand, letting out satisfied, woo-woo sounds. It was the feeling of finding family once again. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Just now I felt an incredibly powerful presence. I thought I was going to die, though I'm a skeleton and don't know if I can die. Brook looked at Right. Beautiful young lady, you're truly amazing. The whole fog has turned red. I mean, I've been lonely here for too long and haven't talked to anyone for ages. I hope you don't mind. And little Laboon is cute too. Oh, and how did you know I was here? Brook didn't even wait for Right or Laboon to answer. Indeed, although Brook was a skeleton, he was still very much a person. The fact that he hadn't gone mad all these years was entirely due to his optimistic personality. Right saw the future and told Laboon, damn it, I'm all man. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you clearly. Though I don't have eyes anyway, yo-ho-ho. Right watched the reunion scene that spanned half a century, then suddenly spoke. Brook, do you know? In the distant future, even if I didn't appear, you would meet another group of special companions. Brook looked up, hope shining in his eye sockets. Yo-ho-ho-ho, this young man says such interesting things. Can a skeleton like me really meet new companions? Really? Really? Can you tell me about them? Brook's entire skeleton was almost pressed against Right. Right couldn't stand it any longer and kicked Brook over with one foot. He was truly afraid Brook would say, can you show me your... Not only will you meet them, Right said with unshakable certainty, they will become the family you treasure most. You two will have amazing adventures in the future. Brook's skeletal fingers gently brushed the violin strings. Sounds like amazing companions. But right now I already have amazing family. As he said this, he hugged Laboon tightly. Woo, of course. Laboon then nudged its two hats. But before that, Right took a step forward. Why not set sail with us first? The Roger Pirates are uncovering history. Right's voice echoed through the dense fog. Witnessing this era yourself will help you in your future adventures. Besides, he looked at Laboon. That way you'll have more time to stay by Laboon's side. Laboon immediately looked at Brook with expectant eyes like a silent plea. Brook looked at Right, who had extended the invitation, and gave a gentlemanly bow. I would be honored to take part in the journey ahead. Woo, hooray. Then let's return to the Oro Jackson and leave the Devil's Triangle. Right took out a Vivre card and was stunned to see it floating up into the sky. Leave it to them. They actually went up to a sky island. Watching the Vivre card still drifting in the sky, Right sighed. Looks like they won't be coming down anytime soon. Brook was wiping his violin with his skeletal fingers. Yo-ho-ho-ho, then shouldn't we find some fun? Laboon immediately used his nose to push out a crumpled flyer. Water 7 Carnival Annual Celebration Moo. Let's go play. Brook's eye sockets gleamed as he looked at Right. How could a skeleton even make such an expression? Was this the wonder of the anime world? The streets of Water 7 were festooned with lanterns and decorations, and fountains danced to the music. Laboon wore two top hats, drawing countless astonished gazes. Look, a talking little whale. It has two hats on its head. So adorable. Brook bowed gracefully. Ladies, might I have a look at your panties? The very next second, patrolling Marines on the street shouted, there's a pervert over here. Somebody come quick. Run. Right grabbed Brook, and Laboon curled his tail around them both. Right regretted it. Brook in a sense was no less outrageous than Sanji. Hey look, it's that 50-belly whale. A child pointed at Laboon and shouted. Laboon immediately lowered his head in grievance. Moo. Right patted his head. Ignore them. Those Marines have no taste. Yo-ho-ho-ho, so our Laboon has become a great pirate too. Laboon looked at Right as if asking whether it was true. Right nodded very seriously. After all, spoil your own child, Right. At the fruit stall, the proprietress greeted warmly. Little whale, would you like some apples? Laboon's eyes lit up. He carefully took the apple with the tip of his fin, took a deep breath, and accepted it with the gentlest force. Then he happily spun the apple balanced on his nose. Hey, don't block the way. A rough voice came from behind. Several thuggish men pushed through the crowd. If you're bringing pets, don't get in the way. Right's gaze turned cold. These people couldn't even recognize him. What were they even doing as thugs? His wanted posters were plastered all over every street and alley. Which pirate in these seas didn't give him face now? Even Roger, for all his fame, was still a pirate. These fools really had a death wish. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Laboon moved first. Moo. Bad guys. Laboon puffed out his cheeks and suddenly blasted a thin stream of water. A single water cannon from Laboon could destroy a warship, but this one struck the lead thug precisely in the crotch. Whoa. The thug clutched his pants and jumped into the air. Both Right and Brook felt a chill down there. Right didn't remember ever teaching Laboon anything like that. It seemed he would need to give Buggy and Shanks a serious beating when they got back. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. The street vendors all gave thumbs up. Well done, little whale. These guys come collecting protection money every day. 50 belly is way too low for you. Laboon raised his head proudly. Right suppressed his smile and quickly pulled him away from the scene. And so Right with a skeleton and a little whale spent the day eating and drinking around the island. When the Vivre card finally pointed toward the sea, the three of them were sitting at the highest point of Water 7 sharing ice cream. Brook watched the melted ice cream drip down between his ribs. Yo-ho-ho, what a peculiar experience. Laboon suddenly pointed into the distance ship. Oro. Jackson. Right stood up. Time to go home, partners. Right leaped aboard the Oro Jackson with Laboon and Brook. Kuhaha. Right. Laboon. Roger waved and laughed, then suddenly froze. Wait. Is that a skeleton? Everyone on the ship gathered at the railings, staring dumbfounded at this talking violin-playing skeleton. Brook bowed gracefully. A pleasure to meet you all. I am Brook. I have come by invitation from Wright and Laboon. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. This is unexpected. Crocus curiously stepped forward to examine him. Mr. Brook, amazing. No muscle tissue, yet you can move and talk. Astonishing. Long time no see, Mr. Crocus. You still look so energetic. Crocus, tears streaming down his face like noodles, said proudly to Brook, I kept my promise. Look how well I raised Laboon. Here it should be mentioned that after shrinking, the scar on Laboon's head had vanished too. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Mr. Crocus, you've almost turned into a little old man. Laboon eagerly pulled Brook into the middle of the crew, pointed at him with his fin, and said proudly, free. Indeed. Laboon isn't mooing anymore. He's talking now. Buggy and Shanks exclaimed in unison. Roger laughed loudly, jumped down from the ship, and flung an arm around Brook. Welcome to the Roger Pirates. Kuaha. Our ship just happens to be missing a musician. The blue light in Brook's eye sockets flickered. It is my honor, Captain. However, he suddenly lowered his voice. May I borrow a look at your underwear? Bang. Rayleigh punched Brook, flying. This perverted skeleton. Let's just toss him back into the sea. Wait. Roger stopped Rayleigh. Every pirate crew needs a little character. Kuaha. Wright was dumbfounded. Brook, what is wrong with you? And was the legendary succubus Roger working his magic now? And so Brook officially became a member of the Roger Pirates. At the night banquet, his violin music sounded for the first time aboard that legendary pirate ship. Laboon nestled beside Brook, occasionally humming along with the new words he had learned. Watching this scene, Wright unconsciously curled his lips into a smile. What are you thinking about? Rayleigh walked over. I'm thinking. Wright said softly, some meetings are destined by fate. Brook will meet another group of companions in the future, but for now he's our companion. Roger appeared behind them out of nowhere, raising his cup. A toast to new adventures. Cheers. The entire crew cheered in unison. Shanks and Buggy ran over, hooking their arms around Laboon to take him drinking fruit wine. The blue light in Brook's eye sockets was warm and bright. Watching the three little ones enjoying themselves together, he thought, Laboon has found his own new friends too. He knew that a brand new journey was unfolding, and this time he would no longer be alone. Just as Shanks and Buggy were boasting to Laboon about how much they could drink, a chill spread from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. They stiffly turned around and saw their big brother Wright smiling at them. The smile was ever so warm, yet the two only saw thick menace. May I ask you two, who taught Laboon to fight like that? Shanks and Buggy exchanged a glance, knowing they had been exposed. They pointed at each other at the same time. It was Shanks Buggy who taught him. Thunk. Whack. Brother Wright, we were wrong. Crack. Brother Wright will never dare again. Crack, crack, crack. Shanks and Buggy were tied up by mist and hung above the sea at the stern. Small sea kings leaped out of the water, eager to taste their flavor, but the two were positioned so cleverly that they only needed a little effort to dodge. The sea kings kept leaping and Shanks and Buggy kept dodging. Watching the two train so diligently, Wright smiled with satisfaction. A vibrant blue sea stretched endlessly as the Oro Jackson cut swiftly across the open water. Suddenly Buggy shouted from the crow's nest, Captain, there's a warship ahead. Know the wreckage of a warship. At his words, the crew rose to their feet and gazed into the distance. A shattered warship floated adrift, its hull riddled with fist-shaped dents and gaping cracks. At the center of the wreckage stood a towering figure, arms crossed, golden hair blazing in the sunlight. His eyes burned with a beast-like thirst for battle. That's Douglas Barrett. Wright narrowed his eyes, recognizing the man. Wasn't this the one Roger was supposed to pick up? Why had he come looking for them on his own? Young Barrett stood atop the wreckage, his gaze locked onto Roger, his low voice dripping with provocation. Roger, come fight me. Roger dug a finger into his ear and grinned. Kuhaha, quite the fire in you, young man. But before Roger could answer, Wright had already leaped into the air on a haze of blood mist, looking down at Barrett with a mocking smirk. Hey there, you want to challenge our captain? Barrett frowned coldly. Who are you? I have no time to waste on some nobody. Wright's smile only widened at the insult. The three young crewmen watched Wright smile and felt a chill run down their spines. They knew what it meant when Wright smiled like that. Blood mist coalesced beneath his feet into a crimson throne, and he lounged back on it lazily, propping his chin on one hand. A nobody, huh? Interesting. How about this? Before the words faded, the blood mist surged, and the next second searing pain exploded in Barrett's abdomen. Bang! Barrett flew backward and crashed heavily into the ruins of the warship. He flipped to his feet, at once pupils shrinking as he stared at Wright, who had not moved an inch. Interested now, Wright tilted his head, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Barrett wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a wild grin spreading across his face. Good. You're strong. Fusion gigantic, war god. In an instant, the surrounding wreckage writhed as if alive. Metal timber and cannon barrels surged onto Barrett's body. In the blink of an eye, a steel giant dozens of meters tall towered into the sky, its crimson eyes locking onto Right. Then it drove a fist down. Boom. The sea erupted in towering waves from the impact, sending the Oro Jackson rocking violently. Shanks and Buggy picked their noses without a care, oblivious to what it meant to be heirs of the strong. How many hits do you think that Tinkin will last against Right? Damn, the way Right fights is so cool. I want to learn it too. Buggy bit a handkerchief, staring up at Right seated in the sky with envy. When the smoke cleared, Right was still in place. Not even the hem of his coat had stirred. He looked up at the steel giant and let out a sigh. All flash, no substance. Does that actually work? Mist erosion, life severance. Crimson mist spread, instantly engulfing the steel giant completely. Barrett suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. The very metal fused to his body began to rot and peel away, as if the life force were being violently drained from him. What a... He stared at his own hands in shock as his supposedly indestructible fusion form crumbled. Right watched unmoved as parts of the giant rained down. Softly he said, can't you actually get me a little excited? Bang! Another fist of condensed blood mist sent Barrett flying once more, crashing heavily into the sea. Right standing at this moment was awkwardly positioned. When it came to future opponents, the 4 emperors besides Kaido might be a challenge, but ordinary admiral-level fighters, he could crush at will. The power scale had completely dropped off. After a moment, Barrett dragged himself onto a fragment of the deck. The arrogance in his eyes was gone, replaced by a swirl of complex emotions, defiant shock, and excitement. You? What's your name? Barrett asked, breathing heavily. Right dismissed his blood mist and lazily cleaned out his ear. Right. The crew of the Oro Jackson watched the scene and began to laugh. Rayleigh teased Right from above. Looks like you've gone and found yourself another handful. Had he accidentally stolen a pairing from Roger? How had this crazed little fanboy become his problem? He'd only been annoyed at Barrett calling him a nobody and wanted to knock some sense into him. Roger walked up to Barrett, grinning widely, and clapped him on the shoulder. Kuhaha. How about it, kid? Care to join our crew? Barrett's head snapped up. Blood still stained the corner of his mouth, yet he sneered. Join you? Huh. Only if you can beat me. Get ready. I'm coming at you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he exploded into motion, a fist wrapped in armament hockey driving straight at Roger's face. Bang! Roger casually tilted his head to dodge, then swung a counter chop to the back of Barrett's neck, and Barrett went flying once more. Don't be so hot-headed, kid. Roger scratched his head, looking exasperated. Barrett struggled to his feet, battle intent flaring brighter in his eyes. Again, just as he squared up, a streak of crimson mist crept along the deck beneath him. Hey, did you already forget who just knocked you flat? Right's lazy voice drifted from behind. Barrett whirled around. Right was already back on the Oro Jackson's deck, casually tossing an apple in his hand, eyes gleaming with amusement. Barrett's pupils contracted, but a grin soon split his face. Perfect. We're not done yet. Fusion's super gigantic, war god. What was this hyper-aggressive little punk? Barrett slammed a fist into the deck, and wood and metal from the ship instantly adhered to his body. In a flash, a colossal behemoth towered into existence, fixing its crimson gaze down upon Right. Oh Lord, why was he already evolving toward towering gigantism? There was an old saying in the world of pirates. Those who rely on tricks lose 30% of their might. Shiki had once beaten Roger to a bloody state, but in his old age, what did he do? Went off to play with pets. Barrett too went off to research giant robots. In the end, weren't they all taken down by the main characters? If they had kept honing their armament hockey and physical combat, or their devil fruit mastery, they might not have lost at all. The crew of the Oro Jackson scrambled back as Shanks and Buggy clung to each other, yelling, "The ship's gonna fall apart." Right side took a bite of his apple and said in a muffled voice, "Some people never learn." He drew his greatsword, Kuroshio. Missed God-style phantom strike. A single flash of sword light passed through the towering Barrett construct, and pieces began to shear off the giant. What? Barrett stared at his hands in shock. But Right's figure appeared before him like a ghost, and with a single kick to his chest, "Get down there." Boom. Barrett flew out once more and slammed into the wreckage, sending up a massive plume of water. Right was in a good mood now. This was the kind of opponent he was supposed to be fighting. What ordinary person after setting sail would open his voyage by fighting 2 emperors and the pirate king? Losing to those wasn't strange at all. He was still growing after all. Look at this little punk, TSK. Still too green. A few seconds later, Barrett crawled out of the rubble, battered and disheveled, but his eyes burned even hotter than before. Roger crouched by the gunwale, beaming. Ready to come aboard now. Barrett gritted his teeth, but at last he took a deep breath and grabbed Roger's outstretched hand, pulling himself up onto the deck. I'll stick around for now. But one day I'll beat Right. Right strolled over, tossed the gnawed apple core into the sea, and patted Barrett on the shoulder. Fine. I'll be waiting. Barrett shot him a glare, but made no move to fight. Let me make this clear, the day I beat you, I'm leaving the ship without a second thought. Roger burst out laughing. Kuhaha. Now that's what I like to hear. Welcome aboard, Barrett. And so the Oro Jackson gained one more fiercely independent new member. On the distant horizon, the setting sun blazed across the sky like a promise. The voyages ahead would only grow more lively. In the year 1497 of the sea circle calendar, the setting sun drew the Oro Jackson's shadow long across the sea. A gentle sea breeze brushed the deck, yet a heavy air hung over it. Crocus removed his stethoscope and shook his head in silence. Ruete stood at the cabin doorway, his fists clenched white. A crimson mist seeped uncontrollably from his fingertips before being forced back into his body. Still no good. His voice came out hoarse, barely resembling his own. Ever since God Valley, Ruete had been pouring his life force into Roger. He had invited Crocus to come aboard ahead of time to keep everyone's bodies in good condition. Back in 1494, Roger had shown no sign of any ailment, and Ruete thought he had changed history. Yet in 1497, Roger was diagnosed, and the illness raged even more violently. Damn this pirate world. This was not something Ruete could accept. Crocus sighed. We've done everything we can. This illness is extremely peculiar. Your life force can only delay it, not cure it. Inside the cabin, Roger sat propped against the bed, pale, but still smiling brightly. He looked at Ruete and beckoned. What's with that sour face? Come have a drink with me. You used to be cocky, didn't you? Ruete walked over and snatched the bottle from his hand. Like hell you will. You should be lying down right now. Maybe you'd last 2 more years. Roger roared with laughter, then broke into violent coughing, spitting up blood. Rayleigh silently handed him a cup of warm water, but Roger waved it off, picked up the rum from the table, and took a swig. Kuha. What's a little illness like this? He wiped his mouth, his gaze sweeping the cabin. Rayleigh Gabon Bullet Shanks Buggy Odin. At last his eyes came to rest on Ruete. I've already gotten more than enough out of this life. And our dream is right before us. How can I stop now? Ruete turned his face away, his throat tight. All these years he had tried every possible method replenishing Roger's life force, with blood mist scouring the world for rare medicinal herbs. But Roger's illness was like a curse of fate, impossible to reverse no matter what. Ruete had never felt so powerless. The suffocating helplessness of having given everything yet changed nothing was closing in on him. Hey Ruete. Roger suddenly reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Remember when we first met? You were dressed in rags and asked me if I would ever become the Pirate King. Ruete let out a sneer. It was you who was arrogant. You believed everything I said. Wasn't it you who shouted about becoming Pirate King? Roger laughed even harder, but soon broke into coughing again. He paused, then said in a low voice, but I truly heard it. At the end of the world an answer is waiting for us. We really might become the Pirate King we always spoke of. The cabin fell silent. Bullet leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, and suddenly spoke. So are you going to give up? His tone was still defiant, but his clenched fist gave away his true feelings. He couldn't understand why Ruete would acknowledge such a sickly captain. Roger shook his head, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. No, I'm going to complete the final voyage, to the final island. Laughed Tail. Rayleigh looked up sharply. Your body, it's enough. Roger cut him off. Crocus said I still have some time, and that's plenty. Ruete stared at him hard. Are you out of your damn mind? If we head for Laugh Tail, now the world government will chase us down like rabid dogs. If you just stayed put and did nothing, maybe you could still. But Ruete looked at Roger's unyielding gaze, and the words urging him to rest died in his throat. Roger was the Pirate King who had set the great pirate era in motion. He had never stopped, and he would not stop now. Roger flashed a grin. Isn't that even better? Let those bastards see how a Pirate King bows out. As he spoke, he stood and staggered. Ruete instinctively reached out to steady him, but Roger caught his wrist instead. Ruete? Roger's voice was quiet, yet carried unshakable conviction. The road ahead. I need you to help me finish it. Ruete's pupils shrank. He suddenly understood what Roger intended to do. You. But Roger did not let him continue. He turned and pushed open the cabin door. The sea breeze poured in, driving away the lingering oppression. He stood in the sunset, the shadow of his straw hat hiding his expression. Only his laughter remained as hearty as ever. Let's set sail. Boys. Let the world remember our names. On the deck, Shanks and Buggy raised their arms high, eyes rimmed with red. Brooks' violin had somehow struck up Bink's sake. Bullet let out a cold snort, yet he was the first to stride toward the helm. Ruete stood where he was, watching that retreating back. After a long while he raised a hand and wiped his face. Damn it, you always cause me trouble. But as he stepped out of the cabin, a smile he had not worn in ages tugged at the corner of his mouth. In the days that followed, the Roger Pirates went completely mad. On deck, Roger gripped the ship's rail with one hand and held a crimson poneglyph rubbing in the other, his coat whipping fiercely in the gale. His face was even paler than it had been 3 months before, but the fire in his eyes burned more intensely than ever. Just 2 more left. His voice was hoarse but triumphant. Rayleigh, hard A-port. Set course for Toto Land. Rayleigh bit down on his cigar and wrenched the wheel hard, but he did not mince words. Are you insane? Charlotte Linlin deliberately leaked word of the second poneglyph just to bait us. We can't even tell whether that information is true or false. Roger burst out laughing, the laughter punctuated by coughs. Hoo-ha. Then let's go and see for ourselves. Inside the cabin, Ruete slammed a sea chart onto the table. A crimson mist seeped uncontrollably from his body. After Toto Land comes so. Damn it, can't we cut the time down any further? Seeing that the medicine on the table was almost ready, the remedy he and Crocus had developed to ease the symptoms, Ruete picked up a bottle and walked out. Drink it. He shoved the bottle directly against Roger's lips. Roger blinked. Wow, so fierce. Cut the crap. Ruete bared his shark-like teeth. Do you want to die halfway there? The sea breeze suddenly fell still. Roger looked at the comrade he had known for more than 20 years and slowly let his smile fade. He took the bottle and drained it in one gulp, then threw a firm arm around Ruet's shoulder. "Don't worry," he murmured into Ruet's ear. "I will definitely take you all to see that answer." In Sea Circle year 1497, Rut had gone looking for pure gold and that lantern fish more than once, but no matter how hard he searched, he could never find it. His mood darkened with every passing day. Then on this very day, just after he had annihilated another large pirate crew and asked whether they had seen a lantern fish, Roger's din mushy rang. "Kuhahaha. Rut, come back. We're about to set out for Laugh-Tale." Roger's voice drifted out of the din mushy. "I haven't found that damn dead fish yet. You go ahead. I'm not interested." Thinking of Roger's failing body, Rut muttered, "Damn it, where did it hide?" "Kuhahaha. Rut, this voyage can't do without you. As the captain of the Roger Pirates, I'm asking you to come back." "You damned captain. Shouldn't it be an order? What the hell is a request? Don't you know the state of your own body?" Rut roared at the Roger snail. The voice on the other end did not hesitate at all. "Come back, Rut." Roger of course understood that Rut was searching for a way to cure him. As captain, he also knew that Rut was one of his crewmen. How could the final voyage leave Rut behind? It wouldn't be fair to him. Rut returned to the Oro Jackson and set sail for Laugh-Tale. He remembered that in the original story, Buggy and Shanks had not set foot on the island, probably because Buggy had fallen ill. Suddenly he gripped the gunwale, and his observation hockey surged outward like a tide. In his perception, the sea ahead seemed twisted by some invisible force. Even sound was swallowed cleanly away. Roger stood on the figurehead, his straw hat snapping in the gale, and his smile grew ever broader. "This is it. I can hear it." A blue-white lightning bolt slashed down. Rut suddenly dropped to his knees on the deck. Blood-red spots burst across his vision, and a sharp whine pierced his eardrums. "Brother Rut." Shanks's cry sounded as if it came through frosted glass. Buggy had collapsed at the foot of the mainmast, even earlier curled up like a shrimp, his skin flushed scarlet. When Crocus tore open his sleeve, however, he could find nothing wrong. Both of them just seemed to be burning with fever. It made sense for Buggy to faint from a fever given his constitution, but what kind of fever could fell Rut? Struggling to lift his head, Rut watched Laugh-Tale gradually emerge. "Are you kidding me? Do you know how much torment I endured to come back?" Without a care for his dignity, Rut kicked off with Moon Step and charged madly toward Laugh-Tale. Yet the closer he came, the more his strength drained away, the blurrier his sight grew, and the harsher the ringing in his ears became. The furious wind shoved Rut backward. Mist God-style Heaven Splitter. The Black Tide greatsword carved out a scarlet sword aura, and Rut followed in its wake, resisting the crushing assault. His hockey burst outward at full power. Rut howled, "Even if the King of Heaven himself came down, I will still set foot on that island. Get out of my way." The instant his foot touched Laugh-Tale, all his strength was drained dry. Rut bit the tip of his tongue to force himself awake and reached forward, trying to crawl a little farther. "Damn it. Rut. Rut." The cries continued until the voices disappeared completely. The Oro Jackson lay quietly by the shallows of Laugh-Tale. In the cabin, Rut snapped his eyes open. Cold sweat had soaked through his shirt. His vision blurred for a few seconds before focusing. Wooden ceiling, swaying lamp. "Huh." Laboon's voice came from the corner. Brooke was grinding some bitter-smelling herbs. "Mr. Rut, you're awake. The two of you were unconscious for 3 days." Rut tried to brace himself up, only to find even his fingers trembling uncontrollably. A profound weakness seemed to seep from the marrow of his bones, as if someone had drained every drop of his strength. "Brooke, why didn't you go up and take a look? Such a chance is rare." His voice was terribly hoarse. Now that he no longer had any intention of setting foot on Laugh-Tale, his strength was slowly recovering. It was a slow recovery, but at least it no longer made him suffer. Brooke's hand paused. "Yo-ho-ho-ho. Didn't you say I would meet a wonderful family? I'm in no hurry. Your health matters more. By the way, is there really no problem with the two of you?" From the next room, where Buggy's bed lay, a loud bang suddenly rang out, followed by Shanks's roar. "Can you stop being so damn stubborn? You're the one who said you'd become the Pirate King. Hurry up and chase after the captain and the others. You might still catch them." Buggy's shriek was thick with tears. "Now you pretend to be the good guy." Rut tore the foreline out of his arm and staggered his way through the cabin door. The glaring sunlight made him squint. Shanks and Buggy were tangled in a brawl in the sickbay. Brooke hurried over, fumbling to separate them, while Laboon pulled at Buggy. But Laboon was not using any real strength. Buggy was swaying unsteadily, and had obviously not gotten over his fever. After all this time, under Rut's guidance, Shanks and Buggy's strength could no longer be compared with their counterparts in the original story. Everyone stopped moving. "Brother Rut." Buggy's hand was still stuck to Shanks's face, yet Shanks wore a smile more bitter than tears. "Look at this idiot. Shut up." Buggy feebly kicked him on the shin. "You started it first. Enough?" Rut's voice was soft, as he too was extremely weak, but the two youths instantly froze as if pressed to a pause button. He looked at Brooke. "Captain, when did they leave?" Brooke scratched his skull, or his afro. "Early yesterday morning. Everyone waited 3 days for the two of you. When you still didn't wake up, they went ashore saying they would come back to tell you. By the way, Mr. Rut, that state of yours was truly terrifying. It truly was strange. Could Laugh-Tale really choose who may land on it? They stayed unconscious for 3 days, but the moment the captain left, they woke up. Then why am I so weak? What did Mr. Crocus say? Because you almost died. Brooke answered as little Laboon looked at Root with tearful eyes holding a bowl of dark green medicinal juice in its flipper. On the shore of Laughtail, when we found you, you suddenly started bleeding all over. Brooke's skeletal fingers rested gently on his violin. You were lying on the ground, and your blood mist went berserk beyond all control, staining the sky above an entire stretch of sea red. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Laboon touched the back of Root's hand with its wet nose. I stayed with Laboon to look after you too, and Shanks insisted on staying too. There was clearly nothing wrong with his body, Brooke said suddenly. The red-haired youth turned his face away sharply. Buggy, however, jumped up and shouted, before we ever came to Laughtail, he told me he wanted to see the secrets of the world. Now he tells me he doesn't want to go. This liar clearly. We promised to go together. Shanks slammed his fist onto the deck. Why? Why do we have to be separated? Root looked toward the horizon. An unnatural white fog coiled there. Even with his observation hockey, he could sense nothing at all, as if the world had been cut cleanly apart at that very spot. Hey! Root called Buggy over and placed one hand on Buggy's head, the other on Shanks's. He took a slow breath and said quietly, listen carefully. The two youths looked up stunned. When you... Root's Adam's apple rose and fell. When you have found your own crews, come here together. Tears and snot covered Buggy's face. But Captain Roger, a captain's voyage belongs to the captain alone. Root let go of them, turned, and walked back to the cabin. You two are still young. In the future you will have your own pirate crews and your own crewmates. When that time comes, come here and see it together. I hope that by then you are free pirates, pirates with honor. Whether those words were meant for the two young boys, or for himself, no one could say. He looked at Buggy. There is nothing wrong with pirates chasing treasure, but don't slaughter innocent people. The strong draw their blades against the stronger, the weak draw their blades against the weaker. Understand? Buggy, you are strong. Believe in yourself, okay? He knew that the Buggy of the original story had not been much of a good person. Though Buggy later mainly served as comic relief, he was an ordinary genius among extraordinary prodigies, always being outshone and suppressed. The day he discovered someone weaker than himself, it was only natural for him to bully the weak. Root did not blame him. After all, even Homelander was like that. With Root's encouragement, Buggy became truly confident and would no longer blame all his failures on Shanks. Root hoped that in this life Buggy would stand as a real powerhouse, a strong man in the truest sense. At first, Root trained Shanks and Buggy because he wanted to become the greatest face fruit user in the story. But gradually he genuinely came to view them as his younger brothers. The Oro Jackson was a family bound together by bonds. 3 days later, when the first ray of dawn pierced the dense fog over the final island, Root's fingers, which had been gripping the ship's rail, suddenly tightened. He heard that laughter familiar to the bone cutting through the sea mist. Yo-ho! Bullock shouted excitedly. They're back. The sea surface began to warp. The white fog that had shrouded the island was churned as if by an invisible giant hand, gradually revealing 23 shadows of varying shades. The figure at the front, wearing a straw hat, gradually became clear. All hands. Luo Jia's voice carried unprecedented confidence. Board the ship. We're early. Luo Jia laughed, patting Root on the shoulder. We're the first, so I named it Lafootaloo. How about that? Pretty cool, right? On a small island near Lafootaloo, Luo Jia and his men were preparing to return. The campfire crackled, sparks drifting in the wind, illuminating every face. The crew of the Oro Jackson sat around on the sandy beach, wine barrels stacked up like mountains. Laughter and songs intertwined, but they couldn't mask the sorrow of parting. In this atmosphere, Root had a quarrel with Luo Jia. Why not go find the pure gold? I didn't invite you. I'll go by myself. Root's emotions were somewhat out of control. Luo Jia sat cross-legged by the campfire, his straw hat pressed low, shadows covering his expression. Root, I have an idea. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. This is what we have seen. This is my choice. Will you support me, Root? Luo Jia said with rare seriousness, gazing at Root. Root sat down. Since Luo Jia had put it that way, even if Root brought back the pure gold, knowing Luo Jia as he did, he wouldn't use it. The three little ones were not playing around either. They could feel the banquet was filled with heavy grief. Hey, Captain. Laylee took a gulp of wine, breaking the brief silence. What's next? Luo Jia raised his head, firelight outlining his smile, but it was deeper than ever. He reached out to ruffle Zyankasi's red hair, patted Baji's head, then removed his own straw hat and gently placed it on Zyankasi's head. Zyankasi. His voice was low and resolute. This hat is yours now. Zyankasi suddenly looked up, eyes slightly red. Captain, I don't refuse just yet. Luo Jia grinned. It carries my will, but the future will be yours. Hand this hat to someone you accept in the future. Baji, standing nearby, widened his eyes, and his lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only clenched his fists. Root sat a bit farther away, quietly watching everything. He knew that Luo Jia's decision was not merely the inheritance of a straw hat, but the handing over of an era. Zyankasi would become one of the 4 emperors in the future, and Baji might take a different path. Captain. Baji suddenly stood up, his voice trembling a little. What about me? Aren't you going to give me anything? The present Baji was no longer a clown living under Zyankasi's shadow. Luo Jia laughed loudly, took out a dagger from his chest, clearly an extraordinary one, and tossed it to Baji. Here, take this so you won't always say I'm partial. Baji scrambled to catch it. Looking down, he could tell it had been nurtured with armament hockey for some time. What is this? Buggy's mouth twitched upward. Captain, you really are partial. Zyankasi couldn't help but laugh, only to be glared at fiercely by Buggy. Luo Jie stood up, brushed the sand off his body, and swept his eyes over each crew member. We have fulfilled our dream and found Lafutalu. His voice echoed in the night wind. But the adventure of pirates will never end. Lily, what are you going to do? Jabba asked with a smile. Me, eh? Lily took a swig of wine, his gaze far away. Maybe I'll find a place to open a bar, gamble once in a while, and see how the brats of the new era make trouble. What about Kulakasi? I'll go back to Twin Cape. The old ship doctor patted Labu on the head. The crew members took turns saying what they planned to do. Some wanted to live in seclusion, some wanted to continue sailing, some wanted to form their own pirate crews. Zyankasi gripped the straw hat tightly and asked in a low voice, Captain, what about you? Luo Jie was silent for a moment, then gave a relieved smile. Me? I'm going to live an ordinary life for a few days. But Rut knew. He had indeed lived an ordinary life for more than a year, and yet Captain Luo Jie had also prepared a magnificent finale for himself in the end. The campfire gradually died out, starlight spilled down. Buggy and Zyankasi sat side by side, for once not bickering. Zyankasi looked down at the straw hat, his gaze determined. Rut stood up and walked toward the seaside. Luo Jie came over, smiling cheekily at Rut. Hey, I gave Zyankasi and Buggy gifts. Are you jealous, little Rut? Rut shot Luo Jie a contemptuous look. You think I'm still a 3-year-old kid? The night breeze blew. He stared at the pitch-black sea as if seeing the coming storms. The summit wore the rise of a new era, the will of D. Oro Jackson, take it. Go ask Uncle Tongmu to rebuild it into whatever you want. It was made with the atom tree, you know. I think it's pretty valuable. Luo Jie looked at Rut very seriously. Rut looked back with a slight smile. Oh, you're willing to part with it. What do you want me to do? Carry on your ridiculous prophecy? Luo Jie shook his head. You little rascal, you can foresee the future, yet you still ask such questions. You don't believe in fate at all, otherwise you wouldn't have gone to such lengths to cure me. From now on, live well, little brother. Rut turned his head aside. He had agreed to Luo Jie's request, but he still couldn't understand Luo Jie's choice. After all, with a little more effort there might have been a chance. His restraint at this moment was only because he respected Luo Jie. Rut knew that truly caring for someone means not saying follow my advice and it will be better, but respecting their choice. Kuha, let's go, time for a banquet. On the way back, the crew gradually got off the ship. The first was Captain Luo Jie himself, and the 3 little ones cried with snot and tears. Captain Lely got off at Zyangbadi. Zyankasi and Buggy didn't quarrel when they disembarked. Zyankasi and Buggy went up to Rut. Brother Rut. Aye. We. Rut reached out, straightened the straw hat on his head, and patted the 2 boys on the head. Go and form your own pirate crew. When we meet again, you'll have to look out for me. Remember what I said. Stay true to our principles, and never fear powerful enemies. Zyankasi and Buggy walked off arm in arm, saying that since the captain left so freely they couldn't embarrass him. Brother Jabba disembarked on a nameless island. Rut thought he would leave at Ai or Bafu. Kulakasi arrived at Twin Cape and said he would spend his old age there. As for Yutian, when he returned to Heziguo, Rut couldn't help but remind him, don't trust pirates. The words of pirates are not worth trusting. As the crew members gradually left, the sailing of the Oro Jackson became a problem, so Rut casually captured some pirates. Currently, only Wright, Laboon, and Brooke remain as crew members of the Roger Pirates aboard the Oro Jackson. Wright asks Brooke and Laboon, what do you 2 plan to do? Brooke bows to Wright and says, please tell me, mister. Wright, when exactly did the companions you speak of find me? Wright thinks for a moment. Since Luffy only set sail as an adult, probably after the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar. It shouldn't be too long from now. Brooke nudges Laboon toward Wright. Mister. Wright, I hope you will look after Laboon. Your strength can help Laboon grow even greater, and your character gives me complete peace of mind. Wright is taken aback. He assumed Brooke would bring Laboon back to the Florian Triangle together. I plan to sail across the sea and grow stronger on my own. The companions you told me about do sound wonderful, and I want to raise my ability to protect them. But with my meager talents, I cannot guarantee Laboon's safety. Laboon deserves a far broader stage, one that I am incapable of providing. Of course, following you would be endlessly safe, but I would never break past my limits, and an easy life would only make me weak. Laboon looks at Wright, then at Brooke. How is Laboon supposed to choose in a situation like this? A tiny whale, yet carrying enormous confusion. And so Wright sent Brooke back to the Florian Triangle. In Brooke's words, starting from the beginning again would make the eventual reunion even sweeter. As for Laboon, the little whale clung to Wright with tearful eyes while waving goodbye to Brooke. Laboon felt deeply attached to Wright too. Laboon loved everyone in the Roger Pirates, but if forced to pick a favorite, Wright would certainly hold a special place. Wright, accompanied by Laboon and a group of laboring pirates, drifted aimlessly until they arrived at the Florian Triangle. On a sea shrouded in night fog, Moria's colossal pirate vessel, the Thriller bark, slowly emerged from the darkness, its hull wrapped in eerie green ghost flames. Wright stood at the bow of the Oro Jackson, yet he remained perfectly calm. Moria stood upon the figurehead, his massive frame casting a dark shadow, his bat-shaped collar fluttering wildly in the wind. He grinned wide. Fufufu. Crimson Mist, the dagger of the Roger Pirates, daring to wander alone into my territory. Wright gave no answer. He only lifted his head slowly, his scarlet pupils glinting coldly beneath the moonlight. Still nursing the sorrow of parting, Wright was all too glad to have somewhere to vent. He rested the black-tied greatsword on his shoulder. Since when did this place become your territory? Moria's smile gradually faded. Looks like you've come looking for trouble. Wright finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Enough talk. Let's fight. At this time Moria was still a lean, vigorous man, nowhere near the lazy, fat figure from the original story. Moria suddenly swept his hand, and the shadow beneath his feet split apart, transforming into dozens of pitch-black bat swarms that shrieked as they surged toward Wright. Shadow Lance. Wright's gaze sharpened, and he swung his left hand, blood mist instantly condensing into a barrier. The pitch-black bats corroded on contact. Fufufu. Interesting. Moria burst into laughter, then vanished. The next second his shadow emerged from behind Wright, enormous scissor-like hands slashing down viciously. Shadow Warrior Decapitation. Wright did not turn back. He merely shifted his stance, and in the same motion the long blade at his waist flashed from its sheath. Mist God style, flash instant. Shing. The blade light swept past like a blood-red moon, cutting Moria's shadow clean in two. Yet the next instant more shadows surged from every direction, swallowing Wright like a tidal wave. Shadow Box. Moria pressed his palms together, and the shadows instantly formed a sealed cage, trapping Wright within. Fufufu. It's over. Moria laughed smugly, but in the next moment, Mist God style, dead silence. Boom. A scarlet mist erupted from inside the shadow box, and Wright's figure shot out like an apparition, his blade racing straight for Moria's throat. Moria's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily retreated, but Wright was faster. Mist God style, instant severance. Shing, shing, shing. 3 flashes of blood-colored light crossed through the air. Moria's cloak was slashed to tatters, and 3 bloody gashes appeared across his chest. Damn it, you're terrifyingly strong. Enraged, Moria slammed both hands onto the deck. Shadow Mage. His shadow instantly expanded, transforming into a colossal black giant, and hurled a massive fist toward Wright. Instead of retreating, Wright surged forward, blood mist coiling around his entire body as he turned into a streak of scarlet light. Mist God style, annihilation. Boom. The blood mist and dark shadow collided, sending violent tremors through the entire ship, waves erupting dozens of meters into the air. When the smoke cleared, Wright stood there staring at him with an icy cold gaze. Moria knelt on the bow chest, heaving violently, his shadow mage already dissolved. Fufufu. He panted heavily, yet excitement blazed in his eyes. Roger's crew members are all monsters indeed. Wright slowly rose, flicked the blood mist from his blade, and said coldly, "You lost." Moria fell silent for a beat, then burst into laughter. Fufufu. Yes, I lost. But that battle was truly exhilarating. Wright sheathed his blade and turned to walk toward the ship's edge. I don't feel the same. Until we meet again. Moria, finding Wright quite to his liking, invited him. Care to come aboard my ship for a while? Wright figured it was better than idling around, so he decided to take a look. Laboon also bounced down from the ship. Unlike the sinister reputation, Moria's fleet was not the least bit eerie. The deck was piled with sake barrels left over from a feast. As Wright's small boat drew close, he found not ghastly horrors, but a lively group of zombie squirrels busily hauling a basket of fresh oranges. It seems Moria had a habit of making zombies no matter the era. Perhaps it was only after his defeat by Kaido that Moria developed the idea of creating undying companions. Back then, making zombies was a side gig to improve his livelihood, and only after being crushed did it become his main occupation. Fufufu. Right from Roger's ship. Moria's massive frame emerged from the shadows, yet his face carried an unexpectedly gentle expression. I heard your crew disbanded. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Wright gave no face at all. Moria did not mind waving a hand as a zombie chef immediately brought over steaming black tea. Perona brewed it, and she added some ghost flower pollen that makes you feel depressed. Laboon peeked out from behind Wright, its huge round eyes studying the black tea curiously, but the little whale was still too small to reach the rim of the cup. Moria loudly ordered, "Bring another barrel over." A zombie scurried off and promptly rolled over a barrel of fine liquor. Fufufu. If you're going to drink, drink the good stuff. That flower tea is for glum people. Wright took a sip of the tea, entirely unaffected by the strange pollen. The taste is fine, but I'm not depressed. Moria raised an eyebrow with great interest. Interesting. Even the ghost flower pollen won't work on you. Perona will definitely want to study you when she comes back. Root stared at the skull-shaped wisp of steam wavering over his teacup and found himself thinking of the bonfire party on Laughtail when Buggy had secretly poured hot sauce into Shanks's drink. Such an odd aesthetic, so utterly Perona, Root thought. He took the cup from her. Looks like life has been treating you well. Moonlight spilled across Moria's shoulders, revealing the little girl asleep in his arms. Perona, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, curled up inside his cloak, still clutching a ragged toy bear. Moria used his fingertip to wipe away a cookie crumb from her cheek. On an island, I found her in the ruins. His gaze swept over the crew on deck. I'll take my crew to challenge Kaido and make us the strongest. Little serpent, so fighting that thing can still get people killed. That remark was like a key abruptly twisting open the floodgates of memory. Root recalled how before Roger disbanded the crew, he had desperately sought out Rayleigh for sparring. The first mate once told him, "You reckless brat, do you think getting stronger will let you keep anything?" Moonlight leaked through the porthole, illuminating Roger's trembling hands. That rough-hewn captain was carefully mending the travel bags each crew member would take with them the next day. "Hey Moria." Root suddenly rose to his feet. "Want to throw in with me?" He released his Conqueror's hockey, and the pressure wave sent Perona's toy bear flying. Moria lunged to catch it, but Root had already caught the little bear. "Join my crew and disband your pirate crew." He remembered a future in which all of Moria's comrades died in that battle with Kaido. It was why Moria would one day tell Luffy in words to that effect if he had had comrades like there's no one could have predicted how a fight with Kaido would end. Root admired a captain so loyal to his crew. Besides, Root knew that the young Moria had once clashed directly with Kaido. His strength had been more than adequate. Root believed that if Moria had never lost his way, his strength would never have been so limited. A wrong path cost a man 7/10 of his power. Golden Lion Shiki Bullet. "You two still want me to name you too? Are you kidding me?" Moria erupted in rage, but Perona stirred in his arms, rubbing her eyes awake, so he quickly lowered his voice. "Why would I?" "Because you're afraid." Root pointed to his own chest. "Because you don't have the ability to protect your crew. If I wanted to, I could kill every last one of them. It is about protecting your comrades. But true strength has never been external power. You know very well the gap between us." Moria was utterly lost. What was all this about external power? He had always put his faith in his own strength. Even so, he knew Root was not wrong. He had seen Root's power, and the papers had reported how Root had crushed Kaido in a single blow. If Root could crush him in a single blow, as well, how vast was the gap between himself and Kaido? Could he really defeat Kaido? "Hey Root, if I fought Kaido now, would I win?" Root did not hesitate. "Everyone dies, only you live." Moria was visibly stunned for a long time. "I won't give up on challenging Kaido." "No problem. My crew doesn't need to fear anything. You can go right now. I'll back you up. You can even ride straight onto Kaido's face for all I care." At dawn, as light pierced the dark clouds, Moria's fleet held its disbanding ceremony. Moria did value his crew, and Root had touched that nerve. These were men who had only recently gathered around him. Aside from Perona, his bonds with them were not yet deep. He gave all the treasure to them. He did not ask Root to keep them aboard, for he could see Root was building an elite crew. No place for ordinary pirates. Moria formally stepped aboard the Oro Jackson. He looked at the motley collection of pirates on deck and asked, Hey, Captain, are these all our crew?" "Oh, these were pirates who tried to rob me. I caught them and put them to work as laborers." Root waved a hand carelessly. "I see. Shadowhorn kill." The toiling pirates were probably worn out, and every one of them fell asleep. Root did not stop them. He wanted to see what Moria was up to. Moria stepped out for a moment. A row of zombie sailors filed onto the Oro Jackson and hurled the sleeping crew members one by one into the embrace of Mother Sea. Their movements were stiff, but their efficiency was astonishing. Kishishishi. Moria wiped the sweat from his brow. "These are the navigator zombies I've treasured. In life, each of them was famous throughout the New World." Root kicked him aside. "Enough chatter. Get to work." Root walked over to a zombie out of curiosity. These zombies were clearly more finely crafted than the ones in the original storyline, and it was plain how much Moria cherished them. He touched one, and a thought suddenly surfaced. Wow, this zombie is so chilly. He shook his head and brushed aside the stray thoughts. The zombie gave a horrifying grin. "Captain, would you like to hear the sailing stories from when I was alive?" Just then a gray ghost drifted past overhead. "Whoa, is this the legendary Oro Jackson? Amazing." Perona floated above the deck, her big eyes sparkling. "Lord Root is amazing." Root was dumbfounded. "This is something my captain gave me. My captain's journey may be over, but the Oro Jackson's isn't." Perona scratched her head. Being so small, she obviously did not understand what Root meant. Faced with the girl's eager gaze, Root sighed. "Fine, let the little girl keep her admiration." His expression softened. "Ahem. I guess it's all right." Moria squatted in the corner, drawing circles. "It's my zombies doing all the work, and nobody cares about me." Perona suddenly floated over to Root. "Lord Root, I heard you were the Pirate King's third in command. How amazing." Root was indignant. What an awful title. Did the world newspaper want to go out of business daring to write such a thing about him? He had clearly been Roger's #1. Without him, the amount of timber needed for ship repairs would have doubled. Had he ever been proud of that? "Is there anything Perona can do for you?" She cupped her face in her hands. "Lord Root, would you like Perona to carry your luggage? Or should Perona brew you some black tea? Or perhaps..." She suddenly pulled out a sewing kit. "Your clothes look a little torn. Perona can sew them up for you." Root's face reddened. "And no, I'm fine." Being fussed over by a little girl was too much for his pride. Kishishishi. "Perona." Moria jumped up. "I raised you. Why have you never offered to mend my clothes?" Perona made a face. "Because Lord Moria is too sloppy. Lord Root is so handsome." Moria fell to his knees, coughing up blood. "Traitor. My little Perona." Root had saved about 300 million belly over the past few years of adventure and decided to sail straight to Water 7, where he would ask Tom how to improve the ship. He planned a complete overhaul. If the money wasn't enough, wasn't there always Sky Island, a transmigrator's ATM? He was determined to take it. The money I've saved all these years has finally found its use. Root grinned. It had not been for nothing that he had been a deadbeat for so many years. Perona hovered beside him and leaned in curiously. Lord Root, are we going to have a ship built? Time to upgrade this old friend. Root patted the hull. After all, we're about to turn the world upside down. We can't let it lose on hardware. Perona drifted beside him, studying Wright with curiosity. Lord Wright, is this Mr. Tom really that amazing? Oh. A faint smile curled at the corner of Wright's mouth. The ship he built carried the Pirate King, my Captain Roger, around the entire world. What do you think? It's just that this old man has a bit of a temper. Wright remembered the fishman, who had once swung a wooden cudgel right at Roger's head, and his heart twitched with unease. But then he reconsidered. Wait. That's not right. I've kept the Oro Jackson in fine shape, and she doesn't leak. So what the hell do I have to be afraid of? Moria crouched in the shadows, gnawing at his fingernails. Pho. My thriller bark is no slouch either. Lord Moria, Perona said, mercilessly exposing the truth. Your ship leaked last time. It started as a small hole, but when you repaired it, Lord Moria, it became a big hole. In the end, you had to stuff a zombie inside to plug it. Huffed. Wright almost choked on his wine. Plugging holes was a job he knew all too well. He thought of his mist sealing gaps. His mist was far better than a zombie. It could patch any kind of hole, practically the essential item every traveler should carry. He placed his hands on his hips. A slipper smacked right on the head. What are you so proud of? When the Oro Jackson sailed into the harbor of Water 7, the entire wharf erupted at once. Shipwrights put down their tools one after another, staring in disbelief at the legendary vessel. Hey, that figurehead. Is that the Oro Jackson? It's the Oro Jackson. Quick, go tell Mr. Tom. The moment Wright stepped onto the dock, a crowd of excited shipwrights surrounded him. Then the crowd parted, and a hulking fishman strode forward, cigar smoke curling above his head. Right, you little brat, tell me why you sailed her back. Where's Roger? He became the Pirate King. He must be overjoyed, isn't he? How utterly irresponsible, sending you over alone. Tom's voice boomed like a great bell. He reached out and stroked the hull, his face full of reproach, but the words carried unmistakable concern. Wright's mood darkened. The Roger Pirates have disbanded. The captain entrusted the Oro Jackson to me. I want to continue sailing her, Uncle Tom. Please take a look at how she should be remodeled. Disbanded. Tom was stunned, but he didn't ask further. Some things should not be pried into even among friends. Then let me take a look. Just as Wright was sinking into that melancholy mood, Tom, shark teeth bared, literally seized Wright by the collar in an instant. You little bastard. How long has it been since this ship was maintained? What the hell did you do to her? Icebug and Frankie desperately pulled their master back. Master, calm down. Calm down. You Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom. I think she's still in pretty good shape. Good my ass. Look at these scratches. And what's this wet stuff here? Water. That should be mist unless I'm wrong. Condensed water. Otherwise it would be a leak. Wright scratched his head, sounding a little unsure. Tom knew scrapes were inevitable on a long voyage. It was like handing over a clean, beautiful daughter to some black-haired punk. When the daughter came back to see her old man, she didn't even call him dad. Boy, old man, any problem if I park my ghost flame downstairs at your place? Wright let Tom keep a grip on his collar. Seeing his two disciples yanking desperately at their master, Tom gradually loosened his hand. Wright took a deep breath. He knew Uncle Tom wasn't truly angry with him. He was simply trying to cheer him up in his own way. I'm truly sorry. But Mr. Tom, I'd like to ask you to refit her, to give this ship new life. Please. Suddenly Tom burst into thunderous laughter. Good. Very good. He clapped Wright hard on the shoulder. At least you knew to come looking for me. Perona drifted nearby and whispered to Moria, that old man is terrified. In the workshop of Tom's shipyard, Wright slapped a stack of belly onto the table. 300 million belly. Give her new life. If that's not enough, I'll find another way. Tom pushed the belly straight back without even looking. What money is needed to refit the Oro Jackson? He turned and roared at the apprentices, bring out that stock of treasure tree atom timber from the warehouse. Perona floated over to the workbench and asked curiously, Grandpa, did you really build this? Little girl, this is nothing. Tom stroked his beard proudly. I've been working on a new seafaring technology. It can sail across the sea and connect island to island. From now on, traveling won't depend on ships alone. Wright's ears perked up. Sea train. Wright remembered that once Tom finished the sea train, it would mark Tom's death, so he would have to save him when the time came. Still, he felt it shouldn't be a problem. After all, when Roger was alive and his fame was overwhelming, Tom lived perfectly safe. It was only after Roger died that the world government began settling accounts. In the end, the world government was just a pack of bullies who feared the strong and preyed on the weak. There was no reason Wright couldn't intimidate them where his captain had done so. If he couldn't, what kind of man was he? Tom winked mysteriously. Wait until the refit is finished and you'll see. In the days that followed, Tom's shipyard became a scene of the most frantic engineering. For the first time, Wright witnessed the true madness of a genius shipwright. Wright felt a shiver run down his spine. Bring me the No. 3 hydraulic clamp. Tom's roar made the whole dock tremble. No, wait. The one painted red. Frankie raced past with a cart full of weird misshapen tools. Super. Master's about to get serious. Icebug followed behind, hugging a stack of blueprints. Master, you can't make the main mast retractable. That goes against the most basic principles of shipbuilding. Enough. You've only been learning shipbuilding for a few years. Listen to me. Tom snatched the blueprints. When I build a ship, I change it however I damn well please. Perona hovered in midair, curiously watching the workers install glowing shells on the ship's bottom. Lord Wright, what are those sparkling things? Breath dials from Sky Island. Wright narrowed his eyes. This old man even managed to get his hands on these. He patted Perona's head. Once our ship is built, I'll take you to Sky Island to play. Since Wright had asked for the work to be done as fast as possible, all of Moria's zombies had been conscripted as laborers. And what was our dear Moria doing? Crouched in a corner, watching his zombie workers being ordered around in circles. Foh, my men. The clang of hammers rose and fell across the shipyard as Tom bellowed instructions to the workers. Wright leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the Oro Jackson's shattered remains when he suddenly felt a gentle tug at the corner of his coat. Lord Wright. Perona floated behind him and blinked her big eyes. Can we go outside and play? I heard Water 7 has lots of interesting places. Wright glanced at Tom, who was furiously tearing apart the deck, and nodded wisely. Good idea. Lord Wright, look. She suddenly pointed at a dessert shop. That cotton candy is bigger than my ghost. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Wright's lips. Want some? Perona nodded vigorously, her pink twin tails bobbing to and fro. Root nonchalantly pulled out a wad of berries and bought the entire cotton candy. Lord Root is the best. Perona, holding a cotton candy taller than herself, spun around blissfully. Passers-by stared in disbelief at the pair, a long-haired man shouldering the black-tied greatsword and a ghost girl floating in the air, nibbling on cotton candy. What? You ask why we don't keep a low profile despite being wanted by the world government. Root would say a man's reputation is like a tree's bark. I worked hard to push my bounty this high, being recognized saves me a lot of trouble. In this world, strength is king. If I get annoyed, I'll just go bulldoze a few marine bases. This isn't a wanted poster, it's a pass. That way no mindless villain will jump out to provoke me. Walking along a mask shop caught Perona's eye. She drifted in and admired rows of exquisite dirt-cheap masks. This one would suit Lord Root perfectly. She picked up a silver wolf-shaped mask. The shopkeeper, a wrinkled old woman, squinted at Root. Young man, your daughter has a good eye. Root nearly choked on his saliva. He was a pure-hearted young virgin. After all, Roger's ship had been packed with rough men, he had never even been in love. Granny. Perona had already floated to the counter. Do you have one that suits me? 10 minutes later, Perona, wearing a skull mask, and Root, wearing the wolf mask, walked down the street. Perona's aesthetic was always unconventional, drawing countless sidelong glances from passers-by. The setting sun gilded the canal of Water 7 with gold. Root and Perona were strolling along the waterside. Perona, clutching a pile of newly bought plush toys, suddenly came to a halt. Lord Root, that person. She pointed toward the shadows beneath the bridge. A tall man draped in a dark brown cloak stood there, his youthful face carrying a heaviness beyond his years. Root narrowed his eyes. Monkey D. Dragon, son of Garp, future leader of the Revolutionary Army, the legendary Slipper King among pirates. Shall we talk? Dragon's voice was low. At the open-air cafe, Dragon came straight to the point. Mister Root, don't you think that this world is sick? The celestial dragons are born noble. They can plunder anyone's life at will simply because of their privileged birth. I want to create an organization to overthrow the world government and heal this corrupt world. Root took a leisurely sip of tea. Oh, and how would you overthrow it? It must be said that the Slipper King was one step shy of shouting, why should kings and nobles be born with distinction? I will rally the people of all nations to rise up and cast off aristocratic rule. And then, Root cut in, after the celestial dragons are toppled, who becomes the new god? You, Mr. Dragon. Root thought that although the Slipper King had a good character and would lead by example, he had not yet seen the true structure of this pirate world. In the original story, the country's dragon overthrew, merely swapped one king for another. The system remained unchanged. A wise king might strive for a generation or two, but gradually, they would become the next celestial dragons. The corruption lay not in individuals, but in the rotten social hierarchy. Clearly, Dragon hadn't looked deep enough. Dragon frowned. We will build a beautiful democratic nation where people live in peace with one another. Democracy. Dragon, it's remarkable that you can conceive of democracy in a society like this. Root sneered. Do you know why the Goa Kingdom is called the most beautiful country in the East Blue? Dragon was taken aback. Because they burned down all the slums and drove the poor to their deaths. Root stared into Dragon's eyes. It may sound harsh, but you should know that what you have been protecting is exactly this kind of justice. Dragon's fingers tapped the table unconsciously. Then what should be done? Root put down his teacup. First, revolution is not a dinner party. How many are you prepared to sacrifice? Necessary sacrifices, I suppose. Even though I don't know the number, I will definitely be the first to charge. Second, Root went on. Do you understand the lifeblood of the world economy? Do you know who controls the grain trade? Fine sweat broke out on Dragon's forehead. Third, and most critically, Root leaned in. Dragon, you are too arrogant. You were born in a family of marine heroes, and were yourself an elite of the Marines. Do you know that your former rank alone could control the fates of countless people? In the eyes of the citizens, you are no different from the nobles. Do you know what the people need most? They don't need the democracy you talk about, nor a beautiful nation. Their current demands are simply to stay alive and have enough to eat. They couldn't care less how nice your speeches sound. Dragon, after all, had only just left the Marines. Given time and wandering, he would eventually realize all this on his own. Root was merely telling him ahead of time. It had to be said. Standing before Dragon, Root spoke with utter confidence. He was a child raised under the red flag. Though he lacked Dragon's broad compassion, he could still borrow wisdom. Wasn't copying homework easy enough? Perona's plush toys slipped from her arms. She seemed to have heard something incredible. The sound of the canal suddenly grew very loud. Dragon was silent for a long while, then finally lifted his head. You're right. I've been too idealistic. Root leaned back in his chair. Listen, kid. To change the world, you must first understand it. He pointed toward the docks. Do you know how many hours each day the workers of Water 7 work? Do you know what they hate the most, eh? Dragon shook his head. Then go see the world for yourself. Root rose to his feet. Come back to me when you can answer those questions. As Dragon was leaving, he asked abruptly, why do you know so much? Root watched the flower petals drifting over the canal. Because I have actually seen a better world. Perona blinked in confusion. Lord Root. Let's go. Root picked her up. We'd better go see what Tom has done to our ship. Really, for all that it's his masterpiece, he doesn't seem to mind dismantling it one bit. Root stood up and tossed a few berries onto the table. Consider this your homework. He counted on his fingers. First, go to a slum, wherever you choose, hide your strength, and live there for a month. Second, find out how the world government controls trade. Third, he pointed at Dragon's chest, figure out who exactly you're fighting for. Perona hugged her plush toys and added timidly, don't forget to eat on time. Behind them, Dragon stood at the bridgehead, his notebook already filled with dense, meticulous script. That night, the seed of a world-altering change was quietly planted. Root felt immensely pleased with himself. He had assigned homework to Dragon. Perona flew into the sky and asked, Lord Right, Uncle Tom said this ship will take at least half a year. What should we do now? Right patted Perona's head, his other hand holding Laboon, who was licking an ice cream. Then let's just enjoy retirement for a while. And so Right truly relived his old college days. No early morning classes, eating, then sleeping, and wandering out whenever he woke. The only pity was having no computer or phone, so he couldn't stay up all night. When Moria sometimes asked what he wanted to eat, he would simply reply, anything is fine. Days passed one after another. While Wright was idling his life away, he suddenly received a din mushy call from his captain summoning him to Barbecue Island, a small fictional island near Sabaody. When Wright set foot on the island, he found Uncle Rayleigh there too, and Rayleigh looked extremely agitated. The setting sun dyed the coast blood red, and the aroma of barbecue mixed with the salty breeze. As Wright stepped onto the sand, Laboon clung to his pants with his fin, gazing worriedly into the distance. Ew. Right, Rayleigh is crying so hard. On the rocks by the shore, Rayleigh was grabbing Roger by the collar, veins bulging on the forehead of the usually composed right hand. Roger's shirt was pulled askew, yet he still laughed carefreely. Are you out of your mind? Rayleigh's roar startled a flock of seabirds. You're coming back to Sabaody with me right now. Even if I have to tie you up and drag you. Rayleigh lifted Roger with one hand and pinned him against the rocky crag. Rayleigh, Roger said, gently pressing his old friend's wrist. You always knew this day would come. Wright stopped in his tracks. He saw Rayleigh's fist hang in midair, then slam fiercely into the rock behind Roger. Pebbles flew and blood dripped through his fingers. Wright could tell that Rayleigh hadn't used armament hockey. It was purely venting his frustration. Right. Roger suddenly turned and waved at him enthusiastically. Come on. The meat's getting cold. It was as if their argument had never happened. Laboon gnawed on grilled fish by the bonfire, occasionally stealing glances at Roger, who was pouring wine for Wright. The legendary Pirate King was now chattering like an older brother. That brat Shanks is causing quite a stir in the new world. And Buggy actually became a bounty hunter. He told me he's saving up to form his own pirate crew. Ha ha ha, that's so like him. The foam in the wine glass gradually settled. Wright suddenly spoke when Roger's smile faded a little. Next month at the full moon. He tilted his head back and gulped down the wine. I'll go pay the Navy a visit. Rayleigh violently crushed the bottle in his hand. Don't make that face. Roger grinned and slung his arms around both of them. I saved front row seats for you too. Shut up. Rayleigh shoved him away, his golden hair trembling violently in the moonlight. You think this is a joke? The sea breeze suddenly turned biting cold. Roger slowly sat up straight, his eyes beneath the straw hat gleaming with astonishing intensity. Listen, Rayleigh. His voice was soft, yet it silenced the entire beach. We found Laugh-Tale, but that answer doesn't belong to this era. He tapped his temple. I refuse to accept a quiet, dim ending. I'm going to make the whole world hear my voice. Wright stared at the bonfire, blood-red mist seeping uncontrollably from his body. When he came, he had thought about kidnapping Roger. But now sitting here and looking at this man's iron resolve, Wright's heart wavered. This wasn't the world's correction force. This was simply who this man was. I can save you. He heard himself blurt out without thinking. Roger burst into laughter and ruffled his hair hard. You silly boy. If you did that, wouldn't it all be meaningless? Roger suddenly lowered his voice. But there is something I need to ask of you. He pulled out a bronze pocket watch from his chest. Inside the photo was the one taken at Laugh-Tale back, then a family portrait of everyone together. I'm giving this to you. And you're going to be an uncle. Roger pressed the watch into Wright's hand. After I turn myself in, I want you to take Rouge to Garp. I'll ask him to protect her too. She's on Batarilla Island in the South Blue. Rouge is my wife. Garp will find a way to protect them. Here, this is Rouge's photo. Right's head snapped up. What? Are you afraid I can't teach your kid right? You bastard. Do you even know who you are? Kuhaha. Because you're our most dependable little brother. But if the child stays with you, he can only become a pirate. With Garp, he can choose to be a marine, an ordinary man, or become a pirate like you. That's the only thing this unworthy father can do for them. Roger jumped up and stretched. All right, everything's been said. He turned and walked toward the waves, his silhouette stretching long under the moonlight. All right. Roger suddenly looked back and winked at Laboon. Laboon, make sure you protect our little right, okay? Laboon's grilled fish dropped to the ground. Huh. Laboon came to Right's side and noticed his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails had pierced his palms. In the distance came Roger's final song. Off-key, yet filled with unbridled spirit. Right knew that soon after Roger's death, the Marines found Rouge. That great mother had forcibly delayed Ace's birth with medicine. Rouge's death, Ace's birthday. It was truly hard to imagine the suffering behind it. Right cursed with a laugh. You bastard, just bring her here directly. Why make me travel all that way? But he understood. Roger was protecting Rouge. Being with Roger was far too risky. Right contacted Moria via Den Den Mushi, saying he was heading to the South Blue. Laboon, now strong enough, could return to Water 7 by himself. Right set off alone on the small ship to find Rouge. He didn't care what would happen after being caught. He had to go now. After Roger's death, how did the Marines learn he had a child? Someone in that town must have leaked the information. The sooner he brought her over, the better. South Blue Batarilla Island. Right quickly pinpointed Rouge's location based on what Roger had told him. Standing before Rouge's small cottage, Right straightened his collar, cleared his throat. He didn't want to face Rouge with a grieving expression. Then, sister-in-law Rouge. It's me, Right. The crimson mist from Roger's ship. Roger's blade. Open the door. Silence came from inside the house. Right scratched his head. Huh. Was my voice too quiet? His conqueror's haki swept across the entire town, granting everyone within it a baby-like sleep. Once he was sure no one was awake, he took a deep breath, channeled his chi, and roared again, sister-in-law Rouge. I'm here to protect you. I'm incredibly strong. Even the Marines go out of their way to avoid me. This wasn't Right bragging. He had already reached Yonko-level strength, placing him among the world's top combatants. Bang! The window flew open and Rouge poked her head out, clutching a kitchen knife, but her eyes held an unfathomable terror. Shut up. Do you want to bring the entire Navy down on us? Right immediately covered his mouth, scratched his head, and flashed a sheepish grin. Sorry. Ha ha ha. Rouge squinted at him. You say you're one of Roger's crewmates? That's right. Rut puffed out his chest with pride. I am a warrior of the Roger Pirates, known as the Crimson Mist. My bounty stands at 2 billion berries. The Marines, they'd do anything to catch me for the reward. Look at you, cut him off coldly. Roger was already preparing to surrender. He never told me someone would come to pick me up. Besides, Rut is far too young to be an old man. I won't give you another chance to threaten my husband. As she spoke, Lukiyu pressed the kitchen knife against her own throat. How she longed to let her children see the world beyond these walls. But faced with such overwhelming power, she could only whisper, forgive me. I am nothing but a useless mother. Rut stood completely bewildered. What the hell? Damn, Roger. You were supposed to come pick her up yourself. Didn't he even tell Lukiyu who would be coming? Ever since the incident at God Valley, Rut had remained frozen at a youthful appearance in his early 20s. By all logical reckoning, he should have been well into middle age by now. Hell, an old man's virgin body. What kind of twisted joke was this? Rut's gaze locked onto the kitchen knife in Lukiyu's hand. His pupils contracted sharply, and in an instant he vanished from where he stood. Clang. Lukiyu felt a sudden numbness in her wrist. The knife was already snatched away, and Rut's other hand steadied her shoulder firmly. Sister-in-law, calm down. Rut rarely shed his usual arrogant demeanor, his voice low and earnest. I'm not a Marine, and I'm not here to threaten you. Trust me, I just happen to look a bit younger than I actually am. Lukiyu's eyes reddened as she stared at him fiercely. Then who exactly are you? Roger told me Rut joined the crew at age 3. How could someone like you be so young? Rut took a deep breath and slowly drew a pocket watch from his chest. Engraved on its surface was a family portrait, the kind Roger had gifted him. Lukiyu's pupils trembled slightly, and tears finally spilled down her cheeks. Roger. Rut grinned. So sister-in-law, don't rush to give up. Captain Roger would surely want you to live well too. Let this old devil worth 2 billion put himself to some use, would you? It's because of my devil fruit ability. Captain Roger should have mentioned to you that I can replenish vitality, right? So it's understandable that I appear young. Lukiyu fell silent for a moment before slowly lowering her guard. Come in. She began packing her belongings. Rut glanced at the 2 enormous bundles. Sister-in-law. Do we really need to bring all this stuff? The captain's used teacup was understandable, but surely the captain's unwashed underwear wasn't necessary, right? Yet Lukiyu shook her head gently. These are things I wanted you to bury for me. I will only take these 2 items with me. Cradling a blade and a gun against her chest, Lukiyu recalled sadly, my husband once told me, if it's a boy we'll name him Ace. If it's a girl we'll name her Anne. Rut recognized those weapons immediately. Ace, and in the captain's own blades. Now his priority was getting to the Seven Seas capital. He had specially prepared a speedboat that could accommodate 3 people. After all, they needed to stay low-key. The fewer people who noticed Lukiyu, the better. It was the responsible thing to do. But some people simply refuse to see reason. Captain, there's a small boat over there. Fire. Blow them to pieces. Let them taste the fear of the sea. Wahaha. Rutt's brows knit together. Following the sound, he spotted a pirate ship bearing a skull flag slowly closing in. At the prow stood a brutish man with greedy eyes fixed upon them. TCH, what terrible timing. Rutt clicked his tongue, then turned to look at you with a reassuring smile. Sister-in-law, please rest in the cabin. I'll handle this quickly. But look, you shook her head. Little Rutt, let your older sister see how you fight your enemies. This surprised Rutt greatly. Then he understood. A woman who had evaded the Marines while pregnant for over a year could hardly be some fragile flower. Rutt chuckled and drew the black-tied greatsword from behind him. Allow this 2 billion-berry old-world scoundrel to put on a show for you. Rutt cracked his neck, hoisted the black-tied greatsword onto his shoulder, and stood at the stern with a grin. Hey, you worthless fish over there, die. Fire. All cannons fire. Pirate Captain Barton gave the order and multiple cannons roared in unison, sending dark projectiles screaming through the air. Rutt didn't even blink. He merely raised the black-tied greatsword and turned the blade. Mist God-style flashing strike. Whoosh! A crimson arc of sword light tore across the sea surface like thunder. Every cannonball was cleanly severed in midair, exploding harmlessly moments later, none so much as grazing the speedboat. The pirates gaped in utter disbelief. What? Barton's forehead beaded with cold sweat, yet he forced composure. Don't be afraid. He's only one man. Keep firing. Captain, look at that sword. Isn't that Rutt the Crimson Mist, a crew member of the Pirate King? Rutt sighed. Honestly, can't these people even be proper audience members? He slowly raised the greatsword, and dark red hockey coiled along its blade. The very air above the sea seemed to solidify. Mist God-style demon cleaver. Boom! The blade descended, splitting the ocean itself into a trench hundreds of meters long. The raging sword energy tore the pirate ship to shreds in an instant. Clatter, wreckage and seawater rained down like storm clouds. Yet Rutt was already sheathing his blade, turning to look at you with a brilliant smile. Well, sister-in-law. Satisfied. Look at you applauded softly, her eyes bright with amusement. Stop calling me sister-in-law. You're practically announcing to the world that I'm Roger's wife. Just call me sister. But that was truly impressive. Rutt felt the same warmth Roger always showed. She truly regarded him as family now. Was this what they meant by birds of a feather flock together, Captain? At that moment, Rutt didn't seem like a 2 billion-berry criminal at all. His youthful appearance kept his spirit bright and carefree. Being the wife of his big brother, nothing more was needed. He chuckled. All right, sis. After that little interruption, Rutt used his mist abilities to alter Lookiyu's appearance, and they docked at a nearby island for supplies. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Rutt's lip twitched. After spending time together, Lookiyu had truly accepted Rutt as her younger brother, and Rutt had naturally come to embrace the role as well. Sis, isn't this outfit a bit too flashy? He tugged at the deep blue robe embroidered with golden wave patterns, the white sash at his waist complementing his flowing black hair and lending him an air of nobility. Lookiyu stood beside him, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad at all. It suits you perfectly. Rutt sighed. But I'm a pirate. How am I supposed to fight in this? Lookiyu giggled and pinched his cheek. Just change back when it's time to fight, dear brother. Rutt had no response. He was truly at a loss. Standing at just over 2 meters tall, Lookiyu herself neared that height. Rutt strongly suspected he'd been cursed by that man's conqueror's haki after mocking his stature decades ago, and in all these years he'd barely grown an inch. Back on the ship, Lu Jiao began to put away the things she had bought, while Ruete sat to one side, curiously fiddling with a rattle drum. Sis, what's the use of this thing? Lu Jiao smiled. When the child is born, we can use it to amuse him. Ruete nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly said gravely, sis, don't worry. When the child grows up, I'll definitely teach him the strongest swordsmanship. Lu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, and how do you plan to teach him? Ruete clenched his fists, his blood boiling. First, swing the blade 10,000 times every day. Then I'll take him to challenge all kinds of experts and push past his limits on the edge of life and death. This is how I was trained. You know Shanks and Buggy, right? I trained this way too, and it definitely works. This was in his own way Ruete's indirect repayment to Roger. He had mastered most of Roger's swordsmanship, it was just that his own fighting style differed from Roger's. Not liking to use it did not mean he couldn't. Lu Jiao. She silently picked up a baby bottle and stuffed it into Ruete's hand. Learn how to mix formula first. Ruete. Ruete brought Lu Jiao back to Water 7 and stayed there for a while. Shocking. The Marines have arrested the Pirate King Roger. 1 month from now he will be executed at Logtown. The Marines' justice shall not be violated. Ruete sat in a small boat near Marineford reading the newspaper in his hands. He knew the Marines would never pass up this chance to raise their prestige. Ever since the papers reported Roger's arrest, he had been waiting around Marineford. That was right. He was waiting for Golden Lion. They wanted to step on his captain's reputation to build up the Marines' authority. How could such good fortune exist? If he didn't strike Marineford today, he wouldn't feel better. It was as if the Marines were stepping on your brother and telling you how strong they were. If Ruete could swallow that, he might as well become a Ninja Turtle. But even with Yonko-level strength, he could not escape Marineford unscathed alone. If Marine headquarters could really be taken down single-handedly, they might as well close shop. He needed Golden Lion to share the burden of those powerful fighters. He knew Golden Lion would definitely come. He believed in the strength of that devilishly charming captain of his. Ruete had waited him out. Huh, Golden Lion, you've come. Golden Lion Shiki came alone with an island bearing down on Marineford like black clouds pressing on a city. The entire Marine headquarters erupted in alarm. Kong and Garp exchanged a glance and immediately moved to face him. Golden Lion shouted toward Marineford, I refuse to believe that you captured Roger by strength alone. He is the opponent, Golden Lion acknowledged. Golden Lion, this is no place for you to run wild. Kong roared. Garp cracked his knuckles. Since you're here, stay here. Just as the great battle was about to break out, Ruete stood on a high rooftop near Marineford, holding the black tide greatsword, watching everything with cold eyes. Ruete made no effort to hide himself, and Golden Lion found him immediately. Golden Lion laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I knew you boy wouldn't take this lying down. Come on, have a good brawl with me. Ruete shouldered the black tide greatsword. You only need to hold off those three. Hang on long enough not to get killed, and leave the rest to me. As he spoke, the black tide greatsword pointed at Sengoku and the others, and the three young admiral candidates. Looking down from above, he fully displayed the nature of a conqueror. Hey you three. Ruete grinned, the great sword on his shoulder. Want to play with me a little? This was probably Ruete's first encounter with Borsellino and Sakazuki. Sakazuki frowned. One of Roger's crewmen, stay out of the way. Borsellino tilted his head, his tone languid. Oh, how scary. One man dares to provoke three admiral candidates. Kazan, however, was serious. He knew exactly how terrifyingly strong Ruete was. Step aside. We don't have time to play with you. Ruete sneered. Little brats. I'm older than you after all. Before the words died away, his figure suddenly vanished, and the next instant, he was already in front of Sakazuki. Mist God style goes slash. The blade light was like mist, overwhelmingly sharp. Sakazuki's pupils contracted as he quickly turned into his element, but the slash still grazed his shoulder, and magma-like blood splattered. Not bad speed, but Sakazuki's gaze turned cold, and his right fist instantly became magma. Great eruption. Ruete. What is wrong with you people? You open with ultimate moves the moment we meet, but what use is it? The blazing magma fist came crashing down, but Ruete had already predicted it. Using observation haki, he dodged in advance and slashed back with a single stroke. Mist God style ghost strike. Black haki coiled around the blade as it drove straight for Sakazuki's throat. Bang! Kazan's ice wall abruptly rose to block the strike, but Ruete's blade did not relent, and the ice wall burst apart in an instant. Borsellino gathered golden light at his fingertips. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless light bullets rained down, but Ruete grinned and flitted through the barrage like a phantom. Not a single one could hit him. After that head-on clash, Ruete wanted to set the stage. Hey Ruete, have you forgotten your old opponent? Kazan narrowed his eyes. The mist turned into ice crystals and gradually fell to the ground. Ruete curled his lip. Akiji, who had eaten the ice fruit, was even harder to fight. But the difference in strength was clear. He could only make the mist thinner. It really had that flavor of a fruit countering mine. Ruete flicked his blade, his fighting spirit boiling. Is this all three admiral candidates have got? Again, Sakazuki was furious. Arrogant brat. Kazan pressed his hands together. Ice Age. Icy air swept through, freezing the entire battlefield in an instant. But Ruete had already leaped high into the air, and Conqueror's haki erupted with a boom. With Conqueror's haki coiled around the black tide greatsword. Mist God style annihilation. At the instant the attack made contact, Ruete dissolved into mist and vanished. He appeared behind Kazan. Black haki wrapped around the blade like thunder as he slashed down, actually cleaving through Kazan's ice. Borsellino's expression grew serious. They had heard Kazan say that Ruete was strong, but since they had never seen it, they had still looked down on him a little. Looks like we'll have to get serious. A golden light flashed, and he appeared behind Ruete in an instant, kicking out. Lightspeed kick. Ruete was already prepared. He turned and blocked with the black tide greatsword. Clang. Ruete's body faintly dissolved in the mist, and suddenly appeared behind Kizaru. Mist God style mist hidden slash. You thought I'd slash him, but not you, didn't you? The blade came down, but Ruete could feel that the slash had not landed cleanly. TSK. Kizaru's speed really is troublesome. Ruete's eyes burned with even greater fighting spirit. But this is more like it. The three exchanged glances, resolved to give it everything. Sakazuki suppress at full power. Evil will ultimately be crushed. Borsellino, how troublesome. Ruete laughed. Bring it. Let me see just how strong the so-called three geniuses of the Marines really are. They say when the three admirals come out together, no Yonko can withstand them. But for this youth edition of the three admirals, Ruete spat, I can take on six, damn it. But first he had to clear the field. A blood-red wave of Conqueror's haki surged toward Marineford, and weaker Marines fell in droves. The four on that battlefield saw it too. Kong, Sengoku, and Garp each unleashed their own Conqueror's haki to weaken the influence of Ruete's. Golden Lion laughed. As expected of the man I've set my sights on. A presence like that is rare, even in the New World. Now look at my presence. A wave of black-red Conqueror's haki once again struck the land of Marineford. A Marine flipped him off. I was already down, damn it, and you still sweep over us again. They all knew the battle had only just begun. Rat intensified his conqueror's haki, sweeping across Marineford like a crimson storm. Huh. Kid, well done. Golden Lion laughed madly, guiding the floating island to crash toward Garp and Steelbone Sora. Don't let your guard down, you two. Admiral Sengoku roared, Golden Lion. Don't be so arrogant. Garp clenched his fists, armament haki coiling around his arms. I'll deal with you first, then handle that brat Rat. Akainu, Kazan, and Borsalino stood firm, their gaze locked onto Rat. Your conqueror's haki is indeed formidable, Akainu said coldly. But haki alone won't defeat us. Rat grinned, angling his black-tied greatsword toward the ground. Is that so? Then try this. Mist Realm Life's withering. The crimson mist erupted outward, engulfing all three in its depths. Though they currently bore the title of Vice Admirals, a single opportunity could elevate them to full Admiral rank. Their power already matched that tier, though distinctions remained among the Admirals themselves. You won't let me properly extend my domain, so how am I supposed to fight? Fine, I'll force it open. Kazan realized he could not fully freeze the mist into ice shards. He understood. Rat was serious now. Earlier, when Rat's mist had been frozen, it was merely Rat playing along. Back when pursuing the Roger Pirates alongside Garp, Rat had always been the one getting beaten. Now, amidst the blood-red mist with ice crystals glittering, Rat appeared both divine and unsettling. Rat chuckled. Oh my, adding special effects. How embarrassing. In an instant, thick fog blanketed the battlefield, his figure flickering within the haze like a ghost. My observation haki is being interfered with. Akainu frowned. TCH, what a troublesome ability. Borsalino's fingertips gleamed with golden light as he attempted to disperse the mist with laser beams, but Rat's voice echoed from every direction. Mist God-style edgeless blade. A silent slash struck suddenly. Akainu reacted on combat instinct, sidestepping to evade, yet a gash still tore across his shoulder. This guy moves even faster in the mist. Don't give him an opening. Kazan pressed both palms to the ground. Ice Age. An intense cold aura erupted, freezing the mist into falling ice crystals, but it proved largely ineffective. Rat's domain replenished the moment it weakened. Kazan's ultimate technique had amounted to nothing against Rat's basic attack. Era Mr. Akiji's fruit ability is quite troublesome. Rat clicked his tongue. He stomped the ground violently, wrapping his blade in Conqueror's haki as black lightning crackled along the black-tied greatsword. Conqueror's haki coiled Mist God style, Mist Concealment, / triple super invincible technique. A single slash tore through space itself. Akainu roared, charging to meet it. Pluto Dog. Magma and haki collided in a detonating shockwave. Kazan seized the moment to strike from the flank, his ice blade aimed straight for Rat's back. Ice blade, fierce vulture beak. Rat had anticipated this. His form dissolved into mist, and the ice blade pierced only after images. What a... Kazan's pupils contracted. Mist God style ghost assault. Rat's true body materialized behind Kazan, his blade descending in a lethal arc. At the last possible moment, Borsalino flashed into position, his lightspeed kick sweeping outward. Then, aim no Murakumo. Golden light coalesced into a sword, clashing fiercely against Rat's black-tied greatsword. Clang! Sparks erupted in every direction. Rat was forced back several steps by the sudden assault, yet a grin of pure excitement spread across his face. Now this is what I'm talking about. 3 admirals working together. Now this is entertaining. Akainu wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning ice cold. Arrogant pirate. Today I will crush you. As expected of the most notoriously durable fighter in the world of pirates, Old Man Garp. Kazan exhaled a plume of cold vapor. This time I won't back down. Battles in this world routinely dragged on for days. Akainu had been slashed twice, each blow infused with armament haki, yet he stood as though nothing had happened. Against Akiji alone, Rat could overwhelm him. Against 2, he could still hold his ground. Even against all 3 together, he could fight. But against the 3 admirals at their full strength, Rat would undeniably lose. Though Rat spoke casually, the pressure weighing on him was immense. His observation haki had to remain partially focused on Skeed's battlefield. Should Skeed show any sign of defeat, Rat would flee without hesitation. Under such circumstances, one should never underestimate the 3 admirals. Sengoku had held the entire chaotic sea together with merely a handful of people. Jiha. Sengoku Garp. Is that all you have working together? Golden Lion laughed maniacally. Lion's territorial surge. Great Buddha impact. Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, his shockwave shattering boulders. Garp charged straight at Golden Lion, his armament haki-infused fist hammering forward. Knucklebone meteor. Golden Lion parried with his sword, but was still sent skidding backward, blood trickling from his mouth. TCH Garp's fists are just as brutal as ever. Sengoku spoke gravely. Golden Lion, there is no escape for you. Golden Lion sneered. Escape? I am Golden Lion. Meanwhile, Rat's battle with the 3 admirals reached its fever pitch, each clash erupting in violent explosions. Buildings in Marineford crumbled continuously as naval soldiers retreated in terror. I can't drag this out any longer. Akainu gritted his teeth, his entire body's magma churning. Meteor volcano. Countless molten rock fists rained from the heavens in indiscriminate bombardment. Kazan brought his palms together. Frozen moment. An intense cold aura froze the earth, restricting Rat's movement. Borsalino raised the aim no Murakumo high. Yasukani no Magatama. Dense projectiles rained down like a storm. Facing the three admirals' ultimate combined strike, Rat drew a deep breath as his conqueror's haki erupted in full force. Come. Final strike. Mist God style final severance. A pitch-black slash tore through space, colliding head-on with the admiral's attacks. Boom. A terrifying shockwave swept across all of Marineford, sending Golden Lion Sengoku and Garp stumbling backward even from a distance. As the dust cleared, Rat remained standing, his black-tied greatsword planted in the ground to support his weight, half-kneeling, blood trickling from his lips. The three admirals across from him were equally battered. Only one of the three had fallen. Not bad, brothers. Though that was merely boasting, they all immediately rose to their feet. Akainu bore a gruesome blade wound across his chest. Kazan's ice armor lay shattered. Borsellino's sunglasses were cracked. The 5 days of relentless combat had left them all utterly drained. Huff. Huff. Rat panted, yet wore a broad, satisfied smile. This is exhilarating. Now this is what I call a fight. Glancing up at Golden Lion being pummeled, Rat knew it was time to leave. Garp's punches hurt like hell. Time to slip away. At the moment Golden Lion fell, Rat summoned every ounce of his devil fruit power, producing a bag and dissolving sea prism stone powder into it. There was no avoiding it. Sea prism stone was far too effective against devil fruit users. Even keeping it afloat required tremendous stamina, which was precisely why Rat had saved his final reserve of strength. He had fought to his heart's content and let off all his frustration. It was time to run. Perhaps they would meet again at Lowtown next time. Hagel Lion, I will remember your sacrifice, even if you never get to see Roger at Impel Down. This is the pain of love unrequited, so achingly painful. Days after the Battle of Marineford concluded, Rat returned to Water 7. The past few days had been filled with uproar over Rat and Golden Lion's rampage at Marineford. Endless news reports had almost numbed Rat with coverage. Shocking. The ghost of the mist, Rat faced 3 future admirals alone, and the Marine headquarters was utterly devastated. Is there no hope left for the Marines? The monarch of a new era has arrived. Tremble World Government. Exclusive, the untold secret bond between Rat and Shanks. Rat stared at the thick stack of world economic news in his hands, his lips twitching uncontrollably. What the hell? It featured Rat pointing the black tide at Kazan and the others. Gotta admit, he'd really learned journalism inside out. Although everything stated was factual, the newspaper only showcased photos of Rat striking the 3 admirals, with 0 images of him getting beaten. The battle introduction at the end placed a photo of Rat's initial appearance standing tall with his greatsword. Yes, they noted beside it that Rat had entered the fray, but seriously placing that photo at the very end is pure misdirection, isn't it? Rat knew his own limitations well. When facing Garp, he turned and ran immediately. What do you mean by ravaging the Marine headquarters? What do you mean by monarch of a new era? Has this old bird Morgan's been drinking fake alcohol? Morgan's is Golden Lion, that top-tier pirate. Oh, he got captured. Who's Golden Lion? Never heard of him. Normally such exaggerated claims would find few believers. But guess what? Golden Lion, you know, was formerly the squad captain under rocks. He got captured, but Rat escaped. Both attacked Marineford together, and with this outcome their strength speaks for itself. Rat. A new bounty poster was delivered to Rat. Crimson Mist, Rat, bounty 2. 5 billion berries. Rat pursed his lips. Stingy bastards. The guy next door who took out a celestial dragon got a 1 billion increase, and I've nearly destroyed the Marines' home base, and only got 500 million. The Navy has no respect, does it? With only 2 days left until Roger's execution, old Tom had finally finished refitting the Oro Jackson. He led Rhett to the depths of the shipyard and pulled back an enormous tarpaulin. It's a propulsion system I developed myself. I originally planned to use it for the sea train. Tom could not hide the pride in his eyes. Rhett immediately understood Tom's intention. You installed it on the ship. Exactly. Tom patted the machine's casing. Combined with breath dials, this ship can tear through the comm belt at 3 times the speed of a Marine battleship. Boy, do you realize how priceless this is. Frankie danced with excitement, thrusting his hands over his head in his signature pose super. This will definitely be the fastest ship in the world. Iceberg, however, was worried. Master, this hasn't passed safety tests yet. Tests? Tom threw an arm around Iceberg. Tell me, aren't I first rate? A first-rate top-class shipwright. A first-rate fine apprentice. Tom released his grip on Iceberg's head. Truly a compassionate master and a dutiful disciple. Rhett. A moment longer, and Rhett feared Tom might have crushed Iceberg's skull. This legendary pirate ship was no longer an ordinary wooden sailing vessel. It was a steel beast, its hull forged from deep crimson mithril alloy gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. At the bow stood a roaring dragon head figurehead with a cannon set in the dragon's maw. Rhett fell in love instantly. Large caliber, long range. No man could refuse that. Bigger, thicker, farther. It can store lightning energy, wind energy too. Actually, any form of energy. And when necessary. A bolt of artificial lightning slashed down and was perfectly absorbed by the device. The entire ship was instantly bathed in blue electric light, while energy gathered into an artillery shell in the dragon's mouth at the bow. With a boom that could shatter heaven and earth. Tom proudly stroked his beard. I call this the dragon god's wrath. Not bad, is it? Rhett stared at the smoking cannon muzzle, drooling with desire. Cool. So cool. When the energy gathered, the whole ship was cloaked in lightning. It was far too cool. Rhett was almost bewitched into a fool. No red-blooded youth could resist a dragon's roar. Finally, the day of departure arrived. The fully transformed Oro Jackson lay in the harbor. I can hardly believe it. Iceberg ran his hand over the hull. This is already an entirely different ship. Frankie was making final adjustments. Super. Check out my genius design. I even rebuilt the toilet into a fully automatic model. Iceberg flashed his shark-like teeth. Frankie, don't invent strange gadgets on a guest ship. Perona twirled merrily on the newly installed pink observation deck. Lord Rhett, there's a vanity here. And a doll stand. I love this place. Tom stood at the bow, eyes glistening. Roger, your first-rate old partner can carry this boy anywhere now. Rhett gripped the helm. Old man, thanks. Cut that out. Tom's expression suddenly changed. He seized Rhett by the collar. Take good care of this ship for me. If you dare turn it into a wreck again, you'll be finished, you brat. Yes. Rhett raised his hands in helpless surrender. But Tom did not let go this time. I'm telling you, the Oro Jackson was my greatest creation back then. It carried Roger and made him Pirate King. This ship is my most perfect work now. Don't you dare let it be buried and forgotten, understand, boy? Old man Rhett suddenly said, his voice low and solemn. This ship is no longer the original Oro Jackson. It deserved a new name too. Tom, as the ship's builder, naturally had the right to name it. Tom was silent for a moment. He walked slowly to the figurehead and ran his rough hand over the roaring dragon head statue. His gaze grew distant, as if piercing through time and space, returning to the days when he set sail with Roger. Old Tom, just wait. I'll make the Oro Jackson's name resound across the sea. Roger's ship was called the Oro Jackson, Tom said in a low voice. That was a ship that carried dreams and freedom. He lifted his head, looked at Rhett, and a resolute light shone in his eyes. This ship was rebuilt from the Oro Jackson. Tom took a deep breath, cigar smoke curling in the sunset. Then let's name it Bruma Jackson. Tom produced a bottle of fine wine he had kept for years and smashed it hard against the bow. The amber liquid ran down the dragon head figurehead like burning blood in the setting sun. In the name of Tom the shipwright, I bestow upon you the name Bruma Jackson. May you gallop through the blood mist, roar through the storm, and become a legend of the new era. As his words fell, the figurehead's eyes suddenly flashed scarlet. The entire ship seemed to be infused with life, emitting a low hum. Rhett shouted, men, prepare to set sail. Are you ready? Ready, Captain. Excellent. I declare. Bruma Jackson set sail. Perona cheered and floated toward the observation deck, while Moria's zombie sailors swiftly took their posts. Frankie and Iceberg stood on the dock, waving farewell to this warship destined to shake the world. Both of them had a hand in this ship that would one day roam the vast seas. Just as the ship was about to set sail, Tom suddenly called out, boy. Rhett turned around and saw the old fishman standing in the sunset. This ship. It is now both a continuation of the Oro Jackson and a brand new beginning. Tom's voice rang clear in the sea breeze. Don't let it down, and don't let Roger's expectations down. What Roger could do, you do it too. Rhett turned back and gave Tom a wide grin. Rhett, swear once more. I will make the entire world remember the name Bruma Jackson. Huh. Old Tom, you just wait to become the world's greatest shipwright. Tom smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand. Go. Let the world hear what a true dragon's roar sounds like. With the roar of the engine, the Bruma Jackson slowly left the harbor. Azure flames spurted from the stern, and the ship shot across the waves like an arrow released from a bow. Lord Rhett. Perona leaned out from the observation deck. Want to try the main cannon? Rhett grinned, flashing his gleaming white teeth. Just what I wanted. He pressed the red button on the console. Blood mist surged maniacally into the slot, and in an instant the entire ship was wrapped in blood-red lightning. The dragonhead cannon erupted with a deafening roar. A scarlet beam tore across the sea and blossomed in the distance into a colossal blood-red mushroom cloud. The citizens of Water 7 stared at the scene dumbfounded. Amazing. Roger, did you see that? The old fishman murmured to himself, a new legend has begun. The Dawn Nirvana made its way toward Logtown. On the deck of the Bruma Jackson, Wright sat upon the dragonhead figurehead, running his hand along the cannon barrels. Hee. This is genuinely too cool. Which warship is the most magnificent? Hee. Suddenly, wait. Did we forget something important? Perona, who had been floating in the air combing her newly acquired plush doll's hair, was nearly frightened into dropping it. Lord Wright, don't suddenly shout so loudly. Our crew. Wright surveyed the group, pointing at Perona. Moonlight, Moria, and the zombies one by one with his fingers. Doesn't even have a formal name yet. The deck fell silent in an instant. Moria's scissor hands froze midair. The ship has already been built and set sail upon the seas, yet we still lack a name. Moria's shark-like teeth gnashed, as even his bat-shaped shadow writhed upon the ground. The captain only just remembers. An ultimate dereliction of duty. Perona puffed out her cheeks, and the plush bear mimicked an accusatory gesture. Even my Kumazi has a name. Wright scratched his head. It's not too late to think about it now. Gather round for a meeting. All crew members assemble. Moria scoffed. Captain, there are only 3 of us alive. Don't you think the formalities are unnecessary? Wright pursed his lips. You don't understand. We need the complete ceremony. Something feels missing without it. The group gathered around a wooden barrel at the center of the deck. Moonlight, Moria's towering figure, cast a long shadow while Perona hovered above Wright's head. First let us solicit proposals. Right tapped the barrel. Perona, you go first. The Ghost Princess. Perona's eyes sparkled. With pink sails lace flags and denied. Right spoke with finality, yet mindful not to wound Perona's feelings. Little Perona, this is a splendid idea, but I rather think it may not be quite suitable. Perona's eyes instantly filled with tears and her ghosts formed sorrowful expressions. Lord Right is bullying me. Moria emitted a low chuckle. How about the Demon Zombie Legion? The mere mention of its name would make our enemies tremble. TCH Moria, that name is so outdated. Perona couldn't help but laugh. What did you say? Moria's shadow surged violently. Little Perona, you've deeply wounded my heart. A completely pink ship would be bizarre, you know. He gazed at the pocket watch passed down from Roger, then rose suddenly as a blood mist swirled behind him. I am a man destined to reach the pinnacle. We shall all be the freest souls alive. Let whoever dares bear their fangs at me face my wrath. Then, Right paused, his black-tied greatsword pointed toward the sky. Our pirate crew shall be named Crimson Dawn. We are our own future. We are our own dawn. Perona clutched her plush tight. Lord Right is so cool. Well then. Perona suddenly turned her head. Look at what I just drew. She pointed to her sketch of the flag, a skull behind which a sun tore through the darkness. Right burst into loud laughter, the sound brimming with unrestrained joy. So that's how it is. Despite having served aboard the greatest pirate crew in the world, he was still this thrilled at the prospect of raising his own flag. His past life values and the convictions forged aboard Roger's ship had shaped him. You saw through me from the start, Captain. You knew you never needed to entrust me with anything. Ha ha ha. I hereby declare the Crimson Dawn officially founded. Seconded, said Perona. I suppose I agree. Moria shrugged, yet his shadow honestly gave a thumbs up. Perona floated before Right and blinked her eyes. Then may I decorate my lookout station in pink? Of course. Long live the captain. That evening, a naming banquet was held on the deck of the Bruma Jackson. Everyone drank and celebrated with great cheers save for Perona, who harbored a small grievance. Right and Moria would not allow her to drink, so she pouted as she greedily consumed juice. Right raised his glass and bellowed, listen, O vast sea. From this day forward, the Crimson Dawn Pirates, the crew cried in unison, shall carve our names into the gates of a new era. Right gazed at his crew and laughed aloud. Truly, even after having sailed with the finest pirate crews in the world, he was still this moved when forging his own. He tilted his head back to the sky, attempting to mask the piercing ache in his heart. It felt wonderful. Roger, you would surely be pleased to see the pirate ship we have now. We shall meet again soon. On the day of Roger's execution, Logtown's harbor was swarming with pirates, marines, reporters, and onlookers from across the world. The air hung thick with tension and anticipation, as if the entire world were holding its breath, waiting for the end of one era or the birth of a new one. Shanks pulled down the brim of his straw hat, his red hair concealing eyes sharp as blades. He stood on a rooftop at the periphery of the crowd with Buggy pacing restlessly beside him. Hey Shanks, where exactly is Captain Right? If we don't find him soon, the execution is going to begin. Buggy stomped his foot, teeth clenched in frustration. Shanks offered no reply, his gaze locked upon the sea. He could feel that Lord Right was there. Suddenly the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. He's here. Far upon the horizon, a crimson light slashed through the waves, followed by an ear-splitting engine roar. What is that? Someone shouted in terror, pointing at the sea. A massive scarlet warship tore through the waves, its dragon-head figurehead blazing with crimson eyes, the hull wreathed in blood-colored lightning, as though a fierce beast had broken free from the underworld itself. The Oro Jackson looks rather splendid. Shanks caught sight of the Bruma Jackson's form and recognized it as the vessel the captain had entrusted to Right. A glint of nostalgia and battle lust flashed in his eyes. Roger was confined within a seastone prison cell guarded by 3 future Marines admirals. His expression remained composed, even carrying a faint smile. Roger merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd toward the harbor. Full speed ahead. Right stood at the bow. Perona hovered at the lookout, waving her plush bear excitedly. Lord Right. Logtown lies just ahead. There are so many people. Moria's shadow writhed upon the ground as he laughed lowly. Fufufu. What a magnificent stage, Captain. Right's observation hockey had already enveloped the entire square, sensing every emotion. Anger, sorrow, excitement, fear. And among them certain powerful presences concealed within the crowd. As I suspected, they've arrived as well. His gaze swept over the crowd. In an inconspicuous corner, a tall man in a cloak stood silently. Monkey D. Dragon the Slipper King. On another rooftop, Don Quixote da Flamingo watched the execution platform with a faint, enigmatic smile. Little Hawk and Little Crocodile are here too. Not bad. Even the future warlords and the Revolutionary Army commander are in attendance. Captain, you really have prepared yourself a grand farewell. Suddenly the crowd stirred. He's here. It's GOLD. Roger. The Marines pushed Roger onto the execution platform. His wrists were bound in seastone cuffs, but his back remained straight, and that familiar smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. So that's the Pirate King. He doesn't look so special. Damn it. He's the one who threw the seas into chaos. Curses and jeers rose and fell, but Roger merely swept his calm gaze over the crowd until it finally rested in Ruth's direction. Captain. Root flashed a grin bearing stark white teeth. Lads, get ready. He suddenly raised his hand and a blood-colored mist gathered in his palm. Give this world a greeting. Dragon God's wrath fire. Boom. A scarlet beam burst from the bow cannon, tore through the air, and shot straight at the execution platform. Every building from the harbor to Lobetown's execution platform was destroyed. The beam was shattered by Garp, but it still carved a deep ravine. Through that trail of destruction, Roger could clearly see Root and his former ship, the Oro Jackson. An attack. An attack. It's an attack. The Marines shouted in panic. What nonsense. That ship is. Sengoku stood beside the execution platform, his face dark. Steelbone Kong immediately ordered execute. He did not care what Root's cannon shot meant. Roger had to die now because the whole world was watching this live. If this failed, the Marines' authority would collapse completely. Buggy's body trembled as he nearly charged out. No. We can't just let this. Shanks pressed his hand on Buggy's shoulder and said in a low voice, Buggy, don't move. But, this is the captain's will. Shanks growled, his voice carrying a suppressed pain. Buggy went rigid. In the end, he lowered his head and slammed his fist hard onto the rooftop. When the tension reached its peak, someone finally asked the question, Hey Pirate King, where did you put the treasure? On the execution platform, Roger suddenly burst into laughter. You want my treasure? The whole scene fell silent. If you want it, then go find it. I have left everything in this world there. Root stood at the bow, his blood-red cloak snapping in the shockwave. Behind him, Moria and the zombie legion, Perona and the negative ghosts, and the little top hat on Laboon's head all bowed deeply along with Root. Roger looked at the Root before him, and in that instant he seemed to see Root grow from a 3-year-old child into an indomitable man, his eyes full of a smile. Swish! The Marine executioner was stunned by the overwhelming aura of Roger's shout. The moment he regained his wits, his long blade swept down. Blood dripped. At that moment the world stood still. Then boom. A thunderclap exploded across the sky and torrential rain poured down as if the sea itself were roaring. The world erupted. Through the din mushy, Roger's voice spread across the world. One Piece. It truly exists. The Pirate King's treasure. To see. I'm going to see. Fanatical shouts drowned out the whole of Lobetown, and the flames of ambition blazed in countless eyes. In the downpour, Shanks and Buggy stood silently on the rooftop, letting the rain soak them through. Buggy's tears mingled with the rain fell. You bastard. The captain is such a bastard. Root jumped down from the Bruma Jackson and walked quietly toward Roger. Everyone held their breath. Root. What is he going to do? The Marines surrounded Root. Remember, at this moment Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and the 3 admirals were all present. The din mushy connected the whole world to this moment, so the Marines could not afford a single misstep now. Garp shouted, Root, don't forget your promise. Roger had told him that Root would not stop the execution. Root glanced at Garp expressionlessly. What I promised the captain I have already done. Garp fell silent. Root indeed had not stopped the execution. 5 elders, take a good look. I believe you should know me. I am Root, a former crewman of the Roger Pirates. I am taking our captain away now. Have these Marines step aside. The entire town of Lobetown fell into a deathly silence. The Marine soldiers gripped their weapons, cold sweat sliding down their foreheads. Sengoku's face was grim. Garp, by contrast, looked indifferent. Vice Admiral Tsuru narrowed her eyes. Akainu, Kazuru, and Akiji all stepped forward at once, an invisible pressure enveloping the whole area. At the other end of the din mushy, in the chamber of power at Mary Geos, the 5 elders' eyes were cold. Root, said the blonde elder slowly. Are you threatening the world government? Root grinned and slammed the black-tied greatsword into the ground, splashing water everywhere. Not a threat. It's a deal. A deal. Sengoku frowned. Root's gaze passed over the Marine officers and fixed directly on the din mushy. In exchange for a promise. The 5 elders were silent for a moment. Finally, the bald elder with a sword spoke. Speak. I will take the captain away. He pulled the black-tied greatsword out, its edge gleaming coldly in the rain. The whole place erupted in an uproar. Root sneered, you all know this very well. He slowly raised the greatsword and pointed it at the sky. If you don't agree. A 2.5 billion berry wanted criminal who hunts celestial dragons. Can you afford to play this game? Oh, and by the way, have you forgotten God Valley? A kind of flew into a rage. How dare you? But on the other end of the din mushy, the 5 elders fell silent. They knew better than anyone how horrifying a monster with a 2.5 billion bounty was. And this monster had not yet reached his prime. They saw the shadow of Rocks. They did not want to stir up another Rocks, but they would never allow someone like Rocks to live either. This was a naked threat from Root. At the same time, he was reminding the 5 elders that the Roger Pirates had contributed enormously at God Valley. It was a debt of gratitude the world government owed the Roger Pirates, and the time had come to repay it. On the other end of the din mushy, the 5 elders' voice was cold and majestic. Root, are you not afraid of the world government hunting you down? Root grinned. Since bribes had failed, threats were the old routine. With the whole world watching, those old faces could hardly bribe him, so threats were all that remained. Rain slid down his face. It's not that I want to do this, it's that you must. Sengoku roared, arrogant. Do you think you can walk away from here unscathed? Root did not answer. He slowly raised his hand palm up toward the sky. You can try, but I swear from today on, for every celestial dragon who steps out of Mary Geos, I will cut off one head. The entire place fell silent. Root knew that no matter what the five elders said next, whether bribes or threats, the grudge had already been set. The world government would never allow someone who threatened the celestial dragons to live. Did they really think a mere favor would make the world government back down? Root's strength was plain to see. He was merely giving the five elders away to save face. After a long silence, the five elders finally spoke. 7 warlords of the sea. Accept the first warlord position and you may take Roger's body. Root smiled. He knew the five elders did not care about the Marines' dignity, they only cared about the safety of the celestial dragons. The Marines probably had no idea about the 7 warlord system at all. Deal. Root knew the 5 elders would never let him go, and the 5 elders knew Root would never follow their orders. But that was enough. The world government's face was preserved. Who cared about the Marines' face? For Root, this warlord position was merely an experience card. Root turned and walked toward the execution platform. The Marine soldiers instinctively stepped back. No one dared to block him. He reached out, gently picked up Roger's head, and with the mist returned it to its place, then lifted the already ice-cold body onto his back. Roger's head hung low as if he were merely sleeping against Root's shoulder. Then, boom, Root stomped the execution platform to pieces. The entire platform collapsed with chips flying. With one hand he swung the black-tied greatsword, and the blade wind whipped up countless splinters, shooting toward the port of Logue Town like a torrent of rain. Bang, bang, bang. The splinters nailed precisely into the port ground, piling up into a simple, yet solemn pyre. Using Moonwalk, he strolled above Logue Town. Root shifted Roger on his shoulder. Captain, you're so light. But Root was destined to receive no answer. Arriving at the port of Logue Town, he gently placed Roger's body upon it. Dark clouds pressed overhead, and lightning flickered within them. Root looked up toward the sky. Captain, this weather is not fit for an adventure. Mist World Flower of Rebirth. Rainwater evaporated the instant it touched the scarlet mist. The flower of rebirth condensed from mist bloomed within the fog, each petal flowing with a blood-colored halo, gently lifting Roger's body. Root stood before the pyre, the black-tied greatsword planted at his side. He reached into his clothes and brought out a bottle of rum. Last glass, you old bastard. Up there, you can drink however you like. The wine spilled over the pyre, the strong aroma of alcohol mingling with the salty bitterness of the sea breeze. Root snapped his fingers, and a flower of rebirth drifted down. The moment it touched the rum, boom, a ghostly blue flame shot into the sky. It was no ordinary fire, but the rebirth flame interwoven with blood, mist, and hockey. Within the flame appeared the phantom of the Oro Jackson. Roger looked at Root and smiled, giving him a thumbs up. In Root's mind echoed, Pirate King. Ha, interesting. Roger wiped away the tears of laughter. Then it settled. We're going to become the Pirate King. Haha, little Root, you're already doing great. Root looked at Roger and said firmly, Captain, I will become stronger. Ha ha ha, is that so? I believe in you. Saying this, he patted Root on the head with a gratified expression. The clouds gradually dispersed, and sunlight poured through the gaps, shining upon Roger's body. Flames blazed up, and the pyre turned into a towering pillar of fire. Roger's body gradually dissipated in the flames. The sea wind howled, and ashes drifted toward the ocean. Root stood at the port, his long hair dancing wildly in the heat. The new era the captain forged, I will witness it. Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected the ghostly blue flames, and his mouth split into a wide grin. Fufufu. What an interesting way to hold a funeral. Shanks pressed his straw hat down, tears mingling with rain as they slid down his face. Buggy bit his lip, hard blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Root drew the black-tied greatsword and pointed its blade to the sky. Crimson Dawn Pirates, set sail. Root had noticed Shanks and Buggy long before, but he did not greet them. They were not yet capable of swaggering away from the Marines' heavy encirclement. Root walked past the burning flames and murmured softly, Farewell, you damn old brother. The 5 elders' orders meant the admirals could not pursue Root. When the Marine fleet finally broke through the blood mist blockade, only a scorched platform of ash remained in the port. As the Oro Jackson slowly sailed into the port of Water 7, the setting sun stretched the ship's shadow long. The new coating on the hull reflected orange-red light. Tom had polished it using scraps from the treasure tree atom. The old shipwright said it would let the old girl look decent. How childish. At the port of Water 7, Root stood at the bow, blood mist flowing slowly around him. He stared at a figure in a plain cloak on the shore, and his throat suddenly tightened. He didn't know how to face Rouge, or even what emotions to bring to her. Poor Gasti. Rouge stood there holding a bouquet of sunflowers. The sea breeze lifted her long hair, revealing a gentle, yet resolute smile. But her eyes held an unshakable sadness. Clearly she had been crying hard. As soon as Root jumped off the ship, Rouge hurried over. Root opened his mouth, but all the words he had prepared stuck in his throat. I saw everything. It's enough. You've done well. Root. Rouge gently embraced him, the fragrance of sunflowers enveloping them. You must be suffering too, right? Root froze. He had come to comfort Sister Rouge, but she had seen through him first. I'm fine. He turned his face away, his voice hoarse. The captain. Rouge suddenly hugged him even tighter. Root's forehead didn't rest on her shoulder, but he could still smell the sun-dried cotton mixed with a faint herbal fragrance. The aroma of a year's supply of medicine that Root had prepared for Roger after he left the ship boiled to bubbling. Cried out. She patted his back like soothing a child. There are no Marines here, no enemies. Only family. When the first tear hit the sand, Root heard the sound of his own heart shattering. Root's body suddenly shuddered violently, and he clutched Rouge's cloak tightly. That bastard. His voice was broken, tears falling in large drops onto Rouge's shoulder. He promised. We would watch the new era together. Rouge gently stroked the back of his head, feeling his violent trembling from emotion. Root's sobs grew louder, eventually turning into heart-wrenching wails. It was the first time in all these years that Root had cried with such utter devastation. 20 years of suppressed emotions burst through the dam at that moment, that feeling of knowing the outcome, yet being powerless. Though he was deeply reluctant, in order to respect his captain's wish, he had to appear indifferent. Since coming to the world of One Piece, Root had always been Roger's crewmate. How could he just walk away like this? Root's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. Blood mist uncontrollably spilled from his body, forming a scarlet domain around him. Rouge's cloak was soaked with a large patch of tears, but she only held the man so much taller than her, even tighter. He was still smiling. Till the end. Root murmured, that idiot. Must be feeling proud of himself for opening a new era. I know I should be strong. I'm a grown man, and I'm still crying, but the tears just won't stop. I'm the big brother of Shanks and Buggy, so in Lowtown I acted as if everything was calm. But I wished I could kill every Marine, kill the world government, kill the celestial dragons. Damn this evil era. I only knew my big brother was about to be executed before my eyes, and I could do nothing. Rouge felt the dampness on her shoulder spreading. Root's cries gradually changed from hoarse howls to low sobs. She softly hummed an old lullaby from the East Blue, one that Roger used to sing to them. Did he say anything at the end? Root finally looked up, his eyes red, his voice still choked with sobs. Rouge gently wiped the tears from his face and said softly, he said, if you get the chance, take care of my little brother, who always acts tough for me. Root froze for a moment, then wept and cursed, damned big brother. After venting his frustrations, Root felt as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The gloom that had clouded his heart was dispelled by Rouge's gentle warmth. Though she too bore deep sorrow within, she remained steadfast. Those two really are something. Root called Moria, Perona, and Laboon over to his side. He scratched his head. Everyone, you'll need to wait for me in Water 7 a while longer. I need to. Moria interrupted. Captain, that's entirely unnecessary. We already know that traveling together would make us too conspicuous, far too easy to expose, and put Sister Rouge in danger. Indeed, we fully understand. Spicy Perona floated around Root. Right, see you. Go dash. Laboon also patted Root's hand, her tiny eyes brimming with quiet affirmation. Then train hard during this time. When I return, we set out together. I'll share my insights on armament and observation hockey with you, so work diligently. Root settled into Windmill Village with Sister Rouge. Magino had become the innkeeper of the village tavern, a warm and kind girl, just as in the original tale. One wonders if that red-haired kid has truly come to grief. Shaking off idle gossip under the village chief's guidance, Root temporarily rented a 2-story house in Windmill Village. He remembered that when Garp had brought Ace back, he had handed the baby to some mountain bandits. While those bandits were a perfectly capable and kind group, they were no longer suitable. Rouge, true to her heart, had sincerely regarded Root as her younger brother, and Root naturally wished to grant her a quieter, more peaceful life. Mountain bandits would simply not suffice. 3 days later, a marine warship appeared at Windmill Village's harbor. Root waited at the docks, revealing his original appearance. Ha ha ha, Root boy. Sorry to nah. Root pursed his lips. Let's go talk inside about what to do. The two returned to Root's residence. Rouge prepared tea and snacks for them. From Root, she had learned that although Garp served in the Marines, he remained close friends with Roger, and from here on she would need to rely on Uncle Garp's protection. Root stared at Garp. What's your plan? Garp struck his clenched fist against his open palm, a light bulb appearing above his head. Root showed his shark-like teeth. You're only thinking about it now, you idiot. Garp threw back his head and laughed heartily. Then I'll simply declare Rouge as my adopted daughter, and the matter is settled. No. Root observed Garp's smug expression. Uncle Garp, although your willingness to sacrifice your reputation truly moves me, let me ask you something. Garp, still rejoicing in his brilliant idea, replied, Go ahead, what is it? This may sound harsh, but do you really believe the world government's shamelessness can be so easily thwarted? Garp's smile gradually faded. As a Marine Vice Admiral, he could not remain in Windmill Village forever. A suddenly appearing daughter would inevitably draw the attention of CP0. Could his reputation truly protect them? With Root present, Rouge would no longer need to take the delay medication to evade pursuit. This remained the most pressing issue before both Root and Garp. Garp silently crushed the teacup in his hand, tea dripping through his fingers, his eyes filled with profound remorse. Seeing this, Rouge gently set down the teapot and softly patted his shoulder. Mr. Garp, please do not blame yourself. Root fixed Garp with a piercing gaze. I have a plan. Garp took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. What is your plan? Root produced a nautical chart from his chest and spread it across the table. The world government's intelligence network is primarily concentrated along the Grand Line and Marine bases. The East Blue is actually the safest region for it, is the homeland of Marine heroes. He pointed to a lone island near Windmill Village. Here, Herbal Mountain. It lies not far from the village, yet is sufficiently concealed. Garp furrowed his brow. You want Rouge to live in the mountains? No. Root shook his head. I will construct a cabin on the mountain as a diversion. As for Sister Rush, she will reside in Windmill Village under the identity of Michinuo's distant cousin. Rush's eyes widened slightly. But in that case, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Rate's lips curled into a cold smile. Even if CP0 investigates, they will only uncover the false trail at Herbal Mountain and never suspect a tavern relative in an ordinary village. When Uncle Garp discovers that Herbal Mountain, he needs to take several photographs showing traces of Rush's life on the mountain. Then using his guarantee as a marine hero, have Garp sink half the island and claim he has killed the Pirate King's widow. Bring the photographs back as proof. CP0 will investigate the island and find the traces I deliberately left behind. Since half the island has been destroyed, they cannot thoroughly investigate. As for why half an island was sunk, simply say that the wanton slaughter of women and children disgusted you and provoked your wrath. The world government only cares about face. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to them. They merely need confirmation of complete death. If some second cousin of Roger suddenly appears, who would believe it? Rate gazed steadily at Garp. Old man, are your comrades reliable? Garp stroked his chin without directly answering, then suddenly broke into a grin. You brat, your mind works quickly. Rate rolled his eyes. Far more reliable than your improvised adopted daughter plan. That evening Michino was invited to Rate's home. After hearing the plan, she nodded without hesitation. Sister Rush can reside in the tavern's back courtyard. There is an empty room there that rarely receives visitors. Rush gratefully clasped her hands. Thank you, Michino. Michino smiled tenderly. Sister Rush is an exceptionally kind person. I would never turn away someone in need. Rate breathed a silent sigh of relief. With Michino, who enjoyed excellent rapport throughout the village, providing cover, Rush's identity would be far easier to conceal. 3 days later, a marine warship anchored once more at Windmill Village. Garp deliberately led a squad of marine soldiers through the village, conducting a loud and ostentatious search for suspicious individuals, then made a grand spectacle of investigating Herbal Mountain before departing with apparent success. Herbal Mountain lay half submerged in the sea after Garp's devastation. Remember, from now on, Rush is Maria Michino's cousin. Uncle Garp will adjust the timeline. You arrived a year ago. Before departing, Garp firmly patted Rate on the shoulder. Boy, I must leave now. Rush and the child. Leave them in my care. Rate unusually made no retort. He simply offered a quiet nod. Yes, I trust you. Days passed one after another. Under the name Maria, Rush gradually became woven into the fabric of Windmill Village's life, helping Michino manage the tavern and slowly becoming a familiar, gentle figure among the villagers. One evening, Rush gazed thoughtfully at the setting sun. Rate leaned against the doorway and offered her a cup of warm milk. What are you thinking? Rush smiled. I wonder whether this child will come to love the sea as his father did. Rate recalled how in the original timeline Ace had grown up without Rush by his side. Now that she remained, he wondered whether Ace would still acknowledge Whitebeard as his father. It seemed he would need to teach him well in the years ahead. If the boy recklessly took on another father, he would surely face severe consequences. After a moment of silence, Rate felt the atmosphere had grown too heavy. A captain's child will surely inherit extraordinary talent. Rush chuckled softly. Then Mr. Garp will surely volunteer as his instructor. The two shared a knowing smile. Rate, it is time for you to leave. Rate frowned. Sister Rush, now is not the time for this. Rate had intended to remain until after Rush gave birth. After all, Moria and the others required considerable time to master armament and observation hockey. Rush shook her head, her fingers gently resting upon her subtly rounded belly. The child I will protect. But your true destiny does not lie here. Rate fell silent. Rush smiled, though her eyes held an unyielding resolve. My husband was a man who chased freedom. He belongs to the sea. And you are the same. She stepped closer and gently adjusted Rate's collar as an elder sister seeing off her brother. You still have your own adventures and companions who belong to you. You should not waste your time here. Rate clenched his fist, his voice low. But if I leave, Mr. Garp will visit regularly and Michino will care for me. Rush interrupted him. And she suddenly flashed a cunning smile and produced a small golden pocket watch from her chest. What is this? The watch Roger left for you. I made a few modifications. The bronze casing was too tarnished and utterly ugly. Moreover, my husband guarded photographs fiercely, yet cared little for the casing itself. Rush blinked. Concealed within is a life card, my own. Rush's smile radiated both tenderness and determination. Thus, wherever you may be, as long as you wish to return, you will always be able to find your older sister. Night deepened. Rate stood at the shoreline, gazing at the tranquil sea. Now Rush had given him the same answer. She refused to become his tether, just as Roger refused to become the world's chains. Heh. Rate let out a low chuckle, his grip tightening around the pocket watch. Honestly, one after another, all so willful. After setting sail, Rut felt that putting together a crew should also be put on the agenda. To stand at the summit of the world, he had by a twist of fate taken Moria under his wing. Who could have guessed he would run into someone like that? During the Den Mushy call yesterday, Moria said his observation hockey was nearing a critical point and needed time to settle. So Rut no longer needed to hurry back. Even if he returned, he still wouldn't be able to leave. When it came to crew, Rut's second thought was the Golden Emperor Tesoro. 9 rings on 10 fingers, with only the ring finger of his left hand left bare. Money could indeed solve most problems, provided you had the strength to hold on to it. Root came to Sabaody, a place that truly lived up to its name as a criminal paradise, neon lights and the searchlights of the slave auction house intertwined into a decadent play of light and shadow. Root stood atop the clock tower across from the auction house, his blood-red cloak snapping in the night wind. His gaze pierced through the clamor and locked onto the back door of the auction house. Tesoro was staggering forward, carrying a load of goods, sweat soaking his ragged shirt, but his eyes never left a window on the second floor. Inside the window, Stella was performing for the audience. She wore a thin dance dress, her bare feet on the cold marble floor, shackles around her ankles, yet her movements remained as light as a butterfly's. That was the freedom Tesoro was desperately saving money to redeem. Root had no intention of acting now. He could wait until the celestial dragons bought Stella, and when Tesoro's heart collapsed, become the one ray of light left in his heart. This could hardly be called taking advantage of someone's downfall. Wasn't this just another sort of honey trap? Like the honey traps of ancient rulers, it wasn't simply about offering beautiful women. It was about pulling a man to his feet when he was drowning in despair. At this point someone might ask, "Oh Root, you're one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How can you have thoughts like that? Do you think the 5 elders don't want to destroy me? Answer me." He barked. "Look into my eyes." "Ah, yes. As for celestial dragons, just kill them. I'm a pirate, damn it. When I say I'm done being a warlord, I'm done." And so the days passed one after another until Tesoro finally saved up enough money. Trembling, he hid the bag full of berries in his clothes and rushed into the backstage of the auction house, only to be kicked over by a guard. "Get lost, you common scum. Please. I've come to ransom Stella." He knelt on the ground, forehead pressed against the filthy floor, holding up the money bag with both hands. "This is 30 million berries. The price written in the contract." The guard sneered, kicked the money bag away, and coins scattered clattering along the ground. Too late. Tesoro's head snapped up. The guard grinned, revealing his gold-capped teeth. The celestial dragon lord just bought her as one of the birthday gifts for his son. Damn lucky for her to be taken in as a slave by a celestial dragon lord. Tesoro's pupils suddenly shrank. From the distance, Stella's scream pierced the air. Tesoro charged into the main auction hall like a madman. Behind him, guards dropped silently. The sight before him made his blood run cold. Stella was chained to the display stage, and a snot-nosed celestial dragon child in a bubble helmet was pressing a branding iron onto her arm, giggling. A slave should have a mark. The nobles in the audience knelt on the ground, and even while kneeling their eyes burned with excitement and madness. The auctioneer knelt fawningly. "Honorable Saint Roswald Astor, would you like to take her away now?" "No." The celestial dragon took a slow sip of red wine. "First let the beast tamer teach her some manners. I hear this woman can sing." Stella's lips trembled. Suddenly, she looked toward the doorway and met Tesoro's eyes. Her eyes said run. Tesoro's sanity snapped. "Let her go." He charged onto the stage with his bare hands, but the next second, he was slammed to the floor by a CP0 agent. His face was stamped deep into the pool of blood. How dare a mere commoner offend a celestial dragon? The agent sneered. Stella struggled and lunged toward them. "No. Please," he only, bang. The celestial dragon shot through her knee. A noisy slave should just shut up. Tesoro's face was still pinned in the pool of blood, and his nostrils filled with rust-scented sludge. A CP0 agent's leather shoe ground against the nape of his neck, and his spine creaked in protest. "You're merely a slave of the celestial dragon lord." The agent sneered, raised his gun, and aimed it at Tesoro's temple. "Remember in your next life." Tesoro stared hard at the CP0 agent, but his eyes were full of despair. He hated that he had no power right now. Tesoro screamed in despair, "Oh true God, please help me." The hall fell silent. There was only the CP0 agent's gun. Bang. In the instant the gunshot exploded, Tesoro's heart turned to ash, but no pain came. A warm liquid splattered across his face. Tesoro opened his eyes, trembling, and saw the CP0 agent frozen in place, his head already sailing through the sky. Thump. The corpse toppled over. "Were you just now praying to a god?" A figure walked over, stepping on the moonlight, long hair flowing over his shoulders, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, cloak billowing. With every step he took, spiderweb-like lines of blood spread across the ground. Guards all around suddenly clutched their throats and fell to their knees. They were being corroded by a scarlet mist. The man's condescending face was reflected in Tesoro's pupils. What a pity. Root crushed the agent's skull underfoot. "The god you prayed to is off duty today." He bent down, yanked Tesoro up by his hair, and forced him to look toward the auction house. Stella was being dragged by chains toward the gilded cabin of CP0's ship. "But I'm open for business." The entire Sabaody archipelago suddenly went dark. People looked up in terror and saw that the moon had turned blood red, and at the center of the moon stood Root's silhouette. He held the black-tied greatsword, and the great blade emitted wave after wave of blood mist, shrouding the celestial dragon's entire ship. "Enemy attack. Protect Lord Astor." The marine officers had just drawn their swords when bloodlines burst open across their throats. They did not even see the trajectory of the attack. Root was already at their side. "Fufufu. You really are strong, Root." In the shadows, Doflamingo's sunglasses glinted. He too had come to Sabaody by chance, and was planning to build his own force. He never expected to discover something so interesting. His grin stretched from ear to ear. "Fufufu. Roger's remnants are getting more and more interesting." Root seized the back of Tesoro's neck with one hand and flung him to the ground like a dead dog. Watch closely. He rested the black tide greatsword on his shoulder. Mist God style heaven-splitting slash. Boom. A streak of scarlet sword chi flashed past. Even the celestial dragon's guards were already extremely powerful, but could they be stronger than the combined force of the three admirals? Only the ship where Stella stood was spared. All the other celestial dragon vessels exploded at the same time. In the midst of the blazing firelight, Root holding Tesoro landed leisurely on the deck and hummed an impromptu tune. With a light wave of his black tide greatsword, Stella's shackles snapped with a crack. Astrea collapsed onto the deck, his bubble helmet reflecting Root's approaching figure. Why, you know I'm sure. Root's black tide greatsword did not pause even for a moment. I know your bloodline all too well. Don't make me sick by repeating it. Squelch. The celestial dragon's head burst open like a watermelon. The blood mist instead condensed into a miniature golden city model, which landed steadily in Tesoro's palm. First, let me give you a little mental suggestion. Just as planned. The news that a celestial dragon had been killed swept through the world government like a storm, and the Holy Land Mary Geos was enraged. The five elders slammed the table and rose to their feet, furiously berating the Marines' incompetence, and ordered Marine headquarters to dispatch an admiral at once to suppress the mob. Root, as a warlord of the sea, you dared to openly murder a celestial dragon on Sabaody Archipelago. This is a slap in the Marine's face. Sengoku's face was grim, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fist. Sakazuki's eyes burned with rage as he shot to his feet. I knew pirates couldn't be trusted. However, Fleet Admiral Kong raised a hand to stop him and turned his gaze to Kizaru, who sat nearby with his legs crossed, leisurely trimming his nails. Borsalino, you go. Zephyr, Sengoku, and Garp are all out on missions. You're the only one who can get there quickly. Kong paused, then added, watch your own safety. You're permitted to retreat. Kizaru slowly raised his head, looking as languid as ever. How scary. He shrugged, then vanished from the office as a beam of golden light. The night wind of Sabaody Archipelago carried the stench of blood. Root stood atop the burning ruins of the auction house, the black tide greatsword on his shoulder, his scarlet pupils gazing down at Tesoro, who knelt on the ground. How does it feel? Root asked, smiling at Tesoro. Tesoro trembled all over, holding Stella in his arms. Her knee had been shot through and blood soaked her dancing dress. His gaze shifted from despair to dazed confusion to fanatical worship and finally fixed on Root. The man who had descended from the sky shattered a celestial dragon with one slash and carved out a new life for him. My king. Tesoro knelt on one knee with Stella in his arms. Root grinned. Aren't you going to ask who I am? From the moment you saved Stella, I, Tesoro, will pledge my eternal loyalty to you. Though I am weak now, I will repay this kindness with my entire life. Root crouched down, stared into Tesoro's eyes, and asked a few seemingly unrelated questions. Do you hate the celestial dragons? Do you hate this world? Hate your own powerlessness? Tesoro's pupils contracted and a hoarse voice was squeezed from his throat. Yes. Very good. Root let go and stood up. But hatred can't kill people. Power can. He turned and walked toward the harbor, his cloak surging in the wind like waves of blood. He said calmly, take that little boat and leave. Flee with your woman. Go and amass your money, your power, your strength, and prove to me that you are worthy to board the ship I will command one day. Tesoro looked down at Stella in his arms. Her fingers gently clutched his collar, and she gave a faint but firm nod. Root felt he was a genuine genius. Tesoro's growth in Root's view was rather impressive. If the man stayed with him now, it would actually limit how his talent flourished. Root used to mock the One Piece fanfics he had read after transmigrating. Why did every protagonist have to slaughter a few celestial dragons the moment they reached Sabaody? Now Root understood. Those celestial dragons truly deserve to die. If you had the power and didn't kill them, what were you waiting for? Let them linger just to disgust you. Seniors, I haven't brought shame to us transmigrators. Before long, yo. Boom. Golden light burst apart. Kizaru, hands in his pockets, landed slowly in front of Root and tilted his head. Yo, how scary, Richon. You actually dared to kill a celestial dragon. Root rested the black tide greatsword on his shoulder and grinned. Admiral Kizaru, long time no see. Quite a spectacle, isn't it? Kizaru hovered in midair, gazing at the blood mist spreading across the sea. Was killing a celestial dragon for 2 slaves worth it? Root grinned. What would a salary-earning, clock-punching bureaucrat like you know about settling scores with relish? Admiral Kizaru, how mean. Kizaru clutched his chest in an exaggerated gesture. I'm being quite serious about this mission, you know. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless light bullets poured down, but the instant they touched the blood mist, they strangely decelerated and finally vanished without a trace, as if sinking into mud. Root raised an eyebrow. Then how about letting me go? Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses. I can't do that. I'm a Marine after all. Before the words faded, golden light gathered at his fingertips. Another round of Yasakani no Magatama. Countless light bullets rained down like a torrential storm. Root laughed, swept the black tide greatsword, and the blood mist surged, swallowing all the bullets completely. Mist God style ghost flash. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. Oh, how scary, Richon. He flashed behind Root in an instant and swept his leg in a kick. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Root didn't dodge. Mist God style mist concealment slash. Clang. The instant Root vanished, he appeared behind Kizaru and slashed out with a backhand strike. Scarlet sword chi tore through the air. Kizaru turned into golden light to evade, but a piece of his coat was still cut off. He looked down at it, clicked his tongue, and said, "This is cheating, isn't it?" How dangerous. The two were locked in a fierce battle above Sabaody Archipelago. Golden light and blood mist interwove, dyeing the entire sky in red and yellow. The Marine fleet watched from afar. No one dared approach. After half an hour of fighting, Kizaru suddenly stopped and scratched his head. Huh. It seems I can't win. Root mocked him with a grin. You're a terrible actor. Kizaru spread his hands. Can't help it. Fleet Admiral Kong told me to capture you alive. Having said that, he was blasted away by a single slash from Root and crashed into the distant Marine fleet, sending up a huge spray of water. The Marine soldiers were dumbfounded. Admiral Kizaru. Lost. Root said, "What the bubble teapot are you all so surprised about? Even 3 admirals couldn't hold me down. Did this one think he could fly to heaven?" Kizaru poked his head out of his ship and waved lazily. Ah, how terrifying. I'm wounded. Ooh, I need to go back and recover. Kong said calmly into the transponder snail Borsellino. Come back. Kong naturally knew that Borsellino alone could not take Root, and it was impossible for all 3 admirals to mobilize together. The Marines only needed to show a firm stance. Root stood at the top of the ruined auction house gazing at the distant horizon. It wasn't that he was pretending to be deep. It was because while he was showing off earlier, he had given the ship to Tesoro. Besides, the battle just now had destroyed virtually all the ships in the harbor. In plain words, Root couldn't leave. I should have kept one ship after all. Root rubbed his temples, then let out a derisive snort. Forget it. That kid needs it more than I do anyway. He hoisted the black-tied greatsword onto his shoulder, leaped, and landed on the debris-strewn street. In the distance, the Marines were still gathering, but no one dared approach the area shrouded in blood mist. Since there's no ship, I'll go find Uncle Rayleigh. And at that moment, Tesoro, holding Stella, sailed a small boat toward an unknown future. In his eyes burned a hunger for money and power. My king. One day I will prove my worth in my own way. After killing a celestial dragon and still staying in Sabaody, Root was probably quite insane. The Marines didn't have that many men to arrest him, otherwise they wouldn't have sent only a single Borsellino. Root hadn't touched the ancient weapons, nor had he meddled with the Void Century. Emu had no interest in him, and the 5 elders and the Marines could do nothing about him. The forces needed to take him down. Whether they could even succeed was uncertain, might cause another place to fall. Root, I just love how you all want to kill me, but can't. Hee hee. Root pushed open the wooden door of Shacky's rip-off bar, and the wind chime let out a crisp ring. In the dim light of the bar, Shacky was leaning against the counter reading a ledger. WL. Come. She pushed up her sunglasses, a playful curve forming on her red lips. Mama, isn't this Root from Roger's ship? What brings you to your big sister's place? Sister Shacky, don't tease me. With all that commotion just now, don't tell me you didn't know. Root walked straight to the counter, letting the great blade black-tied thud against the table. Where's that old man Rayleigh? He's in the back room, coding his ship. Shacky blew out a graceful smoke ring. You've got some nerve daring to come here right after killing a celestial dragon. The curtain to the back room was suddenly yanked open. Rayleigh wiped coding solution from his hands and scolded with a laugh. I thought I heard some clueless brat calling me an old man. Root, you little brat, are you asking for a beating? Root's lips curved slightly. Uncle Rayleigh, since you retired, your ears have gotten sharper. Why are you at Sister Shacky's place? Shacky's face flushed a little. Root, there's something going on, ha ha ha. Shacky poured a glass of rum for each of them. So after making such a big scene this time, are you going to lose your warlord status? So you're going to cut ties with the world government now? Root swirled his glass. Those celestial dragon pigs really make me furious. Besides, haven't we already turned on them since we saw the captain off? You're still clear-headed, boy. The world government will absolutely not tolerate any threat to the celestial dragons. Rayleigh laughed. You've gotten quite a bit crazier, little Root. So there's nothing left to worry about, huh? Root met Rayleigh's eyes. I keep thinking about what Big Brother Roger said when he disbanded the crew back then. The bar suddenly fell quiet. Shacky's motion of wiping a glass paused almost imperceptibly. Too early. Rayleigh took a sip of liquor, his gaze deep. No. Root shook his head. Staring at the swaying liquor in his glass, he said, Is the prophecy the captain believed in real? If it is real, then. Rayleigh waved a hand to cut him off. Shacky suddenly set down her glass. If you're thinking of forming a pirate crew. She pulled out a stack of wanted posters from under the counter. There are a few interesting young people lately. Root glanced over them. The top few were the latest wanted posters of Hawkeye Crocodile and Doflamingo in his flamboyant flamingo outfit. Sister Shacky's eye for talent is as sharp as ever. These are all future warlords of the sea. And this one. Shacky pulled out another one. Monkey D. Dragon. He defected from the Marines not long ago and has been active in the East Blue lately. It seems. I'm not interested in him. Root cut her off. What I'm looking for are madmen who can overthrow the world with me. If I'm strong enough, a wave of my hand will have a group of people open the great pirate era for me. When I become strong enough, people will argue matters of right and wrong on my behalf. Shacky and Rayleigh exchanged a meaningful glance. Although Root was still as carefree and loud as usual after Roger's departure, he had become more mature when it came to matters of principle. While Root was chatting at the Holy Land, Mary Geos, the 5 elders sat around a world map candlelight, casting their shadows on the wall. The god of environment hurled his teacup to the floor and shattered it. That remnant of Roger's crew root actually killed a celestial dragon in Sabaody Archipelago. Is he planning to defect from the 7 warlords? The god of justice's fingers dug deep into the armrest. Even more infuriating is that the culprit is still at large in Sabaody. This is the most blatant provocation against the world government. The god of finance suddenly slapped the table and stood up. Deploy all marine admirals immediately. The dignity of the world government must not be violated. Calm down. The god of science and defense pushed up his glasses. Right now the only one holding down marine headquarters is Kong. Kizaru was just badly wounded. Then have Kong lead the troops personally. The god of agriculture roared. I want to see that madman's head before dawn. Agreed. 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 With a grim expression, Fleet Admiral Kong set down the den mushi. His steel-boned fist pounded cracks into the desk. The 5 elders have ordered us to launch an immediate all-out suppression. Dark shadows hung under Tsuru's eyes. If we commit all our forces now, the world's pirates will slip out of control in a short time. Moreover, Roger's great pirate era turned even more people into pirates, though our forces are already stretched too thin. Kong called the 5 elders again. Say that again. The god of finance stared at Kong in disbelief. Kong replied without expression. At the moment, Admiral Kizaru is at headquarters, badly wounded. Akiji and Akainu could not stop Root if he wanted to run. If we force an attack. How dare you? The god of environment smashed a tea table to pieces. Are the Marines trying to rebel? In the lamplight, Kong's shadow did not move. I am merely stating the facts. Roger has just died, and the 4 seas are in turmoil. If we divide our forces now. The argument in the Hall of Power finally stopped. Issue a special bounty order. The god of justice wearily rubbed his temples. Raise Root's bounty to 3,500,000,000 berries. The god of science and defense added. Also notify CP0 to move immediately. They must before dawn. Our report. A messenger suddenly burst in. Word from Sabaody. Root has already set sail and left. The 5 elders fell silent. Outside the window, the eastern sky was already beginning to pale. The god of agriculture slumped back into his chair. Have CP0 continue the investigation. I think Kong is no longer fit to lead the Marines. I've heard Sengoku is impressive. Let's hope he's a smart man. The world government controlled the Marines' military budget. What it needed was an obedient dog, but today that dog had been trying to evolve into a wolf. Of course the world government would not allow it. Since Sengoku was Kong's disciple, it would not trigger a large-scale backlash from the Marines. Moreover, Sengoku's prestige was clearly inferior to Kong's, making him easier to control. Just let him get away like this. The adjutant looked at Kong in disbelief. Kong's back was silhouetted in the morning light. Remember last night we searched all night. It's just that the culprit was too cunning. As he turned, a faint hint of a smile touched his lips. Tell Sengoku to prepare to take over my position. The 5 elders will certainly make a move. Tomorrow submit the recommendation for Fleet Admiral to the world government. Kong muttered toward the window. You probably plan to replace me as Fleet Admiral to slap the Marines into line. Then I'll deliberately not give you that satisfaction. It just happens to be time for me to retire. The world government forcing Kong to step down would have been a reprimand, but Kong voluntarily stepping aside for Sengoku was a succession, and it would only make the Marines more united. Root commented, these political players are all rotten at heart. The next day the 5 elders sat together again, and again, and again. Inside the 5 elders meeting hall, Kong is threatening us. The god of finance slammed his teacup heavily on the table, resigning voluntarily. The Marines are trying to turn the world upside down. The god of science and defense reject his resignation. Letting a disobedient fleet admiral remain in office is better than letting the Marines think he was forced out by us. Forcing him to step down would only make them more united. Plant a few CP0 agents inside. The Marines must never be allowed to escape our control. The god of justice sneered. Send the order. Fleet Admiral Kong, for his failure to capture Root, is to be given a major demerit. But in consideration of his many years of service, he may temporarily remain in the post of Fleet Admiral. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. As for Sengoku, send him to the New World to suppress pirates. Whitebeard has been very active lately. Let him handle it. At dawn the next morning, newsbirds flew across the world. Sensational. Former warlord of the sea, Crimson Mist Rue Te massacres the celestial dragons. King of a new age. Did you hear? Lord Rue Te killed a celestial dragon. Do you have a death wish daring to even talk about celestial dragons? Now that's a real man. I'm going to see. It is common knowledge that when a group of men gather, one of them becomes the one with the idea. A man threw down his hoe and shouted to the brothers working beside him, brothers, do you want to spend your entire lives being ordinary here? Be exploited by those so-called nobles for the rest of your lives? Are kings and generals born noble? Another wave of pirate fever swept the world. The headline Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong severely punished seemed to be ignored by everyone. In a tavern somewhere in the New World, Shanks's hand trembled slightly around the newspaper. Brother Ruete, have you also begun your adventure? Still just as crazy as ever? Shall we wait together for the coming of hope? Whitebeard tossed the newspaper aside. Gururora. Every man from Roger's crew is more interesting than the last. Lads, get the banquet started. What was our protagonist doing now? Ruete examined the photograph of himself standing beneath a blood moon wreathed in blood mist. Grumbling, he carefully rolled up his wanted poster and tucked it into his pocket. What was Ruete going to do next? The main line was simple: head to Water 7. It was time to weigh anchor, let the Bruma Jackson continue across the seas, and become the strongest in the world. The world government moved faster than expected. The 5 elders were already itching for his death. 3 CP-0 warships sealed off the sea, every agent staring at Ruete with a blank expression. Ruete G's. White suits and little sunglasses. You know how to put on airs even better than I do. Target sighted. The lead CP-0 agent raised a den mushy. Report to Mary Geos immediately. His voice stopped abruptly. Who told you to show off even more than me? You've got to die. No one shows off in front of me. The blood mist climbed up the hull like a living thing, devouring every sound. Ruete pressed his boot on the head of the last struggling agent, the Black Tide, greatsword lightly touching his throat. Looking down, he snatched the den mushy from the agent's hand. No real strength, 5 elders. Could you at least turn up the difficulty for me? Without waiting for the 5 elders to respond, he crushed the den mushy. After taunting them, Ruete returned to Water 7. Yo, Captain, you finally made it back. Moria grinned, his towering frame leaning against the massed black armament hockey coiling around his fingers. Perona hovered in the air, slowly spinning her little parasol, ghosts drifting around her. She giggled. If you came back any later, Perona would be bored to death. Laboon let out a low moo, the little top hat on its head tilted, yet its eyes were sharper than ever. It seemed all their training had paid off remarkably well. Ruete swept the 3 of them with his eyes, a grin tugging at his lips. Looks like you guys didn't slack off. Kishishishi, slack off. Moria opened his palm and shadows rushed out like a tide, covering the entire deck in an instant. The current me can take on a Marine Vice Admiral alone. Ruete shot back, great, then go take out Vice Admiral Garp. Moria was struck speechless. Perona floated over to Ruete and lowered her voice mysteriously. Lord Moria is incredibly strong now. A few days ago, a bounty hunter tried to ambush us, but Moria dragged him right into his shadow and gave him a beating. Laboon let out a moo and swept its tail. A column of seawater blasted from the surface. Before the spray could fall, Laboon shattered it into mist with a sonic pulse. Ruete raised an eyebrow. Not bad. He patted Laboon's head. Very good, Laboon. In Ruete's view, the old Moria had not relied on his zombie army, but his personal combat strength was not especially outstanding. Though compared with the other warlords, he was still formidable. But now his entire way of fighting had changed. These days of sailing had made Ruete truly appreciate how much his crew had grown. One night, a world government reconnaissance ship crept close to Water 7, trying to track the movements of the Bruma Jackson. Moria stood at the prow grinning. Kishishishi, perfect chance to test a new move. He leapt, and his shadow split the sea like a monstrous claw, latching onto the warship in the blink of an eye. The CP-0 agents watched in horror as their shadows were forcibly torn out, leaving their bodies stiff and immobile. Shadowbind strangulation. Moria clenched his fingers, and the shadows became razor-sharp blades that sliced through the warship's mast. Then he himself darted across the deck like a phantom, his armament hockey-clad fist shattering a cannon turret with one blow. The battle ended so swiftly that CP-0 never even had time to send a distress signal. Stepping on the last fallen CP-0 officer, Moria sneered, tell the world government to send someone more decent next time. When he woke the next morning, Ruete rubbed Laboon's head and decided to make up for his regret. He took out the eternal pose to Jaya. Jaya was an island in the first half of the Grand Line, paradise, and the only route to Sky Island. Set sail, everyone. Ooh. Ruete and his crew slept soundly, but the Marines were in for sleepless nights. Kong the Steelbone had already intended for Sengoku to take over as Fleet Admiral, and now all Marine affairs large and small were handled by Sengoku as acting Fleet Admiral. The Bruma Jackson. A broad hand slammed the newspaper onto the desk, shattering it. Half a broken wooden door lay nearby. The one Garp had kicked in when he came looking for Sengoku. Sengoku, look. That Ruete kid has officially gone to sea, and he's using a modified Oro Jackson no less. Ha ha ha. That kid really is something. Sengoku, however, was deadly serious. Snatching the rice crackers from Garp's hand and shoving them into his mouth, he barked, Garp, get serious, you fool. That cannon shot slapped us hard across the face. Staff Officer Tsuru gently pressed her old friend's trembling arm. Her glasses reflected the wanted posters of Ruete and Moria on the intelligence files. What's worse is this combination. A shadow fruit user, a swordsman who can manipulate blood mist, and now they've obtained the fastest ship in the world. Suddenly the temperature in the office soared. Akainu's magma fist burned the newspaper to ash. A pirate is a pirate. No matter what name he takes, it won't change his nature. Now is the time to bring Tom to justice. How frightening. Kizaru leaned against the window with his lips twisted, golden light dancing at his fingertips. I wouldn't Sakazuki. Doing that would really provoke Ruete. A madman, Kawai isn't he? Akiji's iced coffee traced frost across the desktop. Fleet Admiral, let me go. I will bring Ruete to justice and defend the dignity of the Marines. This is my burning youth. Garp laughed loudly. You've got real spirit, Kazan. Yes, mister. Garp. Sengoku thought for a long time. Though Ruete's bounty was incredibly high by comparison, Kaido, Charlotte, Lean, and figures of that caliber were even more dangerous. Very well, Kazan, you go. Fleet Admiral Kong has already submitted nominations for Admiral to the world government. Before long all of you will be promoted to admiral. The 5 elders would surely agree. The seas were not calm. The Marines needed more power to keep the balance. Sending an admiral-class officer like Kazan was mainly to silence the world government. The aim was to capture Ruete. In truth, Sengoku was uncertain whether even dispatching all 3 admirals could accomplish that. The Marine F3, Sengoku Garp, and Tsuru, harbored no real disgust for Ruete. Compared with pirates who plundered and slaughtered, Ruete was far better. The Marines did not care much for the celestial dragons except for those who were the dragon's dogs. Clearly the Marine F3 were not among them. Pellerona's ghosts glided into the ship's cabin dragging the latest newspapers. Lord Ruete, the whole world is talking about us. Ruete stood atop the dragon-head figurehead. No wonder Luffy loved sitting at the bow. That sense of riding the waves was truly exhilarating. And more importantly, it was a dragon head, understand. A dragon head. The news headlines from various regions were wildly diverse. The new emperor set sail. The world is undergoing a great reshuffle. The world government issues a warning. Along with the news-delivering seagulls came the wanted posters for Ruete and his crew. Crimson Mist Ruete, captain of the Blood Dawn Bounty 3. 5 billion berries alive or dead. Uegwang Malia combatant bounty 500 million berries. Before becoming a warlord it had been 320 million. Pellerona suspected to be a girl adopted aboard bounty, only 500 berries. This made Pellerona puff up with indignation, clutching Labu and shaking her violently. As for Labial, nothing had changed. Why only 500? This princess will make the Marines pay. Malia, fuss. Little Pellerona, I have 500 million. You're just lousy fuss. Alright enough, Ruete said. Pellerona swung her gloomy ghosts at Malia relentlessly, but the power gap was far too great. She was still too young, and the gloomy ghost effects had almost no impact on Malia. New World Mob Dick. The Whitebeard's booming laughter made the barrels on deck tremble slightly. Gurura. Dawn. So Roger's old ship is now carrying young Ruete on its journey again. Marco caught the drifting newspaper. The fact that Ruete could pull off something like this doesn't surprise me at all. Just looking at the roster is troublesome enough. Uegwang Malia was the one shouting about challenging Kaido not long ago, wasn't he? To be chosen by Ruete means he must have some real strength. In a certain tavern, Zyankasi had already found his saber griffin. Glancing at the newspaper, he said, Beekman, we can't fall behind either. Laylee's wine bottle suddenly tilted amber liquid soaking the newspaper. The Bluemac Jackson, the Blood Dawn pirate cruise vessel. Laylee's finger traced the familiar hull lines on the newspaper. Shachi exhaled a smoke ring while polishing a glass. I hear they installed a wind bell and the latest propulsion system. 3 times the speed of a warship. Laylee suddenly burst into laughter, remembering the sight of his captain being executed. No one's sorrow could surpass that of the Pirate King's right hand. Laylee naturally knew this was Roger's choice, but human emotions could not be so easily smoothed away by reason. Impressive, truly impressive, ha! Toasting the fools of the new era. He raised his bottle in a clink toward the void. They sailed for a while until reaching Reverse Mountain Port on the Grand Line. Ruete stood at the helm. Pellerona, confirm our position. Lord Ruete. The pink-haired girl floated on the crow's nest holding a telescope. Northwest direction, I can already see the island's outline. Hey, that ship. A drunken pirate's bottle slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. His companion followed his gaze and suddenly found himself unable to speak, as if his throat had been gripped. The mithril alloy hull gleamed coldly, and the ferocious dragon-head statue at the bow had eyes glowing crimson. Blood Dawn Pirates. That madman who killed the Tenryubido. Run. The dock cleared in an instant. The tavern's wooden doors shook violently as panicked pirates barged through. Several top-tier pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million huddled in corners like frightened rabbits. Ruete descended the gangplank, treading on crimson mist, his black tide, greatsword humming on his back. He scanned the empty harbor and sneered. How boring. Ruete was thoroughly enjoying himself. Scaring villagers into flight meant nothing. Making fellow pirates flee was the true mark of skill. Dingling. When the tavern bell chimed, the once noisy hall fell deathly silent. Pirates froze mid-gesture, glasses raised, cold sweat trickling down their temples. Behind the bar, the owner's fingers trembled. One bottle of rum slipped from his grasp. Crash. A wisp of crimson mist caught the bottle and gently carried it to Ruete's hand. Find me Mont Blanc Couric. I want information. Ruete tossed a pouch of berries onto the bar. Or I'll kill you all. In the corner, a man wearing a black headband suddenly rose. I know. Mont Blanc Couric. He lives at. Oh, here's your berry. Lead the way. Ruete departed gracefully. Beside him, Pellerona's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lord Ruete is the best. Meanwhile, at the gorilla zoo, they had also spotted them. Boss. An extremely strange ship just docked. A subordinate of the Orangutan Mountain Alliance tumbled into the wooden hut. The figurehead is a dragon head that glows red. Pretty cool, boss. Couric, who was sketching a sea chart, waved dismissively. Another bunch of idiots coming to mock the Skypea legend. He scratched his golden hair in annoyance. What are we betting this time? My underwear or your dentures? No, boss. The subordinate's face went pale. That pirate flag belongs to Ruete, captain of the Crimson Dawn. 3 minutes later, Couric's hand holding the telescope trembled slightly. He tried to reassure himself. Ha, it's fine, they probably aren't here for us. Just as Kurik was deceiving himself, the subordinate reported that yes, they were indeed here for him, and they had even paid someone to lead them there. They were already on their way. Shall we flee, boss? Flee my ass. Kurik slapped the subordinate on the head. My measuring instruments are still set up in the sea. He's coming. Who left my octopus-patterned underwear hanging outside? Banana, quick, move the bananas inside. When Rouette's black-tied greatsword split open the wooden door, 3 burly men were stacked like a human wall in front of the bookshelf attempting to greet him. Meanwhile, someone's octopus-patterned underwear swayed from the chandelier. Rouette's eyes had seen enough. He urgently wished for a pair of eyes that had not witnessed this scene. Pelarona just wanted to peek, but Rouette pushed her back. You have 3 minutes to make this place presentable, or I'll kill every last one of you. After a chaotic flurry of activity, Rouette spotted a book and raised an eyebrow. Nolan cried, saying, I really saw the land of gold. This is academic material. Kurik flushed red as he lunged to snatch it. Wait, how can you just read other people's things? Pelarona's ghosts rose from the floorboards. Lord Rouette, they just hit a lot of picture books. Want me to read them to you? No. Need. Not. Rouette spoke slowly, each word deliberate. His crimson pupils locked onto Kurik. Now can you tell me about the up-boiling waves? Kurik's voice began to tremble. That all started 400 years ago. Just as his emotions rose. Stop. Wright raised his hand to interrupt. If left to his own devices, who knows when he'd stop. I have no interest in your ancestors' tragic story of being called a liar for 400 years. Kurik choked as if a fishbone were stuck in his throat, then bared his shark-like teeth and shouted, Don't interrupt people while they're speaking. That's extremely rude. I'll say it anyway. This is the great legend of Skypiea. My ancestor Monkey D. Nolan. Dead, Wright said bluntly. Huh. His bones have turned to dust. 400 years of being mocked. Are you done? Wright picked at his ear. So where is the reverse mountain? Kurik stomped his foot in fury. How can you be so rude? Let people finish their sentences. Right. The members of the Oran army exchanged glances. One of them cautiously raised his hand. Boss, should we sing the great liar Nolan for him? Shut up. Kulrik's forehead bulged with veins. This time it's absolutely real. I've studied reverse mountain data for 20 years. Data? Wright watched his flustered expression. Right. How do I know you're not lying? Kulrik, you dare question me. The reverse mountain is in the southeast direction in 3 days. Kulrik quickly covered his mouth. He seemed to have revealed something far too significant. Wright turned and walked away. Thanks. Wait, Kulrik cried out in desperation. At least let me finish the story about Nolan and Garp's touching friendship. His words were met with the roaring engine of the Brea Jackson setting sail and Perona's distant singing, Liar. Nolan. Wright's voice carried over as well. Listen carefully to the resonance of the golden bell here. After speaking, he waved dismissively and departed elegantly. Kulrik knelt on the beach, tears streaming down his face. Young people these days are so ruthless. If Wright heard that, he would kick him right away. This gorilla saying such disgusting things. 3 days later, southeast waters of Jaya Island. Before dawn, the sea surface was calm. Wright stood alone on the dragon figurehead, sensing the increasingly intense energy fluctuations beneath the ocean. Let's see if your raging waves technique is as strong as they say. It's coming, Wright murmured, his pupils narrowing slightly. The entire steel giant ship suddenly emitted a low hum, and the thunderbark shells embedded throughout the hull automatically adjusted their angles. Without warning, the sea surface collapsed downward, forming a massive funnel over a kilometer in diameter. The Brea Jackson began to plummet rapidly along the current, yet the ship remained as steady as a rock. Only this worthy vessel deserves the Brea Jackson. Wright grinned. When the bow was still 100 meters from the vortex's bottom, boom. With a thunderous explosion, a column of water a kilometer in diameter shot straight into the sky. The upward current, powerful enough to tear apart ordinary warships, struck beneath the Dawn Phoenix's hull, but only caused the steel monster to tremble with excitement. The thunderbark shells across the ship activated simultaneously, working in tandem with the upward current's thrust propelling them skyward. The moment the Brea Jackson broke through the cloud layer before Wright's eyes lay an endless sea of clouds. He couldn't help but marvel once again at the wonders of the One Piece world. These light floating clouds were somehow sturdy enough to bear the weight of an entire warship. Lord Wright, is this Skypiea? Perona floated beside Wright, her ghosts fluttering excitedly around. Lord Wright, the clouds here feel so soft when you step on them. She tried tapping the clouds outside the ship with her toe, but immediately sank right in, leaving only her 2 hands flailing outside. Wah, help! Wright reached out expressionlessly and pulled her back. Don't run around, Perona. This is a cloud sea. Be careful. Perona pouted and brushed off the cloud fluff from her body. What is this? Upon arriving at Skypiea, they had to deal with the admission ticket. An old grandmother was collecting tickets. Has Enel become a god now? No problem. They were looking for Enel anyway. Wright felt that charging the Brea Jackson wasn't his job. Right, Enel? Money would never be handed over. The Brea Jackson slowly sailed into the outer port of Angel Island. When Roger came here, Wright went to find Brooke, so Brooke and Laboon had never visited. Now he would properly explore it. Wright felt like a delinquent youth himself. The Skypiea residents, already awestruck by the steel giant ship's presence, peeked out from behind their cloud houses. A few brave Skypiea children leaned over the cloud embankment, eyes wide with amazement. Wow, that ship is so cool. The dragon figurehead is glowing. Wright maintained a cold, expressionless gaze ahead. Inside, he was overjoyed, like the feeling when you finally finish your homework and the teacher displays it in front of the whole class. Upon reaching the port, Wright and the others jumped straight off the ship, landing on the soft cloud path. Perona floated excitedly to a small stall, staring at crafts made from Skypiea's special shell. Lord Wright, this sound shell can record audio. She picked up a shell and shouted into it, Lady Perona is the cutest. The sound shell immediately played it back, Lady Perona is the cutest Perona. She immediately paid and bought it, then frantically recorded into the shell, Lord Moria is an idiot. I hope everyone stays healthy. Moria. During the tour, Wright's gaze remained fixed on the island in the distance, shrouded in golden clouds, the island of the gods. That was Enel's domain. Perona floated back, holding a large pile of newly purchased Skypiea specialties. Lord Wright, where to next? Wright grinned, slinging his black-tied greatsword over his shoulder. To meet that god. Perona blinked. Are we going to fight now? Sightseeing is over. Wright turned toward the Dawn Phoenix. Time to get down to business. After today, this place will be ours. Since the arrival of time travelers, Skypiea has been a strategic battleground. Why could Gold Lion Roger roam free beyond the law? Simply because he could fly. With prime geographical location and immense wealth, if Wright didn't see such a place, he'd feel he was letting himself down. Before the formidable array of the 4 great sheriff officers, they waited, receiving the god's command. Suddenly the clouds churned with an unnatural crimson hue. That was not a thundercloud, it was Wright's blood mist spreading. Setting the battlefield before a fight, is that wrong? What is that? Sweat began to form on the round-faced sheriff officer. Good afternoon. Moria bowed politely, but his shadows surged behind him. May I ask, lend me your god to create a zombie, would you? The expressions of the 4 great sheriff officers, Gadatsu, Shandel, Shura, and Ohm, grew serious. Following Wright, Moria with his armament haki and observation haki was incomparable to his original storyline counterpart. This was a Moria who had never experienced defeat nor gone astray. In the pirate world, straying from the right path weakens one's strength by half. He gazed at the 4 priests standing on high alert, an exaggerated grin stretching across his face. Fushishishi. So these are the so-called messengers of God. Like captain, like crew. Root was gentle with his family, but toward outsiders he was utterly arrogant and ruthless. Moria seemed to be heading in the same direction. Savages of the Blue Sea. Shura rode atop a flame bird, his spear pointed straight at Moria. Prepare to receive God's punishment. Gadatsu was the first to attack, his nosebleed tracing a scarlet arc through the air. The jet dial exploded beneath his feet, and his figure accelerated in an instant until it was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Iron body, cloud steel. His fist shot toward Moria's face with a burst of tearing air. The shadow suddenly came alive. A pitch-black shadow hand exploded up from the deck, fingers spread wide, blocking the charge. Too slow. You still need more training. Moria's shadow split into a fanged grin, grabbed the priest's head, and slammed it viciously into the clouds. With the crisp sound of bones shattering, that's the first one, clocked in successfully. Moria's scissors spun around his fingertips. This force is much lighter than when the captain trained me. Bring some real pressure, brothers. He snapped his fingers. The shadow rose from the ground, forming a towering wall, and countless shadow blades shot outward. Shura's flame bird let out a mournful shriek. Rope clouds coiled in from every direction, but the moment they touched the shadow, they were shredded. That's the second one. You all underestimate me far too much. Moria's shadow abruptly swelled, tearing the entire rope cloud domain to pieces. Before Satoru's impact dial shockwave could even spread, it was crushed into fragments by the suddenly dividing shadow pythons. Your toys. Moria's scissors flashed coldly. Not good enough, little brother. That's the third one. It's getting a little boring. Is there anyone here who can actually fight? Ohm sat cross-legged on the cloud bricks, eyes shut tight. His ability spun at full power, yet he could not sense a thing. Why? Can't I read you? His voice began to tremble. Right? Why is that? Oh, is it because armament haki is blocking me? At the instant the shadow horn spear pierced his chest. If you know, then die. Because you know too much. Perona hung in midair, ghosts holding a glowing sign that read, Zombie 4. Lord Moria is so slow. She swung her legs as a tone dial looped a recording. Lady Perona is the cutest. The captain took care of all of them. Just a bunch of small fry. I didn't even get a decent fight. Moria laughed wildly. Atop the temple, Enel was furious. Since he had become a god, no one had ever dared to touch a god's majesty. 200 million volts, thunder god. The enraged roar made the sea of clouds boil. Root cut it apart with a single slash. Moria, go back and rest. I can handle the rest. The so-called god. Root tilted his head. Can only hide behind the clouds and shoot lightning. Enel's golden scepter erupted with blinding lightning. 200 million volts, god's judgment. Without even raising an eyelid, Root casually swung the black-tied greatsword coated in armament haki, and a scarlet sword beam split the air. Your observation haki is quite well developed, though. Root suddenly appeared behind Enel. What a pity. Even Root felt he was bullying the man as easy as snatching a lollipop from a child by the roadside. Impossible. My Thunder God form. Oi, no way. Why has your Thunder God form stopped working? Root's words were light, but his actions were utterly ruthless. He stomped down on the lightning, trying to reform blood mist seeping into Enel's wounds. In the new world, anyone who is anyone knows armament hockey. Your world is too small, Enel. Enel suddenly screamed. The blood mist was devouring his lightning. Even worse, he could clearly feel that as his body coalesced through elementalization, the eerie blood mist instantly corroded it. A truly horrifying sight. Enel knelt before the shattered golden temple, his long earlobes hanging limply. Lightning flickered faintly around him, yet it could not break free from the blood mist's bonds. His golden scepter was broken in two. The once arrogant eyes now held only an incredulous tremor. Why? His voice was hoarse. Is my lightning useless against you? Root stood before him, the black-tied greatsword resting on his shoulder, looking down at the man who claimed to be a god. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I told you your horizons are too narrow. That so-called mantra of yours can cover the entire Sky Island. A decent talent certainly, but your fighting style is like a child playing with lightning. It's laughable. Root crouched down, his scarlet eyes locked onto Enel's. You don't understand true power at all. What exactly do you want? Root grinned. I want you to submit. Enel's expression twisted for an instant, but soon he laughed. A hoarse manic laugh. Submit. I am a god. How could I possibly? Bang. Root slammed a punch into Enel's face, armament hockey meeting his cheek directly. Enel's nose spurted blood, and his whole body tumbled backward, crashing through several golden pillars. A god. Acting tough in front of me. Why don't you ask CP0 how they felt? They slept quite well. Root shook out his fist. A piece of trash who can't even use hockey. How dare you call yourself a god? I'll give you two choices. Root raised two fingers. First, die here. My patience with you has limits. Second, join the Crimson Dawn and become my crew member. Coldness filled Root's eyes. I'll show you true power and let you understand that your so-called invincibility is nothing but the fantasy of a frog at the bottom of a well. Enel's breath grew rapid as he stared at Root. Can you really make me stronger? Root smiled, his smile carrying absolute confidence. Stronger than you can imagine. Conqueror's hockey pressed down on Enel. After a one-sided, friendly exchange, Root withdrew his Conqueror's hockey. At last, Enel slowly rose to his feet, knelt on one knee, and lowered his proud head. I submit. Root nodded in satisfaction, reached out, and pressed a hand on his shoulder. A wise choice. The blood mist slowly withdrew, and Enel felt his power return. From today on, you are the Thunder God of the Crimson Dawn. Ha ha ha. Root turned and walked toward the Bruma Jackson. Don't disappoint me. Enel watched his back, his eyes no longer filled with contempt, but a nearly fanatical fighting spirit. Root, he murmured. What kind of man are you exactly? Had Enel looked directly at Root's face, he would have seen a smile like the return of a dragon king, one he could barely suppress. Perona drifted over, grinning. Welcome aboard. Lord Root is going to become the strongest man in the world. As Root single-handedly beat Enel's Sandia warriors and Sky Island residents converged from different directions, weapons in hand, eyeing each other warily, yet forced to face the threat before them. Enel, what exactly do you want? Weber gripped his flamberge tightly, his gaze fixed mercilessly on Root. After finishing his beating and departing, Root encountered more approaching warriors, and simply sat on a broken golden pillar, his black-tied greatsword planted beside him, with a blood mist swirling around to heighten the oppressive atmosphere. Still can't rest, have to keep up the act for a while. Sigh, so tired, have feels good. He scanned the ragtag group of warriors. I gave Enel one choice, and now I'll give you one too. The Sky Island elder spoke tremblingly. Enel has truly fallen. Perona floated in the air, grinning as she waved the sound bell in her hand. Of course, he's now our ship's god of thunder. The Sandians' faces turned grim. You've subdued a god. Impossible. Moria emitted a low laugh. Fufufu. Don't measure our captain by your strength. Root felt pleased. This was the benefit of having crewmates. Both sides' warriors tensed unilaterally, weapons aimed at Root. Root stood up, and the blood mist suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire area. Listen. His voice was cold and clear. Your grudges are none of my business. Everyone froze. But this island is now my territory. Root pointed toward the distant golden bell. 400 years ago, Narland and Calgara agreed to ring it as a symbol of their friendship. 400 years later, you still fight to the death over this worthless land. Don't you find that ridiculous? The Sky Island elder paled. But Jaya is our holy land. Holy land. Root sneered. When Enel occupied it, why didn't you call it a holy land? What happened after I took it over? Do you want me to give it back? You fear Enel, but don't you fear me who defeated him? You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? The Sandian warrior gritted his teeth. We just want to reclaim our ancestors' land. We've decided to stop running away. We are brave warriors. Root's gaze swept over them. Same as before, I give you two choices. First, continue fighting me until you're all wiped out. The blood mist churned, the black-tied greatsword trembled slightly, and a hint of Conqueror's hockey enveloped Root. He truly feared accidentally wiping them all out if he wasn't careful. Second, you share this island with me. The golden bell, the pet inside it, and all the gold belonged to me. Silence fell over the crowd. He'd played the tough guy long enough. Now it was time for the kind approach. Just then, Enel's figure emerged from the clouds, lightning dancing around him. Captain Root is right. His voice remained an aloof divine decree. You ants aren't even worthy to contest this land. The Sky Islanders and Sandians stepped back in unison, fear appearing in their eyes. Enel sneered. If the captain weren't merciful, I'd have incinerated all of you by now. Root raised his hand. Enough. Enel sniffed and fell silent. See, Root surveyed the crowd. Your enemy has never been each other, but gods like Enel. And I shall become the new god of this island. You may live on the land as you wish, I won't interfere with your lives. Instead, I'll offer you protection. All I ask is your complete loyalty. Now I give you one chance. Either reconcile, or the blood mist erupted suddenly, transforming into countless blades hovering before everyone's throats. Die. Weber clenched his fists tightly, angry at his own weakness. Root knew he needed to add fuel to the fire. The reason you've been dominated all along is your weakness. You must know about the lower world. Clinging to the strong isn't shameful. After a long silence, Weber was the first to lower his weapon. Seeing him lead, everyone else followed suit. We accept. The Sky Island elder nodded tremblingly. We also accept. Root satisfiedly withdrew the blood mist. Good. Perona floated over ghosts, cheerfully scattering petals. Congratulations, from today on we're all good friends. The Sandian warriors and Sky Island residents exchanged glances and slowly lowered their weapons. They had just survived Enel's tyranny and witnessed Root crushing the god to claim the new throne. Now the future of the Sky Island rested on this man's every whim. Root shouldered his black-tied greatsword as the blood mist flowed gently around him. He scanned the crowd, his voice lazy yet indisputable. All right, the fighting's over. Now let's talk about how to make your lives better. Drive you away? Root raised an eyebrow. Then who'd pay my taxes? No, you're all my little helpers. With his sincere, sparkling eyes, Root looked at them. Enel sniffed coldly, lightning flickering at his fingertips, but ultimately dared not argue. Root's first command was build roads. For centuries, the Sky Islanders and Sandians had bled over land disputes. Root couldn't let that happen again. Losing even one person would make him sad. He decreed directly connect the broken lands of Angel Island and Sandia. From now on, we're all family. Anyone causing internal strife will sleep it off properly. Moria's zombie engineering crew was highly efficient. Within days, cloud bridges, ladders, and markets rose from the ground. Root healed the battle-damaged priests. As long as Root didn't want them to die, no one could perish before him. There was no way around it. The Sky Island's combat power was truly lacking for Root. Since it was to become his territory, he needed capable people. The burden was heavy and the road long. What was the most valuable thing on the Sky Island? Berries. The reason Root spent so much effort was that he needed to maintain the Sky Island's normal operation. To him, the Sky Island was a goose that laid golden eggs. Its specialty air bells, each with various functions, were basically monopolized by the Sky Island. Wine bells, flame bells, sound bells, impact bells. These were rare commodities in the lower world. Uncle Tom's bell usage for building the Nirvana had basically exhausted all reserves. Root stroked his chin, calculating. Monopoly, new monopoly. Root establishes a new monopoly. The Sky Island Shellfish Trading Company rose up. The Sandians handled collection and the Sky Islanders handled processing. Profit sharing. I'll pay you wages. Time moves forward. The golden bell, silent for so many years, once again echoes through the heavens. The thunderous toll of the golden bell pierced through the sea of clouds lingering over Magnolia Town. Curly had wagered with the gorillas that a certain pirate crew wouldn't mock his dream, and as expected, he lost his last pair of supreme boxers once again. Frantically pounding the ground to vent his frustration just as he was about to borrow a pair with a banana pattern from his companions. Boss, did you hear that? The ape's hand bounced up and down in front of Curly. But Curly stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with shock. That sound is... The second bell toll seemed to confirm what his heart already knew. Curly remembered Rida waving his hand that day, asking him to listen to the ringing echoes of the bell. You actually did it. You damn bastard, you're incredibly cool. You damn bastard, you're incredibly cool. Curly suddenly dove headfirst into the sea, terrifying the gorillas into collective screams. The boss is having a breakdown. 3 seconds later, he burst from the water with a splash, holding up the dripping measuring device and laughing wildly. It's not a hallucination. It's not a hallucination. Ha ha. Curly stood atop the mountain peak, shouting toward Magnolia Town. You bastards. Did you hear that? Ha ha ha, I'm not lying, my ancestors weren't liars. Ha. You bastards, listen. But he felt he couldn't just contain this excitement, so he sprinted straight toward town. Inside the tavern, the punks playing cards were startled when the blonde-haired man burst in. Curly, drenched from head to toe, grabbed the bartender by the collar. Did you hear that? That's the echo of the golden bell. Tell me, is it real? What madness are you indulging in? The third toll of the bell fell like thunder, silencing the entire tavern in an instant. Curly released his grip and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. 400 years. Nolan, I finally... When the orangutans and gorillas arrived, they found their leader in tears and exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into their own sobs. Stop crying, stop crying. Curly wiped his face and leapt to his feet. Prepare my ship now. He tore off his shirt as he ran. I'm going to the Sky Island. Right now? Immediately. The Sky Island truly exists. But boss, your underwear. Who cares about underwear? The land of gold is calling. Meanwhile, the residents of Magnolia Town all looked up at the sky. A little girl tugged at her mother's dress. Is there thunder in the sky? The mother gazed at the white expanse in the clouds and covered the little girl's eyes. No, dear. Mommy thinks she's been doing something very foolish. Mommy mocked a true man of the sea, but dear, remember this. If someone runs naked in the street, they're the pervert. The bartender straightened his disheveled clothes and silently polished a glass, lost in thought. Hey, old drunks, about that lunatic from the Mont Blanc family. Yes, the one who talks about the Sky Island all day. He might. Probably. Actually be right. Higher above the clouds, Perona watched the striking golden bell. Lord Rida, I wonder if the blonde uncle is happy now. Rida glanced at Perona. Who knows? Enel scoffed. Foolish land dwellers. Fufufu. Moria asked Rida. Are we leaving now? No need. Rida turned toward the cabin, a slight smile playing on his lips. Let him lose his mind. After waiting 400 years for a dream to come true, anyone would go mad. We still have arrangements on the Sky Island to handle. Time resumed its course, and it was time for the Crimson Dawn pirate crew to depart. Enel stood at the stern. Is this sufficient? Rida didn't turn around. Hatred takes time to resolve. History tells us that as long as the people are fed and clothed, they don't care who rules them. Perona added with a grin. That's us. Rida patted Perona's head. Little Perona, when they grow accustomed to this safe and comfortable life, they will naturally support me. Moria laughed with a fufufu. What an interesting development. Back on the blue sea, they drifted aimlessly once more. Rida had already explored most of what there was to see, so now he was just going with the flow. You damn captain, when will this end? Enel shouted at Rida. Perona and Laplu looked at Enel, the two little ones watching the drama unfold. Everyone should remember our Pluma Jackson can fire those long, thick, powerful shells after charging up, right? Rida's blood mist erosion has extremely strong corrosive properties, but the visual effects aren't bad either. But our Thunder God, why is he called the Thunder God? Because he can use lightning to charge the ship. The Crimson Dawn power bank, everyone says it's great. Mainly because Rida is the captain, so doing it himself would be too undignified. Rida feels he's become more unrestrained than before. Whether it's Tizolo or Enel, if he were on Roger's ship, Rida would definitely behave more steadily, like a younger brother who wants to appear more serious and mature in front of his older brother to prove himself a reliable adult. Now, Rida has truly started to do whatever he wants following his whims. As long as he finds it interesting, Rida will do it. I believe everyone has imagined themselves as a cold-blooded, ruthless killer, or when all their companions fall, and they face a million-strong army alone. That's the hot-blooded moment. Rida is just experiencing it immersively. Maybe one day, when Rida has had enough fun, the nickname Cold-Blooded Rida will be retired. There's no time to mourn Cold-Blooded Rida. Perhaps what will appear in the future is Emperor Rida. When you have strength, you might as well have fun. These past few days, whenever Rida had free time, he'd have Enel fire a shot. That roar of the steel beast was more thrilling than horseshoe trimming and carpet washing combined. At first, Enel bore a grudge against Rida, but dared not speak out. But he discovered the captain's daily life didn't match his expectations, and he couldn't tolerate it anymore. Today, he finally exploded. Rida pointed both index fingers at Enel. But it's really cool, isn't it? Perona and Laplu turned their heads back to Rida. You're trying to drain me dry, Captain. The two little ones looked at Enel again. Oh, what's the harm? Wouldn't you just need to sleep it off? Otherwise, how could you become our ship's Thunder God? Moria couldn't bear to watch anymore. His shadow extended several hands to silently cover Perona and Laplu's ears. A one appeared on Moria's forehead in the form of a crossed vein. The two were still arguing, pulling each other's hair and faces. Rida grabbed Enel's earlobe, and Enel bit Rida's hair. When Moria's crossed veins almost covered his entire forehead, he completely lost it. HHH. Bang. Bang. Moria punched each of them. You two watch your language. Are you trying to corrupt Perona? Some Mason Moria-san. The two held their heads, crouching before Moria with their hands on their heads, because of the pain, to sincerely apologize. Enel lay sprawled on the deck of the Bruce Jackson, utterly spent like a fish dried to crisps in the sun. His golden head wrap had slipped to one side, and his signature long earlobes hung listlessly. Recharging the ship truly exhausted him. I am a god. He protested weakly. A god? Rate squatted beside him, prodding his cheek with a small wooden stick in a mocking tone. With abilities this mediocre, you couldn't beat a watchdog in the new world. Oh, Enel, you're so weak. Can't even handle 3 shots. Enel's earlobes bristled with fury, lightning crackling at his fingertips. But before it could coalesce, Rate slapped it apart with a casual backhand. Stop struggling, rookie. Rate rose to his feet and withdrew a small booklet from his coat. The cover read Enel Growth Observation Diary. He flipped to the first page and began scribbling observation: hockey B- armament, hockey F, physical fitness, D, devil fruit development C+. Overall evaluation, not even warlord material, pathetic. TSK. Perona floated nearby, clutching her Kamashi plush, grinning as she added fuel to the fire. Kamashi can even sew clothes, Enel. Although what Perona said was true, for some reason, he detected mockery in her words. He was the sovereign god of Skypiea. Could this stuff really make him stronger? Granted, firing cannons felt satisfying, but recharging was genuine labor. Raid also intended to build Enel's stamina truly. Alright, training begins. Raid clapped his hands and opened a container revealing it packed with lead balls. You're fortunate to experience this. This is a technique the Pirate King used to train me. How envious you are to have such a wise and mighty captain. Enel's eyelid twitched violently. What is this supposed to achieve? Observation hockey training. Raid grinned wickedly. Lead balls you cannot dodge will kill you. The best way to unlock your potential. Come on, Enel. Observation hockey is nothing more than the desperate desire to survive. Wait, die. Before Enel could react, Moria had already maneuvered 30 zombies into a circle, each wielding a lead ball. Fufufu. Let's begin. Bang. Lead balls rained down like a storm. Enel dodged frantically, but several grazed past his body, slamming into the deck with deafening cracks. Hey, I'm still developing my strength, I'm not blind. Every single one is coated in armament hockey, right? Raid picked his nose. Obviously. How else would we hit you? Hey, this isn't training, it's murder. Raid lounged on a beach chair, sunglasses on, leisurely sipping iced juice. Stop complaining. Your previous broad sense perception was too crude. You must learn to precisely track each ball's trajectory. The reason your observation hockey is so strong is because the Goro Goro no Mi granted you the ability to sense bioelectricity. But your observation hockey is far from complete. Crackle. Easy, it hurts. Damn it. Zap. Thud. Corona's ghost floated overhead, holding a scorecard, hits 99 out of 100. Enel. One more to reach 100. Bang. The final lead ball struck him squarely on the back of the head, and Enel sank into an infant's peaceful slumber. Raid satisfiedly closed his little notebook. Observation hockey elevated to be not bad. That afternoon, Raid regarded him with a smile. Enel, I have a brilliant idea. If Shanks or Buggy had been present, they would have turned and fled immediately. To help you quickly master armament hockey. Now armament hockey is. Rout crossed his arms, wearing an expression of grave seriousness. For once Enel was paying close attention, but the very next moment, bang. Rout punched him with full force, sending him embedded into the cabin wall, where he slowly slid downward. You didn't explain anything, you damn bastard. Practice makes perfect. Raid produced a black wooden staff from somewhere, beaming. Come try this. Kaido's personal staff. Wait, that's AAHHH. He had finally gotten his revenge, relishing every blow. Absolutely exhilarating. Lightning and thunder erupted across the deck as Moria silently distributed insulating suits to his zombies. Fufufu. These two are having so much fun. 3 days later, when Raid stealthily ambushed him from behind with a slipper, Enel reacted instinctively, raising his arm, which instantly shrouded itself in jet black armament hockey. Smack. The slipper bounced away. An eerie silence fell over everyone. Perona's ghost celebrated with confetti. Congratulations on graduating, Moria applauded. Fufufu. Finally, no more screaming. Enel's eyes welled with tears. I finally. Raid patted his shoulder approvingly. Not bad based on my observations. Enel looked at him expectantly. You can now recharge at least 6 times. Enel, next time we encounter the Navy, we'll start with 6 recharges, haha. Look, your understanding of the Goro Goro no Mi abilities has improved considerably. Raid excitedly held up 2 batteries. Enel, those are MY abilities, you jerk. Don't be stingy. Raid shoved the plug into his ear. Come on, give us a charge. Our music player stopped working. SSSCT. The lights on the entire ship flickered wildly. Enel's hair stood on end, torn between rage and being electrocuted. Who could guess which? You monsters. Raid stroked his chin thoughtfully. If only the output were more stable. Enel. Why had he followed this madman in the first place? After months of hellish training, although Raid claimed Enel was weak, referring only to combat strength rather than talent, Enel's natural aptitude proved remarkably strong. Raid cosplayed as a Marine Admiral, his cape bearing the words graduation examiner, holding an apple. Final test. Peel an apple for me using armament hockey. Enel. What kind of test is this? Cut the chatter, hurry up. Enel gritted his teeth, but obediently took the apple. He drew a deep breath, wrapping lightning around his fingertips, while simultaneously coating them in armament hockey, then carefully began peeling. The apple peel came away in one perfect strip. Rout wiped away a tear, moved. The child has grown up. Then he turned and fed the apple to Laboon. Enel let out a shark-like roar. My graduation project. I worked so hard for this long, and you just eat it in one bite. His observation hockey was no longer a simple broad spread. It had become denser and more refined, capable of precisely predicting every attack. His lightning merged flawlessly with armament hockey, transforming into a black-red thunder armor that skyrocketed his power. 200 million volts, Thunder God armament. Black-red lightning exploded, shaking the entire seas. Moria chuckled. His strength is finally catching up to the warlords. Perona clapped. Congratulations, now you won't have to endure Master Rout's beatings anymore. Rout stood at the bow, gazing at the transformed Enel, finally breaking into a satisfied smile. Barely passing. Enel knelt on one knee, lightning surging within his eyes. Captain Rout, I will never let you down again. Rout nodded and turned away coldly. Enel. Captain, I'm here. Enel gazed at Rout with burning intensity, waiting for his next words. Go charge us up, go charge us up. I want to play. Rout's true colors revealed. Enel, damn Captain. The last sentence was completely unnecessary. Right and the others were evolving into sea wolves. Any one of Captain Mouse's ilk was sent straight to a dirt nap. Finally they reached satiety. Haha, I'm back again. In the old days, Wright had to unleash every skill he had just to fight passably against the three admirals in their youth. Now he felt he had a chance to defeat them. Slim, but still a chance. Before he couldn't win at all, now victory was possible. After all, Wright was playing with cheat codes. At Shaggy's rip-off bar on the Satiety archipelago, Wright sat at the counter reading the newspaper photos of the admiral's investiture while Laboon munched on fish beside him. Sengoku had officially taken over from Fleet Admiral Kong the Steelbone, Akainu Sakazuki Kazaborsalino Akiji Kazan. With the new admirals added to the old veterans, the Marine's strength was undeniably immense. Shaggy wiped the glass and let out a soft laugh. But little Wright, I hear you've recently taken on a remarkable crewmate. Huh? Wright raised an eyebrow. That kid with the rumble fruit. Shaggy pushed up her sunglasses, her red lips curving with amusement. The papers say he blew up a Marine branch base. Before Wright could answer, Perona drifted over and flopped onto the bar. Shaggy. Enel got teased. When he first boarded, he found out that Lord Wright made him the god of thunder, just so he could charge the ship. Moria wore a sly grin. Fufufu. Now every electrical appliance on the ship runs on his lightning. Shaggy laughed until her shoulders shook. If people without devil fruits ever found out you're using a Logia like this, they'd explode, wouldn't they, eh? Shaggy caught herself and teased. No, wait. Wright found Moria to solve the problem of having enough hands to sail the ship, then found Enel to solve the energy problem. The little guy's got quite a talent for this, hasn't he? Bang! The bar door was suddenly split open by a bolt of lightning. Enel stood in the doorway, his face dark. I heard that. Shaggy's eyes lit up. Oh, speak of the devil. She studied the still smoking door. That door will be 100 berries. A vein bulged on Enel's forehead. Woman, you're asking for death, Zehi. A wave of pure conqueror's hockey pressed Enel to the ground. A lazy voice drawled, how many bottles of your most expensive liquor would this guy's bounty buy? Shaggy pretended to think. 100 million berries. Maybe about a third of my wine cellar. She suddenly leaned close to Enel. Ever think about switching sides? Big sister would pay you double wages. Enel glanced at Wright, and Wright spread his hands to show he hadn't used conqueror's hockey. Rayleigh came out of the back room, carrying coding tools. Young people really know how to liven things up. Right? There's something going on there. Shaggy kicked a stool aside with elegant grace. Your captain taught Shanks and Buggy back on Roger's ship. His eye for people has become sharp. She shot Wright a meaningful glance. Now you've learned to pick up treasures. The rumble fruit, the hollow fruit, the shadow fruit. And this. Wright suddenly pulled a tone dial from inside his coat and pressed it. Lady Perona is the cutest. Lord Moria is an idiot. The bar went silent in an instant. Perona, face flushed red, lunged for the tone dial. Lord Wright, when did you take that? Annie Shaggy had always been kind to her, and she had always kept up the image of a good girl. How could the captain do this to her? Rayleigh answered, your ship is coded, but... He narrowed his eyes. You're not planning to slaughter a few celestial dragons again, are you? Wright grinned. Uncle Rayleigh, how could you? Doubting me like this will break my heart. But I'm not interested for now. This is a proper sightseeing trip. Rayleigh and Shaggy both raised an eyebrow. Sightseeing? Wright stood up, the black-tied greatsword on his shoulder. To Fishman Island to enjoy the scenery. Last time I went in too much of a hurry to truly savor it. Rayleigh burst out laughing. You? Sightseeing? You went sightseeing at Skypiea and ended up taking its god with you. Wright shrugged. This time I really am just looking. The current Fishman Island. Oh, what am I saying? Let's go, Uncle Rayleigh. Perona floated by the ship's side, gently poking the coating bubble with her fingertip. The transparent membrane dimpled slightly with her touch, then bounced back. Lord Wright, can this bubble really take us down to the seafloor? She blinked her big eyes, and her ghosts pressed curiously against the inner wall of the bubble. Wright jumped onto the figurehead and grinned. Set sail, destination Fishman Island. The Bruma Jackson sank slowly, the coating bubble shimmering with rainbow light in the refracted sunlight. Just as everyone was admiring the wonders of the deep sea, the ship suddenly shuddered violently. Boom! A colossal dark shadow shot out from the depths, scarlet eyes blazing in the darkness like twin blood moons. Its body was several times larger than the Bruma Jackson. A Sea King. Moria's shadow swelled in an instant. It's asking to die. Bang! The Sea King's gigantic tail slammed into the shadow wall, rocking the entire ship violently and sending ripples across the surface of the coating bubble. Perona was jolted into the air, and her ghosts scattered in panic. Wah, are we sinking? I'll handle this. Perona suddenly floated to the front of the group. Wright raised an eyebrow. Haha, little Perona, I'll leave it to you then. A Sea King like this could be scared off with a single blast of Conqueror's hockey, but little Perona needed training too. Perona set her hands on her hips, looking confident. A mere Sea King. Watch my negative hollow. With a wave of her small hand, 3 translucent negative hollows passed through the coating bubble and drifted, still bubble-wrapped, toward the Sea King. The negative hollows moved lazily up to the Sea King and swayed before its enormous eye. The Sea King. The next second, plop. The enormous Sea King suddenly curled into a ball, tears in its eyes. Bo, 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 ayo, bo, 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 bo. Translation, sorry. I'm just a useless deep-sea salted fish. I don't even have the courage to float to the surface and sunbathe. The entire ship fell into an eerie silence. Moria's shadow froze. Fufufu. This move works on Sea Kings too. Enel's mouth twitched. Are you kidding me? That reaction is way too lame. Wright froze for a second, then burst out laughing. Well done, Perona. No matter how effective it was, praise was the right call. Perona floated back triumphantly, and her ghost chirped. Lady Perona is super amazing. The Sea King was still curled up on the seafloor drawing circles muttering, Bo 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 bo, I can't even ram through coral. As the Dawn Nirvana continued to dive, the outline of Fishman Island gradually came into view. Fishman Island was formed from two enormous layers of bubble membrane, and it was this special structure that forced visiting ships to enter Fishman Island's harbor rather than roam freely. The mermaid soldiers on guard had noticed the ship long before, but their eyes were full of confidence. That ship is Lord Wright. The Crimson Dawn Pirates. They're back. Wright stood at the bow and grinned. Don't worry, we're just here to. The guard turned and ran. Wright hadn't sensed any trace of fear, so why did the guard run? He paused, then turned to Perona. What did we come here for again? Perona rolled her eyes. Sightseeing. The Bloom Jackson slowly drifted through the double-layered bubble membrane of Fishman Island. Root stood at the bow shrouded in crimson mist, his dark tide broadsword slung over his shoulder as his gaze swept over this deep-sea kingdom etched into his memories. Quite a transformation, he murmured softly. The once ruined Fishman district had been completely reborn with coral brick homes arranged in harmonious disorder. Merfolk and fishmen walked side by side along the streets, children played and laughed, and the oppression of years past was nowhere to be found. At the harbor, a squad of well-equipped Fishman soldiers stood at attention, yet their eyes held no fear or hostility, only deep admiration. Lord Root is looking at me. Aya, it's Lord Root, our hero. The Lord noticed me. I'm from the Salmon clan. We'll name our child Rewin. Lord Root, could you sign my name? Look at my new clothes. The mermaid guard who had just run away pushed through the crowd and approached excitedly. Root looked on in disbelief. A huge wanted poster of himself was printed on the guard's white shirt. Was this a one-piece paint shirt? Only after Root forced himself to sign did the guard snap out of it. Lord Root, King Neptune has been waiting for you. My mind goes blank whenever I see Lord Root. I'm just too excited. Root broke into an awkward laugh. Ah, I understand. Perona floated over to Root's side and whispered, they seem to welcome us warmly. Root scratched his head smugly. He had a hand in making Fishman Island this way. Neptune, the current king of Fishman Island, personally welcomed them at the gates of Ryugu Palace. He had grown even more imposing with age, wearing a crown and wielding a golden trident, yet his eyes still held the same warmth from back then. Brother Root. Neptune strode forward and embraced him tightly. Root stared at Neptune in bewilderment. I've finally waited this long for you. Root was pulled into Neptune's chest for a massive hug. He frantically patted Neptune's arms, careful not to hurt him, and pleaded helplessly, let go, I'm suffocating. Neptune released his grip and laughed heartily. Thanks to your guidance. Before Father passed away, he said Fishman Island wouldn't have reached this point without someone waking him up back then. Perona looked utterly astonished, glancing at the bearded Neptune, then at the dashing young man, Root, with long hair flowing down his shoulders. Lord Root is older than Uncle Neptune. The little one felt her entire worldview crumbling. Inside the banquet hall beneath the crystal chandeliers, tables groaned under the weight of deep-sea delicacies. Neptune raised his glass and cried out, to the Roger Pirates. To the benefactor who changed the fate of Fishman Island. As everyone drank cheerfully, Root noticed a stone monument standing in the corner of the hall, its surface inscribed with names. Those were the Fishmen warriors who had sacrificed themselves fighting against the slave trade. We haven't been idle these years, Neptune explained, following his gaze. Tiger formed the guard force specifically to hunt down slave ships. The world government once sent CP9 and the Navy to suppress us, but he grinned, revealing sharp shark-like teeth. We drove them back. Root looked at Neptune. Where was the weakness from the original story? Only confidence shone in his eyes. Perona covered her mouth in surprise. This is incredible. Not entirely, Neptune shook his head. But we adopted a mutual destruction stance, forcing them to retreat. He pointed to the bubble membrane overhead. We told the Navy that if they dared to attack forcefully, we'd destroy the supporting bubbles of Fishman Island and sink the entire island to the bottom of the sea. Root raised an eyebrow. Turning the tables was quite clever. No, Neptune's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. We were truly prepared. Father went with the resolve to die. After the banquet, Neptune led Root to the highest point of Ryugu Palace, overlooking the entire island. In the night, the lights of Fishman Island twinkled like stars. The problem now is that pirates all want to make a name for themselves by stepping on us merfolk, Neptune said with a bitter smile. Since the slave trade was banned, there are fewer human traffickers, but more pirates. They want to build their reputations on the backs of Fishman Island. Root scoffed. Sink the sightseeing pirates to the bottom of the sea, and the problem's solved, right? Neptune shook his head. We don't want to return to the era of isolation. So, he pulled out a document. We established the Deep Sea Guard, comprised of fishmen, merfolk, and human pirates who are willing to abide by the rules, all working together to maintain order. Printed prominently on the document was the list of collaborators, the Blackbeard Pirates, and even several Revolutionary Army contact points. Neptune bowed slightly. We also hope to cooperate with your crew. We will pay compensation annually. Root looked at Neptune with suspicion. Neptune seemed to know what he was about to ask. Brother Root, you misunderstand. This isn't about seeking the submission of external forces, but rather a cooperative model. By borrowing Brother Root's reputation, we can conduct more stable and comfortable trade, attracting more merchants to trade with us. Then we will share some of the profits with you. Moreover, our development also takes time. Root whistled. Looks like you've learned to leverage strength. Alright, our Blood Dawn can agree to your cooperation. At this moment, little Shirahoshi timidly leaned against the corner of the wall watching Root. She was so small now. It was strange why she became so tall when Luffy arrived. Shirahoshi, take me around Fishman Island. Shirahoshi hesitated, glancing at her mother. Queen Otoheim nodded. She hadn't sensed any malice from Root, and she gently agreed. Go ahead, and remember to come back before dinner. Root carried little Shirahoshi and Perona as they walked along the Coral Avenue. Moria and Enel had long since wandered off somewhere with Laboon. The Fishman residents along the way watched with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Who would have imagined that Root, the captain of the fearsome Blood Dawn Pirates, was currently letting two little girls braid his hair? Little Shirahoshi pointed the way while Root shopped along the entire route, playing until evening. Shirahoshi secretly leaned close to Root's ear and whispered, Brother Root, I heard that Sister Sherry can foresee the future. Sherry should still be a little kid now. Root pretended to be very surprised. Really? Is it that magical? Little Shirahoshi nodded seriously, but unfortunately, it was too late. Root smiled and shook his head. Then let's make a promise between the two of us. When I come to Mermaid Cove, next time will you take me to see it, okay? The promise of the Pirate King. Those who understand, understand. Little Shirahoshi's face was full of joy. Brother Root, it's a promise. Then let's go home. Root adjusted the two little girls to make them more comfortable. Let's go home. Root carried the sleeping Perona on his shoulder and held the drowsy Shirahoshi in his arms as he returned to Ryugu Palace. Queen Otoheim had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. It seems the children had a lot of fun. Root tossed Perona aside and she automatically floated in midair, muttering vaguely, Lord Root. Throw me higher. Shirahoshi rubbed her eyes and snuggled into Otoheim's embrace. Suddenly remembering something, she grabbed Root's sleeve. Are you leaving tomorrow? Root smiled and patted her head. I'm a ruthless pirate, you know. Pirates can't stay in one place for too long. The real reason was that when Root walked with the two little ones, there were all fans shouting after them. This place really couldn't be stayed in at all. He had to run fast, otherwise it would all become dark history. Otoheim said softly, Mr. Root, you. Let's talk about it another day. He interrupted. Otoheim watched his receding figure and suddenly noticed that rumored madman Crimson Fog now had a crooked coral hairpin woven by Shirahoshi pinned to his cuff, while Perona's ghost umbrella hung from his sword hilt. Lord Root is truly gentle. The next day Shirahoshi held on to Root and sobbed, her eyes full of reluctance. In the end she let go. Root patted her head and bid her farewell. Don't forget our promise. The Bloom Jackson set sail once again. Life returned to calm. Watching Perona drift aimlessly across the deck, Rhett felt that something was missing. Now Perona spent every day riding Laboon around the ship. Then it hit him, homework. Learning sharpens the mind. Perona was only 6. How could she not study? That wouldn't do. Fortunately O'Hara was still around, so he could send Perona there for a while. Rhett waved his hand grandly and ordered the whole crew to head for O'Hara. Lord Rhett, what is O'Hara? Is there anything fun there? Rhett could hardly suppress his grin. It's a very exciting place. But naive Laboon sensed that things might not be so simple. 5 years of mock tests, 7 years of real exam papers. How could that not scare you? Of course, he wasn't going to tell Perona any of that. Not long after, thud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fancy transition. As the Dawn Nirvana slowly came alongside the shore, Perona leaned over the railing, her pink twin tails swaying gently in the sea breeze. Lord Rhett, is that big tree the library? It's so big. Rhett looked at Perona. Do you like it? Remember, here you have to call them teacher. Huh, why? Because. Rhett suddenly gave a devilish smile. Starting today, you'll be attending school here for a while. Rhett had no intention of taking books home and teaching her himself. In his past life, he had seen the terrifying state of parents on the internet helping their kids with homework. Here at least there were the most brilliant scholars, all high-quality tutors. Perona's little face instantly fell. School. Moria's shadow rolled around the deck laughing. Foo-ha-ha-ha. Little Perona, studying is really very important. Enel watched coldly from the side. Boring. When the uninvited guest stepped into the library, Director Clover pushed up his glasses. Pirates. We don't. Rhett casually tossed a pouch of gold coins. Sponsorship fee. The pouch of gold coins hit the table with a dull thud, and the scholar's eyes immediately brightened. Recently, the world government censorship had grown stricter and stricter, and the research institute really needed the funds. Ahem. Welcome to O'Hara. The director's attitude warmed at once. What subject would this young lady like to study? Perona hid behind Rhett, revealing only half her face. I want to learn the most powerful ghost magic. This is a sacred place of knowledge. Rhett grabbed her by the back of her collar and pushed her forward. You only need to teach her basic reading. A tome as thick as a brick was slammed onto the table. Perona's ghosts all fainted. That's too much. Perona sat by the fountain, kicking her little legs. I can't understand those squiggly tadpole characters at all. Suddenly a small stone hit her on the back of the head. Huh. Look at that pink-haired weirdo. The older kids jeered from a short distance away. She's actually reading. Is that a ghost? She's a demon too. Rhett Moria's aura shifted instantly. You're looking for death. Rhett gritted his teeth in fury. Oh, you old thief, you love this contrast. The people with the most complete knowledge in the world and the most ignorant people in the world side by side. Perona's tears welled up in her eyes. She was about to release her negative hollows. Thump. A thin little figure suddenly appeared in front of her. A bespectacled black-haired girl spread her arms wide like a mother hen shielding her chicks. Don't bully people. The three older kids' expressions turned grim. It's a monster. Run. The crowd scattered in an instant, leaving behind a mess of lunchboxes scattered on the ground. Perona stared blankly at the girl who was half a head shorter than her. You. Why did you help me? Robin brushed off her clothes and picked up the meal that had been knocked over. It was the lunch the director had given her. If she didn't eat it, she would be hungry at night and her aunt wouldn't give her anything else. But that didn't stop Robin from smiling gently. A friend of mine told me that if you want to make friends, you have to bravely take the first step. Would you be my friend? Rhett hadn't planned to interfere with this at first, because although Robin's life was tragic, her ending was good. But then again, Robin was a good kid. You've certainly made your path much wider. Sunlight slipped through the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled light and shadow over the two little girls. No one noticed 3 pools of blood left in the distant forest, their owners unknown. Rhett took note. Robin's friend. Saul has already come, hasn't he? What rotten luck. The transformation of Akiji from a hot-blooded youth into a lazy king of giving up. This time Rhett intended to enjoy watching Kazan's misery. He didn't want to save those scholars. Rhett felt they had brought it all on themselves. They had no real strength, yet they studied ancient scripts, and since they were studying them, they couldn't even hide it properly, instead letting the whole world know. The spirit of exploration was admirable, but the behavior was extremely foolish. Wasn't Robin Perona's friend perfectly fine? As he always said, although she had suffered a lot, her ending had still been good. And so Perona spent the darkest few days of her life. Because Rhett had paid a great deal of money, the director taught with complete dedication, and Perona got a taste of a high schooler's life for a few days. That miserable life was simply unbearable. Rhett felt that after a few months in a heavenly prison, anyone would confess to anything. Of course, he had also suggested whether they should move away from O'Hara. After being bluntly rejected, Rhett never brought it up again. A few days later, Enel found Rhett, and said marine warships were approaching O'Hara. Enel could now be used as a human radar. Enel's utility 1. Rhett went to find Perona, who was scratching her head frantically. Time to go, little Perona. Although Perona had made a new friend, Robin, life here was just too painful. I'm sorry, Robin. I'm leaving now, so I can't stay with you. While Perona was lost in her own fantasy world, Rhett was determined to have a good laugh at Kazan today. After all, when Garp had been chasing Roger, it was always king versus king and general versus general. The hot-blooded young man Kazan was truly his lifelong nemesis. The main problem was that he was so irritating. Rhett couldn't cut him down. Kazan would charge at him the moment he saw him, and before Rhett had transformed into blood mist, Kazan's devil fruit ability had given him quite a hard time. He waited under the tree of omniscience. Rhett remembered that Spandine would bring Robin's mother if he could help, he would. From afar came the sound of clamoring footsteps. Spandine's laughter was so sharp it hurt the eardrums. His men pressed a woman forward as he strode over. Seeing the woman who so closely resembled her, Robin's heart suddenly clenched. Mom. Robin's voice was nearly inaudible, but her mother, Alvia, suddenly raised her head, tears instantly filling her eyes. Robin. Alvia's voice trembled. Guilt and anguish were woven into her expression, and she couldn't continue. Spandine raised his chin smugly and sneered, look at this, what a touching mother-daughter reunion. Unfortunately, your time is almost up. The buster call is about to smack. A vicious slap struck Spandine across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the air. Before he could even react, his vision darkened and he collapsed to the ground. Don't ruin my mood. When he was watching anime and came across a villain like this, and then that villain dared to act recklessly right in front of him. Rhett had already reached the level of power where he could do whatever he pleased. Don't prance around in front of me. He would dare to kill even a celestial dragon, let alone a little nobody like you. Chief Spandine. The Marines hurried forward. Root unleashed his conqueror's haki, and one by one they fell into the slumber of infants. He turned to the people inside and said, run. This is the final reward for teaching Perona to read. Robin ignored the fallen Spandine, her gaze locked onto her mother. Years of grievance, anger, and bewilderment erupted in that moment. Why? Why haven't you cared for me all these years? Do you have any idea what I've been through? Alvia's tears streamed down. She wanted to reach out and touch Robin, but timidly pulled her hand back. I'm sorry, Robin, I'm truly sorry. Robin's chest heaved violently. She wanted to demand more, wanted to vent every ounce of pain. But at that moment it suddenly struck her. Saul was still behind. Her friend might be in danger. She had to warn him. Saul. Robin gritted her teeth, gave her mother one last deep look, then turned and ran toward the rear of the tree of omniscience. Alvia reached out as if to hold her back, but in the end her arm fell helplessly. I know you are Mr. Root. Mr. Dragon told me that your thinking is beyond ours. Mr. Root, please save my child. Alvia knelt before Root. Don't you think it's strange to beg someone for help the moment your daughter runs off? I infiltrated the world government and memorized countless hidden secrets, including the various plans they are now carrying out and intend to carry out against the Revolutionary Army. Because the world government is hunting me, I had no time to write them down. Until I deliver this information to the Revolutionary Army, I cannot die. I am not a qualified mother, but I beg you, Mr. Root looked at Alvia. His opinion of the Revolutionary Army dragon had built began to shift. If all its soldiers were like her, perhaps it truly could succeed. Alvia, you may not be a qualified mother, but you are a qualified revolutionary soldier. I will protect Robin. Whether you can escape, that depends on your own skill. Root unhurriedly walked out of the door. Alvia remained kneeling to see him off. Perhaps this was all a helpless mother could do for her daughter. Once outside, Root dashed toward the rear mountain with Moonstep chuckling. Ha, Kazan, here I come. A biting wind howled, a frozen earth spread across the land. Saul's enormous frame blocked Akiji's path. His breath condensed into white mist in the freezing air, but his gaze was fiercely determined. Kazan, do you truly believe in this kind of justice? Saul's voice grew agitated. The scholars of O'Hara merely wanted to uncover the truth of history. What crime did they commit? Akiji stood with his hands in his pockets, uncertainty hidden beneath his expression. He frowned slightly, and frost spread silently at his feet. Saul, we both know. You are a Marine. What you uphold is justice. Then are we supposed to watch helplessly as innocent people are slaughtered? Saul roared. Kazan, you are also a warrior with burning passion. Is the man you are now still yourself? Akiji fell silent. At that moment, a dark shadow descended from the sky. Root landed steadily with Moonstep, a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Yo, little Kazan. Long time no see. What's the matter? Why have you lost your fire? Burn bright. Akiji glanced at him. He had sensed Root's Conqueror's haki when it was released earlier, and his eyes held excitement. It seemed he no longer had to be trapped in self-reproach. Root, do you intend to interfere in this as well? I'm just passing by watching the show. Root shrugged, but his gaze swept towards Saul. Still, Saul is right. This justice of yours now, even you don't believe in it, do you? Akiji's brow furrowed deeper. Root strolled over to Saul and patted his leg since he couldn't reach his shoulder, smiling. Saul, do you know? Kazan understands better than anyone. Besides that, justice on his back has crushed countless people. Akiji's fingertips trembled slightly, ice crystals gathered in his palm. Shut up, Root. What? Struck a nerve. Ashamed and angry. Root grinned. Evolve, Kazan. Kazan, you know this is wrong, yet you chose to stand by. You could have saved the people of O'Hara, yet you chose to obey orders. Is this your burning justice? Or are you simply too afraid to admit your cowardice? Kazan, can you even handle this? Akiji's pupils suddenly contracted. Saul seized the moment and said in a deep voice, Kazan, if you still consider me a friend, please let Robin go. She's just a child. She's a child who loves reading and was shunned by everyone. Akiji's breathing grew slightly quicker. Frost churned around him. He slowly raised his hand, and a cold light gathered in his palm. Enough. In that instant, extreme cold erupted. Ice Age. Though Saul was frozen, his expression still held the determination of his final moment. Rit stepped back a few paces and clicked his tongue. So he got frozen after all. Akiji slowly lowered his hand, gazing at the frozen Saul with complicated eyes. Are you going to fight me, Rit? Rit smirked. Little Kazan, let me guess. Right now you really want to fight me just so you won't have to make a choice. Am I right? But I don't want to fight you. Go carry out your mission. I won't stop you. Akiji did not answer. He simply walked away in the direction opposite to Robin. He knew he alone could not stop Root. Root watched his retreating back and murmured to himself, a wavering justice is doomed to collapse, Kazan. He looked up at the tree of omniscience in the distance. Flames were already leaping into the sky. Time to go find that girl. Buster call shells exploded across O'Hara's port, sending flames roaring into the sky. The Bruma Jackson had already sailed away from the shore. Root stood at the stern while Enel at the bow furiously unleashed lightning, shredding every fragment of incoming shellfire. Perona held Robin tightly, trying to comfort her. Robin's eyes blurred with tears as she stared fixedly at the fading O'Hara, a stifled sob catching in her throat. Lord Root, what about those scholar uncles? Perona's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. Root was silent for a moment, then sighed softly and reached out to ruffle her hair. I can't save them. His voice was low but no longer cold. 2 Marine admirals, 10 top-tier warships, and CP-9's elite operatives. I couldn't protect them. Root thought to himself, risking my life against the Marines over this. There isn't that much of a bond. Moria's shadow writhed restlessly on the deck, letting out an eerie laugh. Fuhi, that woman named Alvia. Robin suddenly tore herself from Perona's embrace, her eyes red behind her glasses. You're clearly so strong. Why? Root did not cut her off roughly as he had before. Instead, he crouched down to meet her eyes. Robin. His voice softened with rare gentleness. If I rushed back right now, what do you think would happen? Robin bit her lip and said nothing. I can indeed hold off 2 admirals, but only 2 of my crew members are truly combat ready. I won't let my comrades risk their lives for people I don't even know. Root said softly. In the distance, Akainu's massive lava fist smashed down, and the entire refugee ship was instantly turned into a sea of flames. The screams even reached this place. Robin's tears crashed onto the deck. Root reached out and wiped the tears from her eyes. Take a good look, kid, he said in a low voice. This is the world government's justice. This world has always been sick. Kazan stood alone on the distant ice field, gazing at the burning O'Hara with complicated eyes. Kazan, what are you doing? Akainu's roar came from the other side. Stop spacing out. Keep executing orders. Akiji did not respond. He merely raised his hand, slowly, cold air gathering in his palm. But in the end he did not release it. Root watched him from afar, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kazan, the flame has gone out. Laboon walked over to Robin and gently nuzzled her face as if offering comfort. Robin bit her lip hard until traces of blood appeared. Root stood and walked toward the cabin. Lord Root. Perona spoke timidly. Perona. Root did not turn around. Take her to rest. Perona nodded and took Robin's hand. But Robin suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse. Will you help me get revenge? Root halted in his tracks. No, he said flatly. Robin's nails dug deep into her palms. But, Root turned his face aside. If you want the truth, if you want to change this world, I can teach you how to make those lofty gods kneel and beg for mercy. I have quite a bit of experience killing celestial dragons. Robin's pupils contracted slightly. Root pushed open the door and walked in, leaving only one sentence. Survive. Grow stronger. Then, take back everything you lost with your own hands. The Bruma Jackson gradually sailed away. Behind it, O'Hara was completely swallowed by the sea of flames. Robin stood at the stern until the burning giant tree vanished from sight. Perona gently took her hand. Robin, from now on let's grow stronger together. Robin nodded. Root had not invited Robin aboard because he knew that, like Brooke in the not-too-distant future, she would have a group of companions she could trust with her life. Robin had walked out of O'Hara's shadow. At least that was how she seemed on the surface. Robin sat at a small wooden table, a heavy historical text spread open in front of her. Root had grabbed it on a whim. Hakirui was as considerate as ever. Robin adjusted her glasses and lightly tapped the table with her fingertips. Perona, have you finished today's homework? I need to check it. Perona was floating in midair, hugging her Kumasi doll, and gave a lazy yawn. I don't want to. Robin smiled slightly, her tone gentle, yet brooking no refusal. No, Lord Root said that you still have to master the basics. Otherwise you won't even recognize characters, and you'll end up a complete illiterate. Perona puffed out her cheeks. A ghost floated out from her body and circled around Robin, but it's so boring. Things like studying won't make me stronger. Robin reached out and poked the ghost floating in the air. With a soft poof, the ghost instantly dispersed. She closed the book and said lightly, tell you what. If you can answer my question, you can rest today. Perona's eyes lit up. Really? Robin raised one finger. First question. What do we do when we encounter a storm? Perona. Robin simply stared at her without speaking. Perona silently floated over to the desk, grabbed the quill, and muttered. Fine, I'll do my homework. Just then Moria crawled out from a crack in the deck and laughed eerily. FSSHSSH. Little girl, want me to do your homework for you? This old father's heart was soft after all. He couldn't bear to see Perona so miserable. Perona's eyes lit up. Really? Robin calmly turned a page. Lord Moria, if you help her write it, Lord Root might have Lord Enel give you a massage with lightning. Moria's shadow froze, and he silently shrank back. Forget I said anything. The cabin door was pushed open, and Root walked out carrying several cups of hot milk. What's all the noise? Perona immediately floated over and complained with a pitiful face. Lord Root, Robin is bullying me. Root raised an eyebrow and handed one of the cups to Robin. She made you do homework. Perona nodded vigorously. Root took a sip of milk and said calmly, at your age, how can you afford to just play? You're in the prime years for striving. Perona. Robin took the cup and added with a smile, besides, if you don't study hard, you won't even be able to read the newspaper in the future. If the Marines put out a wanted poster for you, you wouldn't even understand it. Perona was taken aback, then her eyes lit up. That makes sense. Then she became dejected again. After all this time, her bounty had only grown to 1500 belly. Robin's had started at 79 million. Robin the Demon Child. Even the title alone sounded formidable. Laboon's bounty remained unchanged, to be sure. Root suspected that Laboon's bounty was being manipulated by capital. She immediately floated back to the desk, grabbed a pen, and began writing furiously. I have to learn to read the newspaper. Root and Robin exchanged a glance and clinked their cups in tacit understanding. Inside Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, an urgent intelligence report was slammed heavily onto the desk. The Crimson Dawn was involved in the O'Hara incident, and they took Nico. Robin. Sengoku's brow instantly knit tight. Akainu's fist smashed through the desk. Magma dripped onto the floor with a sizzling burn. Kazan. He whipped around and glared at Kazan. Why didn't you intercept that ship at the time? Akiji had his hands in his pockets. Since returning from O'Hara, Kazan had become lazy and listless. He yawned lazily. Era. Maybe it was too far away. Don't give me excuses. Akainu's magma arm churned violently. You obviously could have frozen the entire sea. Do you know how many innocent people will die because of the ones who escaped? Akiji's gaze darkened slightly. Sakazuki, are you questioning my judgment? The air between the two instantly dropped to the freezing point. Only Garp sat on the sofa holding a bag of rice crackers and laughing like an idiot. Ha. This old man is going to be a grandfather. A vein bulged on Sengoku's forehead. Garp dug at his ear. Oh, the O'Hara matter. Isn't that already over? Akainu was furious. The Crimson Dawn has taken the remnants of O'Hara. This means the research on the poneglyphs may leak out. Aokiji shrugged. Anyway, the world government has already ordered the eradication of all scholars. As for one little brat. He paused. What waves can she stir up? And don't forget that Root is one of Roger's crew, who knows what he knows. Fire blazed in Akainu's eyes. Kazan. With that attitude of yours, you're not worthy of being called a Marine Admiral. Aokiji gave him a cold look. At least I don't slaughter civilians to the last. Akainu replied, that is for justice. If we don't kill them here, do you know how many people will die before we can arrest them later? For the sake of justice, I would rather kill the innocent by mistake than let the guilty go free. Sengoku took a deep breath and forced down his rage. Enough. He slammed the table and rose to his feet. This is no time for internal strife. He turned to the intelligence officer. Immediately issue a revised wanted poster for Nico Robin with an increased bounty, and at the same time. He paused, realizing that Root had always been a thorn in the world government side. Sengoku laughed in spite of himself. Root was a truly slippery foe. Send too few men, and he couldn't be caught. Send too many and the world would be thrown into chaos. Nor did he claim territory and rule like Charlotte Linlin in the New World. He simply wandered too elusive to catch. Fortunately, he did not slaughter the innocent. Besides, the New World was balanced on a tripod of 3 emperors. Sengoku turned to Garp again. Garp, you've been taking too much leave lately. Once the East Blue matter is finished, report back immediately. Garp laughed heartily. Got it. This old man still has to get back and see his grandson. Sengoku. After Garp had handled the Pirate King's orphan a while later, he told the two of them that he wanted to take a member of Makino's family as his daughter, which shocked Sengoku greatly. Sengoku feared Garp would do something foolish because Garp killing a pregnant woman had already stunned him. Sengoku, the master tactician, and Tsuru, the Marine's chief of staff, were both extremely shrewd. How could they be fools? The two of them simply turned a blind eye. In short, as long as the matter didn't fall into their hands or the identity wasn't exposed, they could, for Garp Sake, pretend not to see it. It was only a child. This was all deliberate on Garp's part. Fire cannot be wrapped in paper, but the 3 of them could keep it wrapped. Still, Sengoku truly wanted to punch that old bastard flying. Let our lens return to the Bruma Jackson. It was time for another of Root's training sessions. The flower fruit isn't meant to be used as a telescope. Root shattered with a single stroke. The scout eye Robin had grown 100 meters away. At sea observation, hockey is your eye. Let it appear at the heart, at the throat. Root felt that if things kept going like this, he would become the Zephyr of pirates. Moria's shadow suddenly burst up from the deck and hundreds of shadow arms shot toward Robin. The girl hastily bloomed flowers around herself in defense, but Enel's lightning struck precisely into every joint. Too slow. Root's voice came from behind her as the back of the Black Tide greatsword tapped her nape. If you have to take on all 3 at once, the pressure is still too great. Enel is yours. Hearing this, Enel trembled all over. Ha! Finally, it's my turn. Newcomer, are you ready to face hell? Perona's negative ghost tried to launch a sneak attack, but an arm that suddenly bloomed from Robin's shoulder stopped it. Perona, that's the 3rd time. Wah! Robin is getting less and less cute. Robin watched Enel growing more and more manic and found it truly hard to imagine what he had been through. Try attaching your arm to someone else's body. Root dragged a black and blue Enel over as a test subject. A Logia type. Try to see if it can grow on him. When Enel knelt for the 5th time in repentance, saying, I'm just a salted fish, Robin's hand flower finally grew on Enel's body. Perona floated nearby, learning her letters when she suddenly discovered her ghosts dancing in Robin's palm. They seem to really like you. We really are best friends. Under the moonlight, Robin's pen tip suddenly stopped on a page of some document. Mr. Root, the Joy Boy's promise mentioned here. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Root closed the book and brought over a glass of hot milk. Originally, tonight's mission was, go to bed early and grow up healthy. But well, I prepared a very big surprise for you. Enel. Here, Captain. Hey, do you remember how I trained your observation hockey? I remember it all too well, Captain. Enel lightly tapped his finger, sending electric discharges into the 10 zombies Moria had carelessly left at the door, animating their limbs. Zombies, hear my command. Capture Robin. Stay alert, even in your sleep. Root's figure gradually turned to mist. If you get caught, that's an extra half-hour of training. If you keep getting caught, then don't sleep tonight. Perona was sleeping soundly while hugging her teddy bear when one of Robin's blooming arms suddenly yanked her into midair. Below, the zombies barely grazed her nightgown. Root, we're breaking off our friendship for 5 minutes. Root laughed loudly. Breaking off the friendship won't work. Now think about how you're going to sleep. Don't worry about Perona. The zombies won't hurt her, you know. Moria's zombies don't sleep. Come on, Robin, I'm rooting for you. As Root spoke, BRRNG, Makino's den mushy rang. Guji, mm. After hanging up the den mushy, Root was visibly delighted. All hands. His voice carried barely suppressed joy. Set sail immediately. Back to the East Blue. Robin withdrew her blooming arm and asked softly what happened. Perona floated over, for once not messing around. It's big, Sister Rouge. Enel put away his playful expression. It must be good news judging by the captain's face. I'll go activate the lightning propulsion. The Bruma Jackson quietly sailed into the harbor of Windmill Village in the night. Root stood at the bow as blood mist spread silently, shrouding the entire ship in a hazy fog, and slipping past the Marines' patrols. "We're here," he said softly, a rare trace of tension in his voice. Perona floated beside him, sleepily rubbing her eyes. "Lord Root, why did we have to sneak back in the middle of the night?" Moria's shadow slithered out from a gap in the deck and laughed eerily. "Kishishishi. Because someone doesn't want to alert the Marines." Robin stood quietly by the rail. Root had saved her from destruction, so Root's family was her family. In her hands was a notebook, the gift she had prepared for the new family she was about to meet. Makino's bar still had its lights on, and warm yellow light spilled across the cobblestone road through the windows. The moment Root pushed open the door, the wind chime rang crisply. "Welko." Makino's voice stopped abruptly. The tray in her hand clattered to the floor. Her eyes turned red in an instant. "Root, you all. I heard I've become an uncle, so I had to come back and see." Root grinned, but his gaze moved past her toward the closed inner door. "How is Big Sister Rouge?" Makino wiped the corners of her eyes. "Mother and children are safe. They're twins. The older brother is Ace, and the younger sister is En." She suddenly lowered her voice. "Garp is inside too. He insists on being their grandfather." A vein jumped at Root's temple. "That old bastard, what?"